On Mount Changbyuk, my grandfather was conducting archery lessons with a black-haired boy to teach him how to shoot accurately and without any mistakes. At this lesson, they not only practiced practical skills, but the gray-haired gentleman also told them that archers who practice with a bow are called kyudo. Immediately after hearing all this, the boy abruptly released the arrow and stood with a serious face watching to see if it would hit the target or not. During the next sighting, my grandfather said that during the battle, there might not be much time, so we would have to use speed shooting. As soon as the young man shot again, the man added that the next level was ikvansa, the essence of which is to shoot several arrows at the same time. That is why only those who have reached the level of echvans, where they need to shoot 3 arrows at the same time, can achieve the title of a true archer. Where everyone has to hit their target, after that comes the next level, which is called igios, where you need to shoot with internal energy. After saying the last sentence, the gray-haired man saw a rabbit running between the trees, so he put on an arrow and prepared to shoot it. When he saw the first one, the gentleman accelerated and, already preparing the second one, emphasized that it is possible to reach any target with a sword, so it is also possible to do it with an arrow. So, in a matter of seconds, the old man jumped up and shot several arrows that hit the target, namely 3 birds flying by. After all the demonstrations, the older gentleman took a confident pose to show his student that he should reach the same level. The next day, while taking a lunchtime nap outside, the grandfather heard his student running toward him, calling out loudly, thus disturbing his rest. Slowly rising, the man immediately decided to find out what had happened, that he was rushing to him, shouting loudly and not letting him lie down. When the young man came closer, he clenched his hand into a fist and said that he wanted his grandfather to see how he learned to shoot in strong winds. The gray-haired gentleman was furious, so he hit the young man on the head with a stick, saying that he had violated his meditation with such nonsense. Holding his head, the boy angrily emphasized that the teacher was salivating because he was so deeply asleep, not because he was meditating. But since the older gentleman got up anyway, they came to the forest to see how the young man could shoot in the strong wind. As soon as they were in the clearing, a gray-haired gentleman said that the guy was going to shoot at a stick not far from them, but first he wanted to check it. This is what the student thought at first when he saw his grandfather leave, but as it turned out, he stood next to the stick and raised his left hand up. After that, he ordered the young man to shoot, and the latter opened his mouth in surprise because he thought his grandfather had simply gone crazy to think of such a thing. Seeing the confusion in his student's eyes, the man decided to push him a little bit to shoot, so he began to clarify that he was not sure of himself. As he was pulling the arrow, the guy said that he would hit the target, but just in case, the man should step aside because anything could happen. The grandfather had no intention of backing down from his plan, so he said with a sly smile that the boy just didn't have the guts to shoot. The young man began to look ahead and realized that his target was very small, but his grandfather was very big, so there was a high probability of hitting him. The older gentleman continued to put pressure on the young man and told him again to shoot because he had done it before and in stronger winds and had succeeded. After hearing all that, the young man had no choice but to take aim in order to do what his mentor demanded. But at some point, his emotions overwhelmed him, and he slowly lowered the arrow down, surprising his grandfather, who did not understand what had happened. However, he simply did not know how to stop halfway, so he turned to his student again, telling him to gather all his strength into a fist and finally do what he had to do. The next morning, my grandfather was practicing his skills, and suddenly he heard his student's voice from his right side again, addressing him loudly. He showed a pigeon, saying that he had found it in the mountains, and that it was bleeding a lot, and his grandfather told him to bring the bird closer to him. But the young man did not intend to show the animal, so he licked it and said that it was his gift from heaven, so he would eat it alone. The older gentleman did not like this, so he hit the boy on the head and told him that this bird is considered the lord of the sky, and that he should not be treated like that. After a short pause, the gentleman added that this bird belongs to the genus of falcons, which are quite brave in battle and are faithful to their owner throughout their lives. After giving this information, the gray-haired man asked the student whether he would choose to eat the bird or take care of it so that it would survive. Looking at the prey, the boy was salivating because he was already hungry and did not know what decision to make to satisfy himself. Without waiting for any answer, the mentor emphasized in a serious tone that he needed to make a little more effort than usual, and then he could get a good result. Then, sitting in a hammock, the man said that in order to cure the bird, he needed to collect healing herbs so that its wound could heal. But it's not as simple as it might seem at first glance, because you need to cook this medicine over very low heat in order to get the desired effect. In just a few days, the young man managed to heal the falcon he had released, and it began to fly high in the sky, right above him and his mentor. When the bird began to approach him, the young man was overjoyed that this animal was so beautiful, and now so friendly to him. As soon as the falcon was on the boy's hand, he began to think out loud about what he could name his new friend. A few minutes later, smiling broadly, the young man decided to name the bird Fatty, and, after telling everyone, asked the animal what it was called. The following week, the gray-haired gentleman said that starting today he would teach the young man the family's walking technique based on the gait of a wolf, walking slowly along the paths of the forest. The mentor said that this technique has two subtypes. The first one is for attacking, and the second one is for defending. As soon as they arrived at the right clearing, the man stopped abruptly and told the student to stand still and watch him carefully. After performing all his planned movements, the gray-haired man came close to the young man and asked him if he had memorized everything, because he would repeat it only once more. And immediately after that, he began to move quickly in different directions, which made it difficult to follow which way he would move again. The guy with his mouth wide open didn't know how he could learn it, because it wasn't a fighting technique. It was some kind of chaotic frog jumps. When the gray-haired gentleman stopped and put his hands to his sides, smiling broadly, he asked the student what he liked about this technique. The guy smiled back and said that it was really cool, but he had other thoughts in his head, because he couldn't tell his grandfather that it was all nonsense. However, the older gentleman immediately saw by the expression on the boy's face that he had not told him the truth, so he began to think about what to do in this case. Rubbing his beard, he said that it seemed to him that the student did not understand the peculiarity of this technique, so now he wants to show it in more detail. In a matter of seconds, he took a pose with his legs half bent and ordered the young man to watch him closely and not to be distracted for a second. With a serious expression on his face, the young man replied that he would do whatever was required of him because he did not want to get hit in the head with a stick again. But what happened next made him quite scared, because he simply did not expect that his grandfather could make his hair stand on end. And all because in the image of his mentor, a large angry wolf appeared at one point, showing its sharp teeth with its mouth wide open. The guy was so shocked that he just couldn't move. The only thing that changed on his face was the size of his eyes, which he opened wide. When the grandfather saw that the boy was completely confused, he came close to him and shouted that he had finally gathered himself and started to act. But then the gray-haired gentleman's attention was drawn to the fact that his student had wet himself out of fright, so he calmed down and said that he did not know what to do with such a coward. The young man continued to stand there with his mouth wide open, but managed to ask questions to find out what it was all about. It took a few minutes for everyone to come to their senses, after which the mentor, rubbing his beard, asked if the young man was ready to start training. Having received the consent, the gray-haired man said that his technique is based not only on the repetition of the wolf's gait, but also on a surge of energy that should resemble the energy of the animal. Before attacking its victim, a wolf first watches it for a long time in order to paralyze it, and only then attack. Therefore, at first, it demonstrates its predatory nature, and this unrestrained flow freezes the victim's movements, after which the wolf inflicts a fatal bite in one jump. After a short pause, the mentor emphasized in a serious tone that if this had happened to the young man in a real fight, he would have already been without signs of life. The young man blushed a little from the excitement that began to overwhelm him, because he had never thought about the consequences that could be during battles. To distract the boy a bit, the grandfather asked him how far he was from the wolf when the image of the wolf appeared. Without hesitation, the young man answered that he was about 10 steps away, but when he turned his head, he realized that it was quite a long distance between them. When the student turned his head to the instructor, he continued to say that this technique is usually used in defense, not attack. After a moment's pause, the man added that he said this because it makes no sense to use the walking technique when you need to make an attack. The boy clarified whether he needed to use this technique when he needed to escape, and the grandfather angrily asked what the young man's main weapon was. The young man pointed to the bow, and then the gray-haired gentleman continued to shout that if this was his main weapon, there was no need to get close to the enemy. Then the grandfather came even closer to the student and shouted that the bow is a weapon that does not need to be fought at a short distance because it can be hit from several meters away. Having calmed down a bit, the grandfather told the young man to imagine that he was sneaking behind his opponent's back and that he would suddenly feel a surge of predatory energy. That's why this technique allows you to be at a distance from the enemy to make sure that the young man understood everything, and his grandfather offered to show him again. When the young man heard this, he immediately put his hands up and said that he understood, because he had no desire to look at the image of a wolf again. Then, after listening to a lecture on different types of combat techniques, he asked his mentor about his own, and the older gentleman turned red with anger in a second. Then he hit the young man in the head with his fist, telling him to think before he speaks, because their walking technique is unique in the world. Rubbing his head with his hand, the student replied that he did not know this because he was just beginning to learn and would remember from now on. The gray-haired gentleman pointed upward with his index finger and emphasized that it is better to see once than to hear 10 times, so the young man should watch him carefully. After all this, my grandfather began to move quickly across the lawn in different directions. He did it so skillfully that it was quite important to follow. The young man who stood on the sidelines and tried to memorize everything was, to put it mildly, shocked by what his mentor was doing at his age, and without stopping at all. When it was all over, the guy saw more than 180 footprints in front of him, each of them looking in different directions. Coming closer to the student, the grandfather said that each pair of footprints corresponds to the stance in which the body should be placed while moving across the battlefield. After receiving this explanation, the young man began to try to follow the trail a little, but after taking only a few steps, he realized that he did not know what to do next. This made the gray-haired gentleman very angry, and he shouted that the student should repeat what he had been shown and not invent his own. However, for the young man, it was not as easy as his mentor told him, because he had to think about each step for a long time. And at some point, while making another movement, he began to lose his balance, and because of this, he simply fell to the ground, realizing that he had done something obviously wrong. The gray-haired man, seeing this disgrace, turned to his student with raised eyebrows and ordered him to get to his feet and continue training. After all, he himself has to understand how he needs to move, because only in this way can he achieve the maximum results in this walking technique. After that, the grandfather said that he would rest for a while, and that the boy could just forget about food for the time being until he did everything perfectly. The student was so excited that he didn't even pay attention to the fact that it was getting dark and the first stars appeared in the sky, and he continued to train. The mentor, who was hiding behind a tree at the time, said to himself that this boy was very stubborn because he did not even go to bed to rest. Suddenly, the old man heard his student shouting with joy and saying that he had been able to do what he was asked to do, but it had already happened during the sunrise. As soon as the grandfather came out to the boy, it turned out that it took him a whole week to learn the walking technique, and not just one night as it might seem. Growling at the young man, the gray-haired man reasoned that his father had been learning this technique for a month. He himself had been learning for 2 weeks, and this young man had managed it in 7 days. Then the man put his hands behind his back and said that energy should be used slowly in order not to get tired so quickly while walking. After a short pause, the older gentleman spoke about 2 more rather important techniques, but the boy had not heard of them yet, and this made the gray-haired man stop talking. After all, he did not want to disclose information about them to this young man, so after clearing his throat, the man tried to move the conversation in a completely different direction. He said that what they were learning now would allow him to become a real warrior, but he was upset because he felt weak and his body was weak. Hearing these words, the grandfather began to laugh out loud, saying that he had put restrictions on the boy's inner strength so that he could not use it. But a second after he spoke, the man covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that he had said information that his student should never have known in these years. However, the guy managed to hear, so he looked at the interlocutor and asked him questions to better understand the energy limitations. The gray-haired gentleman began to say unnecessary information so quickly in order to confuse the young man, and in the end, simply say that he was not yet mature enough. After listening to everything, the student realized that he did not understand anything, so he decided to simply answer that he understood everything so that the lecture would not continue. Having received this answer, the mentor was pleased that he had barely managed to get away with it, because he had not expected himself to blurt it out. And observing the student, the man came to the conclusion that he needed to check the restriction he had imposed, because the young man was already at the 8th level. The next morning, they had a training session where the young man had to stand in the river on one leg, holding several stones of different sizes on his body. Suddenly, a falcon began to circle around him, and realized that there were not just stones in the river, but someone was standing under them trying to hide. The mentor, who was frying fish on the shore, shouted to the boy not to move, because it was through some smallest movements that the bird noticed him. After taking a sip, the gray-haired gentleman emphasized that the student had not yet learned to stand upright, so he asked when he was going to eat, since he was not trying so hard. The guy gritted his teeth and began to think about how difficult it was for him to restrain himself when he hadn't eaten since the morning, and his mentor was frying fish under his nose. In order to support the boy, his grandfather emphasized that there was still 1 hour of training left, and he had to stand through it in order to eat properly. Taking another sip, he said that this training will help the young man to raise the level of chi energy in his body to another level, which he will need in the future. After that, the man told him that the boy had to reach the biggest stone a few meters away, and only then would his training be over. The young man said to himself that he knew they would come up with something else, and that in his opinion, it was not training, but some kind of mockery. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by his mentor, who, licking the bones of the fish, added that the young man should not move more than 3 meters per hour. The student was quite angry because he was hungry, standing on one leg in the river with stones on his body, and he had to fulfill a bunch of conditions to reach the goal. When the gray-haired gentleman saw that the student was on the verge of death, he calmly told him that he just needed to walk slowly and then offered to show him how to do it. Having received permission, the older gentleman was in the water in a matter of seconds, taking the same pose as his student and began to show his every move. It was so slow that the young man simply could not believe it, because he had a lot of energy that needed to be released quickly and not held back. So he didn't know how to complete this task, because it took his mentor several minutes to make just one step, which lasted for an hour. After a few seconds of thinking and calculating, the young man concluded that it took his grandfather 15 minutes to take just one step. And when it was his turn to perform his task, he suddenly realized that he was moving stones that would soon fall into the water with him. And literally in a few minutes, what he thought was going to happen, happened. The guy fell into the water, and it made him very angry because he had to start all over again. Rising to his feet, he spread his arms to the sides and shouted loudly to his mentor that he was in a place where the current was very strong. The older gentleman calmly replied that he did not care about these conditions. The task must be completed even under the most difficult obstacles. The student had no choice but to assume the posture again in order to fulfill what the gray-haired gentleman had been demanding of him all day. Having concentrated well, the young man began to try to do everything as he saw during the demonstration by his mentor in order to achieve the result. And while he was moving toward the sun went over the horizon and the full moon slowly began to rise, completely illuminating everything around him and allowing him to move on. So it took the boy the whole night to reach the biggest stone, and at dawn, he raised his hands in the air and shouted to his grandfather about his victory. After this training, several months have passed and the autumn season has already begun, where the leaves from the trees began to fall off quickly and it became colder outside. During the next training session, the boy and his mentor came to the forest, where the gray-haired gentleman told the student to demonstrate everything he had already learned. So, without thinking twice, he began to move quickly between the thin trees so that he could hardly be tracked, and my grandfather watched. The older gentleman reasoned that even with the restriction of energy, this young man produces such results, so it is difficult for him to imagine what will happen when all the shackles come off. So then he raised his hand up and said that the boy could stop, because he had already realized that he had mastered this technique quite well. As soon as the boy stopped, he said to himself that his grandfather had really praised him, which could mean that his technique was simply unsurpassed. Then, rubbing his head, he began to smile broadly because during his entire period of study, he rarely received any positive comments in his direction. A few minutes later, the young man with round eyes asked his grandfather to tell him how he could learn the teleportation he had demonstrated to him that week. The gray-haired man, looking with a concentrated gaze in front of him, replied that if the boy trained his walking technique more, he would succeed. Of course, the young man didn't like this answer very much because he was already so tired of training, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. So, a few hours later, they came to a house in the middle of the forest, where the mentor told them that he would be living there alone from now on. And then, approaching the door of the cave, he abruptly opened it and said that the young man would live in this very place, where his next test would take place. At first, the student looked at everything with enthusiasm, and the grandfather took advantage of this to say that from now on, it was not fashionable for the boy to go outside this cave, and in return, he would bring him food and the young man's clothes. This information did not alarm him at all. He even began to smile with satisfaction at some point. However, within seconds, everything quickly dissipated when he heard a slight growl behind him, and then saw a tied animal with red eyes. Loudly screaming at the wolf, the young man began to move back, pointing at it so that his grandfather could see him, and they could get out of here as soon as possible. However, the gray-haired gentleman had no such intention, so he told the student that he could use him in training and advised him to make friends with the animal. After hearing this information, the boy turned his head sharply to his mentor and quickly said that he could do his training on his own. But my grandfather didn't want to hear anything anymore, so he quickly moved to the door and, holding both parts, intended to close it as quickly as possible. In the end, The grandfather repeated in a serious tone that for some time the young man would live here, and that he would bring food and water to his door every day. The guy, with a frightened expression on his face, pointing his finger in the direction of the wolf, began to ask the man what he should do with the animal. The gray-haired man said that the wolf is a very fast animal, but the advantage for the young man is that he has already been able to master the technique of walking, so he has nothing to fear. After saying that, the grandfather used his energy and directed it in the direction where the wolf was, and thus he broke the chain with which he was tied. And only after that he quickly closed the door. The young man heard a loud knock and turned to face the exit, which was already quite firmly closed on the opposite side. But he still had hope that he would not be left here for long, so he approached the door and began pounding on it with his fists, calling out to his grandfather. A gray-haired man, leaning against the same door on the other side, listened to the student's cries with his eyes closed, because he had a hard time making this decision. A few minutes later, the man opened his eyes and thought that no matter how difficult it was for the young man, he had to endure everything, because this was his first serious test. It was because of this conviction that the mentor was able to tear himself away from the door with a calm soul and finally go to his new home for a few weeks. The student continued to bang his hands on the door, first asking to be let out, and then demanding an explanation and further instructions on what to do. Realizing that his mentor would not take him away from here, the young man began to slowly turn his head back, because he remembered for sure that there was a wolf there now. And as soon as their eyes met, the young man immediately realized that this animal was not very friendly to him, because it growled slightly. Pressing his back to the door, the boy began to talk to himself, frightened about where this wolf could have come from and how he could escape its clutches. Then the student turned to his grandfather again, shouting to be taken away from here, because he had never heard the story of an older man giving his grandson to the wolves. The young man never heard anything in response, so he thought out loud that if he had a bow now, he would not be afraid and would not see any problem. Suddenly, he noticed that the wolf was approaching him with slow but steady steps, and he did not know what to do to survive. But everything happened by itself, because the animal immediately decided to jump on the opponent, but the guy noticed it in time, so he managed to jump away. This made the wolf very angry, and he stopped in one place and began to growl loudly, demonstrating his anger and intention to fight to the last. After that, the animal wanted to attack the young man again, but he was able to dodge it once again, because only he could save his life. Therefore, during each attack of the animal, the young man would move sharply to the side or jump up the hill, and this development of events made the attacker even angrier. At some point, the young man decided that he needed to catch the wolf, but it was very difficult to do so because it was also moving quite fast. After a few seconds of reflection, the boy began to think that everyone has their own weakness, so he needed to find it in the animal and take advantage of it. While he was thinking about it, the animal picked up speed and, having pushed off the ground, began to jump right at him with its mouth wide open to bite. The guy did not have time to dodge because he wanted to use his inner energy, so the wolf was able to pounce on him and grab his right shoulder with its teeth. However, the expression on the young man's face made it clear that he was not upset at all, because he had done his best to hurt the attacker, and he succeeded quite well because the wolf immediately jumped away from him and began to walk in the opposite direction with its head down. The young man, clenching his hand into a fist, shouted after him that he should not approach him again because he would hurt him even more than this time. All the animal could do was growl from a distance, but did not come close because it was afraid that it might not survive the fight. The young man went to one of the corners of the cave and sat in the lotus position and began to think that he was very lucky to have frightened the creature so quickly. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door, as a small window opened, through which my grandfather threw a bundle of food, saying that there was food there. As soon as this package was on the ground, the boy did not even have time to approach it, because in an instant a wolf was standing next to him and gnawing at him. As it turned out, there was a large piece of fresh meat inside, which the animal was greedily devouring, and the young man was calmly watching it this time. But a few seconds later, he turned to the animal and said that it was just a greedy animal that ate such a large piece of meat without even sharing. After that, the young man sat down in a corner and thought that he was already quite hungry, because for 3 days he had not had anything in his mouth except a few drops of water. One day, the boy came to the conclusion that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to be faster than this animal in order to be the first to grab the food. However, the young man was so exhausted that he could have fallen asleep anywhere, but he could not do so because the wolf could simply eat him. But he was so exhausted that at some point his eyes closed on their own, and his head began to bend downward, relaxing his neck and entire body. And at that very moment, the wolf appeared next to him, because he had time to rest, and therefore he was able to observe his neighbor in the cave almost constantly. However, As it turned out later, what the animal was looking at was just a projection, and in fact, the young man was a little higher up on the rocks and was watching all this. He was quite amused that the wolf thought that he could afford to fall asleep like that when there was such a danger to his life. In a few minutes, the animal realized that it had been deceived, so it gritted its teeth and turned its gaze to the real guy and began to growl loudly with anger. And at that very moment, the window in the door opened and a new package of food was thrown through it, which the boy managed to take because he was very hungry. Sitting on one of the stones, the guy began to savor the meat, saying that he wanted his neighbor to go hungry for a few days, just like he had done before. The old man who stood by the door and listened to all this clenched his hand into a fist because he was happy that his student was finally able to defend his borders in order to survive. The next day, the young man was already on the animal and tied the front and back llamas together so that it would not be able to prevent him from finally resting. As soon as he was about to close his eyes, the front door suddenly opened and a gray-haired man with a serious expression appeared at the door with a lost look on his face. When the grandfather saw this picture, he turned to the young man with his mouth wide open in surprise and asked him why he did not come up and greet him. The guy folded his arms across his chest and said angrily that it was hard to find a grandfather like that around the world who would cover his grandson with a wolf. Hearing nothing in response, the boy added that it was good that he was able to do this because otherwise he would have been decomposing in the wolf's stomach for several days. The older gentleman sadly emphasized that the young man had already been through a lot in his life, so he had to learn a lesson from this ordeal. The boy did not answer these words, but simply bowed his head and asked if he could finally leave this cave now that his ordeal was over. A gray-haired man with a serious expression said that nothing was over yet, because in fact it was only the beginning of great tasks. Hearing these words, the young man was quite surprised, and it was evident in his expression, where his eyes became several times larger than they actually are. Then he told his mentor that he was not afraid of this wolf at all, because he had already dealt with it so well that it could not even walk normally. The grandfather raised his eyebrows and said that after a while the boy would not be able to run away, so he emphasized that at that moment they would see him boasting. Putting his hands on his back, the gray-haired gentleman said that from hearing the boy's words, he clearly understood that he had not learned a single lesson from this ordeal. After all, he has not yet experienced real horror and pain, and after leaving the battlefield and going through the hardships of the fight, the young man will be able to experience it for himself. After finishing his sentence, the grandfather paused for a moment and then asked his grandson if he understood what he had just said. The guy drew his eyebrows together and replied with a serious expression that he understood and did not need to be told several times. After that, the older gentleman emphasized that the young man's skills had grown, so he asked if the young wolf could be a worthy opponent in a battle. After receiving a positive answer, the grandfather said that now, during the long journey of 100 days, he would become one more wolf over and over again. These words surprised the young man because he opened his eyes even wider, but for the first few seconds he did not say anything because he needed to think about it. Then the mentor added that from now on, there would be no handouts because he had to find his own food, and his rival's wolves would be in the same position. The boy again listened carefully to everything and summarized what he heard. So it turns out that either he will die during this test, or a whole pack of wolves will die. The interlocutor confirmed these words with a nod of his head, after which he took out a knife and handed it to the young man to take it and use it whenever he needed it. Without thinking twice, the young man immediately grabbed the weapon and began to examine it with a serious expression, trying to show that he was not afraid of anything. As soon as his grandfather left him in the cave, a new animal immediately appeared, standing in front of him and preparing to make its first attack. The young man looked at the wolf with a serious look to demonstrate his confidence and that he had no intention of losing the battle. However, there was no fight between them because no one dared to attack. Since then, several days have passed, and the number of animals has increased. Sitting near a large stone, the guy was thinking that he hadn't eaten for several days, and it was making him uncomfortable, so he needed to finally decide something. When he saw that the animals were approaching him, he put out his knife and said that if they attacked him, he would do the same. 3 of the packs began to accelerate in order to attack at the same time because they had not eaten for a long time, so they were not thinking about anything but food. And as it turned out in a few minutes, they were not going to attack the young man. Instead, they began to attack the weakest in their pack in order to eat him. The guy had to get to his feet to see what was happening there, and he concluded that these wolves were weak and attacked 3 of them. So, he decided to show who the real brave warrior was. Holding the knife firmly in his right hand, he began to walk slowly and confidently toward the attackers. In his eyes, you could see a confidence he hadn't had before, and he even turned to the animals, saying that they didn't know what a battle was. After that, he dramatically increased his speed, and, with the sharp end of the knife pointed forward, began to shout that he also needed food to survive. One of the wolves did not intend to share their prey, so he jumped high and tried to bite the young man to calm him down and leave them. And he managed to do it because he jumped on top of his opponent and grabbed his left arm, but it was not the limb that held the sharp knife. That's why the animal had to jump aside, because there was a high probability that it could be injured or killed. Then the 3 wolves surrounded the boy from different sides, and each one tried to attack him in turn, and the boy did not always manage to fight back because they were quite fast. But even with all this, he still managed to deal a fatal blow to one of the animals, and thus demonstrated his capabilities to the others. The 2 remaining men stopped next to each other, and were no longer going to attack, because they clearly understood that they could die, just like their comrade. The young man knelt down from fatigue and watched the wolves that were still alive for several minutes, so that they would not suddenly attack him. After he realized that he was safe, he began to disassemble his prey, which stank, but he had no other option to survive. The next day, another wolf appeared, and the young man decided to kill 1 animal every day so that there would always be 4. After all, it is in this composition that he will still be able to control them and prevent them from attacking him at the same time in order to deal with him. With this plan alone, the boy will be able to stay alive, after which he will escape from here, and at the same time gain great experience in surviving in such conditions. And the moment his plan begins to be realized, he will be able to move on to continue the trials that are destined for him. He calculated that as soon as each member of the pack sees his comrade being killed, he will not even try to attack. The animals will walk around with their heads down, but will always be attentively watching all the movements of their neighbor in the cave. The next day, the boy began to notice that the new 5 had somehow become very close, and the new brown wolf became like a leader for the others, and they obeyed him. It was because of these observations that the guy decided to take the life of this main man Neck, because he believed that this was the way he would win. In some strange way, the animals felt threatened, so they all grouped together and began to move quickly toward the young man to attack him first. The battle seemed unfair because the wolves attacked him one by one, not allowing him to catch his breath and simply change his position. But so far, no critical situation has occurred, because despite the constant attacks, the young man managed to repel them quite well and defend himself. When he managed to destroy one of the wolves, the young man got to his feet and began to stare at the rest, illuminated by different energies. However, he had no intention of stopping there, for he had already decided that today he would deal with all of them in order to finally get out of this cave. And he succeeded quite well. With a single blow, he killed 2 wolves who were standing aside and did not even intend to attack. As he was shaking himself off, the young man suddenly heard a knock on the door, where his mentor, Seo Moon, was addressing him from the other side to find out if he was okay. Slowly getting to his feet, the boy muttered to himself that if the man was so worried about him, why did he bring wolves to his cave? Then he gathered all his last strength to shout at the gray-haired gentleman to open the door so that he could get out into the fresh air. Immediately after these words, my grandfather opened the door and stood at the entrance, trying to see if Seo Moon was okay and find out what could have happened here. When he saw the boy with torn clothes, his mentor could hardly hold back the tears that came to him, because it became clear that terrible things had happened here. The young man was so tired of being in this place that at first he could not even say anything. All he wanted to do was leave this cave. As soon as he got outside, he saw that it was already snowing, and the sky was a very bright blue color, which he hadn't seen for a long time. Standing for a few minutes with his head up, Seo Moon saw and heard the falcon he had rescued a few months ago flying over his head. This alone made the boy smile broadly and shout loudly to the bird, asking it how it had been doing since they hadn't seen each other. After that, the young man put his right hand up and invited the falcon to sit on it so that they could finally meet after a long separation. However, the bird was not in a hurry to land. It kept circling around, and the young man could not understand what was happening and assumed that he might have forgotten it. The mentor calmly decided to explain what was happening and said that the falcon was not landing because Seo Moon was overwhelmed by the anger he felt. Therefore, the older gentleman suggested that they first go to the house to treat the wounds that were all over the young man's body. The gray-haired man was sitting by a homemade stove, cooking a decoction that would help his student recover faster and regain his strength. As soon as the drink was ready, Grandpa brought it to Seo Moon, who was sitting in one place waiting for something to drink. Grabbing the plate, The young man immediately began to drink the contents of it because he hadn't even had a proper drink of water for several days and was thirsty. But as soon as he finished drinking, he said very sharply to his grandfather that somehow he was recovering very slowly after his treatment and that he was doing something wrong. The gray-haired man folded his arms across his chest and called the student an impudent person who had only learned this in a cave, but at the same time asked what goals Seo Moon had set for himself. When the boy heard these reproaches, he asked his grandfather if he could not at least now not reprimand him, since he had spent 4 days in a cave with wolves. My grandfather said that he really thought it was so easy, and then asked why he got rid of something that was so hard to get. When he did not receive a quick answer, the mentor approached the young man with sharp movements to show that he could not be spoken to so disrespectfully. For the first few minutes, they just looked into each other's eyes without saying anything, each trying to show that they had no intention of backing down. Seo Moon was the first to break the silence, smiling sarcastically and emphasizing that he had already become stronger since their previous fight with his grandfather. The older gentleman raised his eyebrows angrily and said nothing at first, but mentally said to himself that he was very funny at these words and was even a little scared. Sitting down next to the boy, the man said that he wanted to retreat for now because he already had an idea of what to do instead of fighting. So I immediately suggested that he do something that would help him get rid of all the accumulated anger that still overwhelms his entire body and fills his thoughts. With his mouth wide open in amazement, Seo Moon asked why he would get rid of what he had gained through such hard work and struggle. The gray-haired man looked around and asked his interlocutor a question to find out whether he was used to fighting or not. The young man did not immediately understand what this question was about, so he just stood there with his eyes wide open and his mouth not about to say anything. Seeing the misunderstanding in the student's eyes, the mentor said that now he needed to learn to control his emotions and use anger at the right time. The boy was obviously not ready for this, so he continued to sit in the same position, waiting to hear what his grandfather would say next. Sitting down next to Seo Moon, the man folded his arms across his chest and said that as soon as they finished with this, the young man would be ready to go. In a few minutes, they came to a waterfall in the middle of the forest, where the mentor said that first they would try to use internal breathing. The young man, addressing his grandfather, emphasized that it was still quite cold and asked if he would have to go into the water at this time. The gray-haired man confirmed the guesses, saying that when the boy's inner world reaches a balance, the anger will dissipate by itself, and the one that remains can be controlled. The young man had no other option but to listen carefully to everything and begin to mentally prepare himself for the cold water dive. So, in a few minutes, he was sitting on one of the stones under a strong stream of water, trying to hold on for the best effect. Although the more he stayed like that, the harder it was to hold back, because in an hour his expression changed dramatically, and it became clear that he was very cold. Watching this, the grandfather began to worry that the student could not concentrate in order to finally control his inner power. At the edge of his vision, the young man could see the silhouette of his mentor, but no matter how much he wanted to do what was required of him, he could not do it. That's why the gray-haired man tried to communicate with Seo Moon in his mind, trying to explain to him what he had to do to stay warm. The mentor hoped that the young man would soon be able to relax and surrender to the peace and pleasure that originated in his soul. Not noticing any changes, the gray-haired man continued to mentally tell the boy that his body was big enough, so he would be fine. At this time, Seo Moon did not hear anything, because he was busy thinking about his headache and thought that he might even die because of it. However, in a moment of relaxation, the young man realized that the cold was disappearing, and, opening his eyes wide, he assumed that with the help of this technique, the world had become an illusion for him. After a few minutes spent in harmony with himself, the boy raised his head and looked up and said to himself that he had to multiply this power. Therefore, he immediately began to act and, using his inner energy, began to attract air currents that formed small blue waves. It was not easy to do, so at some point, after a lot of effort, the young man finally gave up because he felt the cold that had so suddenly pierced his body again. The old man who was watching all this with his mouth wide open began to loudly call the student a loser who could make such a small mistake and ruin everything. So, the older gentleman shouted at Seo Moon with his mouth wide open to finally get his act together and trust his body 100% and get results. Of course, the guy had no other option but to try to use his energy again, because it was the only option that would keep him alive. The gray-haired man with his mouth wide open froze in place as he began to notice the changes that began to occur under the waterfall where his student was sitting. The first thing that caught the mentor's attention was how free the young man felt in that environment, and the second was the orange lights that appeared next to him. And this meant only one thing, that Seo Moon had succeeded. So the older gentleman put his hand on his chest and exhaled with relief. A few minutes later, the boy swam closer to his grandfather and looked him in the eye and told him that, in the middle of the waterfall, he stopped feeling cold. However, he did not immediately receive praise, but instead received a blow to the head with a stick, followed by complaints that he could not trust his body. It didn't end with one blow. The grandfather hit his grandson again, saying that he was already worried that they would never see each other again. Seo Moon decided that he was not ready to endure these beatings, so he jumped to the side and quickly ran away from his grandfather, who was swinging for another blow. Late in the evening, a gray-haired man and his student sat by a lighted candle, where the man told them all the information he knew about martial arts. On this day, they talked about the teachings of the Heart Sutra, which was created for the weaker monarchs who later became omnipotent masters. After listening to everything carefully, Seo Moon decided to lament that he needed to read old books in order to cope with the breathing exercises. The grandfather, hearing this suggestion of his grandson, added that the fundamental element of this teaching is the liberation of the consciousness from everything that can interfere. After a second pause, the man added that if everything is done only for the sake of benefit and certain merits, it will be difficult for the young man to ever finish his studies. That's why the next morning, they came back to the waterfall to practice what he had learned from his grandfather last night. While the young man was sitting under the flow of oxen, the gentleman emphasized that he should strive for the absence of thoughts, and sooner or later, he would be able to achieve enlightenment. When Seo Moon saw these, his grandfather said that before he could go out into the world, he needed to learn the teachings of the Heart Sutra. And first, what he needs to do is to understand his thoughts, then he needs to reveal himself as an ideal person, and then everything will work out for him. And in a few minutes, various blue lightning bolts began to hover in the air around the young man, and this could not but delight the mentor who was waiting for it the most. But then the man realized that the boy had managed to pass through the third gate of heaven, and it became clear that the student had a great deal of inner strength. After that, the grandfather began to think that maybe today Seo Moon would be able to open all 5 gates. And suddenly the young man opened his eyes wide. At the same time, various energy flows of different colors and properties continued to be created around him. As the gray-haired gentleman watched, he could hardly hold back the tears that appeared in his eyes from joy for the student who had finally managed to achieve something. However, in a matter of seconds, the grandfather could not restrain himself and let his emotions run wild because he had been trying to teach the boy for so long, and now he had nothing to worry about. After everything that happened, on the way home, along the path through the forest, the mentor told the boy that after the waterfall, he was to prepare him for monasticism. Then the gray-haired man turned his gaze forward, paused for a moment, and added in a serious tone that there was no need for this now. Seo Moon was surprised to hear what had happened, and his mentor, smiling broadly, said that he would no longer teach him because he had already learned everything on his own. This information surprised the young man, so he stopped and asked with bewilderment in his eyes what exactly he had learned that had changed so dramatically. The older gentleman did not like this question very much, but he answered anyway, saying that he had seen the young man open the third gate during training under the waterfall. Then he paused for a moment, and then asked Seo Moon a question to find out how he was feeling at the time, and whether something had changed. The guy said with a joyful expression that at first he had a headache and felt nauseous, but at some point he felt better, and his mood improved. The grandfather raised his index finger up and emphasized that he was familiar with all these feelings, and explained that this was how the gate he had told him about had opened. After that, the mentor said loudly, laughing, that even if you strive for this all your life, it is very difficult to achieve such a result. Seo Moon still didn't understand whether it was good or bad, so he asked himself with a confused expression to know for sure what he had achieved. The grandfather looked up and happily said that even the greatest martial artists consider it a miracle that not everyone can achieve. After walking a few meters, the young man noticed a falcon in the sky and, holding out his right hand, called him to sit on it, since they had not seen each other for a long time. When the bird landed on his hand, the boy was very happy about it, because for some time he had been avoiding it. But now they can be considered good friends again. After that, Seo Moon turned to his grandfather, emphasizing that the bloodlust seemed to have dissipated because the falcon was finally able to land on his hand. The gray-haired man added with a raised eyebrow that the boy had opened the gates of heaven and cleansed the veins, so it was no wonder that the jhana had simply disappeared. Immediately after saying this, the man turned his gaze to the other side, and stroking his beard said out loud that there were some strange things in this situation. The young man, holding onto the bird, asked his grandfather what he meant, because he did not understand what could have happened that was not consistent with the situation. The mentor lightly hit the guy on the head and said that he was dumb as a rock, and then asked him to tell how he was able to reach such a level. About 2 years have passed since that day, and the boy has grown up quite a bit, and is now quite skillful at shooting several arrows at once and hitting the target. His skill had already reached such a level that he could successfully destroy his target not only in the sky, but also underwater, catching fish in this way. That's why he and his grandfather gathered around the fire again, where the older gentleman listed all the skills of the young man and said that he had already learned all the basics. Seo Moon was both angry and saddened by this information, because he considers himself a first-class shooter who has achieved a high level of skill. After a short pause, he put his hands together as if holding a bow, and said that even during a wolf's pace he would be able to hit the target. Then he showed 3 fingers to symbolize that he could hit 3 arrows at the same time, even during the same wolf gait. The older gentleman hit the boy on the head with his fist to keep him from getting embarrassed, because real masters of their craft do not behave like that. Having calmed down a bit, the grandfather emphasized that an arrow that is full of internal energy is considered the pinnacle of skill. Hearing these words, Seo Moon looked up and began to recall aloud that he had already heard something similar about a sword, and not about arrows, as his grandfather said. Then the young man began to spread his arms in different directions, saying that he did not understand how to control the movement of arrows, especially if there were several of them. The gray-haired gentleman was seriously angry, so he raised his eyebrows and said that if you can launch arrows in the usual way, then you can also use what he said. Then the grandfather asked Seo Moon if he could hunt without an arrow, and the young man, with his mouth wide open in surprise, replied that it was simply not possible. The mentor emphasized in a serious tone that until the boy mastered the formless attack, he would never come close to a real great power. The young man was getting angry with himself because he did not understand how to achieve this. So he said that, if it was possible, let his grandfather demonstrate it to him. Putting his hands out in front of him, the man said that he would not do this because he had already shown the student the limit of all his capabilities. After a short pause, the gray-haired gentleman added that among their ancestors there was one young man who managed to surpass even his skills. Suddenly, this story was interrupted by Seo Moon, who had been thinking about the shot all along, and therefore said that if you shoot without arrows, you will hear the sound of a stretched thread. Before responding to this information, the old man sat down in a lotus position and asked the other man how many full years he was currently. The young man answered that he was 17, and then his grandfather said that by understanding the wolf's gait and shooting several arrows, he could say that he had become a hunter. Only after that did the grandfather begin to tell the story of that boy, so that his grandson would finally realize that not everything is as easy for everyone as it was for him. As soon as the gray-haired gentleman finished, he said that Seo Moon had to go to the village of the patriarch who belongs to their family tomorrow morning. Then the man gave him a book and said that the boy should take it with him because it contains all the basics of the technique of improving internal energy. The young man immediately picked up the book in order to carefully examine its wrapper and read what was written on it. The next morning, as soon as the sun began to rise, Seo Moon set out through the mountains and forests, and after walking several kilometers, stopped at a large lake. Looking up into the sky, he addressed his ancestors and said that he had come to guide them to the right path in this life. Then he got down on his knees and said that he wanted to achieve the goal they had dreamed of all their lives, so he asked to be guided to the right path in his endeavors. After that, having walked a few more kilometers, the guy saw an obstacle in the form of a large cliff that was impossible to jump over. It became clear that we needed to go down to continue the journey, but looking from above, the guy was simply breathless because of the height, but he simply had no other option, which is why Seo Moon tied the rope and began to take slow, careful steps down. Suddenly he saw a hole in the stone wall, and on top of it was written that it was the gate to the great hall of the LG family, who were his direct relatives. Entering the room, he began to look around, and the energy that was blowing around him was a bit alarming because it was saturated with death. At some point in the silence, he heard a knocking behind him, which frightened him, and made him turn his head quite sharply and quickly in that direction. Looking around, the young man saw nothing, but in his imagination he began to imagine what it could be, and was most inclined to some kind of animal. Gathering all his courage in his fist, Seo Moon turned back toward the knocking and said out loud to himself that he would see who was stronger, him or his opponent. He was so confident in himself that he did not even wait for someone to attack him. He just started approaching strange sounds on his own. However, with every next step, the young man felt a rather strong flow of energy that did not allow him to walk normally without exerting much effort. But he also did not intend to give up, so he began to use his energy to somehow facilitate his movement forward. Stopping on the spot, The young man said out loud that his guess was correct, and that he was able to overcome even this powerful spiritual attack thanks to the sutra technique. After that, he began to laugh out loud, because he realized that this technique simply cannot be replaced by anything else, and it comes in handy in any situation. Taking a few more steps forward, Seo Moon felt an even stronger flow of energy, and this time, he even had to shield himself from it with his hands. However, even in these circumstances, the guy realized that he simply could not give up and lose to her, so he had to make every effort to overcome her. It was so difficult for him that in a few minutes, he could not even take a step to move forward. At some point, the young man lost his balance and was forced to go down on one knee in order to at least somehow hold on and get some rest. Then he sat down on the ground and looked at his shoes and began to think about whether he had reached a point that he could not overcome right now. After a few minutes in this position, something suddenly caught the young man's attention, and that's why he turned his gaze to the left. What he saw in front of him was simply amazing to him, and so he stared at it for several minutes with his mouth wide open. Then he got to his feet and walked over to the 3 paintings hanging on the wall and couldn't understand how they could have such a strong energy. Then he turned his attention to the box next to him and assumed that family heirlooms might be stored there, so he began to open it carefully. And as soon as he managed to do so, he saw a book inside and a bow, and picked it up and realized that it seemed quite heavy for its size. He was quite surprised by this, so he spent several minutes looking at it and trying to understand what could be such a peculiarity of this weapon. Putting the bow aside, Seo Moon took out a book and leaned against the box and began to leaf through the pages to understand what it could be about. After reading a few pages, the boy realizes that this is the diary of a man named Elsie Heck, who continued to improve himself in his venerable age. Reading further, the guy realized that this gentleman was a bit selfish, because having created his technique, he considered it simply the best in the world. However, the next sentence made me change my mind because it said that there was still one drawback to this technique that could not be easily corrected. And it was that if the internal energy is very poorly developed, then using this style, you can lose all your fervor in one fight. That's why he began to look for a special method for cultivation, and one day he realized that breathing was the basis of such techniques. After this conclusion, the gentleman stood up and walked to the exit, saying that the sun was already setting and he still had so much to do. After all, he realized that he had very little time left, and that's why he was so focused on what he needed to do, not on his rest. And it was at this moment that a wonderful idea came to his mind, where he decided to leave the sword of triple unity to his followers, and it would become part of Wu Wei. After reading these lines, Seo Moon was surprised that the man had created such a difficult martial art just before the end of his life. Turning the page, the boy noticed that the handwriting in the book changed, and the name of the grandfather's grandson was already mentioned, who began to look for blades. This information surprised the young man a bit because, according to his grandfather, he was supposed to be the first to enter this cave after the one who created the martial art. But he did not finish reading at this point, but continued. And it said that the grandson did not learn his grandfather's skills, but rather used archery. That is why he decided that he should try to combine his own fighting style and the sword of triple unity that his grandfather left for him. The man tried so hard to do everything perfectly that his training took place from the moment the sun rose until the time it set. Some days did not produce any results, and some were so inspiring that after them, the gentleman could not even sleep because he could not wait until the next morning to continue. But on one of the days, the man's hope gave up because he believed that during his training, he could not even master 1/3 of the technique. And only now he came to the conclusion that this technique was not just great but holy. It was so powerful, and this is not even the limit. And yet he was pleased that he had contributed at least a part of his teaching here, because future generations will be able to continue his path with their own strength. And that's why he decided that he would develop great archery techniques, because he likes it more as a weapon than a sword. While developing his technique, the man managed to create a formless attack that gave great results in the fights in which he participated. The uniqueness of this technique was that a person does not need an arrow when shooting. He or she must use his or her inner strength. After all, it is the archer who has to push off the string on the bow and hit the target in order to inflict as much damage as possible on the opponent. One day, a man tested this technique by launching his power into a large rocky mountain, and during the collision, a powerful red explosion occurred. Everything around him collapsed in an instant, and small particles flew everywhere, but the gentleman managed to stand on his feet without any injuries. After reading these stories, Seo Moon realized that his grandfather was not lying to him when he talked about the real powerful force that can be wielded. The young man could not stop reading, because what he read in just a few minutes inspired him to achieve his goals. So, he began to read more carefully about how to shoot without an arrow, and what its advantages were. But at some point, a strange sound interrupted his reading, and turning his head, he realized that it was just a swaying painting hanging behind him, and perhaps it was a sign that he should look at it. After spending a few minutes on it, the guy realized that this technique combines 3 completely different styles, and that is why it looks so strong and heavy. Then Seo Moon saw a hole in one of the paintings, and assumed that it could have been made by the same shapeless attack. After that, the young man began to look at the paintings again, wondering if he was ready to follow the same path to receive such an award. Then he picked up a heavy bow, and looking at it, assumed that it might come in handy in time, so he took it with him. While pulling the string, the guy realized that an ordinary bow could not withstand the fervor of Kai during formless shooting, so this weapon was created. After a few hours in this place, Seo Moon sat down a little further away from the paintings and began to think about relaxing a little. It has been 10 days since the young man came to the cave and began to study the art of Wu Wei, and so far he has had to relax quite often. After all, he had to work hard and manage to gather all his inner energy at the very foundation during these days, and this is a very big step. Closing his eyes, the young man felt that right now, 2 rather large forces were raging inside him, which he would eventually learn to use for their intended purpose. During this time, Seo Moon came to the conclusion that this style is truly incredible because in such a short period of time, he was able to develop his inner strength so much. At some point, the guy opened his eyes sharply and began to tense up because he felt that something was starting to happen that he could not control yet. And all because these 2 forces began to fight with each other, and he cannot intervene in any way because it could cause him serious harm to his health. So, right now, he needs to decide whether to continue his training or call it quits and continue next time. And at that moment, he remembered his grandfather's words that many of his predecessors had crippled themselves with this technique, so he had to learn to stop in time. But even these words did not make the guy leave everything quickly, because he hesitated, because he had already come such a long way and had to give up everything. And it is because of these facts that Seo Moon decided to trust the Heart Sutra and at the same time use the Wu Wei technique to keep going. It was such a powerful energy that the young man's eyes began to glow red and everything around him began to collapse and fly away in different directions. In a few minutes, the guy's expression changed dramatically, and he said to himself that he had a feeling that his body was going to explode. At first, Seo Moon began to panic and wonder why he didn't stop, but in a few minutes, he realized that he needed to help himself. So, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate on his inner energy in order to calm down and restore his spiritual balance. In a few minutes, everything seemed to work out, and the guy began to feel much better and calmer. And finally, for a long time, he had a sense of harmony. He was very happy that he had succeeded, because if the 2 energies had collided, he would have been irrevocably killed. Then Seo Moon looked up the mountain and began to think about whether he had reached the limit of Wu Wei or whether he would have to do something else to do so. And just at some point he began to notice that he was not sitting on the ground at all, but was in the air, and this not only surprised him, but at first scared him. After a few moments of realization, the young man began to admire it, because just as he was about to get to his feet, his body was lifted into the air. Because of this incident, the young man turned his attention to the wooden box and suggested that it was probably time to start studying the art of swordplay. But when he got closer, he first took the bow, which seemed lighter this time, and wondered aloud if he should try a formless attack. To try this, he went outside for the first time in several days and chose a clearing in the middle of the forest and took a pose to shoot. As soon as he made the shot, everything seemed to work out well, and he could only evaluate the results on the tree that turned out to be the target. When Seo Moon approached the tree, he saw a giant hole in the trunk from his shot and wondered how anyone could escape from that. Then the guy went back to the cave because he is already a master of archery, so he had to learn the technique of the incomparable sword. In order to get back into the cave, the boy no longer used a rope to climb in, but began to use his ability to fly in the air. That's why in a few minutes, he found himself inside without even making any extra effort to get back in. The same energy that had prevented him from moving last time appeared in his path again, but Seo Moon was pleased that this time, it had no way to resist. After all, he himself has so much powerful power that when he uses it, he can move freely without any obstacles. When he came to the room where the paintings and the box were, the boy stopped near these objects and began to examine them carefully, this time studying the details. The only thing that stopped him was that he didn't know how to use a sword at all, and didn't understand what was depicted in the paintings at first, so he couldn't repeat it. So, he decided that for the first time, a wooden one would be enough for him to train, so that he wouldn't suddenly hurt himself while performing tricks. After a little rest, Seo Moon took out his wooden sword and began to repeat the first movement from the first painting in which he had to take out the sword. And so far he was doing well, but he decided to practice this movement several times to make sure everything was just perfect. Then he stopped and began to consider the next move, which was to make a stroke that started at the top and ended at the bottom. After this movement, the young man had a problem because he did not understand what to do next, so he said that it would be good if someone told him. Immediately after these words, an arrow appeared from the painting, moving very quickly toward him, and the guy screamed out loud in surprise. However, even during his confusion, he was able to lean back so that the arrow did not hit him in the face and thus take his life. Immediately afterwards, he ducked down a bit to protect himself from further possible attacks, which are not yet clear how they are taking place. Looking at the paintings in front of him, Seo Moon could not understand what it was and how it was possible that he was alone in this cave. However, he decided not to stop there, and so he took a pose to try to do what he had done again to check. That's why he tried to execute every movement perfectly in order to understand how the arrow flies out of the picture with nothing but a wall behind it. And as soon as it flew out, he dodged again. But this time, he already had an idea what could be the case that this would happen. Slowly rising to his feet, he began to carefully examine the following paintings, for they could also be used for some kind of training. So, he decided to study their meaning first before he started repeating the movement so as not to hurt himself when something started flying in his direction. Having studied everything, Seo Moon began to quickly and skillfully repeat the movements, applying all his strength to get a good result. And when the sword flew out of the next picture, the guy already knew exactly what move to make to escape its attack. Even though I knew what to do, when I landed, I assumed that I could have just lost my head if something had gone wrong. After that, he stopped again and began to look at the paintings and realized that he finally began to understand something about what was depicted there. Therefore, I decided to study the content of the third picture to see what kind of attack would come from it when I repeated its movements. And without thinking about it for a long time, he began to repeat it carefully because he did not know what to expect after he had done everything as it should be done. And his premonition did not disappoint him at all because his wooden sword was hit by such a powerful stream of energy that he could barely hold back with both hands. For the first few minutes, he felt a very strong pressure on him, so he took a wide stance to keep his footing during this attack. During all this, he realized that the first picture shows speed, the second shows quick movements, and the third shows combat strength. And so, the guy came to the conclusion that this is the meaning of the divine stance that everyone wants to learn in order to be invincible. When he finished looking at the paintings, late at night, Seo Moon moved to one of the glades in the forest and began to practice each movement with a full seat. Because he wanted to do in a fairly short period of time what others had been doing for months or even years, he decided that he didn't want to spend that much time. That's why he didn't rest much and trained a lot. Even at night, he couldn't go to bed without repeating the movement several times to improve them. The next day, he was already practicing near the paintings to see if he was doing everything as depicted. If he didn't want to finish everything quickly, it didn't work out at all because, as it turned out later, it also took him several months to study each painting. But even so, he still has one last painting that he still needs to study, and it was very frustrating for Seo Moon because it took so much time. However, there was no going back because I had already come so far, and there was no point in giving up everything to start all over again. Therefore, in order to feel better, he decided to conduct some of his workouts in the forest, where he could at least somehow distract himself from the monotony. And during the next training session, the young man managed to split a giant tree into 2 equal parts with a single blow. Immediately after that, he used a shot without an arrow at a stone wall to find out if he was good at it in open space. Having done all this, he stopped nearby and began to observe what would happen next, after what he had done to assess the scale of his work. And as it turned out, it took him 2 years and 3 places to perfectly learn the first step of the incomparable sword of triple unity. So, he threw the first painting on the ground, proud of himself, because despite all the difficulties he faced, he was able to overcome them. After that, he dropped the second picture, which he also studied thoroughly, and realized that this technique was intended for defense, in order to win without destroying opponents in vain. Next, Seo Moon turned his gaze to the last painting, and he paused for a while because it was the one he had studied the longest of all. So, before he dropped it, he decided to repeat the movements depicted on it again to make sure he was doing everything according to the instruction. And while using his power, he shouted that the third step of the incomparable sword of the triple balance is the blade that simply pierces the truth. After using his power in the cave, a small collapse of stones occurred, which slightly blocked the entrance and left the paintings thrown down. Looking at this mountain, the young man said with a serious expression that it was finally time for him to say goodbye to his ancestors and set off on his journey. For the first few minutes, he just stood there silently staring in front of him, because over the past few years, he had become so used to being in this place. But within seconds, he was down on the circle with his head to the ground, showing his respect and gratitude for the training and experience. After all this, Seo Moon packed his things and set off on his journey, and this time he had the opportunity to go in the winter season when it was very cold around. When he returned to his grandfather's house, the young man was constantly lying in a hammock and resting because he was so tired of training all the time over the past few years. The older man did not like this, so he constantly showed his dissatisfaction until his grandson told him that he had a specific goal. And while the mentor was waiting impatiently to hear her answer, the boy closed his eyes and said that he wanted to live in peace and not know grief, just resting like that. However, from the very beginning, it was clear that the gray-haired man would not like this answer and would have to teach this impudent man a lesson. Putting his fist in front of him, the grandfather shouted at Seo Moon to try to dodge his punch, and then they could talk about normal life. The young man slowly put his hand in front of his face and managed to stop his mentor, saying that he had long surpassed all his skills. The older man had no intention of stopping, so he continued to push, and his grandson told him that he was wasting his energy on this fight. Grandpa couldn't just stop the whole whirlwind of his bad emotions, because he wanted to kick this guy's ass so badly that he would finally start moving. But the boy was able to stop the next punch with his index finger alone, so it became clear that there was no point in teaching him to use his fists. The gray-haired gentleman was sorry that he was already in the position of not being an authority for his grandson, and did not know how to proceed with his development. So, when they gathered around a lighted candle in the evening, the man said that he would not blame the young man for his lifestyle, but suggested that he find a wife. In order to procreate, the young man did not like this idea, and asked the interlocutor if there were women around. The older gentleman, with his eyebrows drawn together in a serious tone, said that he was not here, but that his grandson's future wife was in Zhongyang. After that, his grandfather explained that when Seo Moon was 4 years old, he met the leader of the Sichuan Dan family and made arrangements with him for a wedding. Then the man gave a non-fruit badge to prove that he was the long-awaited son-in-law and that the other half should be the leader. Then the mentor gave his grandson his favorite book and told him that it belonged to the monarchs of the Shaolin Palace, so he should leave it there when he travels. At that moment, a black-haired boy was riding a horse in the middle of the forest, and you could see fear in his eyes, so it became clear that he might be running away from someone. Turning his head back, the guy shouted to his horse to run faster because he had already realized that he could not trust the scout's word. But at some point, an unpredictable event happened that made the horse jump to the side, and thus its owner simply began to fall to the ground. A few minutes later, the guy approached his animal and realized that it was lying in front of him without any signs of life, so he asked for forgiveness. At that time, a herd of horses with riders holding their saws tightly in their hands followed them along the forest paths to attack. When the chief among them saw the man they recognized, he knelt down on the ground and ordered his subordinates to catch him and tie him up. But before that, the man introduced himself, and he turned out to be Taru, who is the leader of the Baihe tribe, and offered the boy to surrender to save his life. However, the young man had no intention of doing such a thing, so he pulled out his sword and said that he was ready to fight and die here if necessary. And without waiting for someone to attack him, the young man rushed into the fight to demonstrate that he was not afraid of anything. When their swords touched, there was a small release of energy that forced them to stop for a few minutes. However, the Taru chief immediately took up a stance so that he could again be able to deflect the blow in time if this guy decided to do so. As soon as the dust settled, his opinion changed, and so he decided to show his skills and swung his weapon so that his opponent's hat flew off. After that, he was able to take the sword out of the hands of the insolent young man and put the sharp end of his sword to his face, waiting for some words. But then he asked a question to find out his name, and his opponent immediately informed him that he was the deputy chief of the Yaku tribe, and his name was Gu Yuk. And finally, the guy asked that his death be worthy, and after listening to Tara carefully, he said that he was a man of honor, so everything would be as good as possible. And when Gu Yuk took the right position, his opponent came closer to him, and slowly raised his sword to deliver a fatal blow. Taru was so confident that he could do it perfectly, that he did everything very slowly than usual, and so he even said goodbye to the hostage in the end. However, what happened next made him very angry, because at some point, an arrow from a nearby tree flew into his right arm and stuck, and after everyone turned their gaze to him, the attacker who had dared to shoot the leader began to descend from the highest branch to the bottom. As soon as it descended, everyone took their positions in order to defend themselves with dignity, but at the same time, tried to look at it carefully. An unfamiliar black-haired guy with his arms folded over his chest smiled slightly and said that it was a shame to attack a group of people against one. With a serious expression on his face, the chief said that he was the leader of the Baihe tribe, and his name was Taru, and he asked the stranger's name. At first, the guy decided not to tell us his name, so he yawned loudly and said that he was just an ordinary man who was sleeping peacefully and was woken up. Gu Yuk turned his gaze to him with a bewildered expression and tried to figure out how this young man could be so carefree. Taru's chief assistant, holding his spear in front of him, called the other man an insolent and ordered him to bow his head before the chief. However, they still did not understand who they were dealing with, so an unknown guy raised his head high and said that they should bow down. Naturally, everyone around them did not like this wording, so they began to prepare their weapons to attack at the first order. The young man was not at all afraid of this group of rivals. He calmly took out his bow and with a serious expression shot one arrow right at them. The defenders who were standing nearby noticed that an arrow had hit each of them directly in the shoulder without touching vital organs. After that, the stranger turned to the leader and emphasized that if he tried to give the order to attack again, he would simply be the first to die. As soon as he finished the last word, he fired another arrow that hit Taru's other shoulder, who was shocked and could not put two words together. When the rescuer managed to tie up the attackers, the victim thanked him for saving his life, and then the stranger wanted to know the reason for the attack. Gu Yuk explained that although they were from the same tribe, there were tribal wars going on around them, so he asked the rescuer where he was going. The interlocutor quickly replied that he was on his way to the Shaolin Temple, and, after a second pause, asked Gu Yuk if he knew the way there. Upon hearing this information, the guy froze with his mouth wide open in amazement, because this Shaolin is 21 days from Beijing. The stranger then asked about the Dan Sichuan family, and the young man replied that the road to them could take about 5 months and was very difficult. After receiving this information, the newcomer grabbed his hair and changed dramatically in his face because he did not expect his journey to take so long. And then the memory of his grandfather came to mind, who told him that if he hurried, he could get there in just 1 month. Then he raised his head up and shouted angrily, addressing his grandfather, asking why he had deceived his grandson. Gu Yuka, seeing this state of his savior, decided to intervene and suggested that they stop at his settlement to rest before going on the road. The stranger had no other option but to disagree because he was so upset by what he had heard today, and by the fact that his grandfather had lied to him. While he and his new friend were walking along the forest path to the settlement, they met and saw a group of people on horseback. Seo Moon gritted his teeth, first tried to look at everyone carefully, and then asked the interlocutor who these people were, and assumed that they might be their enemies. Gu Yuk, smiling broadly, said that they were people from his village, and then added that they had probably gone to look for him when they saw him disappear. After saying this, the guy raised his right hand and began to address the leader, who moved first in this group of people because he was considered the most experienced. When the chief saw who was addressing him, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he was not prepared to find this young man without signs of life today. Then Gu Yuk began to talk to his leader about how he was very ashamed that because of his stupidity, many of their people had lost their lives today. The chief said that they were just defending their tribe, and then he turned his attention to the stranger and asked who he was and whether he posed a threat to them. The rescued guy was the first to respond, saying that this guy had saved his life and was a great shot. After reporting this information, the young man turned to Seo Moon and, pointing to the main man, told him that this gentleman was the leader of their tribe. After this introduction, the man folded his hands as if in prayer and added that his name was Marananta, and then thanked for saving the life of his deputy. Then everyone decided that they should return to the settlement once they had found the person they were going to look for, until they did. As soon as they arrived, Gu Yuk asked one of his assistants to serve Seo Moon, and that he should obey him until his last days. After hearing the order, the subordinate got down on one knee and put his hand to his heart, greeted him, and said that his name sounded like Masad. The newcomer responded by telling him his full name, and then said in a serious tone that he did not need to bend down on one knee in front of him. The assistant got to his feet and addressed the guy as Mr., and he didn't like that either, so he asked to be addressed by his first name. The guy was shocked by this request, so he asked a question to find out how he could address the people he would serve in such a way. Seo Moon realized that the guy would feel uncomfortable, so he began to get out of the situation and asked how old the other person was. When he heard the number 17 in response, the newcomer said that he was younger than him, so he could simply address him as a brother. The subordinate wanted to disagree, but Gu Yuk said that he had to do as Seo Moon asked, because from now on, he would have to follow all his orders. Then, when they moved to one of the tents, the assistant began to tell them that there are two communities here, one under the leadership of the emperor, and the other under the Gango group. The newcomer smiled happily because he already knew that Zhongyang was divided into the town of Gonghu and the Ming dynasty. The interlocutor smilingly emphasized that Gango is not a town, but an ordinary community of warriors located in a territory that is not part of the dynasty. After that, Seo Moon thought about it, because he was thinking completely differently, and a minute later, he asked the next question to find out if the Shaolin was the strongest clan. However, he was unable to get an answer to his question, because Gu Yuk entered the tent and addressed his new comrade and told him about a new battle. Seo Moon raised his eyebrows and said that it was very strange to hear this, because for the last few months there had been no news of any conflicts, but added that he was always ready. The deputy chief began to tell us that the Baihe tribe had stopped at a pass near the Maida Mountains, 20 miles from their settlement. After this information, the three went outside to discuss what they would do next to protect themselves and the people around them. Gu Yuk said that he wanted to go on a reconnaissance mission, and Seo Moon finally asked him to make sure he returned home safe and sound. The young man promised that he would try to do his best, and then turned to the new assistant and asked him to keep an eye on things. As soon as the deputy chief set off, Seo Moon asked his interlocutor how strong the Baihe tribe was, so that he would know what to expect. The young man replied that according to the information he knew, the army they had was 3 times larger than theirs, so they could be defeated in this battle. Having listened carefully to this information, the black-haired newcomer drew his eyebrows together in anger, saying that it did not sound very encouraging for them. In a few hours, all the troops available to the tribe were gathered to hold a briefing meeting before the battle. The leader emphasized that the fact remains that there are fewer of them, but the opponents are not organized and do not know how to fight in groups. The people who came to their lands were just watching at first, and when they saw that they were going to be attacked, the chief ordered them to defend themselves from 2 flanks. No one moved until the gentleman loudly shouted that it was time to move forward in order to win this fight. Before the 2 opponents faced each other, they had to run a few meters, shouting loudly, showing the seriousness of their intentions. Seo Moon was unable to stay in the town at this time, so he watched the battle from above with his aide, who told him that they were losing. After receiving this information, the black-haired guy turned to his subordinate and asked him to bring as many wooden branches as possible to this very spot. At that moment, the deputy leader was doing his best to survive in this difficult battle, where he was attacked by several rivals at once. Seo Moon, while on the mountain, asked his assistant to sharpen the twigs he had gathered, and he began to look carefully at the battlefield, raising his bow. When he fired the first arrow, he said out loud that he did not want to take anyone's life, but he would have to shoot to reduce the number of dead. As it turned out, he shot in such a way that his arrows fell into the hands of his opponents, and after that, they could not use their weapons normally. That is why his new comrade was able to continue to destroy his enemies in an easier way than he had before. After a few minutes, Seo Moon decided that there was no time to shoot 1 arrow at a time, so he took 5 arrows at once to kill more attackers at once. The assistant, who barely had time to feed the wooden arrows, was shocked by how quickly his master managed to shoot the arrows, and with several arrows at the same time. However, the atmosphere on the battlefield continued to be tense, as none of the soldiers had any intention of surrendering or even showing their weakness. Everyone was ready to fight to their last breath, so those soldiers who were the least likely to be helped were not happy to think that help was on the way. At one point in the battle, the head of the Baihe tribe stopped in one place and stood there with his mouth wide open in amazement, not understanding what was happening. An assistant who was standing nearby suggested that it might be the guy who caught him a few months ago and killed their colleague. The leader gritted his teeth and said that these skills were frightening, so he emphasized that he simply refused to believe his eyes. The interlocutor, not confused by the situation, told the chief that now was not the time to be surprised, because it was necessary to make a decision about the course of the battle. The man clearly realized that the fight was over when their soldiers lost confidence in victory, so the only thing they could do was to retreat. After these words, the assistant turned to face his subordinates and told them that they would now retreat to save their lives. To make sure that everyone heard about this decision, one of the soldiers picked up a trumpet and blew into it strongly, and only then did all his comrades understand what they had to do. The warriors who were outnumbered and saw that their opponents were retreating began to raise their hands in the air and loudly express their joy. At this time, Seo Moon's assistant also joyfully raised his hands in the air, saying aloud that they had won the victory because their enemy began to retreat. After it was all over, all the survivors returned to their village to celebrate the victory and take a break from the fight. The warriors were so proud of their achievement that today they allowed themselves to drink drinks that they usually do not drink because they destroy their strength. The only thing they still didn't realize was that they didn't win that victory on their own, but that Seo Moon helped them by shooting at their opponents. Guyuk finally returned to the village, and the first thing he did was run to his new friend to tell him what had happened. However, the substitute knew that this victory was due to the fact that Seo Moon decided to help them, so he got down on one knee to show his gratitude. After that, the young man got to his feet and pointed to the right, saying that his father and their general wanted to meet him now. After listening carefully, the newcomer said that he would meet them a little later, because at the moment, he just wanted to lie down and rest. Guyuk was surprised to find out that he was the one who had made this victory possible, and therefore he could receive praise. To which the boy replied that he was very tired of shooting arrows. And while they were talking about it, a big fire broke out in the settlement, where most of the tents where people lived were just burning with a big fire. Observing the chaos around him, Seo Moon asked his assistant with a bewildered expression who these people were and why they were doing this. The guy replied that it was the Yaoku soldiers. The newcomer still could not understand why they were burning down the settlement and taking all the inhabitants prisoner. The subordinate decided to express his assumption about the situation and said that he thought someone from this tribe was helping Baihei. Seo Moon still did not understand why they were abusing ordinary people so cruelly instead of taking away the perpetrators. After a short pause, the assistant said that, most of all, they do this to sell these people, or simply make them their slaves. These facts made the newcomer very angry, and it was evident in his expression. After listening to everything, he emphasized that this was a very heartless act. Then Seo Moon drew his eyebrows together and angrily said that it was time for him to attend this celebration so that everything would finally be made right. The people who had been gathered were brought together in one group and knelt down in several councils so that all their hands could be controlled more easily. Then everyone was called to the leader who, holding his sword in his hands, spoke about their help to the rivals, so they were sentenced to death. And as soon as he was about to make his plan, raising his sword high above the detainee's head, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice ordering him to stop. The leaders who were sitting at the table eating their lunch quietly also looked up from their meal to see who was so bold as to speak out. And as soon as they caught sight of this brave man, they saw a black-haired young man who was very serious and held a bow in one hand. The leader and his deputy jumped to their feet and joyfully greeted Seo Moon and invited him to their table to celebrate the victory together. The head of the department, spreading his arms to the side, happily said that they had received help only because of his help, so he began to sincerely thank him for his help. The guy did not react to these words. Instead, he pointed at the detainees and asked why they did not let these people go since the fight was over. The leader laughed out loud and said that his archery was simply unbeatable, but that he remained soft-hearted. Then the head added that he understood the newcomer's feelings, but he could not do anything about it, so he again suggested that the boy join their table. Seo Moon had no intention of giving up so easily, so he put his hands in front of his lips and continued to ask for the release of the detained resident. This made the leader very angry, so he angrily stabbed his sword into the ground, asking the other person if he understood what he was talking to. Pointing his index finger at the newcomer, the army general shouted that he really thought he could ask for whatever he wanted, thinking that he had helped them once. The chief turned to his assistant and asked him to calm down, because after all, they were celebrating today, so there was no need to start a conflict here. The warrior was so angry that he simply could not contain his emotions because he believed that Seo Moon had treated them very harshly. Then the deputy leader intervened in the conversation, first apologizing to the general and then emphasizing that thanks to Seo Moon, they had won. However, even these words did not calm the angry warrior, who continued to say that the newcomer began to speak disrespectfully to their leaders. Therefore, after all this, he pointed his finger at Seo Moon and turned to his subordinates and ordered them to capture this guy as soon as possible. The first three immediately set out to fulfill the task, so each of them tried to go on their own side so that the one who would be caught could not escape. The newcomer tried to warn them of the consequences, But the general did not want to hear anything, so he emphasized that he was a master at throwing blades. And immediately after these words, the leader and his deputy froze on the spot in shock at what was happening. For the first few seconds, the newcomer stood in his place almost without moving, because he was so confident in his abilities that there was no point in running away. But then something happened that he clearly did not expect, because at some point, just before the blade was about to hit his chest, he disappeared. As it turned out, his assistant ran ahead of him and covered Seo Moon with his body, and he himself was wounded without realizing all the consequences. Holding his subordinate in his arms, the newcomer was very upset that this had happened, but the victim asked him not to make a tragedy of it. Finally, he asked him to just smile, and Seo Moon agreed to fulfill this request in return if the victim promised him to survive. The guy had tears in his eyes and could not promise what was required of him, so he said that he was very happy to meet such a person. And as soon as he said the last word, he closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side, and it became clear that he died so young. This made the new guy really angry, so he started to turn on the red light and then turned to the general and asked how he dared to do that. When he received no response, he took the blade out of his subordinate's wound and looked at the soldier and said that they would see how he would cope. In a flash, the guy disappeared from his seat, and in a few seconds he was right in front of the general, who was not expecting. Seo Moon was so angry and upset that an innocent man had died because of such a stupid thing that he demonstrated all his power and strength. After killing the general, the boy turned to the Yaoku tribe and said that he would kill every single one of them because they did not deserve to live in this world. And using the power of the triune sword, everything around them began to collapse and fly apart, people holding on to each other to avoid flying away with the objects. Suddenly, the deputy leader who was standing behind Seo Moon intervened in this chaos and addressed him as a brother in order to stop this destruction. And he managed to do this, but the newcomer decided to leave their settlement in order not to cause trouble and not to regret the consequences later. Stopping halfway, he turned his head to Gu Yuk and first thanked him for the shelter, and then added that he would never forget him and his assistant. Kneeling down, the deputy, with tears in his eyes, asked me to remember him constantly and to know that he would always be waiting for him in this place. When he set out on the road, the first thing Seo Moon did was to remember his assistant because he was a very good guy who always helped him. So he hopes that he is now in a good place. Stopping his walk, the guy realized that 4 days had passed and he had not met anyone. He was a little bit upset that he had to travel alone, so he even started thinking about what his grandfather was doing there. And just as he was thinking, Seo Moon heard a familiar flap of wings above, so he looked around to see who it could be. As it turned out, it was his falcon, so in order to find out why he had come, the young man invited him to sit on his right hand, holding it up. When the bird settled on his hand, the young man smiled broadly with joy at their meeting, but he did not forget to ask how he had found it. While waiting for an explanation, Seo Moon began to speculate that something might have happened to his grandfather, and that's why the falcon had found him in the middle of this field. Then the animal showed that something was tied to its leg, so the boy quickly took out a sheet and began to carefully unfold it to read the contents. The letter said that the falcon missed his friend very much, so his grandfather sent him to him, and also emphasized that he should finish his work as soon as possible. He doesn't like to cook so often, and he's tired of getting his own food, so he asked his grandson to come back as soon as possible. The young man was not very happy with these words, but he was already happy with the fact that his bird would be with him, so after walking a few kilometers, he stopped for a stone. He was hiding behind it because he saw a tiger in a clearing in the forest, which, until he heard the thread being pulled, was calmly walking on the grass. As soon as the animal felt the danger to its life, it began to attack the attacker, but did not have time to do so. First, because the latter had already released an imaginary arrow. After that, Sun Myung Moon got to Beijing, and he was not walking alone, but carrying a giant beast that attracted the attention of everyone who was walking down the street at that time. At first, people did not notice that there was someone under the animal, so some shouted that they had to run away, and some wondered why this animal walked like a human. Once in the right place, Seo Moon threw off the body of the tiger and began to shake himself off to look good in front of the people in the square. Seeing that he had attracted attention with his appearance, the guy decided to use it to his advantage, so he began to loudly call everyone to sell the tiger. The buyers who heard that this animal was for sale began to compete with each other, each trying to shout out the highest amount of money to buy this object. Seo Moon watched with a sly smile as he watched what was happening around him, because he liked the fact that the amount was increasing every time. Suddenly, an old man approached the animal's body and examined the wound and said that it was indeed a very valuable specimen for display because it had minimal damage. Then the man got to his feet and said that the bones could be sent for the development of medicine, and given the size of the animal, there would be a lot of them. After that, he held up one paw and added that the claws would sell very quickly because they are often used in accessories, but they are very rare. Rubbing his thin beard, the gentleman said with a slight smile that the meat of this animal would be valued higher than any other animal. After saying all these facts, the old man looked up at Seo Moon and said that he was ready to pay 200 gold coins, and then asked if this would be enough. Hearing this price, the young man could hardly contain his emotions to keep from expressing his delight that he would be able to earn such a large sum from one animal. Then the man put this amount of coins in his hands, and the young man held them carefully, because in his entire life he had never seen such a sum in one pile. So, after giving away their prey, So Moon and his bird set off to explore the town to see what was interesting. The first place he went to was the canteen because he had been on the road for several days and hadn't eaten anything normal during that time, so he wanted to have a snack. As soon as he entered the place, an employee of the establishment immediately appeared in front of him and bowed low to him, welcoming him to their establishment. However, when I saw his clothes, I began to point him out, explaining that such a guy obviously did not have the means to visit such a place. Seo Moon took out a single gold coin and showed it to the canteen worker, so that he would finally realize that, despite his appearance, he had money. Taking the coin in his hands, the waiter immediately became more polite and welcomed the guest to their establishment and asked him how he could be of service. Then he bowed low and told him that in their restaurant you can order dishes for different tastes and choose your favorite drink. The guest, bypassing the waiter, began to walk further into the hall, looking around carefully to find a free seat at the table. An employee of the establishment, holding a hat, tried to catch up with Seo Moon, saying that this gold coin was more than his annual salary. So, he decided to escort this respectable gentleman to one of the best seats in the establishment to make him feel at his best. As soon as the guy made the order, his table was filled with a large number of plates with a variety of dishes that he decided to try one by one. The waiter did not leave his side for a minute, telling him about each dish, and then Seo Moon, biting into a piece of meat, said that he needed new clothes. An employee of the institution said with a serious expression that he would bring the best outfit they had for him to wear. But before going to buy clothes, the man decided to explain what style and color is in fashion now, so that there would be no misunderstandings later. Having received the agreement, the waiter quickly ran to bring the clothes because he thought that if he did everything right, he could get another coin. Suddenly, halfway through the journey, the man heard an order to stop, so he had to make a lot of effort to stop running so fast. When he approached Seo Moon, he asked if the waiter needed money, and the man replied that he didn't need anything, because what he had received was enough. After these words, the young man gave the employee another gold coin, which he immediately put in his pocket and then bowed low to thank the guest. Then he ran outside to bring clothes for the boy. As he ran, he waved his arms in different directions and shouted loudly that he was lucky today. A few hours later, he returned to the dining room with a bundle containing outfits made of the finest silk. Seo Moon thanked him, and then, taking another sip of his drink, asked him a question to find out how far it was to go from here to Sichuan. The waiter, having listened carefully to the question, replied that the road to that place was very long and that it was also very old. After a short pause, he added that those who decide to go there for the first time will have a very difficult time because it is very difficult to move around. But then he said that despite all these obstacles, there are still people who go to this place as a neighboring settlement, and it does them no harm. Seo Moon was very curious about who these people were, so he asked questions to find out and then decide whether he could go with them. An employee of the establishment with a serious expression quickly answered the question, saying that the agency that transports the goods was traveling on that road. Then he held his hands out to the side and added that these guys can get to different parts of the world, even when there are a lot of dangers waiting for them. Finally, the waiter paused for a moment and then asked a question to find out if the gentleman was trained in at least some martial arts for defense. Taking another sip of his drink, the guest replied that he knew the martial art to the level to defend himself, so the young man should not worry. So the employee went on to say that the gentleman could get a job at the agency as a guard, and then he would be able to find good friends and decent pay for his work. Sitting down next to the guest, the waiter pointed to one of the tables, saying that people who had been working there for several years were sitting at it. After a good lunch, Seo Moon went out to the streets of the town and began to look for the premises where the agency was located in order to get a job there. After walking a few streets, the young man realized that it would not be easy to find the cantorium, although he thought he could do it in a few minutes. Stopping in his tracks, he began to look around because he did not understand where he needed to go next to get the desired result. He stood in one place for a few minutes, wondering if he really needed that place, or if he could set off on his own. At first, Seo Moon decided to call his falcon to him, so he put his lips together and whistled loudly so that it could hear him. As soon as the bird started flying around him, the boy put his right hand up so that the animal could sit on it. When the falcon landed on his arm, the young man began to tell him about the route they had to take to get to the right agency. After listening carefully, the bird took to the air and began to fly, showing its companion the way, because it became clear that he did not know how to get there. Walking through the streets for a few minutes, Seo Moon arrived at a large building with a sign on it that said the name of the agency he needed to transport goods. So, having thanked the bird for its help, the young man began to walk inside with confident steps, ignoring the man sitting at the entrance. But he wouldn't let such impudence pass, so he immediately asked where the young man was going, and Seo Moon told him that he came here because he was looking for a job. After hearing this, the gentleman got to his feet and said that the recruitment of guards for this season had already ended, so he invited the boy to come back next time. The guy held his hands out to the side and began to plead for pity, saying that he had come here from a long way away and could not return home without anything. After hearing this, the man replied with a serious expression that he could not do anything because the young man came when the entire warehouse was staffed. Gritting his teeth in anger, Seo Moon asked when the next set would take place to understand what he would need to do in this case. The gentleman, heading inside the room, replied that no one knows. Maybe it will happen when there are more orders for transportation. The guest decided not to miss the opportunity to work here, so he quickly ran to the front to stop the man and talk to him. Folding his hands as if in prayer, he began to ask for some other job until a new recruitment to the guards took place. The man said, loudly smiling, that the boy was ready to do anything because it was not often that you could find people like him. Seo Moon raised his eyebrows in anger and said that he was ready to do anything to fulfill his dream of becoming a guard for a freight forwarding agency. Then the gentleman offered the young man a job as a laborer who did not need to know martial arts because his duties included driving carts. Of course, the young man did not expect to hear such a proposal, so he stood for a few seconds and thought about whether he really needed to make such sacrifices. Seeing this reaction, the man began to rub his beard, asking the other man if he was ready to start working or had already changed his mind. Seo Moon shouted out loud that he was ready to take advantage of any opportunity that could bring him closer to realizing his cherished childhood dream. So, a few hours later, he was given a black uniform and told that he had to load the goods onto wagons with other laborers. At some point, one of his colleagues came up to him and emphasized that he had been watching the guy and he looked strong, so he decided to meet him. Then the man smiled sweetly and said that he always sees a guy with a bow, even though he is loading goods, so he asked if he really wants to be a guard that badly. Seo Moon opened his mouth wide and began to laugh out loud, saying that this and the bao were his family heirlooms, so he didn't want to leave them unattended. After that, all the loaded wagons and the guards set off, first through the field, and then along narrow forest paths. The leaders of the convoy discussed among themselves that the transportation had to go perfectly because their future depended on it. The new handyman sat next to the one who had met him at the agency, but during the first few hours of the trip, they didn't speak at all. Then one of the main guards rode up to them on a horse and addressed the gentleman as a chief and asked which way would be safer for them. The man told him about the two paths, and the guard decided to choose the first one because it was the quickest way to get there, but there was a problem because there was a tiger's lair. The chief explained that of course it was the right choice, and if they managed to pass this lair successfully, the rest of the journey would be safe for them. Therefore, it was decided to follow the advice, and when they began to approach the dangerous place, the chief ordered the guards to look around vigilantly. The two colleagues were discussing among themselves whether they would go through with it this time, or whether they would have to swing their swords a bit. Continuing to fantasize, one of them said that if enemies appeared in front of them, he would simply behead them, and that would be it. While everyone was quietly moving along the road, something in the dense green bushes caught Seo Moon's attention, so he began to look at it carefully. In a few minutes, he managed to find out that a few kilometers away, there was a group of people who wanted bloodshed, and there were several times more of them than guards. Suddenly, the leader, who was moving first on the horse, sharply raised his right hand and shouted to the others to stop in their tracks. And it was not just his whim, but he did it because a group of armed men were moving at a fast pace right at their convoy. When one of the guards saw the attackers, he raised his sword and ordered his subordinates to protect the goods he found on the carts at all costs. The leader of the attackers stopped a few meters away and laughed loudly, saying that he was seeing people from the transportation agency. With a serious expression on his face, the chief said that the man had noticed everything correctly and then decided to introduce himself, so he said his name was Li Jin. The thief continued to smile broadly, saying that he was the leader of the Tiger Jaw gang, and his name was Joe Ryuk Woon. The guard said that he was rumored to be a man of honor, so he asked why his men decided to block the road. The leader of the gang put his hands to the side and said that they did not intend to block their way because they were here to welcome them. Then the man began to poke his little finger in his right ear, saying that last week a hailstorm destroyed all their fences, which they really needed. The leader of the guards, taking out a bundle of gold coins, said that he understood their problem because it would be expensive to repair the fences. The two handymen, who were afraid of all such situations, breathed a sigh of relief because they had already begun to think that a battle was about to break out. Some guards were angry that this situation was being solved by money, not that they just started fighting and killed everyone here. However, as soon as the attacker was about to take the money, an unforeseen situation occurred that violated their peace agreement in an instant. A group of people who blocked the road put their swords in front of them and shouted that they had to go on the attack now. The guards pulled out their weapons and tried to find out who had dared to attack for the first time, as everything unfolded so quickly that no one understood anything. As soon as everyone met each other, a great battle unfolded on the lawn, in which each of the warriors tried to win the victory over the opponent. The leader of the attackers told his men that most of their opponents had no combat experience, so they could be quickly destroyed. At that time, the chief and Seo Moon were sitting on the wagons, holding the ropes with their hands to control the horses, and had no intention of interfering. The new guy took a sad deep breath and exhaled, saying that it all started because of one fool who couldn't control his emotions. Earlier, one of the attackers had approached one of the guards with a sneering smile, and this had already created a tense situation between them. The man walked up to the warrior and continued to smile, saying that their leaders had made a deal and that they could finally meet each other. But the guard could not stand this tension, so he took out his sword and swung it, shouting that he should not come closer to him. The attacker remained unharmed, but he opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that he had been attacked for no reason. A few minutes passed and the battle was still going on, so Seo Moon took the arrows and began to climb up on the roof of the wagon to help his colleague. When the boss saw what his partner was about to do, he began to say with a frightened expression that such attackers usually do not touch people like them. However, the man did not really know that this newcomer could destroy several opponents with just one shot from his bow. That's why he didn't listen to anything, just smiled at the other man, and then began to draw an arrow, aiming at the field where the battle had taken place. In a few minutes, he managed to shoot several arrows that hit the targets exactly, which allowed his comrades to repel the attacks. Suddenly, the leader of this gang stopped in his tracks and looked around, and noticed that his men were being killed with arrows, so he decided to find out who was shooting. And at that very moment, the leader of the guards ran up to him, and, swinging his sword, struck him with a blow that turned out to be incompatible with life. So after that, the rest of the attackers quickly turned to the forest and began to run away together into different directions, as each of them began to worry for their lives. The chief, looking after them, cursed at first, because in a few minutes a mess appeared around them, in which several of his men were killed. The assistant came up and said that they had already counted their losses, and it turned out that 11 men were killed and 17 wounded. The chief guard turned to the survivors and told them that they would continue their journey as soon as they had dealt with the bodies of their dead comrades. He then turned to his subordinates who could not continue to ride horses because of their injuries, and suggested that they move to wagons. Only after all this did the leader of the guards approach Seo Moon and sincerely thank him for his help, emphasizing that without him, they would have died. After that, the man decided to ask the name of their assistant, and the guy folded his arms as if in prayer, and quickly said his full name. When he received the answer, the gentleman said that with such abilities, it would be inappropriate for a guy with such abilities to work part-time at such a job, and for such a meager salary. Seo Moon said that he shouldn't be praised so much because he was just a shooting enthusiast who was sometimes interested in hunting as a child, and nothing more. Having finished the conversation, the group of people continued their journey because they did not have time to stay in one place for long. Therefore, a few hours later they arrived at a place called Bank Tai Hua and settled there to rest for a while before continuing. For the past few days, the laborers have been working at the stoves where they prepared medicinal tinctures every day, which made everything around them soaked in bitterness. One of the workers turned to his friend and said that they would do nothing about it because they had to prepare these medicines until everyone recovered. Then they began to think about whether it was possible that the captain would allow them to see the Shaolin Temple since they would be passing by it. At that very moment, a new colleague came up to me and tied his hair with a rubber band and asked me where the Shaolin temple was located. One of the laborers took the young man outside and pointed to a high mountain and said that behind it was another mountain with a monastery on it. Looking at the mountain with his mouth wide open, Seo Moon asked how far it was to go, and the other man replied that it was about 50 miles. After that, the young man came to the leaders of the guard and said that he wanted to go to the Shaolin temple because he had important, urgent business there. He folded his arms as if in prayer and said that he promised to return quickly and asked if the main gentleman would not object to what he wanted to do. The leader, taking a sip of his drink, told the boy not to worry because as long as the victims were treated for their wounds, they would stay in this place. Therefore, he can do what he has in mind. So Moon bowed low after hearing this opinion and sincerely thanked him for the opportunity to go on business. A few hours later, he set off on a journey that first took him through a forest glade where he met a roe deer that tried to run alongside him. Suddenly, at some point, the young man heard the voices of children who were also running on this lawn because it was a common place for them to play in broad daylight. The three comrades stopped next to a large stone and practiced the triple sword technique, and they took it all quite seriously. Among them was even one girl who was very good at repeating all the tricks and elements that her fellow boys had shown her before. Watching this, Seo Moon said to himself with a smile that even on Mount Sung, children are having fun with such a serious martial art. In a few minutes, the young man arrived at the right place and, looking closely at the gate, finally realized what the sacred land on which the temple is located looks like. After looking at the gate, the guy slowly began to walk inside, where he was met at the entrance by two workers in yellow clothes. They simultaneously bowed and asked the guest to stop because the service was over for the day, so they advised him to come back tomorrow, but a little earlier. At first, the guest froze in place and then realized that it did not matter to him whether the service was over, because he had not come here today for it. Then he turned his head back and began to talk to himself, because he did not know what to say to these guys, because he had to return a rather strange book to their temple. So at some point he had a great idea, so he asked the staff with a sweet smile if he could meet with the rector, at least now. After a short awkward pause, one of the men asked the guest with a serious expression why he was meeting with their monarch at such a time. Seo Moon did not know what to say to this, but the employee was serious, so he demanded an explanation for the meeting, since it was not easy to meet with the rector. The guy decided that it would be better to tell the whole truth than to make something up, so he first gave his full name and only then said that he had brought a holy book. The men were a little confused by the information they heard, because they had heard about it from their ancestors, but they did not know that there was a whole book. So they didn't kick the guest out of the gate, but instead decided to take him to a person who knew more about it than they did. And they brought him to Young Gak, who was responsible for receiving guests. So he immediately asked him what he knew about the Heart Sutra. The young man folded his hands as if in prayer and said that he had all the information about this teaching, and the man froze with his mouth open when he heard this answer. Then Yunga raised his hands in the air and said that he was very happy to hear that this book had been found because it had been stolen many years ago. So the man turned to his subordinates, and waving his hand, he ordered them to go to the patriarch and quickly tell him about everything they had heard here. When he heard about the kidnapping, Seo Moon became worried because his grandfather told him that he had just borrowed the book to study and then couldn't return it. A few minutes later, the assistant came running back and said that the main man was ready to receive the guest, so Jung offered to take him to the right room. Upon entering the room, the young man sat down with several other men on a chair at a large round table with mugs of drink on it. Then a bald man with folded hands as if in prayer and a smile on his face said that his name was Yungo and he was the rector of this temple. Seo Moon sat at the table in confusion because all he could think about was that he might be killed here when they found out that his grandfather had stolen the book. The abbot smiled sweetly and asked him to tell everything he knew about their teachings, as this was very important information for their community. The men began to say happily that they had been looking for this book for so long, so they asked to know where the book the guy was talking about was now. After these words, Seo Moon got to his feet and slowly began to take off the bundle of his things in order to get what he promised to bring. As soon as the bundle was in the hands of the rector, he was overjoyed that he had managed to hold this book in his hands in his lifetime. In a few minutes, all the workers got to their feet and, folding their arms as if in prayer, began to bow low to the book that was lying on the table in front of them. Then they asked the guest what they could do to thank him, and the guy replied that he didn't need anything because he had found this book by accident. When the rector heard this explanation, he was a bit surprised by the word accidental, because they knew a slightly different story about the disappearance of this important book. The young man began to explain that he worked in a transportation agency, so one day he stopped in a cave where he found this book in a wooden box. Everyone who listened to this story was shocked by it, but most of all, they were interested in the fact that their guest worked for a well-known agency for the transportation of goods. In order to prove his affiliation with this cantonment, Seo Moon emphasized that he had been working there for several months and was hired as a laborer. After that, the rector said that the leader of that agency had been a monk of their church in the past, but at some point, he left the place. Then another gentleman interrupted the story and said that the man's name was Yuan Wan Sam, and they remembered that he was a very talented young man. After listening to everything, the guest bowed low and said that he was glad that he was able to return the book to its place, and said that it was time for him to return. The abbot began to ask Seo Moon to stay, because it would not be nice to let him go like that, even without showing gratitude for the return of such a valuable thing. Then he began to ask what the young man would like, and they would try to fulfill his wishes quickly and efficiently. All those present supported the words of the chief. Suddenly, another gray-bearded man burst into the room, a little late for the meeting, but already knowing by rumor that an important book had been brought. With a big smile on his face, the chief confirmed that the book was already in their possession, and it turned out to be true. As soon as the gentleman began to walk to the table, the other men began to bow to him in order to express their respect for their elder. Seo Moon, who had been looking at him carefully all this time, came to the conclusion that this gentleman was in charge since everyone was treating him so respectfully. When the elder passed by the guest, he also looked at him with a steady gaze, because he did not know whether he was a good person or vice versa. Approaching his assistant, the chief clarified that this young man had brought the holy book to them, and the latter briefly explained everything. After that, the elder, who was several times smaller than the guest, came up to him and, raising his head up, looked him straight in the eye. In this way, the man studied the person's aura, so he realized that this guy was very strong, despite his young appearance. Then the man folded his hands as if in prayer, and said with a wide smile that his name was Sonje Amitabha, and added that he was very happy to have such a visitor. Then the gentleman turned to his subordinates and told them to take the book to the storage room, because he wanted to talk to this young man alone. And finally, the elder said they asked Muma to come to this place as well, because recently it has stopped growing at all, and this needs to be addressed. Next, Seo Moon and her husband went outside and began walking up a large number of steps to get down to the ground and move to the right place. While they were doing this, the older gentleman thanked the boy for daring to return the book because it was of great value to them. The young man, smiling nervously, said that he had nothing to be thankful for and repeated that he was just lucky to find her at night in one of the caves in the forest. The elder said, smiling, that the boy had managed to deceive his subordinates, but that such lies would not work on him because he knew everything. Seo Moon became very worried because he didn't expect anyone to be able to discover his lie until he left the place, and now he's not in the best position. The elder stopped abruptly because he did not hear any explanation in response, so he asked in a serious tone how much longer the guest would play the fool. The young man realized that his interlocutor already knew about everything, so he decided to tell the truth, no matter how shocking it was, and therefore he mentioned Bo's name. At first, the gray-bearded gentleman was shocked to hear this name, and then looking in front of him, said that it was obvious because even then he was very strong. Then Sonia turned his gaze to the guest and asked him questions to find out how this boy could know their former monk. With a serious expression on his face, Seo Moon quickly replied that the man was his own grandfather, who had been caring for him all his life. After that, the interlocutor began to tell me that even in his youth, the young man was skillful because he could evade attacks using the technique of movement. Suddenly, my grandfather stopped again and said with wide eyes that he was able to touch it only when he used many different techniques at the same time. A second later, the elder added that he believed that the young man would be able to achieve his goal, so before he left, he said that he would definitely return the book. While the man was telling everything, Seo Moon was comparing the facts he knew, and for the first time in a long time, he became proud to have such a grandfather. At one point, the gray-bearded gentleman asked the guest a question to find out whether he had already mastered the knowledge from the book he had returned to the temple today. The guy did not want to say what he really knew how to do, so he tried to answer the question in a veiled way without telling the truth. Suddenly, a young man appeared on their way, folded his arms as if in prayer, bowed, and addressed the master, saying that he had come at his request. The elder looked at his subordinate in a serious tone and told him to come closer to them because he had stopped too far away to talk to them. As soon as he approached, the older gentleman began to say that it was difficult to find someone around who could compare to this young man because he was very bright. And it is precisely because of his abilities and capabilities that he is a representative of the next generation of Shaolin defenders who will remain on their shoulders in the future. Such people are called Divine Guardian. And there are two legends throughout the history of Shaolin, one of which tells of an army of 108 monks. It was a very influential army because each warrior was constantly improving his skills in battle, so it was difficult to defeat them the first time. Even a man who was very strong and was a supporter of evil could not resist this army, so during their fight, he died without touching anyone. 3 centuries ago, a demon, a Retiv who fought with and defeated all the strong clans, could not resist this army, and therefore also died. But about 40 years ago, a new great warrior appeared in the world, and it was he who managed to behead the chief priest of this area and his assistants. For about 3 years, he traveled around Zhongyang and fought every strong warrior because he was sure that he was destroying all the evil around him. And after he had destroyed 477 opponents, he became known as the God of Dark Space, and his name was actually Gu Yang Pun. The people who followed him gathered in one place to organize a clan on the highest peak of the area they were in. And one day he came to their temple and defeated such a glorious army in order to do his own black deeds in their place. The people who survived watched this impudent man, and he confidently stood in front of them and told them to praise him and what he was doing. The people were very upset that their army had fallen, and now they had no defense against this man who decided to take everything for himself. The only one who dared to speak to the man was an elder who folded his hands as if in prayer, asking for permission to show the true power of Shaolin. After these words, the attacker assumed that there was still a person here who was stronger than all these 108 warriors who had been invincible until then. He was very interested in meeting such a person in person, so he agreed to go with the elder to take him to an important meeting. As soon as they entered one of the courtyards of the temple, an older man bowed down to one of the boys with a very serious expression. Then the temple servant said that all the soldiers were killed, and now this gentleman is the only one who can save this place from the dark power of the attacker, who is now standing behind. The interlocutor tapped his stick on the ground, said that he would do everything in the best possible way, and finally added that there was nothing to worry about. After that, he turned to the attacker, telling him that he really surprised everyone around him and reminded him of a man who had already come 10 years earlier. The gentleman who attacked the church said in response that he did not know who his interlocutor was, but he advised him to get out of his way and not to interfere. The bald gentleman, laughing loudly, said that the opponent was too confident in his abilities, and then emphasized that people were completely wrong to be so afraid of him. After saying these words, the gentleman began to wave the stick in different directions, saying that he would now make 3 different attacks, and the boy would have to dodge them. The attacker opened his mouth wide and began to shout loudly, saying that he would not tolerate insults in his direction, and would therefore always defend himself. And while he was saying this, the opponent touched his chest with a stick and said that this time he had lost, and therefore decided to give him a few more attempts. So, the boy began to slowly but surely take out his sword to defend himself, and finally show this arrogant gentleman what he was capable of. However, the man was swinging his stick so fast in different directions that it was quite difficult to keep track of where it might hit this time. But with all this, he still tried to defend himself somehow. But in a few minutes, he realized that it was not easy for him, as it was with someone else. The opponent did not stop for a second. He continued to change his postures and use several sticks to carry out attacks. At some point, the man managed to press one of the brazen man's fingers right next to his throat, and then the guy thought that he could have been killed here long ago. So, in order to stop this battle, he said that he had to stop, and a second later, added that the gentleman had already managed to show him how diverse the world is. And then I asked my opponent what the name of the technique he was mastering was, and the man said that it was called the Sword of the Triple Teaching, which not everyone can master. After hearing this, the attacker folded his hands in front of him and said that one day he would definitely come back here with a technique that would be able to defeat this one. It was at that time that the whole world learned about the divine protectors after this story, and the elder said that he had been in office for a long time and wanted to leave it. Then the man pointed his index finger at Muma and said that this guy is a walking problem because he is too confident and his skills have been sent to progress. Then the elder turned to Seo Moon and said that he saw that he had enough strength to break this young man and finally show him the lessons of life. The guest raised his hands in the air and began to say excitedly that he was not going to do it because he was just keeping fit, and that was all. Mumu did not say anything while looking at this young man, but his expression showed that he was very confident. The elder gentleman did not think to give up so easily, so he looked up and said that the divine guardians have existed for many generations and only the leader knows their true identity. Then he turned his gaze back to Seo Moon and demanded that he teach Mum a lesson because in his opinion, it would not do him any harm. Even at the last minute, the guest, cringing with despair, tried to say that he did not want to do it because he thought he had no right to do so. After that, the older gentleman realized that he needed to act as radically as possible, and first warned him that he would not be able to help him with whomever the guest might encounter next. And then, rubbing his beard, he emphasized that he did not know how the boy would get out of it when all the elders found out that his grandfather had stolen the book. Seo Moon pursed his lips and was disappointed that he hadn't thought through all the consequences right away, because he hadn't known that all old people could be so cunning. All this time, Mumu stood silently, but at the same time, a lot of thoughts were raging in his head about how strong this guy could be to be begging like that. Then he decided to intervene in this conversation, and so he first turned to his elder, apologizing and saying that he understood all his worries. And after a short pause, he added that in his opinion, this guest would not be able to defeat him, so he demanded that they not be asked to fight each other now. The gray-bearded man listened to everything without interrupting, and then said that now the boy should listen only to his commands and not speak like that anymore. After saying that, the older man turned his head to Seo Moon and asked him with a serious expression if he was ready to fight. Without waiting for an answer, the gentleman began to rub his beard, looking off into the distance, saying that it was probably time to look for his colleague. No matter how much Seo Moon wanted to do it, he had no other option but to shave his head for the fight that the elder had asked him to do. A few minutes after his positive answer, the boy was already standing on a special battlefield, and his opponent Mumu was preparing opposite him. Each of them thought that they would only make one blow, and that would be the end of it, and they would be able to leave the place intact. So Mumu began to move his hands up and down in a matter of seconds, and a green light appeared around him, demonstrating all his energy. He then directed his thousand-palm skill directly at his opponent, who froze in place with his mouth wide open in shock. But as soon as he remembered that he needed to fight with dignity, he took a pose so that these palms could pass by him without causing him any harm. However, at some point, he was unable to cope with it, and so this technique was able to overpower him, and Mumu began to worry whether he had not seriously injured him. Rising to his feet, Seo Moon was very angry because this monk had done his best while he did not want to, but now everything has changed. That's why he decided to fight for real to show what he is capable of and become a worthy opponent for this self-confident boy. The monk, taking the next pose for the strike, watched the guest and saw changes in his behavior that made him a little wary and worried. But he had no intention of giving up, so he shouted to Seo Moon to advance and finally have the real fight the elder was waiting for. And as soon as he said the last word, the opponent was already next to him and punched him right in the face so that he didn't even track it. The gray-bearded old man, smiling with all his teeth, began to shout joyfully to his subordinate that now he would finally have his pride shaken a little. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he was not done yet, and began to take a pose on one leg in order to apply a new technique to strike his opponent. The elder immediately realized what his subordinate wanted to do, so he mentally praised him for his good choice and remained to see what would happen next. Everything happened so fast, and in a moment, Seo Moon appeared in front of his face again, moving so fast that it was impossible to follow him. Then the opponent began to strike in different parts as fast as he ran, and it was quite difficult to cover up and repel them all in time. The grandfather who started the whole battle stood happily and rubbed his long beard, because finally he would be able to see what each of these guys was really capable of. Grandpa just could not take his eyes off this exciting battle between two very strong opponents, who knew many different fighting techniques. The monk was so enthusiastic about the battle that he began to use all his abilities to show his opponent that he was not standing still. The elder froze in his tracks with his mouth wide open because he did not expect his subordinate to use the sacred snap of his fingers. Seo Moon also did not think that his opponent would be so skillful that he barely managed to deflect each attack without being able to deliver his own. Still, he had such a moment, and so, sitting down on one knee, he said to himself that he had not yet lost because he also had a trump card up his sleeve. And in a few minutes, he straightened up, took out his bow, and immediately began to pull the string without even holding an arrow, and he knew what kind of shot it would be. Mumu stopped his attacks because he saw what his opponent was doing, but even though he saw, he did not understand what was about to happen. The guest was quite serious about his shot, so looking at the monk closely, he let go of the thread and directed his energy to him. It pierced the guy in a matter of seconds, and it was so strong that he was trying to stay on his feet to avoid falling to the ground. Then he had to get down to the ground to dodge another shot, as he realized he was definitely not able to fight back. When the elder saw what was happening on the battlefield, he opened his mouth wide and began to shout loudly that it was time to end the battle. At some point between attacks, Mum managed to raise one of his legs to the level of Sungmoon's head in order to kick him in the face and knock him back. The monk immediately obeyed this order because, after all, at the end of the fight he was at a disadvantage, so it played into his hands. When he approached the older gentleman, he told him that the world is so diverse that he should continue to train. Suddenly, the young man said he wanted to use another technique, so he asked the elder for permission to use it right then and there. Seo Moon didn't like the idea because he didn't want to fight from the very beginning, and after the fight was over, he didn't want to continue. The gray-bearded man looked up and assumed that his subordinate wanted to use a triple sword, which not everyone can learn. Mumu did not hide his intentions, so he confirmed that this is the technique he wants to use in the end to show his capabilities. The elder put his hands behind his back and said that this was not necessary now, because it was already clear that he would lose because their guest had not used even half of his strength. With a mysterious smile, Seo Moon replied that no one would really know, and a second later, added that he could show one of his strongest styles. The older gentleman looked down and said that he had a hunch about this young man, and later, everything turned out exactly as he thought. So, he went on to say that it seemed to him that Mumu did not want to admit defeat, and therefore asked the guest to show him at least some of his technique. The young man did not hesitate to do so, but he needed a shelf for this, so he asked the elder if he could borrow his cane. Raising the stick up, the guest said that he would not demonstrate the first phase of his technique because it is not allowed to show it in a sacred place. Therefore, he said that he wanted to start with the second elder and his subordinate, who stood on the sidelines and watched carefully what was about to happen. And in a few seconds, the guy jumped up, and it was so easy for him, as if he hadn't been walking on the ground all his life, but was flying in the air. The elder watched every movement with his mouth open, for he had not seen such skill in his life for a very long time. A few minutes later, Seo Moon stopped and bowed low, holding his stick, saying that this was the end of his demonstration of his technique. The gray-bearded gentleman asked what this technique was called, and the young man replied that it was the second step of the incomparable sword of triple unity called the Blade of Loneliness. The interlocutor, hearing this name, first froze with his mouth wide open, and then said that he had never thought he would see such a technique in his life. Mumu interrupted the conversation and said that he did not see anything special, so he asked the elder what he saw that he did not notice. After hearing the question, the man replied that his subordinate would still have a long way to go, because the style they had just seen was impossible to beat. Mumu was a little upset by this fact, and then asked about his unique technique, and the gentleman explained to him that even it could not compare to this one shown by the guest. For a few minutes, there was a short pause between all those present, which was broken again by the monk asking whether this could mean that the guest was stronger even than the elder. The older gentleman began to laugh out loud, saying that his subordinate had not listened to what he had said a few minutes ago, because it had already been said that this was not true. The man then turned to Seo Moon and asked if he was working as a security guard for the transportation agency, and the boy replied that he was actually working there as a laborer. After receiving this answer, the elder could not help but laugh out loud, because it is difficult to understand what such a strong man can do in such a position. When it got dark outside, Seo Moon decided to return to his friends, so on the way out, the older gentleman and his monk thanked him for such a successful meeting. And a second later, they added that they would never forget the day he visited. After receiving these words, the guy said that he was ready to go on the road. At that time, 3 people were moving through the forest, one of them hanging on his assistant because he was wounded and could not even move without help. His condition was so bad that it was difficult for him to endure such a journey, but his assistant begged him to hold on at least a little longer. The victim realized that he had created a lot of problems for these people, but they did not want to accept it because they were simply deceived and sent to the guards of Facheon. At some point, the wounded man looked up and said in a serious tone that he had a feeling that they would not be able to escape their death. The assistant asked his master not to lose hope, because according to his calculations, in a little while they would finally reach the Shaolin temple where they could be saved. Another traveler stopped and added that as soon as they got there, the attackers would not dare to touch them with a finger in front of such strong people. After walking a few more meters, they noticed lights in front of them that could symbolize that right in front of them was the City of Sun, where they could stay. The victim said that he always wanted to visit this place again, but he could not even imagine that he would have to do it in such a bad way. As soon as they passed a few bushes, they saw a rather ponderous shadow on their way that resembled a human outline from afar, but it was not accurate. However, as soon as they got closer, it became 100% clear that it was indeed a man who, with his arms folded across his chest, offered them to surrender. One of the gentleman's assistants gritted his teeth in anger and called the man a bloodstream whose real name is Ningok, and he hides it from everyone. Another subordinate angrily began shouting at the person who had blocked their way to ask questions to find out how he could have betrayed the trust of their leader. The man folded his hands in front of him and said that he was not obliged to say anything because he was only entrusted to bring them to the right place, and that was it. After that, he gave a secret sign, and in a few minutes, people appeared holding various weapons and wearing black clothes. The three comrades were quite upset by this, because it would be difficult for them to cope with so many people on their own, and they had so many weapons. The chief among the attackers turned to the Lord's assistants and told them to lay down their arms and hand the Lord over to him in order to save their lives. None of them had any intention of surrendering, so the one in front told the insolent man to shut up, because the first one who dared to approach him would die here. Holding tightly to his weapon, the guy continued to shout in anger, asking the attackers who would be the first to taste his blade. Then he looked in front of him and began to mentally communicate with his partner, telling him that he would not be able to defeat all these enemies and escape at the same time. So he said that Chunlong should take their lord to Shaolin to save his life, while he was trying to divert the attackers' attention. Seeing the misunderstanding in his friend's eyes, the assistant emphasized that their master could not die right here in the middle of the forest, so they had to leave immediately. After all these words, the man took a few steps forward and, addressing his enemies, said that since they would not come to him, he would do it himself. As soon as they all began to attack the Lord's assistant at the same time, he again began to tell his partner that they should leave because he would not last long. Finally, the friend said that he would try to do everything necessary to ensure that his partner's sacrifice was not in vain, and a second later, added that he was proud to have known him. After saying these words, he immediately turned to the right and began to move quickly, holding the Lord so that he would not be hit anywhere and could move quickly. In the morning, Seo Moon sat down by a large tree and made a fire and tried to keep warm because the nights were very cold in this area. But he was still very hungry, so he turned to a falcon sitting on a branch nearby and asked if he could catch a hare. When he received no answer, the boy began to laugh out loud, recalling various stories about food and his grandfather, whom he had already missed and wanted to see. However, even to this the bird did not react, and Seo Moon, looking at it, assumed that the animal simply pretended to sleep so as not to talk to him. The situation he found himself in made him very angry, and so, folding his arms across his chest and puffing out his cheeks, he said that he would never do that again. Immediately after these words, he heard a strange rustling of leaves on his right side, and turned his head to see a man with a wounded man on his back moving toward him. Looking at the travelers, Seo Moon tried to understand who they were, and whether he had witnessed a man carrying a body without signs of life to hide it. The stranger walked past him without paying him any attention, because he was sad and intensely focused. However, the Lord's assistant could not stand it, and stopped and turned to the young man, saying that a threat was approaching, so he advised him to leave the place. Seo Moon was surprised to ask what exactly the gentleman meant by the word threat, and the man explained that the man who was chasing them could take his life at the same time. The guy, smiling loudly, asked a question in order to find out why some man would kill some unknown traveler. The Lord's subordinate continued to step forward, saying that it did not matter who he was, because these people destroyed everyone who appeared on their way. And as soon as he finished speaking, the attacker began to descend from the sky in front of him, along with his men who constantly accompany him. When the chief among the offenders was on the ground, he turned to Chun Leong, laughing loudly, and said that since he did not want to do it in a good way, he would do it in a bad way. The subordinate gritted his teeth in rage because Shaolin was so close, and he was unable to deliver his lord to that place to save his life. However, he had no choice but to leave his master near one of the trees to try to fight back his attackers. Then he went to the middle and waved his cloak and drew a sword to defend himself and, if possible, to strike the offenders. At one point he stopped and said with a serious expression that the young man who was being held was innocent of anything, so he asked to be spared his life. The main attacker folded his arms across his chest and smiled sarcastically, and said that the guy had already determined his fate as soon as he saw them with his own eyes. The assistant lord continued to ask, since when do they not follow any codes of morality and take the lives of anyone they do not like? The interlocutor, continuing to stand in the same position, said that this time it was not about that, but about the fact that they could not leave the witness alive. Seo Moon gritted his teeth and began to wonder how these people could discuss his life like this, as if they somehow owned it. Then Seo Moon decided that since he had witnessed such events anyway, he needed to approach the victim to find out what had happened to him. At that moment, the Lord's subordinate put his sword in front of him and shouted angrily to the attackers that they could already attack him. The first to volunteer to do so was the leader of the group, In order to attack, he gained a lot of momentum and jumped high off the ground. However, he failed to harm his opponent with the first blow, because he managed to deflect it, because he had already guessed where the weapon would be aimed. The attacker did not give up, and as soon as he had the opportunity to strike again, he put his sword in front of him in order to do it as quickly as possible. But this time, he didn't even wound the man, so he stopped for a few minutes nearby and began to think about how he should attack to break through the defense. During this pause, the Lord's subordinate turned to his rival and said that he had just seen that the rumors about him were quite true. Co. Moon, who was watching the battle from the outside, emphasized that these two men were very skillful warriors and he had never met anyone like them on his way. But in his opinion, the one who was on the side of the victim was still stronger, because it was clear from the other that this battle was not easy for him. However, he had no other option now, because if he sent his people, they would die, and now was not the time to lose his assistants like that. Although the Lord's subordinate was very tired from the road he had to travel, he still managed to do a good job of defense. Therefore, by running quickly on the spot, he was able to create a stream of energy that began to move in a circle, and this scared the attacker, who froze in place in shock. The opponent assumed that he wanted to destroy his own life with his own precious one, since he began to use such powerful techniques during their fight. After a few minutes of such a concentrated battle, the Lord's assistant stopped and turned to face his master and began to slowly approach him. As soon as he knelt down in front of him and addressed him as a gentleman, the victim, who had been sitting with his head bowed all this time, gave a sign that he was alive. Co. Moon, who was standing nearby, was quite surprised because, in his opinion, the man was without signs of life even at the moment he approached him. At the last moment, the assistant apologized to his master for not being able to get him to the right place and thus save his life. After the subordinate fell face first into the ground, the attacker approached the Lord and addressed him as a gentleman, saying that it was a pity that his time had already come. The gray-haired man was trying his best to keep his face manly because he was not allowed to be disgraced, even in the worst circumstances around him. From this conversation, Seo Moon realized that this offender was once a subordinate of the victim, but at some point he betrayed him and is now trying to destroy him. So he raised his sword over the man's head by the tree and said that right now he would put him out of any pain that might be caused to him. But he was unable to carry out his plan because he began to feel a wild desire for blood next to him, a feeling he had never experienced before in his life. Because of these bad premonitions, the man turned to his subordinates and told them that they should go around the perimeter and keep an eye on everything around them. All the warriors scattered in different directions, looking for a possible threat, and no one even paid attention to Co. Moon, who was using his energy at that time. After a few minutes of fruitless waiting, the main attacker kept looking at Svetko and realized that something was wrong with him, so he called his subordinates. An unidentified young man with a serious expression on his face said to the chief that when he betrayed his master, he ceased to be a man. At first, the man did not understand why this young man began to behave so confidently, and he also began to pull the lacing on his bow. Then Seo Moon began to take aim, saying that an animal like the attacker should not treat other people like that, and even be among the people. Immediately after he said these words, he shot his imaginary arrow, which hit its target in a matter of seconds, because the man did not have time to put his sword up in time. Holding his wounded shoulder, the gang leader loudly addressed his subordinates and ordered them to capture his offender and kill him here and now. The men in black clothes began to position themselves on different sides in order to attack in turn and not allow the guy to rest. For Seo Moon, this was not a problem at all, because he had long known how to deal with these impudent people, and he was just waiting for the right moment to do it. When the commander saw that his men were being wounded, he again shouted to them that they should form a group and attack simultaneously. The only thing they did not realize was that by doing so, they were only helping their enemy, because it allowed Seo Moon to release several invisible energy arrows at the same time, which immediately hit their targets and stopped their movement. The last fight was so intense that there was such a large release of energy at the site of the fight that even some trees were uprooted. The leader of the attackers could not believe that the strongest group of bloody criminals of the Pahian clan could not cope with just one man. The gentleman could not remember ever having heard of such an expert who could shoot a bow without arrows, so he began to think about what they should do next. Looking at the state of the Lord, who was sitting near a tree at the time, the attacker decided to retreat because he would soon die anyway, and informed his assistant. Therefore, they gathered in 1 minute. They all gathered in one group and jumped high into the sky and began to leave the place where the battle was taking place. The Lord looked at them and smiled lightly and emphasized that the boy had managed to defeat them all so easily and remain unharmed. CEO Moon approached the victim and bent down and asked how he was feeling, and the man exhaled heavily and said that his condition was not good. After listening carefully to this answer, the young man asked if there was any other way to save the man's life and vowed to try to help if he could. The gray-haired gentleman said that of course he could have used his inner energy, but it was too late and they would not find a doctor, so there was no point in wasting time. The interlocutor stood still for a few minutes, almost blinking, and his expression showed that he was thinking about something carefully. Then he turned his attention to the victim and asked him to wait a little while in this place, as he would be gone for a few minutes and bring everything he needed. And immediately after he said that, he disappeared. The man who remained sitting under the tree said to himself that he had never seen such a vehicle in his life. In a few minutes, CEO Moon ran through the forest and found himself in a sacred temple to ask for the help he needed. The guards who were standing at that moment felt only a strong stream of air, but they did not see anyone, so they began to look around. At this time, the guy was already approaching Mumu, who was looking at him saying that this guy had come to fight again. However, Seo Moon stopped and folded his hands as if in prayer, and asked his friend if he could see the chief among the elders because he had a problem. And while he was asking about it, a gray-bearded man appeared on his right side and greeted the former guest with a serious tone of voice on his return. The young man did not expect someone to come out to him so quickly, so for the first few seconds, he stood there with a confused expression and could not say anything. But after collecting himself, the guy slowly began to tell that by a lucky chance, he had found a wounded old man in the mountain. And finally, he added that this is why he rushed to them with all his might to get medicine to help the man survive and later reach the city. The elder listened attentively and began to rub his beard, saying that he was always ready to help when a person's life was at stake. Then the man turned to Mumu and told him to quickly run to the other monks and ask them for a heavenly pill to save the victim. The guy was surprised and did not immediately move, so the gentleman yelled at him, this time ordering him to go quickly to get the necessary medicine. As soon as Seo Moon received the object he needed, he first thanked them, saying that he would never forget their help, and quickly set off on his way. The elder and Mumu stood in their places and watched the guests leave their temple so quickly after staying only a few minutes. In a few minutes, the young man ran to the victim, who was still sitting near the tree, because his wounds were so serious that he could not move. Straightening up, the man began to take a heavenly pill from his shirt pocket to give it to the man and thus cure him. When the gray-haired gentleman saw the pill, he immediately recognized its name, and Seo Moon told him that it could save lives even with such serious wounds. When the man took it all in his hands, he said that he had heard of it, and that, as far as he knew, nothing like it could be found anywhere else in the world. So, the wounded man immediately threw it into his mouth to feel better, because he could no longer tolerate the pain he was in and was ready to die. After that, the rescuer and the victims set off on the road, and after a few hours of traveling, the guy decided to tell us his name because he had not yet introduced himself. At that time, the man was lying on a makeshift stretcher, pulled by Seo Moon, and asked how long they had to walk to get to the place they needed. The young man replied that it would take another day, and the gentleman exhaled heavily and emphasized that he was walking very slowly, so he suggested that he pick up his pace a little. The guy said, without stopping, that the cats were walking faster, but the gentleman said that the carrier was shaking and it hurt him, so it was decided to walk slower. The gray-haired man, looking at the sky in a serious tone, told the young man to try to walk a little more gently, and then it would not cause him discomfort. Seo Moon didn't say anything at first. He just mentally began to get angry at this old man, who was just getting angry after he started to feel better. Then the guy decided to ask why such a respectable man as his interlocutor had been betrayed, and what he was going to do after his recovery. The man said that he did not know what to do yet. First he wanted to deal with the wound he had, and then he would think about what to do. However, this was not what the young man wanted to hear, so he asked the next question to find out exactly where the man wanted to go. The gray-haired man paused for a moment and said that he did not want to go anywhere at the moment, so he would move wherever they brought him. CEO Moon stopped for a second and said that he was traveling with a transportation agency, so when they arrived at the site, they would need to say goodbye. The interlocutor smiled happily and said that if they went where they were going, he would be able to find a job to earn a living. The guy said with a surprised look on his face that there was a possibility that no one would want to hire a wounded man who could not take care of himself. In order to defend himself, the gentleman said that he was very well versed in the area, so such skills could be useful to someone. CEO Moon could barely carry the wounded man on a stretcher, and he was still very angry with him because he was behaving too confidently and arrogantly. So he decided to bring this gentleman down to earth a bit by saying that his boss would not hire any person he needed to be useful. The gray-haired man said that he was not like that at all because he already had a friend like him, so he could not be considered as some kind of abandoned person. After that, the wounded man suggested that the young man introduce him to his supervisor as a distant relative and that their business would go up. Inhaling and exhaling deeply, the guy said that he would not be able to do that because he would have to go to Sichuan right away. Finally, he added that he would have gladly helped the gentleman, but the circumstances did not allow it. But the wounded man did not give up and said that he had to help him. These words didn't work on Seo Moon as he wanted, so he tried again to say that he couldn't help the other person because he had completely different plans. Then the gentleman began to say that his life was still under threat because he was being hunted, and even at one point wanted to take his own life. The man added that he wanted to show his courage and preserve his dignity by dying in a beautiful way, but the guy prevented him from doing so. Because of this, the young man is simply obliged to heal his mental injuries and further emphasize that he no longer sees a purpose in his further existence. After a short pause, the victim continued to say that he had never needed anyone's help on his journey, but now he was just humiliated. Therefore, he emphasized that Seo Moon is simply obliged to return everything to its place, and is also obliged to take care of him and help him find himself. At first, he listened attentively, but in the end, he began to realize that they just wanted to use him for their own purposes, hanging around his neck. The gray-haired man with a serious expression added that if the boy was going to refuse him, he should destroy it right there. The man understood perfectly well that this young man was not capable of such a thing, so he said these words so that he would have no choice but to agree. However, he did not stop there, and said that if Seo Moon could not do it himself, he could call his offenders to finish the job. The guy stopped and turned his head to the interlocutor, and said how he could possibly know where the people who attacked him were. The gentleman continued to lie on the stretcher, almost without moving, saying that only after getting even with them he would be able to regain his honor and dignity. The young man gritted his teeth to keep from shouting at the rescuer, because he was so tired of him that at some point he regretted helping him. After that, he began to move faster, mentally telling the other person that he could do whatever he wanted because it did not concern him at all. As soon as they arrived, the first thing the guy did was go to his boss and say that he was a little late on the road because a lot of things happened there. The gentleman said that there was nothing wrong with it, and then asked if the boy had done what he wanted to do, and the young man answered positively with a smile on his face. Then the supervisor turned his attention to the wounded man and asked his worker who he was and what happened to him to make him in such a state. The gray-haired gentleman smiled sweetly and told me his name, Ilji Ken, and then added that he was a distant relative of Seo Moon. Then the man began to laugh a little louder, saying that he lived nearby, and so the boy decided to visit him and make him happy with his presence. The leader folded his arms across his chest and introduced himself as Kang Rian, and then asked questions to find out what had happened to the man's body. The victim said that he wanted to go to his native land with his relative, but a bad situation happened on the way, and he accidentally fell down the mountain and got injured. The interlocutor listened to this story with his mouth wide open, and then said that Seo Moon had to finish some work here before going somewhere else. The gray-haired gentleman smilingly said that he understood everything, so he asked if the manager would mind if he waited here for the boy while he worked. The man replied that it was beyond his duties, so he would go ask the boss and come back and tell them his decision. The wounded man continued to smile sweetly, saying that he would be very grateful for such a service, and added that they would be here waiting for the result. The manager turned sharply to face the building and began to walk quickly inside to clarify the issue that had arisen a few minutes earlier. As soon as he moved away from the two, Seo Moon turned his gaze to his friend and angrily emphasized that he was lying just fine. The man said in a calm tone that a lie that does not harm anyone does not cause remorse, so you can live with it. After that, the young man continued to put pressure on the rescuer, saying that the rules here are very strict, so he was just sure that the man would be refused. The interlocutor laughed out loud to annoy the young man, and said that he had a feeling that he would be very lucky today. A few minutes later, the manager returned with a joyful expression on his face, which could only mean that he had come with good news, and it was true, because he leaned over to the wounded man and said that the chief allowed him to stay, and that this would be a thank you for Seo Moon's help. The gray-haired man, smiling broadly, thanked the gentleman and then the so-called relative himself, emphasizing that everything that is happening now is because of him. A few hours later, they set out on the road, where the wounded man was placed on a single wagon and rode in complete comfort, talking to the guards. All along the way, he told jokes that made them laugh out loud, and so the journey was more fun. The only one who was not laughing was the handyman, Seo Moon. In a few days, the gray-haired man began to feel much better. His wound began to heal a little bit, and he could sit normally instead of lying down all the time. As he continued to tell jokes, the guy with a sad expression was thinking about how to get rid of this annoying man. At this time, the man who had attacked the Lord came to his master to discuss his further actions after such a defeat. The boss, as soon as he saw his subordinate, began to laugh out loud, emphasizing that the Lord was not stupid at all and was able to pull off such a scam. The young man who failed to catch him stood with his head down and a sad expression on his face, just listening to all the ridicule of his leader. After a few minutes of this mood, the chief became more serious and asked that it must be strange for his assistant to see him laughing when the Lord ran away. The interlocutor said nothing, but nodded his head in agreement and waited for his leader to speak further about the situation. The man smiled broadly and said that he didn't even know what to say, because everyone had long known that his opponent was a very strong man. So, the gentleman went on to say that it would be very strange if such a person was caught so easily, and rising to his feet, the leader said that the Lord deserved a chance to live a little longer. The subordinate was worried that this man might be followed by people from the Baekjeong Palace, which would cause them considerable trouble and problem. The chief, putting his hands behind his back, replied that from the very beginning, their group was based on the master's fans who wanted to study and serve him. But all those who started at that time are now quite old, and the new generation wants to see young blood at the head of the group, who will introduce new orders. After a short pause, the chief added that some clans that had been suppressed during the Lord's time began to emerge from the shadows after his mysterious disappearance. Therefore, in the end, he concluded that they are not cold or hot, whether their husband is alive or not, because the seizure of the Baekjeong Palace will still take place according to the plan. After all, he is not going to change anything, and therefore their actions are simply unstoppable, and as a result of all the events, the time of their rule has come closer. At that time, in one of the local pubs, men were sitting and drinking strong drinks and discussing the recent events in the town. A few minutes later, the news began to spread that Ku Yang-fu had died, and everyone in the pub began to remember the man only in the best possible light. Suddenly, one of the men asked his comrades a question to find out who could have taken the life of such a kind and honest man. A gentleman with a mole on his face said that there are rumors that Ku Yang-fu was attacked in the forest by masked men who defeated the entire squad and him. The comrades then began to speculate that these attackers could be White Sword soldiers, who had joined forces with several other groups to start the clashes. So, on the same day, the chief gathered his army to tell them that until that day they had not faced the White Swords, not because they were afraid of them. After a short pause, the man opened his mouth wide and continued to say loudly that they did not do it because they were not powerless. They shunned them only because the Lord did not want the blood of innocent people to be shed on this sacred land. However, what happened was that they ruthlessly destroyed their Lord, so the Lord gathered them all in this place to begin the path of their revenge. Then the leader began to say that they would all fight to the last drop of blood, to the last soldier, in honor of their glorious emperor. After saying these words, the man abruptly took out his sword and waved it to the side, showing all his subordinates that he was very serious. In order to verbally confirm his words, the gentleman made a fist and raised his hand up, saying that even he, Quan Pi, was putting his life on the line. After that, he raised both hands in the air and shouted louder that they were simply forced to avenge their master and had to teach their enemy a lesson. The soldiers drew their swords and raised them up in one voice and began to shout loudly that they would take revenge for what had been done to their emperor. Not only did the military support this gentleman's speech, but all of his comrades also repeated his movements to demonstrate their commitment to his idea. The main courtyard of the town was so noisy with screams that everyone there was even surprised and did not know what to expect after that, whether something good or bad. To achieve a better result, the man said they would join forces with the Black Sword clan because they would not mind taking revenge with them. The members of the Black Sword considered Gyeonghyun Palace to be the ancestral home of their clan, so they aimed to destroy the monsters who have made themselves into innocent sheep. Everyone was so eager for revenge that they just kept riding their horses quickly to the place where the battlefield would unfold. At this time, a meeting was held in the sacred temple, guarded by a large number of monks so that no one else could get inside. A large number of headmen gathered in the room, where everyone took their place and waited for the moment when the elder would speak. The gray-haired man finally said that they were here to find out who took Ku Yang-fu's life because they made it look like no one was involved. Ungazja, who is a representative of the Shaman clan, said that it is not so important anymore because they have already been announced about the fight, so they need to think about other things. Kakmu Un, the headmaster of the Fire Mountain clan, agreed with his predecessor, adding that they needed to think about how to slow down this madness. Then a man with long black hair interrupted the conversation, emphasizing that there were 8 other leaders of different clans, so something had to be done quickly. The red-haired Huang Chun, who was the head of the Kabang clan, agreed that they did not have time to take turns speaking because they needed to develop a defense plan. An elder of the Johnson clan named Seok Bu Sung supported all of the above with a serious expression, emphasizing that he did not want a bad ending. The chief master of the Jeonnam clan folded his hands as if in prayer and said that he was ready to follow whatever he was ordered to do to preserve their dignity. The bald elder still wanted to discuss the death of Ku Chung Fun because he died on Mount Sin, which is thousands of kilometers from his home. Ungos Jia also spoke out about this, saying that he also found it hard to believe that he could have died, and hard to believe that there was a person who could have done this to him. The older man emphasized that thanks to that man there was peace and tranquility on their mainland, but after his disappearance everyone would start fighting each other, and the attackers will justify themselves by saying that they are simply taking revenge for their master in order to establish justice in this entire territory. As Mu Un took a sip of tea, he said that the warriors had learned that the Black Sword warriors were now gathering at the Pichin Palace for further instruction. After saying this, the man began to look at his comrades with an agitated expression, saying that they should have gathered their soldiers by now. Mo and Young suggested that the next battle could take place near the Yangtze River, so we need to find out who can get there to fight back. As Mu Un said, the Namen clan lives on the banks of this river and is under their rule, so they are obliged to help them in this battle. Another member of the meeting emphasized that as long as Namen holds back the attackers' troops, they will not be able to move further across the mainland so easily. After that, another gentleman said he was afraid of not surviving the fight because the attackers might throw all their forces at this attack to win. Kok Mu Un still defended this clan and continued to emphasize that they should immediately send as many reinforcements as possible. Not receiving any support, the man continued to say that they needed one more day to get to Hunan than the perpetrators, so there was no time to delay. The bald elder, with his hands folded in his lap and a serious expression on his face, said that the enemies had not yet committed any radical act. Then the chief began to say that the plan of revenge against those people would be difficult to implement at a time when everyone would want to take the place of the deceased leader. Therefore, in his opinion, there is no need to rush. You need to first observe them in order to react to their actions in a timely manner. Kok Mu Un still wanted to say that we shouldn't rely so much on these words and that we should send some of the aid to the clan. But he was unable to do so because he was interrupted by Ungos Jia, who said that he thought Namun was also preparing a defense against the 4 great clans. The gentleman who was so worried about the people of this clan could not understand why the rest of them were so indifferent to what might happen to them in the near future. Suddenly, a red-haired man interrupted the conversation and said with a serious expression that the eastern branch of their sect had sent a message. When the others heard these words, they immediately began to ask what exactly the message was about, because everyone knew that nothing good could be expected. The man said that the Black Swords really want revenge, but they are not doing anything yet. But it became known that smaller clans gathered in their temple and never left. Another participant in the meeting said that he believed such actions were related to preparations for the upcoming battle, and that is why they were beginning to accumulate troops. Then the news made everyone present dive into their thoughts to find some solution to save their lives and the people who trust them. The only one who got to his feet and did not remain silent was Kok Mu Un, who said that, given the course of recent events, they needed to immediately develop at least some kind of plan. Some people did not understand why they should make a plan because they did not see any threat to themselves and would not participate in the battle. Then Kok Mu began to explain that the dark sects had already gathered together, and they still could not come to the same decision, so they needed to start preparing as well. After that, the elder suggested that the man probably wanted to create a coalition in which he would unite all the light sects in order to fight together. Another gentleman added that since we are talking about a temporary unification of forces, we need to think about where their headquarters will be located for meetings. Kamu did not like the way his colleagues were thinking, because, in his opinion, they did not have time for such nonsense because they had more pressing issues to deal with. At the end of this meeting, several monks gathered in one place where each sent a dove on a journey to inform everyone. As soon as they released them, they froze in their seats and watched them move away from them every minute, hiding behind white clouds. A few hours later, one of the birds flew to the Namun clan and landed on the wooden windowsill of one of the main men of the clan, who immediately noticed it. The gentleman immediately approached the pigeon and, taking the note from its leg, quickly unfolded it, and began to read what was written there, because they rarely get birds. The letter said that there was a high probability of a black sect attacking, so the 9 light sects were creating their own coalition to protect themselves from these attackers. Then the man had a meeting with a beautiful girl, and even at the meeting he brought this piece of paper and read it several times because he could not believe it. When he read the contents of the message again, he said out loud with a serious expression that he could not believe that this could happen. The girl put the cup on the table with an agitated expression and asked the man what had happened because he looked very worried. The gentleman did not immediately answer the question. At first there was a short pause, after which he said that all light clans are obliged to swear an oath to the coalition. The man went on to say where the headquarters of this coalition would be located and who would be in charge, and finally added that great warriors would also be part of the meeting. A few hours later, the other pigeon arrived at its destination, where it was immediately met by a man who went out on the balcony and put his hand out. But the gentleman read that each sect should choose the people they would send to serve in the coalition in order to create a single strong army. After reading all this, the man began to look in front of him, saying that it looks like a very bloody battle awaits his Ganges Valley. Then a younger man entered the room, bowed low, and then addressed the man as his father, and asked what had happened. Without explaining anything, the man with a serious expression told his son to go and gather all the good soldiers who constantly show good results. The guy froze in place with his mouth wide open in surprise, and then he asked if he could find out why he was supposed to do it. His father replied that a coalition had been formed, and now each sect had to send its soldiers to the main city to create a powerful army. The son asked if he should leave as well, and the man replied that he was not obliged to do so because he was the future leader of the clan and had to be with his people all the time. After that, the gentleman said with a sweet smile that he didn't really have any obligations, so he decided to go and meet an old friend at the same time. The young man was clearly not ready to hear this decision, so he said that their opponent was very strong and he could not let his father go alone. The gentleman said he had no time for such tenderness because he had to go to the aid of his old friend Namun Sangin. A few days later, a watchman rode into one of the towns on a horse and did so in the middle of the night, when all the other people were sleeping. As soon as he entered the gate, the man shouted the word alarm, and then, after dropping down one circle, said that the palace of Peihian began to move. The main man ran out into the yard and shouted loudly that what was written was true, and then asked where exactly those people were going. And while he was waiting for an answer, at the same time, other light sects had already learned about the news and gathered their people to help. One of the leaders ordered his subordinates to ride faster, as they had to get to the Naemun clan before those brazen Peihian attackers. From the other end of the continent, another sect was already moving out to meet their comrades in order to unite with them later. The leader of this group told his soldiers that they would arrive in Hubei province by morning and meet with the Wuchang family there. After this meeting, they are to join forces with them and go directly to the Naaman family to help them resist the attackers. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his right hand forward and told them to move faster, because they had to be the first of the entire alliance to arrive to help. At the same time, in another town, a girl who heard about all these rumors about the ongoing conflict stopped halfway down the road and told the person she was not feeling well. The guy who kept her company on the walk, looking at the flowers on the tree, smiling broadly, said that there was nothing to worry about. Even after these words, the young lady could not calm down because she could not understand how the Pahio Palace would take its first step to take revenge. The guy began to calm his interlocutor down, saying that these attackers were not important at all because they were opposed by an association of 9 united clans. Then the two moved to a room where they were to have a little rest and tea and continue their conversation about what might be happening. As soon as they arrived at the table, the guy immediately poured tea for himself and emphasized that there was no reason to worry now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock coming from the front door, so the two people immediately turned their attention there. It turned out that their daughter was approaching them with quick steps, and by the expression on her face, one could understand that something irreparable had happened. The girl who saw her child in such a state began to worry about her, so she shouted her name loudly. And as it turned out, the young lady was not in vain, because the attacker was running behind the girl, who caught up with her near the door and struck her. The girl simply could not stand on her feet and fell to the ground, and her mother could not stand it and also fainted from what she saw. The only one who could resist was my father, whose face quickly turned red because what happened made him so angry. The first thing he asked the attacker was who he was, and the man said that he could not be so cold-blooded even after seeing his own daughter killed. The man obviously did not like this answer, so he did not restrain his rage and shouted loudly again, asking who this impudent man was. With a slight smile, The gentleman said that he was just a pathetic assistant to the Blood Clan. Hearing this answer, the gentleman took his sword from the wall and began to walk quickly and confidently toward his daughter's offender to deal with him. But first he went to his wife and apologized to her, saying that she should leave this place first and he would come after her. And as it turned out, he did not tell her to run away, but he did something that was hard to imagine. Namely, he stabbed her in the chest with his sword. The attacker realized that this man was really strange, and only now realized why the captain had personally asked him to deal with him. The chief then explained to him that if the Lord did not want all his soldiers to die, he had to meet Sabulit face to face. The abuser has already realized that this man is a very strong opponent, but he is not someone who can be easily frightened. While he was thinking about it, the gentleman had already picked up speed and was heading straight for him with quick steps. And as soon as he approached, he tried to strike with his sword, but it didn't work very well because the opponent dodged in time. However, he did not intend to give up because he knew he had enough strength to fight very strong people for several hours. However, in a few minutes, the man realized that if things continued like this, he would not have a chance to meet his relatives again. That's why he was able to stop the blow that his opponent wanted to deal him in the heart with just a bent arm. And holding this impudent man so close to him, he used his energy and began to combine it with his sword and then attacked the attacker. After several minutes of continuous attack, he managed to wound his daughter's abuser right in the neck on the right side. And as it turned out, the man managed not only to wound his opponent, but even managed to snatch the sword from his hands. However, in a few minutes, he returned the weapon to its owner, because it would be unfair to fight a man who has nothing to defend himself. The attacker thanked him for this act, and then took a pose and said that they needed to finish what they had started right here and now, without any hesitation. And as soon as he said that, he began to use his power, thinking that he could end this man's life with just one flash. The enemy at that time was also preparing for that upcoming clash, reasoning that this battle could not be delayed because his injuries were already showing. Therefore, he decided to be the first to throw his energy at the uninvited guest, and it happened so that it evenly scattered in different directions. At first he was a little confused because he did not know how to fight off so many, but then he came up with an idea of how to do it effectively. But in order to take the stance of an instant throw, he had to feel the effect of the opponent's energy, and it brought him a lot of pain throughout his body. And even with all this, he managed to move behind his opponent's back in order to attack him unexpectedly from that spot. However, the first time it didn't work, because the man was able to turn away and step aside and focus his eyes on what was important in his life, namely on his wife, who was lying on the floor in a strange position, bleeding from the wound he had inflicted on her a few minutes ago, without any hesitation. Only now did he realize what he had done, so when he approached his wife's body, he simply collapsed in a circle in front of her. And during this movement, he managed to launch his weapon in the direction of the opponent, but not exactly at him, but a little to the left in order to simply scare him. Of course, when he saw it next to him, he froze in place with his mouth wide open in shock because he had never seen anything like that happen during a fight. When the attacker regained consciousness, he began to think about the course of their battle, and he could emphasize that this gentleman was a very skilled warrior who was a worthy opponent. So he went up to the man behind him and said that if he hadn't had the sword, there was a high probability that he would have died by now, and that's why he decided to admit defeat. But then everything happened as the attacker wanted when he entered this room. All the people who were in it are now lying on the ground without signs of life. At this time, in one of the Black Sword headquarters, a girl with pink hair was reporting to her leader about how many light clans they had already managed to capture. After a short pause, she looked up straight ahead and said that soon the clans of the Light Path located in the east would also be under their leadership. The chief listened attentively, rubbing his chin, and asked if the sect of the beggars was not supposed to deliver news of what was going to happen. The girl said that they had been the first to be broken, so they had already sent out the asking doves with fake information. She went on to emphasize that right now, this information is already terrifying to the enemy, so for the first few days they will be looking for evidence. After receiving praise from the leader, the young lady decided to tell her guesses that the event might already be under the leadership of Paeon. The chief knew the answer to this assumption, so he said that it had not happened yet, because we should not forget about the animal that is in Hunan. After that, the girl emphasized that there was no need to worry about it, because she was sure that soon their brave warriors would subdue Hunan. After making a small pause, the young lady added that up to this point, her plan had not made any mistakes, so the destruction of the Light Path was going just fine. The leader was very concerned about one question that he decided to ask right now, and it was whether her people would be able to destroy all 5 families at once. After exhaling, the interlocutor replied that she knew 4 of the families quite well, so we can hope that they will start destroying each other. Hearing this assumption, the man began to laugh out loud, saying that he would really like to see it all with his own eyes and appreciate their skills. As soon as the leader calmed down, the young lady added in a serious tone that he shouldn't worry about anything, because they would do everything according to his wishes. After these words, the man began to laugh loudly again with his mouth wide open, which was also due to the fact that he was very nervous. At that time, a young black-haired boy was training in the forest near Namgun's house to practice his skills. He was so focused on practicing the first step of the Azure Blade that he simply did not pay attention to what was going on around him. A few minutes later, he moved on to practicing the second stage of the Azure Blade, called Boundless Heavens. During this test, the boy managed to push off from one of the leaves of the plant and fly high up, even above the trees. Immediately after completing the second stage, he moved on to the third stage, called the Harmony of the Sky, during which he could move by indicating a trajectory. As soon as he landed on the ground, he heard a rather familiar voice behind him, addressing him by the name of Jean, saying that he was not doing so well either. Turning his head to the interlocutor, the young man recognized his grandfather, who continued to say that he was having an interruption of the ki, and that was why he was sweating and breathing so hard. Straightening his back, the young man with a serious expression confirmed all his grandfather's guesses because he trusted him completely, so there was no need to lie. The older gentleman then said that when he was young, he and his father could not even master the first level, but his grandson managed to do it even with the third level. The boy said that he wanted to learn the technique of the Imperial Sword as soon as possible, and his grandfather replied that he would teach him this only after he had mastered the Azure Sword. Jean said, rubbing his head, that he had been standing still for several months now, even though he had been doing his best at every training session. The grandfather put his hands behind his back and began to encourage his grandson, saying that he would reach the rank of apogee only when he could cope with all the difficulties. Putting on the cloak, the boy stood in place, carefully considering something, and then asked what comes next after the title his grandfather had named a few minutes ago. The older gentleman answered that the next level is called Absolute Apogee, which gives a little more inner energy, but the best next stage is called Sublimation, and this stage becomes the beginning of the path to the divine, so the boy will need to step through it in order to begin learning sword techniques. After all, this is one of the foundations of this stage's abilities, and he must learn a technique called the Blade of the Gaze in order to be able to control the sword from a distance. After hearing all that, the grandson froze in place with his mouth wide open, asking the gray-haired gentleman what level he himself was at. The man smiled slightly and asked if the boy was really interested in hearing this, or if he was just asking about it to keep the conversation going. After receiving a positive answer, the gentleman said that they would talk about it when the young man could master the technique of the infinite Azure Blade. Jean didn't like this answer, and asked with a puzzled expression why the other person was putting forward such conditions and couldn't answer right now. The grandfather began to explain that only when the boy could pass this level, he would be able to approach more serious levels in his development. Only after that did the young man begin to assume out loud that his grandfather could be at the very top of sublimation, and therefore wanted him to reach that level. After that, the grandfather added that in the central regions, there are many people who have reached the same level as he is. Among them, there are even masters of the void level. Then the guy asked if there was any other level after the level of emptiness, and the gentleman replied that there was, but it could be very harmful to health, and that is why it is called the stage of life and death, because so far no one in the world has managed to pass to it during their existence. At the end of his story, the grandfather said that most likely what he had said was fiction, and then asked his grandson if he was ready to reach a high level. The young man began to hesitate, and an older gentleman told him that when he learned the art of the Imperial Sword, he would reach the pinnacle of sublimation. And finally, the man added that the grandfather cleared the way for his grandson, so he has every chance to try to reach the highest point in his development. Jean, folding his arms as if in prayer, replied that he understood everything, and said that he would try not to let his grandfather's expectations down, and would therefore do his best. At this time, a group of several comrades gathered in another town, and began to discuss what was about to happen near their location. The only thing that worried them was that the attackers were behaving quietly, so it was not clear whether they had already made their first move or not. The man with the long bangs said in a serious tone that he did not think these insolents could be afraid of the light, so they had already started acting. However, they still cannot understand why they have not yet received any news about what is really happening in the world. The gentleman with the bangs suggested that perhaps their communication channels are now blocked, or the attackers are acting so stealthily that their people simply cannot track them. After a short pause, The man added that he would not be surprised to hear that these brazen criminals are almost upon them. Therefore, he proposed to mobilize his forces as quickly as possible, imagining that the enemy was already on the way, so he needed to gather all the allies in the Hunan temple. Not receiving any support, the gentleman with the bangs continued to convince, arguing that if the enemy attacks suddenly, even they will not be able to fight back. Only after these facts did the other members of the meeting begin to discuss among themselves when the light sects should unite and where they should arrive. And as it turned out, Uncle Dan, who was in the province yesterday and should be there in a few days, was supposed to come to their aid. Then one of them asked if anyone knew about those 9 united clans, but none of the attendees had any information about this newly formed coalition. Suddenly, a bearded man intervened in this serious conversation, laughing loudly, saying that there was no need to worry so much, and adding that everything should go on as usual. The man with the bangs said that they needed the help of this association because, despite their power, it would be difficult for them to cope with such an opponent on their own. After that, he began to cite further facts that a large number of different clans had already united with the Black Swords and were ready to fight them to the last. So the others asked the man what he proposed to do, and he said without blinking that he thought Naaman's family should hide in the west. When the head heard about it, he opened his mouth wide and began to shout about how the man could imagine such a thing, and how they would continue to fight this shame. The man with the bangs did not raise his tone. He continued to speak calmly about how this was his vision of the situation. They need to preserve their virgin lands because it has long been clear that the 9 united sects and clans of the Light Path will not come to their aid. Therefore, given the fact that the righteous coalition has long been formed, the best masters of all these sects will soon mobilize to join forces. And finally, the gentleman with the bangs added that their main concern at the moment is whether they will be able to hold out until help reaches them. The mustachioed man got to his feet and said that he agreed with this idea, so they needed to immediately come up with a plan to save themselves. At that very moment, one of his subordinates burst into the room, and with an excited expression on his face, he began to loudly address his boss because he had some news. Then he quickly went inside and got down on one knee and shouted that there was an emergency that needed to be resolved immediately. The leader turned to his subordinate and angrily asked him questions to find out what had happened to make him barge in on them like that. The warrior continued to worry and said that the Paheo Palace began to provoke them in order to start a big battle in the future. The chief replied in a calm tone that these actions were quite expected, so there was no need to create such a panic, and emphasized that we should be calm. However, the subordinate could not slow down his emotions and feelings. So he continued in the same mood and said that the Black Swords had already captured many clans, and right now they are heading to Hainan province. When everyone heard the last sentence, they jumped to their feet because they were already worried about it. And the soldier continued to say that these attackers were already on their way to them, and the chief gentleman wondered aloud how this could have happened at all. The subordinate did not answer this question. Instead, he continued to say what he knew, and therefore said that somewhere here there was a follower of the Beggars sect from the Nanchang branch. The leader, with wide eyes, ordered the man to be brought here as soon as possible so that they could figure out what they needed to do next. A few minutes later, the gentleman was brought into the room and knelt down with his head down, and his expression made it clear that he was not happy here. After he was given the opportunity to introduce himself, the chief asked him questions to find out what he could see with his own eyes, and the man began to tell me that the tame pigeons sent to report the attack were intercepted, and that's why some clans were never able to find out the truth. So, 2 days later, they were attacked, and all but him were killed, and his leader sent him here to report everything before he died. After receiving this information, the chief was shocked, and with wide open eyes, he began to clarify whether the facts that some clans had already been destroyed were true. The man sadly replied that this was true, and that they had all been razed to the ground in a matter of hours, the attackers not sparing even children and women. Everyone who was in the room and heard the news rose to their feet because they could not sit still in their seats. He simply told his brother to tell all the clans of the Light Path that they should meet immediately in the main square of the town. A gentleman with bangs interrupted this order and said that the attackers were unlikely to attack their positions now, so there was no need to panic. The leader, turning to face the interlocutor, emphasized that they had just heard that not a single member of the clan was left alive. Then the man began to explain that they had to keep their plan secret because the attackers had deliberately destroyed the clan that was closest to them. And then they began to spread false information in the central region, while at the same time attacking clans in the east. And since they were still unaware of what was happening here in Hunan, they will most likely be the last target for the Black Sword soldiers. At that moment, my grandfather came into the room with Jin and said that the commander had already told them everything, so he asked if his colleagues had already made a decision. The man with the bangs replied that they needed to buy time, and if they could repel the enemy's attack for 5 days, they would be able to win in the end. The only thing is that if they send all their troops here, they will be eaten without choking, even before reinforcements from other clans arrive. And after a short pause, he added that in such a situation, they would need to flee to the east to wait out the storm there and save their lives. The gray-haired gentleman said that they would not even consider such an option, because since their relatives are here, they would defend their homes with dignity. Everyone listened carefully to this man, and no one dared to contradict him, because they knew that he was telling the truth, which they could not violate. Late in the evening, the men continued the meeting to find out the total number of people who would be in their army to defend the city. Together with their allies, they numbered about 800 men, but this would still not be enough, because there were 3 times as many opponents. One of the clan members said that numbers do not always determine victory, because there may be few people, but they will be stronger and more skillful than the majority. Therefore, the idea was put forward that until all the dark sword clans gathered together, they could be attacked and defeated one by one, thus reducing their number. And one gentleman suggested organizing several groups of the bravest warriors and using them to attack the enemy from different sides to surprise them. And that's how they can disrupt the attackers' plans and bring down their spirits a little bit. After that, some people started to support this idea because it seemed good. A gentleman with a thick, long mustache asked with a serious expression when these groups would be formed and when they would go on missions. Then he slammed his fist on the table and got to his feet, angrily saying that if his colleagues didn't mind, he would like to go on a mission himself. One of my colleagues started laughing out loud because he did not believe that this old man could be effective in those places. The person who came up with the idea emphasized that their goal was to exhaust the enemy, so they needed to act quickly and in a coordinated manner so that they could not be tracked. After hearing this, the gentleman with the gray short hair suggested that we send Myong-ah to do this task because she is a very fast girl. Another man said to himself that his nephews could also go and would definitely be useful there, so he was ready to talk to them about it immediately. After these suggestions, the gentleman who came up with the idea said that first they needed to create a list, and then they would consider all the candidates. At this time, a meeting was also held in the sacred temple, guarded by a large number of monks so that no one could prevent it from taking place. All the members of the meeting took their seats and began to find out whether the army of the Paeheon Palace had come out of its hiding place and had already begun its revenge. A red-haired man with a serious expression said that they had been fighting for several days and that some clans had already fallen under their pressure. Another gentleman angrily asked if this information was accurate, because it doesn't seem that some clans have been broken up yet, given yesterday's news that the Black Sword hasn't attacked anyone yet. The bald elder rubbed his head and said that he did not know anything, but the pigeons that had returned had brought news that many clans were now worried. Ungai Ja said that the situation looks like they were deceived because they hoped that they would be notified of any changes, but this never happened. Therefore, all the messages that have reached them so far do not originate from the real senders, but from the palace of Paheon, which has captured them. Some became very worried about this, and even began to suggest that the White Sword clans could already be defeated, and then they would not come for reinforcements. As Mu-un said that things are not as bad as they might seem at first glance, he said this in order to dispel some of the panic among some of his allies. He went on to say that there are still some small sects and settlements on the attacker's path, so it is highly likely that Namgun people have already moved to meet them. Therefore, we need to hope that the locals will be able to adequately repel the attack, and they need to send help immediately so that people can hold out longer. After listening attentively, the bald elder turned to the rest of the assembly and asked them what they thought of the idea. One gentleman said that it would take about 2 weeks to gather the strongest soldiers in the area, and that it might be too late. Therefore, the man said that it might be better for them to give these lands to the attackers and concentrate on protecting the areas closer to the river. Kak Mu-un emphasized that the 4 great clans have already sent their assistance and they should not delay because the situation could worsen. This idea was supported by Ugos Ja because in his opinion, it would be a shame to lose so much land on which they have lived all their lives. Then it was decided to send to the aid those soldiers who are ready to fight and then start gathering the next group. The bald elder smiled lightly and said that at least he needed to buy time and that a normal army would come to help. At this time, the rescued Mr. So Moon was sitting by a wooden barrel after bathing and overheard people discussing their route of travel. After all, because the ruler of the palace, Paheon, died, everyone around him began to fight among themselves, taking away land and destroying the people who lived on it. So far, none of them knew whether they would continue their journey because there was a very high risk that they might not be allowed to pass or even be killed. Suddenly, one of the laborers emphasized that even in the worst-case scenario, they would still not be able to defend themselves adequately. And another added that until everything calms down there, the way to those lands is simply closed, and most likely no one will want to risk going there earlier. When Seo Moon heard this, he was very upset because he wanted to finish everything as soon as possible and finally return home and live his life in peace. He was unable to cope with his negative emotions, so he grabbed his hair and raised his head up and began to scream loudly in despair. One of his colleagues told him why he was so upset, because they were doing it to save the lives of their employees and putting them in danger. But Seo Moon didn't even want to hear it, because he was only concerned about how he would get to Sichuan without their escort. Another friend, smiling broadly, said that he was already an experienced guy, so he could handle the problem he had. Then they both began to say that after working at this agency for a few months, he should have gained minimal experience in traveling to such places. And to encourage Seo Moon, they emphasized that he should not be so upset, because he will be able to learn many different skills by traveling on his own. These words really made the guy think that he could overcome this path on his own, because he does not even want to consider the option of staying here. So, a few hours later, he packed up the things he had with him and approached his employers to tell them he wanted to go to the place he needed on his own. The partners who pushed him to do it were happy that he decided to do it, because they saw that it was an important thing for him. Before leaving this place, Seo Moon folded his hands as if in prayer and bowed low to the people who hired him and sincerely thanked them for their help. One of the leaders said that when the boy wanted to return to Korea again, he would need to return to this settlement, so they would meet here. After that, the man took out a small red bag and handed it to the former employee, saying that he had prepared it for him for the road. When everyone was saying goodbye to Seo Moon, the rescued man came up behind him and, shaking hands with everyone else, also began to say goodbye to them, expressing his gratitude. When the boy saw him nearby, he angrily asked what this gentleman was doing here, and the man replied that he was going on a trip with him. After receiving this answer, the young man became even more angry and said that since the saved man was feeling better, it was time for them to part ways. And as soon as he said this, he immediately began to run in the opposite direction, and he did it so fast that the man could not catch up with him. However, he hoped for this in vain, because he caught up with him, saying that he would not go anywhere without his nephew, so he was ready to go with him wherever he wanted. After a few hours of fast movement, the man began to hold onto his wound, asking to move slowly because he thought the stitches were coming apart. Seo Moon reproached him with a sly smile that he shouldn't have followed him at all, and the man replied that it would have been better if he had been on a stretcher. The guy had no choice but to listen to this request, so he went to cut down branches to make a stretcher. As soon as the victim got into his vehicle, he told the young man that he wanted to take a nap, so he should drive him as carefully as possible. After a few hours of traveling, they reached a town where they stopped to rest for a while, find out their location, and eat. By this time, the rescued man had already woken up, and, holding his stomach, said that he was so hungry that it was even difficult for him to lie down. When the man did not see any reaction to his words, he turned to Seo Moon and said that they still had a long way to go, so he suggested having lunch. The guy puffed out his cheeks and said that they really had a long way to go, so there was no time to stop and waste hours. The gray-haired gentleman began to put pressure on the young man, saying that it was definitely not easy for him to carry him like that, so he needed to rest a little to regain his strength. The young man, gritting his teeth in anger, emphasized that it was because of him that he had to work like a horse, so he told the gentleman not to pretend to care about him. The victim did not stop there, and said that from a young age you need to eat on time, because in old age you will have many different diseases due to lack of food. Seo Moon said that he did not have the money to make the man leave him alone, but he began to wave his finger, saying that he had seen coins set aside for the road. The guy said, without stopping, that he would keep them until some critical situation came up to use them. Then the gray-haired gentleman opened his mouth wide and began to shout loudly to the whole street that he was very hungry, and everything was done to make the young man stop. All the people passing by began to look back, and the victim kept begging the guy to treat him to dumplings for the last time. Seo Moon had no choice but to stop at the nearest establishment in order to satisfy the desire of this impudent man. As soon as they sat down at the table, the hungry gentleman just pounced on the portion that was brought to him, and in a matter of minutes ate every last crumb. At that time, people at the next table were discussing what was happening in the world, and they did so in such a way that everyone around them could hear their statements. The rescued man continued to take dumplings from his rescuer and listened to what the men were saying out of the corner of his ear, because it was important for him to know everything. In a moment, their bowls were empty, and the man was a little upset because it seemed to him that it was too little, and he wanted to eat something else. So, he asked the other man if he could order more, and having received a positive answer, he turned to the waiter and ordered 10 more servings. When they were brought to the table, the young man was shocked by the amount of food because he was still eating his first dumpling and his grandfather had ordered so many. And while watching the victim eat, the guy thought that it seemed to him that there was some kind of monster hiding in the man's stomach that was absorbing so much food. After the meal, they immediately left the town and found themselves in the woods at a fork in the road, where a sign showed 2 directions: to Sichuan province or to Mount Shin. Of course, the young man chose the direction he needed to go, so he didn't even ask his partner which way to go. However, when they passed the sign and the man read the inscription, he began to shout loudly, saying that they were moving in the wrong direction. Seo Moon approached the sign and read the inscription on the side he went to again, and then turned to his interlocutor and said that they were doing the right thing. The gray-haired gentleman asked the young man if he hadn't heard people discussing the fighting in those places at lunch. The guy replied that he didn't care about it because it didn't concern him at all, but the victim continued to say that it couldn't be. The young man didn't even want to hear about it. He raised his head and said, "Let those who want to fight, and he will go to Sichuan to get his bride." And then the interlocutor asked in a serious tone what would happen when even his fiancée is now involved in the battle that is looming over her clan. Seo Moon asked him what the gentleman was talking about, since his fiancée was from the Dan clan and she lived in Sichuan without any trouble. After this answer, the gray-haired man put his hands on his feet and emphasized that the young man did not even know how things work in Kanho. And so, the man took it upon himself to explain everything to his new friend and began the story by telling him that the Namgun were the big clan that ruled their country. At first, the guy did not understand anything, so the rescuer continued to tell him that the Dan clan is also among the top 5 greatest. Seo Moon still could not reconcile this, so he continued to say that the infrastructure of these groups has been closely linked for many years. And so, we can conclude that since the Namgun clan is in danger, the other side will definitely send them help to fight the enemy. However, even after these facts, the young man could not understand how he and his fiancée felt about the whole situation in the country. Then the gray-haired gentleman said in a serious tone that Seo Moon's fiancée might be in the group that would be sent to help, and therefore, she would not be in his clan. The guy took a few minutes to think it over, so he froze in place with a strange expression on his face and his head bowed. And then he said that he did not see anything wrong with it, and the interlocutor began to emphasize that she could be injured, or, even worse, even killed. The young man held his hands out to the side and asked the man what he wanted from him, and the man suggested that he immediately go to Shaolin. Hearing this, the young man began to ask a bunch of questions about why they needed it, and the gentleman grabbed his head and said out loud that the young man did not understand anything at all. Therefore, he said in a serious tone that Palapayan was the lair of the Black Sword clan, and since they decided to conquer new lands, the White Swords would not sit idly by. And because of this, there are already rumors that the White Swords have formed a coalition to adequately defend themselves, and therefore, the issue of helping Namgun has already been resolved. The man continued to say that Seo Moon should join the army, but before he could say which army, the man put his hand in front of his face. Immediately after this gesture, the young man asked questions to find out why he needed to join the army and how he would benefit from it. The gray-haired gentleman replied that it would help him meet his bride and that he would still face all sorts of dangers on his way. The guy with the strange expression on his face said that his efforts would be in vain if his fiancée was not there. The rescued gentleman said, with a serious expression, that in this case the boy would be able to continue his journey. And finally, the gentleman added that he could travel a little faster with the help of a ship, which he would be allowed on for free when he became a soldier. These words made the boy think hard, and so he put his hand to his lips and began to think carefully about everything, weighing all the pros and cons. The rescued man decided to persuade further and said that his fiancée would be there or not, but her family would definitely be there, so it would be an opportunity to meet them. Seo Moon went on to say that his interlocutor spoke quite convincingly, but he did not understand who could so easily recruit him into their army. The gray-haired gentleman smiled with satisfaction and said that the young man should have at least one good recommendation, but he did not even know the meaning of the word. So the gentleman decided to push the young man to the right thoughts and reminded him from whom he had taken the divine pill that had saved his life. Seo Moon froze in place, with his mouth wide open because he was not eager to return to the sacred temple he had already visited twice. The rescuer, smiling sarcastically, told him directly that he should just ask the monk for a recommendation and he would be easily accepted into the army. The guy was both angry at this development because he didn't want to get involved in all this, and happy because he could soon meet his fiancée. Having made the right decision for themselves, the two reappeared in the holy temple a few hours later to fulfill their plan. As soon as Seo Moon entered the gate, the first guard, a monk, recognized him immediately, but still asked if he was the one he was thinking. And as soon as they greeted each other, the guy told them that he had come here to meet the elder again. When the guards asked the guy about his partner, he said that the man was his distant relative. After that, the gray-haired man smiled sweetly, waved his hand, and said his name, Yelji Quinn, and the monks bowed in response. When they were escorted to the room where the elder was, the gentleman who was walking behind them began to look around carefully. After all, everything he saw before him was very familiar to him, and remembering his younger years, the man mentally said that it seemed as if it had all happened recently. At this time, the bald elder was leaning on the table with one hand on his head, quietly dozing off, as he had no meetings scheduled for the day. When Mumu entered the room, of course, he woke up the boss with his voice, and the boss, not understanding what was happening, asked what had happened. The monk folded his hands as if in prayer, and said that they had guests, and Seo Moon appeared on the right side with his partner. As soon as the elderly gentleman saw who was coming, he walked quickly toward the guest and said that he was very glad to see him here again. Shaking hands, they tried to find out how each of them was feeling and what might have happened during this time. At this time, the gray-haired gentleman remembered that this man was again a monk who had destroyed his cherished dream with an ordinary stick. Closing his eyes, the guest reflected that he had been waiting for this moment for 40 years, but he could not even imagine that it would happen under such circumstances. Then the elder turned his gaze to the gray-haired man and wanted to ask him his name and who he was. However, he interrupted him immediately with his greeting and a message that so many years had passed, and the elder had not changed at all. At these words, the bald gentleman froze in his tracks because he did not understand what the man had said, and, unfortunately, could not remember it. Seeing this reaction to his words, the gray-haired man asked the elder if he had forgotten him, and only a few minutes later, the monk opened his eyes and mouth wide, and by this reaction it became clear that he had guessed who it could be. Then he grabbed the rescued man's hand and began to shake it with a smile, emphasizing that the man could still surprise him like that. Then he picked him up by the arm and began to drag him further into the room, asking the others to follow them. Seo Moon, who was taking slow steps, expressed his thoughts out loud that it turns out the two had met before. When they sat down at the table, the elder told the guests that he had heard rumors about his death, but that it was good that they turned out to be just a fiction. After that, the elder folded his arms and began to tell what was happening in the country, after everyone believed the rumors about his death. The gray-haired gentleman, taking a sip of tea and smiling slightly, said that he already knew all about it, and after a short pause, he added that when he was leaving this place, he said that he would definitely come back here one day and challenge everyone to a duel. The elder said that it was hard to forget, so he asked questions to find out whether the man had managed to recognize the essence of existence. The guest was unable to give a clear answer to this question. Instead, he said that his soul was filled with confidence, and the elder asked when he would show him everything. The rescued man said with a slight smile that he did not intend to demonstrate anything yet, but his follower had outdone him and was now coming here. The interlocutor first paused for a moment to realize what he had said, and then, based on what he had heard, he clarified why the gentleman hated the follower. And the man replied that in the dark world of martial arts, masters only the strongest survive, so he was sorry that many innocent people would die. He went on to explain that the follower is very skilled in many fighting techniques, so it will be difficult for the White Sword Army to defend its territories this time. Therefore, in a few minutes, the elder gathered his subordinates and began to inform them that they would now move to the territory that was almost completely captured by Paihyun. Then the gentleman began to tell me that the warriors of the Namgun clan were fighting to the last, but if they lost, they would have to temporarily retreat. This meeting was attended by all those who live in the Holy Temple because everyone had to know what they would be doing in the near future. The chief continued to say that they, as those who are responsible for the lives of the trusted coalitions of clans, could no longer stand aside. Therefore, just today it was decided that Engak, Murin, and Sipalnahan would join forces to help from Shaolin. But that was not the end of it. The elder turned his head in the other direction and said that 26 more students would be sent along with their leader from the Hwasan clan. After that, the man turned his gaze to another gentleman named Ku Yuk K, who is the elder of the Keban clan, and he is also setting off, as well as 3 nameless masters who volunteered to go to hell itself and try to change the course of events in their favor by buying some time. Then the old man held his hands out to the side and said that he had counted 67 men in total, and that some of the troops would join them on the way. Kak Mu Un, sitting on his horse, told his interlocutor that thousands of lives now depended on the bottom, and that they would be able to reach the battlefield in only 4 days. But if they keep moving, they won't have the strength to fight, so he decided that they would rest a bit during the journey. Ha Hu Han from Kuhuando listened attentively, and asked if this decision would not play a bad joke on them on the way. Kok Mu, smiling slightly, said that it was better than surrendering even before they could start the fight, because they would be very tired after such a long journey. At this time, Kwak Muyon's daughter from the Hwasan clan, sitting on her horse, turned her head back and began to look at the strangers with distrust. Kwak Yun, as the young lady was called, suddenly asked a question to find out why such shameful people who did not belong to their status were among them. And the girl asked her brother Kwaku Gomu Meng, who said with wide eyes that he did not know this and assumed that there must be some reason for this. Then He Jinku joined the conversation, and with a serious expression on his face agreed with what Kwak Yan said, because he had also been thinking for a long time about how these people could have ended up here. After that, the young lady began to state the facts that the gray-haired gentleman was sick, and that his friend was not a member of any clan, and yet he always carried a bow with him. Even though the people in front of him tried to speak more quietly, Seo Moon still managed to hear him, and Kwak Yan began to irritate him by making such demands. But the girl was so interested in watching that she was surprised to see a beautiful falcon land on the black-haired boy's shoulder. So she turned to her brother again, angrily emphasizing that there should be martial artists among them, and not just laborers. Seo Moon could hardly contain his emotions, because each subsequent word made him even angrier, and at the same time, he realized that the girls were now so impudent. However, this election had been going on for several hours, and so the young man gritted his teeth, looked up at the sky, and said to himself that he had to hold out. At some point, however, his anger filled his mind and body so much that he could barely restrain himself from starting a scandal on the road. At that time, everyone who was rushing to help rarely stopped, because they were determined to just get to the place where they were supposed to help. Seo Moon and his new gray-haired friend were also focused on what awaited them when they got to the place where something irreparable was about to happen. Suddenly, on their way, they saw a group of people on horses, where the head of the group raised his right hand and loudly ordered those moving to stop. Kwak Mu-un abruptly began to stop his animal, while ordering the rest of his partners to stop in their places to clarify the circumstances. And as soon as they stopped, the gentleman standing in front of them folded his hands as if in prayer, and introduced himself as Ungen Jin Yin, who belongs to a clan of shamans. Kwak greeted them, and emphasized that it would be better for them to get acquainted on the road, as it would still take several days, and that would be enough time to get to know each other. Toward nightfall, the travelers stopped and divided into small groups to build a fire, and sit around it to warm up and prepare some snacks. The young Dan gang of the Kiban clan took a cautious bite of the hot meat, and was glad that finally, after a few days, they could eat something normal. Hyunjo Moon of the Kwasan clan added with a smile that he thought they would be eating crackers all the way through the trip. But thanks to Seo Moon, their table looks rich. When the young man heard that he was being hailed, he began to smile broadly, saying that without his bird, he would not have been able to do what he did today. Suddenly, Kwak joined the conversation and said to Seo Moon that if he kept hunting and providing them with meat, he would deserve a reward. The guy with a big smile on his face said that he was not very good with the bow, but he would try to be useful on this trip. Kwak Gom men told the young man not to underestimate his abilities, as he had managed to catch a pheasant and a hare and a large roe deer in a fairly short time. Kwak Yon couldn't listen to all of this, so she complained that they were all talking about nonsense that had nothing to do with their trip. After that, her brother raised his glass to the top to defuse the situation and joyfully invited everyone around to drink to the three heroes. It was clear from Seo Moon's face that he did not understand the meaning of these words, so the young man sitting next to him said that the three heroes were three madmen. Then he pointed at the guy and said that Hyunjo Moon is a thief of women's hearts because he considers himself the best womanizer there is. Kwak Gom man, giving So Moon a glass, added that when this young man enters any establishment, all the geishas stop their work and go straight to him. The newcomer to the gang, with his mouth wide open, said that he was very much a man of incredible ability, and that he was even a little jealous of Hyunjo Moon. Then they began to talk about Kwak Gom, saying that he had gone crazy because he had learned to use the blade skillfully in any circumstance. And after a short pause, they added that this guy is ready to fight at any moment, so there are days when he calls everyone to a fight, regardless of gender. Hyunjo began to smile loudly as he remembered the story of how his friend challenged the Shaolin monk Enho to a battle, But his father came and almost killed Kwak Gom. Seo Moon suggested with an open mouth that perhaps the gentleman just likes to win all the time and was not prepared for the possibility of losing. Heng kept smiling, emphasizing that his friend, no matter how hard he tried to win, could not do it with almost anyone. Holding his glass tightly, the newcomer clarified that the story suggests that Kwak Gom is always defeated after his battles. But the interlocutor had already calmed down and said with a normal expression that it was not like that because his friend was just making it all about nobody. And finally, the last of the three introduced himself, saying that he was Dan Jen, who is called a drunken dog because he always has booze with him. After this presentation, one of his partners added that when he gets drunk, his skills increase several times, and this helps him survive. And finally, they summarized that all three of them met in an institution in Beijing and became friends and began to call themselves the Three Heroes. Seo Moon said, smiling loudly, that he had a feeling that he had already read a similar story in a book, but now he could not remember its name. At that moment, Hyunjo sat down with him and said that women are their consolation, so if a young man wants to, he can teach him how to treat them properly. When Kwak Gom heard this suggestion, he turned angrily to his friend and shouted at him to shove his advice to the back of his head, because he was enough for them. But the guy didn't stop, because he wants to tell Seo Moon that before you live with one bride all your life, you need to know a lot to find out which one is right for you. After hearing this statement, Kwak Gom began to beat his chest with his fists, emphasizing that men only need his favorite martial art. Seo Moon looked down and began to laugh out loud, saying that his new friends were quite funny and cheerful young men. Hyunjung sat down even closer to the newcomer and asked him questions to find out if he had ever met anyone before or not. When the young man began to stumble and could not give a specific answer, his interlocutor said that he knew he had not met him, but that he should not worry about it. After that, he started laughing out loud, saying that, especially for Seo Moon, they would conduct a crash course from theory to practice. The newcomer folded his arms across his chest and said that in his homeland it is customary for a woman to be faithful to her husband, so he does not understand how he can go out with others. Then Hyunjo added that in ancient teachings, men had several wives, and this teaches that you need to be able to handle several ladies at once. The young man raised his eyebrows and said that these were just the words of a madman, and in his homeland, such phrases could simply deprive him of his tongue forever. Then Sun Myung Moon began to clap his hands loudly, emphasizing that a husband and wife should be faithful to each other until the end of their days. Hyunjo was a little confused and ashamed to hear such statements, so he quietly said that he understood and that his friend could not be so hot. After that, the newcomer, moving closer to the interlocutor, smiling, emphasized that the ancient teachings did not say what he said, so he asked when he had invented it. All this time, Kwak Yeon was watching the conversation, and she frowned to herself and said that the guy looked like an idiot, but he was saying the right thing. However, her words did not go unnoticed, and Seo Moon heard them out of the corner of his ear, so he was a little upset that this young lady thought he was some kind of idiot. Then she turned to Hyun Jung and told him to stop talking nonsense because even a village boy has some pride, and he looks just shameful. The newcomer was furious that this was the second time she called him names, and this time, he was a hillbilly, so he didn't understand where their sense of tact had gone. So, he decided to speak out about it, and despite the girl, he said that he also had a saying for such people that is used in his homeland. With a serious expression on his face, Kwak Gom began to ask how it sounded, what it might mean, and how it related to one of the people present. Seo Moon said that naughty calves grow a horn in their asses, and added that, as far as he knows, this is always said when someone behaves very badly. Hen Jo was the first to speak out about it, and all he could say was that it could really happen to a person. But the only one who understood what the newcomer meant by this saying was Kwak Yeon, because she put everything together, and it turns out that he was talking about her. So, she decided to speak up and hugged her knees with both hands and told Seo Moon that she didn't know who would become his wife, but she already felt sorry for her. The young man turned his head to her and told her not to worry, because he would never ask her for her hand in marriage in his life, because she was too toxic for him. The girl was angry at his words, and nervously began to ask questions about who had told him that she would agree to such a thing. And Seo Moon added that he had no desire to do so, so he said that he would rather die on the battlefield than take someone like her as his wife. Kwang Yeon jumped to her feet and began to pull out her sword, shouting that the boy had asked for it, and that she was going to smash him to pieces. She then put a sword to the interlocutor's throat and said that she would now deprive him of his tongue, which was used to say such unacceptable things. All those who were nearby at the time froze in their seats, gritting their teeth, because none of them knew what to expect from this newcomer. For the first few minutes, Seo Moon sat quietly, almost without moving, and the only thing he did was to calmly look at the girl standing nearby. However, her brother Kwak Gom intervened in this fight, jumping to his feet and asking what was going on, and then ordered her to immediately put down her sword. The girl continued to stand in the same pose and tried to explain to her relative that, in her opinion, the gentleman had crossed a certain line in communicating with her. However, he would not listen to anything until she put down her weapon, because they were all fighting the same enemy together, and it was not enough to have clashes between them. The young lady had no choice but to obey her brother's order, and, lowering her sword, she turned in the opposite direction and began to cry with her hands over her face. When Seo Moon saw this, he folded his hands as if in prayer and apologized to her brother for what had happened, and he told him that he did not need to do so because he had not started the argument. After that, the young man slowly turned his gaze to Kwak Yeon and said that if she behaved like that again, she would not get away with it like this time. In a few hours, everyone got to the ship and started to sail away from the shore, while everyone took their seats and watched the waves. Seo Moon, holding on to the side of the ship, asked Hyunjo how long they would be on the road, and he replied that they would have to sail for 4 days by ship, and then ride a horse for 1 day. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound in the sky, and when he looked up, he saw his bird and rubbed his hands together, worried that something might have gone wrong. But this is not an indicator of it, so he waved to the animal and offered to climb down on his hand because it might be sad in the sky. However, the falcon did not do this, but instead began to fly even faster in a circle, screaming loudly, and the young man could not understand what was happening. So all he could think of was to raise his hands and ask the people in charge of the ship to stop immediately. When his new partners approached Seo Moon, he told them that his bird was behaving very strangely, so we can assume that there is danger ahead. And the boys quickly went to the observation deck, and each began to look in a different direction to find out what could have happened around them. Kwak Yeon looked at her partners with a confused expression and suggested that perhaps a ship had sunk somewhere, and in a moment, the girl opened her mouth wide and began to scream loudly in shock, because what she saw in front of her could not but alarm her. When Kok Moo heard the screams, he immediately turned his head in the direction they were coming from, and asked what had happened and where he should look to see the same thing. The young lady began to point her finger in front of her, and everyone present began to look at it with squinting eyes because there was a heavy fog and it was difficult to see anything. And it turns out that there were soldiers from the White Sword Army floating in the sea who died during the battle, possibly before reaching their destination. Kamu speculated for a few minutes that there had been a fight with the Pikyon Palace near the water, so most of the bodies had been carried far downstream. Kwak Gom approached the chief and asked if it was possible to assume that the Namgun clan had already been destroyed, and the man replied that there was no need to jump to conclusion. And after a short pause, he said that from now on, everyone should watch even more closely in order not to miss the attack of the attackers. At that moment, the falcon finally landed on Seo Moon's hand, and he praised him for his work and asked him to see what was happening a little further. Hyunjo, watching the bird, told the newcomer that it was a very intelligent animal, and Seo Moon replied that he had been raising it since birth. At this time, a group of people met in Hijichan to discuss what was happening, including Kui Kwo Ja, who is a military advisor. On the right side of him sat a large man who was the leader and chief commander of the army of the Palace of Pahaeon, and he was in charge of all defense activities. The next person to take his place was a man with a black mustache named Hong Wan Kang, who had been the guardian of Pikjon Palace for many years. Afterwards, the brothers were sitting next to each other, called ghosts who destroy everything, and had scars on their faces after one of the fights. And the last person to appear at this meeting was a healed guest named Mok Sa Hyun, who was distinguished from the others by the fact that he wore small brown dreadlocks. All of them gathered for a reason. One of the spies found out important information and wanted to tell everyone at once so that nothing would be confused. The black-clad gentleman knelt down on one knee and folded his hands as if in prayer, saying that Yi Kui and 30 men from his army had been killed. The commander-in-chief asked in an angry tone how this could happen, since they had never been defeated in the entire existence of that unit. The military advisor was silent for a few minutes, squinting his eyes, and then said that no one could have known that the enemy would ambush them. And then, folding his arms as if in a castle, he added that he did not suspect that the White Sword Army would use such insidious tactics against them. The leader of the troops began to smile gloatingly, happy that they had finally begun to panic and take some measures to protect themselves. The advisor said with a serious expression that whatever these actions might mean, the death toll on their side exceeds 100 soldiers. After that, the man turned his gaze to the commander-in-chief and said that if they continue to lose like this, Their soldiers will lose their spirits and will not want to go into battle. Then the interlocutor said that the most important among them was Kui Kok, and he had to come up with something for them to avoid such a bad scenario. The man was offended that he was called the most important person, because he does not consider himself as such, since he is only an advisor here. A mustachioed gentleman interrupted the conversation and suggested mobilizing the army, because if they don't do it, their opponents can take advantage of their lack of readiness. The resurrected guest joined this proposal, saying that they had all had enough rest, so it was time to go into battle. The commander-in-chief then turned to the advisor and asked when they should launch the attack, as everyone present was demanding a specific answer from him. The man slowly got to his feet and said that he proposed to leave by midnight, because first of all the small groups had to be destroyed. Hong Wan listened carefully and said that he could take on this task because his men specialize in such tactics. The head of the army asked how the gentleman was going to do it, and Hong Wan said that they were just skillfully setting traps that were difficult to escape from. After receiving this answer, the man laughed out loud and then said that this could be a great idea and that they would be able to quickly resolve this issue. And as soon as he calmed down and became more serious, he said that now they needed to discuss their company so that everyone knew what they had to do. Mackie SK hit his fist on his shoulder and said that there was nothing to discuss, because it would be very easy if they started destroying everything from the east. The advisor said that this was not the way to do it, because we had to take into account that the opponents were 100% prepared, because the reinforcements had already arrived in Namgun. When the commander-in-chief heard this information, he froze in place with his eyes wide open, because he had not even heard that any reinforcements had arrived. Queecock replied that he thought that the warriors of the Jagal clan could be assistants, and then the chief asked what the advisor suggested to do. The gentleman said that he would be able to smash them to smithereen, but it would take him a little bit of time because there are several dozen soldiers there. Then everyone became curious about what plan their colleague had come up with, so they demanded that he tell them as soon as possible, and they began their preparation. The counselor folded his arms as if in prayer and looked forward with a focused look, saying that he would tell and explain everything in detail. After that, the man took out a small wooden box and put it on the table, and when he opened the lid, it became clear that there was dynamite inside. He went on to justify these weapons by saying that only the National Army can use them, but that possession in small quantities is allowed. While everyone was thinking about what they had heard and seen, the counselor added that he had already put his subordinates in the right place. So, from now on, the law was not written for them. The commander-in-chief no longer cared about this issue, but instead thought about how to use this dynamite if the enemy moved into a large area. Then Queecock said that even if some of them die, the others may lose their spirits and may not want to make any choice at all to save their lives. Suddenly, someone who was a little late to the meeting and missed most of the discussion interrupted the conversation and said that it was simply impossible to guarantee victory. Nen Ak, taking his seat, said that they should also understand that there could be heavy losses among the soldiers on their side. The commander-in-chief agreed with what their comrade said, because the Namgun clan had existed for more than 500 years, so the battle would be powerful. After that, Moksa turned to his advisor and said that he was ready to face his opponents one-on-one, because he was not afraid of even such trained warriors. Finally, after a long silence, the two brothers also said that they were ready to take over the entire left flank of the defense, since they were already settled in place. Nen Ak, clenching his hands into fists, said he was ready to take over the right side and his team and start defending that particular piece of land. The military advisor raised his hand in the air and said that the last group was their main trump card, so they should not enter the battle yet. Their time is later. And after saying that, the man paused for a moment, after which he added that Nayak and his men were to appear at the very last moment of the battle, but the united army of Dark Swords must fight on the front line to initially deter the attack of those who dared to attack. The commander-in-chief said that the clans that are part of this association have long been waiting for an order from the Pahian Palace to begin implementing the plan. Suddenly, a messenger in black reappeared in the room and showed a rolled-up sheet and said that there was a message for the counselor from an agent of the Blood Clan. The man was a little surprised by this, but he approached the employee to receive what he had been sent, and immediately opened it to find out what it was about. As soon as the military advisor began to read the contents of the message, he realized from the first lines that the news was not good, and this could be seen in his expression. The commander-in-chief had been working with this gentleman for a long time, so he already realized that something might have happened, and immediately asked questions to find out. The interlocutor, having read everything to the end, said that the ruling coalition is gathering an army and one part of it has already managed to cross the Yangtze River. The chief of the military said that this does not change the fact that victory will still be theirs. It is just a new problem that needs to be solved. The advisor said that the army is now heading here to help the Namgun clan, despite any dangers. That's why the idea that they need to set up a trap that will make it difficult for them to get out and take any defensive action at all came up again. Moxo folded his hands together and offered to entrust this task to him, since he was of little use at such meetings as this anyway. The commander-in-chief took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time, saying that this task would not be easy, so he asked his comrade if he could do it. The man continued to sit in the same position, answering that he would cope with this task 100% and would definitely win for them. Then the gentleman jumped to his feet and shouted loudly that he believed his colleague, so he could go to fulfill the task he was entrusted with. The counselor approached Mok Sung and advised him to take a group called the Blood Bow with him to help them, because it was not known what could happen. This group is always dressed in red clothes and shoots metal arrows. They consist of about 10 invincible men of different ages. A mustachioed man named Hong Wan put his hands together at his lips and said that while his colleague was messing with his rival, he and his men would destroy the Namgun clan's support. At this time, a group of men were running along the forest path, knowing exactly where they were going, and therefore not slowing down for a long time. One of the subordinates turned to the chief and suggested that they take a break, but he said that if they stopped, they would not have another chance to win. This main gentleman was called the Poisonous Hand of Ma Mu Bek, and he said that 2 more hours of this movement, and they would arrive at the place they needed. After a short pause, the man added that as soon as they are where they need to be, they will be able to finally rest and recuperate before entering the battle. Suddenly, at some point, Mamu heard screams behind him, and, slowing down a bit, he and his assistant turned their heads to see what had happened. It turned out that they were shot at with arrows, so he ordered his men to stand in a circle and figure out where their opponent was. While the men were performing the task, one of their subordinates approached the deceased and, having carefully examined him, said that these arrows were smeared with poison. Mamu, looking into the bushes, asked the attacker who he was and said that he should stop hiding like a coward and offered to come out and show himself. However, no one came out of the thicket, but only began to shoot again at the main man, who drew his sword and began to repel the attacks directed at him. Some of the arrows hit his men, so he became even more angry and began to challenge the attacker to a duel to make things fair. Only after that a guy appeared in the distance and said that it was rather strange for him to hear about fair fighting from the people of Peichon, who never adhered to it. In the darkness, Mamu could not see the attacker's face, so he turned to him and asked who he was and why they were attacked. The guy finally came out of the shadows and showed his face, saying that his name was Namgun Jin, and then stopped talking so that people could guess for themselves. It was not hard to guess which clan this young man was a member of, so the chief immediately suggested that it was the Sleeping Dragon group. His men followed the young man, and he said with a serious expression and confident tone that the travelers' lives would end here. After saying this, he displayed a sword that began to glow with blue light, and added that they would definitely not be sad and would be able to rest in the afterlife. Mamu furiously began to defend himself, first calling his attackers dogs and then emphasizing that each of them would be beheaded in turn. Then he put his sword forward, but it was illuminated with red light, and addressing his soldiers, the man said that they had to fight to the end. And immediately after that, everyone began to move toward their opponents with their swords out, either upward or in front of them, each choosing a different fighter as they moved. And as soon as they clashed, each of the warriors tried to use their strength and various techniques to win the victory. At some point, the blonde young man began to use not only weapons, but also his inner energy, saying that he was Huangbo Chan of the Huangbo clan. And as soon as he managed to apply force to his attacker, it spread so strongly around that those standing nearby began to fly away. Mamu saw the light from the corner of his eye and knew that it was called the Thunder Palm, a secret technique of the Huangbo clan that no one else knew. So, the leader decided to save those who remained and, running to the left, began to tell his men to retreat and follow him. Those who heard these words gathered in a small group and began to move to the left, but as soon as they ran a few meters, someone appeared on their way. She was a blonde girl named Huangbo Yon, and she is Huangbo Chang's sister. Looking at the fugitives, she said that they were trapped, and as soon as she finished the last word, she swung her sword and struck with such force that she was able to get rid of 3 opponents in one go. Then 2 Ping brothers appeared on the battlefield, holding giant-sized swords that they carried on one shoulder at all times. And immediately after the appearance of these people, the battle became even more fierce. No one could escape from their hands, no matter how hard they tried. Mamu, watching what was happening, could not believe it because he could not even imagine that these people were so strong and assumed that he himself would die today. After a few hours of fighting, all the travelers were killed, except for their leader, who stood in one place and waited for what would happen to him. Namgun Jin, walking slowly toward the man, said that his comrades were waiting to meet him in the afterlife, so it was time to go. However, the opponent did not intend to give up without a fight, so he took out his weapon and put it forward to use the Hellsword technique. However, he never succeeded, because as soon as he approached the boy and was about to stab him with his sword, he easily dodged it. But Mamu did not stop and continued to launch attacks, which were unsuccessful each time, because the opponent could dodge in time to avoid being wounded. And at some point, the leader of the travelers began to smile happily because he thought he had hit the target during another blow. But it turned out not to be so because the young man managed to jump up and to be behind Ma Moon so that he could spend a little time breathing ordinary air until he realized that there was no one in front of him. In a few seconds, Namgun Jin decided to end it with this gentleman because he was tired of dealing with him and wanted peace and quiet. Sitting down on the circle, the victim began to drool through his mouth, saying that such a development was not part of his plans for this trip. After that, everyone began to approach the guy saying that everything turned out just fine, and that's why they know for sure that they created their union for a reason. Huang Boyon spoke next, saying that the opponent was strong, but he exhausted himself on the way, so next time they may not be so lucky. One of my comrades, laughing loudly, agreed with this statement 100%, because this girl usually notices quite useful things. Suddenly, one of the brothers turned to the other with a serious expression and asked him a question to find out what he was agreeing with. Without waiting for an answer, the young man made a strange grimace on his face and called his brother a scumbag, and then suggested that he might have fallen in love. When the young lady heard these words, she oohed loudly and covered her mouth and began to blush slightly because it was her we were talking about. The guy who agreed with the girl turned red as a beetroot and, addressing the other man, asked him to be quiet and not to say anything stupid. The other members of the group began to smile loudly, saying that there was no need to tease each other because the loyalty of one of them deserved respect. Suddenly, a voice came from the corners of the forest and said that everyone in the clearing could laugh louder because it was their last laugh. The group of soldiers began to look around to find out where the voice was coming from and asked who he was and why he was hiding. However, a man immediately showed himself with his men standing behind the trees, and this man was Ho Wan Gan, who belongs to the group of the Sword of the God of Death. The young people who were laughing out loud a few minutes ago now stood with serious expressions, trying to understand the intentions of this stranger. Coming closer, Ho Wan said that he had been walking in the forest since the morning looking for their traces and only now realized that this search was not in vain. Huang Bo-un drew her eyebrows together and tried to remember who this man was, since he had not yet introduced himself to them. And in a moment, she realized that it was the Sword of the God of Death, Wan Gan, and she said this with her mouth wide open in amazement. Her partners, who heard this suggestion, were also shocked, and you could see it in their wide-eyed expressions. The man who appeared in front of them laughed several times, and then said that he was pleasantly surprised that the young lady knew him. And there are legends about this gentleman that he was a very strong man who could not defeat only one opponent, and it turned out to be Ku Yang Fu. But at the same time, everyone says that even Ku Yang Fu himself was very fascinated by this gentleman's signature technique called the Sword of the God of Death. However, despite his background, he is different from many people because of his loyalty and dedication, and many people admire him for that. And as soon as you are near him, you feel an aura that darkens everything around you, and you feel as if it becomes difficult to breathe. Ho Wan, addressing the group of comrades, said that they were very young and that he did not want to destroy them, so he suggested that they just surrender. For the first few minutes, the young people were silent because they needed time to think about this decision. Namgun Jin, holding onto his sword, said that life in captivity was not worth a penny, and after hearing this answer, the man said that they could attack it. The young man looked closely at Ho Wan and mentally said that despite who he was the grandson of a famous martial arts clan. And folding his hands as if in prayer, the boy bowed, saying that he was the firstborn of the Namgun clan, and his name was Namgun Jin. Hearing this introduction, the opponent said out loud that he now realized that the boy was the grandson of the famous sword spirit. Ho Wan went on to say that he had great respect for his grandfather and was glad to meet him briefly and told him to do his best. Immediately after that, they began to assume postures in order to start a battle that simply could not be delayed any longer. Namgun Jin looked at his opponent and realized that he was facing the best warrior in the world of martial arts, and that one mistake could cost him his life. So He began to apply the techniques he was best at, but the first two did not yield any positive results. However, he did not give up, but continued to move in different directions in order to distract his opponent's attention and throw him off his trail. Ho Wan stood in one place all this time, head up, trying to calculate the young man's next move. And as soon as he realized everything, he said that he was a good warrior, but he was no match for him, so he used his power, which began to envelop him. And as soon as Namgun Jin tried to break through this defense, he failed, only being thrown back a few meters. Stopping a few meters away from the opponent, the young man gritted his teeth and said to himself that he could not possibly break through. And in this case, he took the pose for his next appointment, even though he knows that he was not able to master it completely. However, this did not stop him from trying to break through the opponent's defense again, so he decided to use the sword control technique. The man who felt this effect on himself laughed out loud and said that it was a pretty good attempt, but not so much that it destroyed him. Then the attacker used his own technique, after which the victim barely managed to stay on his feet, but still had wounds on his body. After that, Ho Wan took a pose with his head held high and said that he had just used a technique called restoring the body of the god of death. At this time, the young man's mouth was bleeding, and wiping it off, he thanked his opponent for not using his skill to the fullest extent of his power. The mustachioed man added that the boy had excellent sword techniques, but there was a drawback, and it was that he was not yet mature enough. At one point, the victim almost fell to the ground, but was picked up in time by one of his comrades who noticed that something bad might happen. This assistant turned out to be Huangbo Chan, and addressing the others, he said that he would fight instead of Namgun and that they should flee to the forest during the first attack. The sister raised her eyebrows and pulled out her sword to say that she would not leave her brother here alone, but he did not let her say it to the end. He mentally asked her to wait and added that he might not be as strong as this opponent turned out to be, but he was not going to lose. After that, he gave out orders to everyone about who should do what, and approaching Ho Wan, he folded his hands as if in prayer and said that he would now participate in the battle. The mustachioed gentleman smiled lightly and said that his sword had no eyes, so he did not care who he fought with. And when he was ready to attack his opponent, he first shouted loudly in his mind to his comrades, signaling that it was time to flee. They didn't hesitate for long, but grabbed the wounded member of their group and, pushing off the ground, flew in different directions to split up first. Ho Wan noticed that the young people began to disappear, and ordered his subordinates in black clothes to immediately go after them and catch up with every single one of them. After everyone had disappeared from the battlefield, the mustachioed gentleman turned to Huangbo Chan and said that he had only now realized why the young man wanted to talk to him. The young man replied that he did not think they had a chance of winning against such opponents, so it was logical to decide to run away to save themselves. After hearing this explanation, Ho Wan asked if the guy was sure that they would let them escape, and he replied that he would rely on the luck of his partners. Then the mustachioed gentleman said that everything was clear to him, and, after a short pause, invited Huangbo Chan to follow the path he had chosen. Immediately after these words, a blue ball appeared in one of his hands, and he mentally addressed his opponent and said that he was starting with his permission. Then he took a pose from which it would be more convenient for him to use the energy. And at the same time, he looked at the man and was not sure that he would succeed. At some point, he began to correct himself because he began to doubt that he would ever be able to move this martial arts master. Suddenly, Huangbo Chan drew his eyebrows together and caught himself wondering when he had started to concentrate for so long instead of attacking. Therefore, he changed his decision and attack tactics at the last moment to use one of his best techniques, and it is called Heavenly Punishment. When Ho Wan saw that a pile of sand began to move toward him, forming into a ball, he put his sword in front of him and began to swing it quickly. During this, he also concentrated his strength on the sword, and therefore released a stream of energy in different directions, from which the opponent flew back several meters. The guy tried to stand on his feet to the last, but he failed because his strength was not equal, so he fell to the ground and rode on his back for a while. The mustachioed gentleman came a little closer to examine the young man closely and find out what kind of condition he was in after the last fight. Then he turned to his subordinates and said that this boy should not die, so he ordered them to take him to the camp to get medical help. At that time, two influential men in the Namgun clan were walking around the palace grounds discussing what was happening on the mainland. Suddenly, one of his subordinates appeared behind them, approaching quickly and addressing the leader with news in a nervous and excited manner. The men were forced to stop in their tracks to find out what could have happened to make this worker in such a strange state. Therefore, as soon as he could speak, he first folded his hands as if in prayer, then bowed, and only then said that Pacheon had sent a man to negotiate. One of the gentlemen asked the other what they were going to do, and the latter said that they should definitely listen to him in order to be aware of all the events. Therefore, in a few minutes, the messenger was walking confidently to the leader to report the words that had been passed on from his clan. A few meters away from the interlocutor, he stopped and said his name, In Se-chun, and folded his arms as if in prayer, adding that he was the owner of a martial arts school. The leader, with his head held high and a serious expression on his face, began to clarify whether the famous flying sword was actually in front of him. The man who came replied that these were just rumors from people who had never met him in their lives and had only heard about him from the stories of others. As soon as they found out, the Namgun leader decided not to drag out the conversation for a long time, and therefore asked immediately why In Se-chun had come to their palace. And the gentleman immediately replied that the advisor to the Pei Kayong Palace asked me to tell him that the Namgun clan was surrounded by the army of the Black Sect, and they did not want bloodshed. After a short pause, the messenger added that they had to surrender, and promised that after everything was over, they would have to live in the shadows for about 30 years. In Si went on to explain that when the battle begins, no one will be able to get out of here alive, so this is the only way to save Namgun and all its inhabitants. The leader, who was offered to surrender, first listened attentively, and then opened his mouth wide and began to laugh loudly throughout the courtyard. After he calmed down, he shouted that their offer was just nonsense, and that he would rather take up a sword and fight than live in captivity for many years. And finally, he told the envoy to get out of the palace immediately. After hearing this answer, In-si emphasized in a serious tone that he would regret his decision. The leader made a serious expression on his face and said that his interlocutor was wrong and that it was not he who would regret it, but his boss. The messenger folded his hands again, as if in prayer, and said that they would see each other again soon, to which the mustachioed gentleman replied that he would look forward to that moment. After that, the guest abruptly turned around and began to move toward the door with quick but confident steps to leave the place. In a few hours, all the leaders of the groups that joined this association gathered at the Lotus headquarters where the dark forces were meeting to profit. Of course, the same messenger who told everything came to this meeting, and the advisor who sent him there smilingly said that he knew they would refuse. In Se-chun asked a question with a bewildered expression to find out why they were doing this incomprehensible show. The counselor smilingly replied that it could be considered a gesture of goodwill, or rather a demonstration that they were confident of their victory. One of the men present looked down and said that it was immediately obvious from this worker that he was not a warrior and therefore did not understand honor. At the same time, the commander-in-chief approached the same advisor and asked him when they could start implementing the plan. The man folded his arms as if in prayer and bowed, saying that he thought they no longer needed his advice, so he left the matter to the soldiers. After receiving this answer, the leader of the soldiers got to his feet and confidently said that they would start as planned. He immediately began to address each member of the assembly to remind them of their duties during the task, and the first to do so were the Ghost Brothers. The men got to their feet and said that they were listening attentively to the gentleman and were ready to immediately do whatever they were ordered to do. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth wide and loudly said that these guys should immediately attack the Namgun clan from the eastern side. The brothers folded their arms as if in prayer and slightly bowed their heads, saying that they were ready to fulfill this task to the best of their ability, so they were already on their way. After that, the main man turned to the other men present in a serious tone, and Hurricane Sword and Invincible Master were next in line. The gentlemen immediately rose to their feet to receive their assignments, which they could begin as soon as the meeting was over. Within minutes, the commander informed them that he was leaving the western side for them and their soldiers to attack the enemy together. The next person to be informed of the location of his attack was Nen-ok, who listened without getting up and heard that he was to attack the clan's central buildings. And finally, the commander-in-chief said that the soldiers who arrived from the dark air would go with him and attack directly from the front. Everyone in the room agreed with this plan, so before setting off, everyone said that they would fight to the last. At this time, the Namgun clan convened a late meeting, where its members tried to find out why it was so quiet, since according to information, the enemy stopped very close. Hwangbo Cheon AK said he did not think they would attack so recklessly, because they had organized an ambush of 5 blocking elements and it would not be easy to get past. Jae-hal Gong, who set up the ambush, folded his arms on the table and thanked his colleagues and comrades for appreciating his work so much. This trap is designed in such a way that 5 different elements are combined into one, and depending on the developer's intention, people who fall into it see different illusions. And while the man was telling this information, they suddenly heard powerful explosions that sounded near their palace and made everyone present shudder. Namgun jumped to his feet and addressed the guards and ordered them to find out what had happened there and what consequences could already be seen after the explosion. A few minutes later, the chief among the guards ran into the room and said to his master that a great trouble had occurred. He immediately began to say that the enemy had detonated dynamite and thus destroyed the ambush, and that is why their army was attacking simultaneously from different sides. The Lord, with his mouth wide open, froze in surprise because he had not expected the attackers to go so crazy as to use dynamite. And after a few minutes of such confusion, the man began to reproach himself for not even thinking that it was possible to use such a weapon to destroy the ambush. My colleague, coming closer, emphasized that the use of dynamite is actually prohibited by law, and the leader suggested that they could have put their own people in the department. A few minutes later, the entire Namgun clan army was gathered in the central courtyard to give final instructions before the battle took place. The Lord shouted loudly that if they could not hold out, all the white clans on the east side of the Yangtze River would be completely destroyed. After that, the man began to tell us where each group would conduct defense in order not to lose in the first minutes, so the front line would be taken over by Namgun. Then the chief turned to the Huangbo and Ping clans and said that they should go to the left flank together and defend there with their people. Then the other groups of soldiers were assigned to their positions, and finally the Lord calmed down and addressed all his subordinates in a normal tone. He said that he did not know how many of them would survive, but he wanted to tell them that they had to fight to the end so that they could celebrate the victory together. After that, Namgun raised his sword in the air to encourage his men to fight and show them that they need not be afraid of anything. Having received the right mood from his people, the man turned to a young man standing next to him and said that he hoped that the families were already safe. The guy answered that it was true and added that he had sent the servants either to their relatives or home, and the children who were in the palace could already move to the other side of the river. Walking through the streets, the young man continued to report that their third brother and his wife were still in the palace. The Lord replied that he saw nothing wrong with that because she was the daughter of a great master, and she had skills that even some men did not have. At this time, the attackers were already moving at breakneck speed from the eastern side of the palace to fulfill their task. Naturally, people came to repel this attack and prevent the enemy from entering their estate. Another group of attackers who watched the clash only now realized that these united clans are so strong that they are no match for them. However, they had no other option but to rush into the attack because they had no right to retreat, because in that case, they would have died anyway. At this time, a very powerful battle was also taking place on the western part of the castle, involving a large number of warriors from different clans. One of the brothers who was supposed to attack on this flank took out a chain with sharp circles on the end and began to swing it joyfully in different directions, destroying the opponents. While the Namgun clan was going through a real nightmare, a group of people who went to help them through the forest horrors did not even know about it. But at some point in the sky ahead of them, they saw a head heading toward them, so Kamu put out his hand so that the bird could land. The animal brought a letter, which the man immediately opened, and after reading the contents told others that, according to the text, the Namgun clan was holding the line well. One of my colleagues emphasized in a serious tone that these people are considered strong warriors throughout the mainland, so it is understandable that they are holding up so well. After hearing this, Kakmu added that the united army must win this victory in order to ensure that the world would be dominated by peace for good and not darkness. After that, he added that their losses amounted to about 400 men, but there is good news, and it is that the Dark Swords lost 3,000 of their soldiers. At this time, Hyunjo, sitting on a horse, pointed forward with his index finger and asked Seo Moon if he knew what was there, and the young man replied that it might be a lake. And his friend confirmed this answer, and then they began to ride their horses looking in that direction, for the majesty of this natural wonder was simply breathtaking. Huang Chun began to tell the story that the most beautiful tower is a yellow crane, and its image cannot be compared to anything in the whole white world. Then they stopped near the shore, and looking into the fog, Hyunjo said that now it makes him think of his homeland, which he misses very much. The red-haired gentleman who was sitting against a tree said that this was the developer's plan, because there is always fog here, which brings back different memories. Waving a fan with pink flowers in front of his face, Huang agreed with the interlocutor's statement, and then began to smile sweetly as his mood improved. After that, the guy turned his gaze to Seo Moon and asked him a question to find out if he had ever heard of similar places, or maybe about this one. The young man replied that he had never heard anything like that, so Huang asked the next question to find out if he knew who the famous Li Bo was. Hearing this question, the newcomer looked up and with a thoughtful expression said that he had heard this name before, but did not remember who it was. Everyone standing nearby was shocked that the boy didn't know such basic things, so they tried to push him to the right answer. This attention from everyone made So Moon angry, so he angrily asked who the man was and suggested that he might be a king during the Ming dynasty. Kwakyeon folded her arms across her chest and asked her friends why they had stuck with a peasant, because how could he possibly know such a famous poet? This made the young man even more angry, and with an irritated expression on his face, he said that it was all starting again with this young lady. So he decided to teach her a little lesson, and with his hands behind his back, he began to approach the girl with slow but steady steps to talk to her. And when I was next to her, I asked her if she knew who Jongmong-ju was, and the girl repeated the name with her arms folded across her chest, saying that she didn't care about such people. However, the interlocutor said that this gentleman had proved his loyalty to the King of Korea with his life, and asked the lady how she could be so ignorant and not know this. This made Kwakyeon angry, and she began to ask how she could know this, and the guy calmly asked her why he should know their poet. The girl raised her eyebrows to each other and continued to say angrily that Chongwon in China is a world center, so it is necessary to know such moments. So Moon was upset that she insisted on her volume and asked if everyone really needs to know all the famous people from China. When the young lady confirmed his words, the young man decided to ask her what time the senior Shaolin master went to the toilet. The girl was even more angry about this and said with a wide open mouth that this was just nonsense that no one needed at all. The interlocutor said in a calm tone that the young lady was just terrible because she herself emphasized that without such knowledge, people are aware. Kwakyeon put her hands to her sides because she could no longer control herself, but continued to demand an explanation for why he was asking her such questions. So Moon explained that the martial art of Chunwon originates in Shaolin, and the main master there is an elder, about whom he believes you need to know everything. After listening carefully, the girl gritted her teeth and said that she simply could not believe it, so she said that it was enough to muddy the waters. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached the commander, who was sitting on the grass and resting, and said that 3 fighters from the Namgun clan had arrived. The young man took a sip of water, looked up at the assistant, and said with a tired expression that he understood everything and would meet them now. The people who were standing nearby and heard about the arrival of the 3 soldiers froze in their seats and waited for them to appear because they were curious to hear what they would say. And then they saw guys in front of them who were all wounded, and one of them was even supporting the one in the middle because he could not stand on his feet. The commander who saw them like this realized that they had managed to escape from Wangan and emphasized that they had done the right thing because he was beyond their power. Kakmu said that it was good that they were alive, and added that after a short rest they would all go to the Namgong Palace together. Another gentleman turned to his assistants and told them to free up one of the carriages so that these guys could stay there and get some rest and recuperate. In a few hours, everyone got on their horses and continued to ride the road to get to the place where they were waiting for help. When they began to approach the passage between the 2 mountains, Hyunjo turned to So Moon and asked if this was the same place where the Almighty was painted. And then he added that according to rumors, on the highest rock there is an image of a Buddha that seems to be floating in the air, and said that he would like to see it with his own eyes. However, when they began to approach closer, the young man had a rather strange premonition, and therefore he said to himself that something was wrong. And looking around, he realized that he was feeling a very strange energy, and everything was starting to match up, just like the time he was attacked during the delivery. So this time he decided not to stand aside and turned to his interlocutor, and told him that there was someone on the rocks above because he could feel them. Hearing these words, my friend squinted his eyes and tried to see something in the fog, and in a few seconds, he said that he could not see anything, so there was nothing to worry about. However, So Moon, with a serious expression on his face, disagreed and began to look ahead again to find out everything beforehand. So, pointing his index finger at what they said, he ordered the falcon to fly up there and see if everything was fine or if there was something to be wary of. The animal immediately obeyed the order and began to fly in the direction it needed. The young man could only wait for the answer that his friend would bring him. But while he was waiting, he turned to the rescued man who was riding a horse nearby and quietly told him that he felt that an ambush had been set up between the 2 mountains. The gray-haired gentleman began to look closely at the folds, and the young man said to himself that he did not really want to go to a place where he already knew there was danger. And as soon as they stepped between the mountains, the first travelers flew at the streams. Kwakmu managed to jump off his horse and hide behind a large stone. He was with a small number of other colleagues, and when he saw the red arrows, he assumed that the attackers might be blood bows. Then Mo Sa approached them and said that he was from Pahian Palace and said that ambush is not the way of a true warrior, but they were not here to play games. After a short pause, the attacker added that the group of people was surrounded and had nowhere to go, so he offered to surrender and promised to save their lives. Kwok Mu came closer to the exit and first introduced himself, and then thanked for the offer, but refused because their pride does not allow them to give up. Mo Sa said that he understood his opponent, but once again suggested that he think carefully, because this battle could end badly for them all. The interlocutor, looking out of the corner of his eye, said that real men do not take back their words, so they are ready to fight to the very end. After these words, Kivak was approached by his men and asked how they would proceed, since the whole plan had gone wrong, and they needed to come up with a new one. The chief said he did not know exactly what to do yet, but he understood that they had to somehow get to the top where the shooters were. Seo Moon, who was also sitting in the rock, raised his head up and asked how these nerve-wrackers dared to shoot right in front of him. Then he picked up one of their arrows and, preparing his bow for the shot, said that the attackers did not know how to shoot at all, and now he would teach them how to do it. Hyunjo approached his friend and asked him what he was going to do since the attackers could not be reached from here, and the boy told him that he could shoot a little. Then the interlocutor began to ask him not to do so because it would allow them to find out their location and start attacking them again. Kwakyan folded her hands in her lap and angrily told her partner to shut up and leave the newcomer alone because he was so scared that he was going crazy. Seo Moon, having taken the right pose for the shot, said that although he looks very simple, he is a very skillful hunter. And after that, he shot an arrow upwards. The girl saw it and got to her feet, calling the guy crazy and asking why he shot into the sky. The newcomer began to pull the string of the bow again to shoot it, but all the talk was distracting him, so he asked for silence because he could not concentrate. Kwak Yan was angry because she thought it was some kind of childish game that needed to end immediately, because it was the first time she had ever seen such a self-confident and talentless person. Suddenly, a gray-haired man, who was sitting farthest away, turned to the young lady and told her to leave Seo Moon alone because he was really an excellent shot. The girl could not contradict this man, so she was silent and only looked at the young man with a stare, mentally calling him a complete idiot. At that time, the arrow he fired first had already reached its destination and hit one of the attackers, who was wearing a red cloak. When the victim began to fall from the cliff, the others began to discuss what could have happened to him, and one suggested that he could have slipped. However, another arrow came and hit another of the attackers, and when he fell to the ground without signs of life, his comrades realized that it came from behind. Then another arrow got stuck in the head of one of the attackers, and those who saw it could not understand how it was possible that arrows were coming from different directions. Therefore, based on recent events, they looked up to see if someone was above them to hit them so accurately. But in a second, a whole bunch of their own arrows started flying at them. So the leader turned to the rest of them and told them to hide, because it was dangerous on the rock. When Seo Mu heard these words, he smiled loudly and told his new comrades that their attackers had taken cover because they felt threatened. Then they began to think about what they could do to start destroying these insolents right now and not wait for a convenient moment. Suddenly, the newcomer felt something that could help him now, namely the wind, so he told his teammates to wait a bit longer with the development of the attack. Now he wants to shoot a few more arrows, and he immediately started to take a pose to shoot, because now is a very good opportunity to scare his opponents. This time he shot not one, but several arrows at once, which flew up at the same time right in front of the soldiers who were still standing on the rock because they did not have time to run away. After that, the arrows changed their direction, and as soon as they reached a certain point, they turned around and began to fall on the attackers who raised their shields to protect themselves. However, as soon as the first ones reached their targets, it became clear that the shields were useless, so they had to immediately go to the shelter to save their lives. Moksa, observing what was happening, began to think that he had not even realized that these rivals had a group of shooters who were better than his men. At this time, Seo Moon, who was filling up a new arrow, turned to Kwak Yon and reproached her for just sitting there, and so he ordered her to collect arrows for him. At first, the girl wanted to argue, but then decided that she had to do what he asked her to do, so she knelt down on the circle and began to collect arrows. And when they had collected all of them in the cave, they saw 3 more near the exit, and so they carefully looked out to take them as well. At this time, the newcomer had already moved outside and hid behind a large stone and began to watch his opponents, who immediately noticed him. And immediately they began to shoot a large number of arrows at that place, and Seo Moon sat down and began to prepare his arrow in order to shoot it at the right moment. The leader of the red-clad attackers said that they needed to join the forces because the chances of destroying the enemy were very small due to the large stone. And so, After they all simultaneously fired their arrows and hit the target, the stone burst and the silhouette of a young man became visible among the dust. Seo Moon was not at all upset by what happened, and while preparing his bow, he called his opponent fools for thinking that they could defeat him in this way. And they really began to prepare their weapons to shoot, because they believe that they cannot miss this opportunity to take the life of this shooter. The young man managed to dodge a lot of arrows flying in his direction very well, and while doing so, he thought that he needed to be more careful. Because of his actions, those who are now hiding in the cave may suffer, and that is why he decided to run to the center in order not to harm anyone. The people who came with him to this place, when they saw what he was doing, froze on the spot with their mouths wide open at the reckless act of this young man. Kwak. En could not stand the excitement and called the newcomer a club, and began to shout at him to return to the cave immediately, for he might die there. As soon as the attackers saw this young man, they began to quickly line up in a row in order to simultaneously shoot their arrows at him to kill him. However, as soon as they began to approach Seo Moon, he was able to redirect them with the help of his inner energy behind him, where a powerful explosion occurred. When Moksa saw that his men had missed, he began to shout at them angrily and demanded that they aim better, because they could not hit a stationary target. But this advice was not very good either, because the young man managed to dodge and run away from every arrow, and it did not require much effort. Hyunjo and other people who were watching the newcomer simply could not believe what was happening on the battlefield, because it was simply unbelievable. The gray-haired gentleman whom Seo Moon saved was also surprised, because he knew that this guy was a talented marksman, but he didn't know that he was that good. The shooters in red clothes, looking at the opponent, could not believe that a person could have such abilities, so they assumed that he was some kind of creature. Other shooters assumed that it could be an illusion, or even worse, a hallucination, and wondered whether they should spend arrows on it at all. None of those who watched Seo Moon could understand whether this was really happening, or whether it was really the use of some kind of magic. While the archers were pausing in their shooting, the newcomer managed to collect the arrows they shot at him, in order to start the second round. After that, he quickly moved behind one of the large stones and crouched down to hide behind it, so that the attackers could not see where he went. The warriors in red cloaks did not really notice where the enemy had gone, so they assumed that the ghost had simply disappeared from the battlefield in a second. Seo Moon moved closer to the cave where the people he came with were, and looking at them with a serious face, he received their support. This amused and cheered him up, so he smiled back at them, giving them a thumbs up as a sign of his good health. Then the young man took a pose to shoot. Because there is not so much time to just sit there, he needs to destroy the attackers immediately. When the warriors in red noticed that arrows were flying at them, they began to scatter in different directions, but the leader wanted to gather them to shoot them all together. The newcomer immediately figured out his opponent's plan, so he said to himself, smiling sarcastically, that they were really so naive as to believe that it would work again. And as soon as he wanted to shoot an arrow, he realized that he had already run out of arrows, so he decided to use his signature technique of shooting without an arrow. The people he came with froze in their seats with their mouths wide open, and they also noticed that the newcomer had run out of arrows. When Kwak Yeon saw that the boy was standing still and was not going to run away from the arrow that was moving towards him, she shouted at him to get out of there immediately. However, Seo Moon was not going to run away. He managed to release his inner energy in time to prevent the enemy arrow from taking his life. The attackers began to discuss among themselves whether the opponent had also fired, and, if so, why they had not seen his arrow, which could have done so. Not only were the shooters shocked by what happened, but those who were on the team with Seo Moon also froze in their seats with their mouths and eyes wide open. Kwak Mu, addressing his subordinates, asked them if they had seen anything that could have prevented the arrow from hitting the newcomer, or if he was imagining things. The bald gentleman was the only one who dared to speak up, and said that the young man had indeed let go of the empty string on the bow, and that's when what happened. And only after a few minutes of reflection did they realize that all the fervor that Seo Moon had released into the arrow of his opponents was made of his inner energy. Kwak Mu said that theoretically, with a sword, it could be assumed, but he had never heard or seen energy replace an entire arrow. After the incident, the young man moved to the cave very quickly so that his opponents could not track his movements and not attack him. And as soon as he found himself in front of his new comrades, he asked them questions to find out if they were all right and if there were any injuries. The bald gentleman replied that thanks to the young man, the enemies had quieted down a bit. After receiving the answer, Seo Moon asked his comrades what they would do next. Kwak was surprised that such a skilled marksman approached them with such a question, but he nevertheless gave an answer, saying that Chenim could be used. The guy heard this strange name and repeated it, and it became clear that he did not know what it was and how it could help them in this situation. Therefore, one of the group members said, with a serious expression that chenim is a way to transmit information over long distances. After a short pause, he added that all nail technicians know how to use it, and use it only in emergency cases. After receiving this explanation, Seo Moon began to rub his head and smilingly said that he had not yet reached the level of a master. The interlocutors began to laugh out loud because compared to him, they certainly do not consider themselves to be men with the level of masters. And in a moment, the boy heard Guo Meng's voice, which was in another cave a few meters away, but he heard it so well that it was as if it were right next door. One of his colleagues, seeing the confusion on the newcomer's face, explained that he could really hear Guo Meng's voice because he had asked him to send chenim. When he heard this, the young man, who had already reached the level of a master, began to smile happily, saying that he did not understand it at all because he had only learned to shoot a bow. Next, Seo Moon began to say that they needed to overcome those on the cliff, and only then would they be able to fight on equal terms with those below. Therefore, it was decided that everyone in the caves would split into small groups and start climbing the mountain while the new shooter distracted the attackers. Then they explained what everyone had to do, and after that the young man said that he was going to start shooting, and they had to be ready to move. And as soon as he said that, he came out of the cave and began to shoot arrows one after another, loudly shouting to his partners that it was time to attack. At first, they froze at the very exit, because they were again shocked by how skillfully this young man handled the bow. However, they could not stand for so long, because Kwok Mu ran out of the cave first and called the others to follow him to fulfill the plan. When the red-clad soldiers saw their opponents approaching them, they first watched them do it until they realized they had to shoot. And as soon as they began to shoot their arrows, Seo Moon was ready to destroy them all with his energy shot. But the effect of this force spread to the rock itself, where it began to destroy the archers one by one. Mok Sa, who was standing a little further away, was upset because he could not understand how one person could do such a thing. Therefore, addressing the survivors, the man said that they should all aim at this scoundrel, and they immediately carried out the order given to them, but not a single arrow could hit the target. But they did not stop there and continued to shoot. And while they were busy killing So Moon, other members of the group had already climbed the rock. They immediately began to attack their opponents in order to reduce their number as quickly as possible. The leader of the Red Onion was gritting his teeth and angry, because he realized that all his people were simply destroyed, and he simply did not expect this. But he had no intention of fleeing, so he and the rest of the army began to think about the fact that most of the white forces probably remained below. That's why they decided to attack there. And that's why the commander shouted the order to his subordinates to attack with his mouth wide open. At this time, Kwok Mu and his men had already dealt with the attacker on the rocks, so they quickly went down, and as soon as they landed, they found themselves right in front of their rivals, whose leader was already thinking that they were not going to win from the start. But the leader of the whites, using the power of his sword, mentally said to himself that if he was destined to die, he should do it as a true warrior. The attacker went on to say that they did not expect such a skilled archer to be among their opponents, who outperformed the entire Red Bow squad. Kwok Mu said, with a serious expression, that this man was a new master of the White Army, and therefore they could not know about him because he had joined recently. Mok Sa continued the conversation, saying that he would be interested to know which clan this guy belonged to, and Kwok Mu said that he could find out for himself. And then he allowed the attacker to go through his people to So Moon to ask him questions and get specific answers from him. While the man was moving through the crowd, the boy stood still and tried to figure out whether he should be afraid of this man or whether he could relax. And as soon as the gentleman appeared in front of him, he looked into his eyes and realized that he was also a master, and therefore would be a worthy opponent during the battle. Mok Sa then turned to Seo Moon and thanked him for the show that had recently taken place, adding that he was just watching it all with fascination. With raised eyebrows, the young man calmly replied that he had been studying archery since childhood, but even with such skills, his skills had not reached the maximum. Then the attacker looked the guy straight in the eye and said that it was very crowded here, so he suggested starting the battle elsewhere so as not to accidentally injure anyone. And directing his gaze upward, he began to slowly climb the rock, and Seo Moon froze in place and watched the man who had challenged him to battle. After that, he turned his head to the people he had come with and said in a calm tone that he would be back soon so that they would not worry. Some people still asked whether it was not necessary to help the young man, to which Kwok Mu said that if he said he would return, then we should just wait. Dan Goon, addressing the leader, suggested that while Seo Moon was fighting on the rock, they could deal with the people who attacked. That's why Kwok Mu began to speak to the attackers, offering them to drop their weapons and surrender, because only in this way they could save their lives. The men, dressed in black clothes from head to toe, replied that this was nonsense and that they would never fulfill the conditions they had just been set. And because of this, a battle between the two armies has already begun in a second, where each will fight for victory for itself, doing its best. At this time, Moksa stood in front of Seo Moon and emphasized that he could not defeat him as long as he had only one bow in his hand. The young man, shifting his weapon from hand to hand, said that it was not for a man like the interlocutor to say such thing, so he said he had no time for idle talk. The attacker said that in this case, his victory could be very easy, and it would even be to his advantage because he would not have to fiddle with it for a long time. And so, using his energy, he began to attack the young man with a sword, but he managed to jump away in time, and when the weapon touched the ground, there was a light explosion. After that, Seo Moon jumped up high and shot an invisible arrow at his opponent, and although he managed to dodge it, he was still shocked by what he saw. And while the man was trying to understand how this was possible, the guy kept shooting invisible arrows filled with inner energy at him, one after another. Moksa barely had time to bounce back, and this attack had been going on for several minutes, and he was tired of just dodging and wanted to attack as well. The guy could not believe that this man could so skillfully escape from his blows, and was even able to move with him on equal terms. However, once again, firing several arrows, the young man convinced himself that he would definitely win despite such a worthy opponent. The attacker, using his sword to deflect the arrow, emphasized that the young man was not only a good shot, but also used a special walking technique. And immediately after these words, the man filled the sword with his power and launched it at the boy, saying that he was using the thunderbolt technique. Seo Moon managed to dodge the weapon that was flying right at his head and began to think about what might happen next in order to react in time. And not in vain, because the sword changed its trajectory and turned around and began to fly at the young man again. But this time, he was saved. The opponent was not satisfied with the fact that he did not even manage to wound the young man, because for such a technique, you have to use a lot of your strength. Suddenly, their battle stopped, and the two men began to look intently into each other's eyes, demonstrating that neither of them would give up. Moksa asked in a serious tone how this was possible, since he had used a technique called Ijiogom, and was only able to catch the edge of the boy's clothes. In the first minutes after the question, Seo Moon thought that his opponent was really very strong, and that he was incredibly eager to win. And then he said to himself that he had finally met a worthy opponent at the master level, because now he would be able to find out the depth of his potential. Therefore, after finishing his thoughts, the young man began to laugh out loud, emphasizing that Moksa is a strong man who managed to get his clothes, and this is the first time he has ever done so. The gentleman, raising his eyebrows to each other, replied that there were many such masters in the Paeon Palace, so he emphasized that the boy had never met such people before. Then the man asked again whether the young man still refused to pick up the sword in order to continue the battle on equal terms. Seo Moon raised his eyebrows, and with a serious expression said that out of respect for such a master, he would take up the sword and continue the battle with him. So he went to one of the dead who was lying nearby and picked up his sword, and returning to his seat, he waited for the moment when it would begin. For a few minutes, they just stood there looking at each other, and the guy got tired of it, so he turned to his opponent and told him to attack. The man put his sword in front of him and said menacingly that from now on the young man could not even count on mercy. Everything would end in someone's destruction. Seo Moon, raising his head proudly, replied that he wanted to say the same words to the gentleman, but he had beaten him to it, so it was time to start the battle. Immediately after these words, Moksa concentrated a large amount of energy in his sword and began to direct it at the young man, who was to surround him from all sides. But the guy also knew a little bit about such tricks, so he raised his sword up in order to concentrate his energy in it for a worthy rebuff. Therefore, when the flow of red energy approached Seo Moon, he was quite ready to repel it morally and physically and remain unharmed. And when he succeeded in doing what he intended, the man standing in front of him opened his eyes wide in shock because the sword barrier technique was used. Hearing this name, the guy said that he did not know anything about it, because this technique is called the incomparable sword of triple unity, which he had recently studied. When Moksa heard this explanation, he realized that there was nothing more he could do here, and so, to save his life, he said he was ready to surrender. After a short pause, he asked the guy questions to understand what he wanted to get from them, and whether it could be done in the shortest possible time. Seo Moon became very serious, because he could not understand why this man decided to give up so abruptly, since he was so eager to defeat him. That's why he said that from the very beginning, he had a strange feeling, because he did not feel any desire to destroy or take his life from his opponent. But then the young man said that since the battle was over, he wanted one prisoner, a master of the White Sect, to be released from the Paeon Palace, And as soon as he finished his condition, he picked up the sword that was lying next to him and, coming to the edge, jumped down, saying that he was leaving. Looking into the trail of this boy, the man said to himself that he felt as if he would owe his life to this young master of his craft. At this time, Kwak Mu had also finished the battle and ordered his men to examine the wounded from their group and the opponents to know their capabilities. Dan Gyong and the other comrades noticed that Seo Moon was returning, and so they froze in their seats, waiting for him to touch the ground. When the guy came up to them, his colleagues immediately started asking a lot of questions about whether he had won the fight and how he had managed to defeat such an opponent. Smiling slightly, the young man said that the battle was based on the fact that he was only running away from the man's sword, but in the end, he suddenly decided to surrender. When the guys heard the last words, they were shocked because they could not understand why the attacker decided to just surrender and not fight anymore. Hyunjo smilingly said that everything was obvious, and explained that the opponent simply did not see that he could win, so he decided to save his life. Seo Moon agreed with this assumption and added that it could be that Moksa was afraid of the fact that everyone else could rise up and stand against him alone. The leader of the traveling group, addressing the boy, thanked him for his help, because it was thanks to him that everything went well, and now they are safe. The young man smiled sincerely and said that he was very happy that his bow was useful in such a situation, and that it was not in vain that he always carried it with him. The chief added that his shooting was so good that he did not even know how to praise it, because all the words available for this would not describe everything that happened. Then another man joined the conversation and said that nowadays it is impossible to find anyone in the whole territory of Kanho who can match the skills of a red bow. While this conversation was going on, the subordinates were able to count the number of those who died, and it turned out to be as many as 30 people, which is a huge number for their group. Hearing this, the leader closed his eyes and lowered his head sadly, reproaching himself for being at fault because he should have been more careful while traveling. The assistant told the gentleman not to blame himself so much because their opponents had lost 3 times as much, so the victory in this battle was theirs. After everyone had rested for a while, they saddled their horses and continued their journey because they had to go to Namgun's aid immediately. The gray-haired man who rode alongside Seo Moon asked a serious question to find out what happened to Mok Sa during their battle. The young man, looking in front of him, did not answer at first, but asked what the man thought about this and what his guesses were. The rescued gentleman was silent for a few minutes, and then turned his head to the young man and asked if he had taken the attacker's life, or if something else had happened. The guy did not answer this question, and instead said that he could not understand the other person, because he was worried about those who betrayed him. The man said that a nearby sect perceives the Pahian Palace as a community of evil, but in fact, clans gather there to show their power. The gray-haired man added that he did not allow these clans to demonstrate their capabilities for a long time, which is why one day they kicked him out of the palace. Then there was a pause, after which the rescued man added that what happened was his fault, so he could not blame his former comrades for it. Seo Moon was surprised to hear this confession, because he doesn't like the idea of people betraying their friends after years of friendship. After that, the guy added that, in any case, he had no desire to interfere in the relationship between the rescued man and his former colleagues. The interlocutor thanked the young man for leaving Mok San alive, because the young man must have realized that the man was a real warrior. Then the man said that in Paehyun, all the masters are the same, but now he is more concerned about the clans that have chosen the side of the Black Sect and are starting to work with them. Looking in front of him as he continued to ride his horse, the gray-haired gentleman said that although they were all on the same side, they were very different from each other. He emphasized that if the Pahian Palace is able to control these new clans, they will not create any problems for the mainland over time. But unfortunately, the current estate will not give them proper attention. And when they begin to be active, the white sect will become weaker, and then the black sect will be difficult to stop. And as soon as the man finished his last words, their group arrived at the Namgun clan, but they still had to go down the mountain to the lower clearing. When they entered the clan's land, Namgun Gom appeared in front of the guests and greeted them all as they had been waiting for them for several days. Then the man bowed low and said that the arrival of his comrade proved that their friendship was really strong and could survive all the problems that arose. Kwak Mu and all his people also bowed in gratitude and wished all the locals good health and as much strength as possible to continue the struggle. When the boss saw Mu-un in front of him, he was very happy to see him because they had worked together in battles before. So they quickly ran up to each other, shook hands, smiled sincerely, and asked how each of them was feeling and how they had been living all these years. After all such questions were clarified, Namgun Gom looked at the people who came with his comrades and emphasized that there were many wounded. And because of this, a logical question arose that something could have happened on the way to them, and the interlocutor smilingly said that it would be difficult to hide it. Then the man made a serious expression on his face and said that on the way here, they had come across a trap set by a black sect for them. When Namgun Gom heard this, he froze in his tracks with his eyes wide open in surprise. But he was able to ask how it all ended. And then Mu-un began to tell us that from the very beginning they were able to hide behind large rocks. But they still thought that their end might come there. After all, a large number of metal red arrows were poured from 2 rocks at them, and because of this, everyone was very scared and no one dared to go out and fight back. After stating these facts, the interlocutor realized that a group called Krvavye Luk, who are first-class shooters, was waiting for his comrades on the mountain. The comrade confirmed this guess, and then added that despite this, they still managed to climb the mountain and completely destroy the detachment. He added a second later that he was actually preparing to die himself, but one guy had killed many of his rivals, so there were not many losses in their group. Namgun Gom could not believe these words, so he began to clarify whether one guy was really able to break the blood bow, and then asked how he did it. After receiving the answer, everyone moved to a room where they were seated at a large table with a large number of different dishes and drinks. The head of the Namgun clan got to his feet and said that everyone praised Seo Moon's skills so much that he was sorry he hadn't seen them with his own eyes. Kwakmu smilingly emphasized that even though he saw everything with his own eyes, he still finds it hard to believe that one person can do such a thing. Then the friend began to ask about this young man, and the first thing he wanted to know was who he was and where he came from, and what other opportunities he had. The bald gentleman, raising his chopsticks to his mouth, said that the senior Shaolin monk had recommended this boy to them because he had once been useful to him. After that, the conversation moved to another direction, and people began to say that the famous clans of the Righteous Coalition from the territory of Kanbuk had united in Shaolin. Therefore, we can say with certainty that their army will soon arrive here to seize these lands and use them for their own benefit. Namgun Gom, raising his eyebrows to each other, confidently said that now he believes that they can win because they have such a strong support. At the same time, Seo Moon was sitting at another table with his new friends, eating a delicious lunch, as he had spent a lot of his own energy over the past few days. Hyunjo laughed out loud and said that he had no idea that the newcomer was so skillful with a bow and sword, and added that he had never seen such people before. Danju agreed with these words, saying that none of them could even think that only one bow could shoot like that and destroy everything around. Next, Kwak Gom joined the conversation and emphasized that the young man does not know how to use Chenenma, but at the same time, he outperforms many masters in strength. Everyone confirmed these words, and Dan Jen, taking another sip of his drink, said that if he had not seen this action with his own eyes, he would never have taken his word for it. Suddenly, after all these words, Kwak Gom abruptly rose to his feet, and everyone sitting at the table with him turned their eyes to him because they did not understand what he was doing. And the guy, not paying attention to them, slowly took out his sword and loudly put it to his chest with a rather serious expression on his face. A few minutes later, he turned to Seo Moon and said that he wanted to challenge him to a duel in order to feel for himself how to fight with someone like him as a beginner. At first, the comrades sitting next to me just looked at it all, because they did not expect such a development to happen after what they had experienced. But the only thing they hoped was that Kwak Gom would not start all these whims again, because they thought that he had matured a bit and would stop calling everyone to battle. Seo Moon began to laugh loudly and raised his hands in the air to demonstrate that he did not want to fight at all, and therefore also said that he could be considered a loser. However, this did not satisfy his comrade, and he shouted that he was a man who, once he had taken out his sword, would not put it back without a duel. And then he began to chase Seo Moon, who raised his hands in the air, running away from the attacker, loudly shouting that he had lost, and therefore did not need to continue. At this time, Namgun Gom and his colleagues came to a room where one of the wounded soldiers who had been sent to the battle, but not all of them returned, was lying on the bed. The leader began to tell his comrades that Hwang Boyon and Peng Mu managed to escape during the battle, but that nothing was known about Peng Hu and Dan Seo. The wounded man opened his eyes and began to explain how everything happened, saying that Hwangbo Chan had stayed to fight, and that was why they were able to escape from Ho Van Gan. Namgun Gom turned to face the man, whose son remained on the battlefield, and said that he was very sorry, because this is exactly what happened. Smiling aloud, the gentleman said that since everything had happened this way, he had no regrets, and that his son had thus justified his name as the heir to Huangbo. Then, in an instant, the man became serious, and after a short pause added that from now on, he would fight to the last to vindicate his father's name. After that, the room fell silent again, as each of the participants reflected on what they were worried about, but could not tell the others yet. At this time, the man who had asked for mercy from Seo Moon returned to his place of residence and told his leader that he had lost. The chief, unable to contain his anger, asked how this could have happened, and his colleague just looked down and apologized. But the interrogations did not end there, and the commander-in-chief continued to ask questions to understand what could have happened to make such a person lose. When he received no answer, the man said that he was not reproaching his colleague at all, and explained that he was asking all these questions because he needed to know how strong the opponents were. Before he could say anything, Moksa looked at everyone present and emphasized that everything he was about to tell them was the truth. And in a second, he began to tell me that, according to the plan, they had to put a pace between the two glasses. And having taken the blood bow with him, he thought he could do it quickly. But at one point, a young man appeared out of nowhere and started shooting at the shooters on top of killing them one by one. Miji, who is the leader of this group, began to shout loudly because he could not believe that his people could be so easily destroyed by one guy. The man who had returned from the field alive turned his gaze to the screaming gentleman and began to look at him, demonstrating his dissatisfaction. Miji immediately realized that he should not have behaved like that, so he fell to his knees and bowed low to apologize, saying that he should not have done so. Moksa told the man to get to his feet because he understood him, because how could he believe what he had not seen with his own eyes? But what was said was true. The leader of the Bloodbow group, folding his hands in prayer, sincerely thanked for understanding because he had never heard of his pets being destroyed so easily. After that, the man continued his story by saying that, for the first time in his life, he saw arrows flying from the bottom up and hitting the target with precision. Then the man began to tell everything gradually, and the commander-in-chief, who listened attentively to every detail, asked him in surprise how he could have lost in a sword fight. Yimoksa replied that the young opponent was able to escape from him with just one movement, and the other members of the meeting could not believe it either. The military advisor also joined the conversation and said that he could never have believed that such a thing could be done. Hong Wan drew his eyebrows together and suggested that they had a very uncomfortable rival, and now they needed to think about how to get rid of him. The counselor standing next to the main one said that the fact that such a young boy was very strong could not be dismissed and must be taken into account. Therefore, in the near future, it is necessary to immediately review the plan and make changes to it based on the information received from the colleague who fought with him. And finally, the assistant added that although one person cannot change the course of the battle, you need to be prepared for different developments during the attack. At that time, everyone also gathered at Namgung Palace to hold a meeting and discuss what might happen to the place in a few days. Namgungam got to his feet from his seat and, addressing his father, pointed to Seo Moon, saying that he was the same young man who had saved Jin. A man with a long beard named Namgun Sang-in looked at the boy with admiration and said that he was the famous bow and blade wielder. The newcomer had no choice but to rise to his feet, fold his arms as if in prayer, bow low, and give his full name, LG So Moon. Sang-in continued to look at the boy with surprise, but at the same time he said that he had heard many stories about the young man's good archery skills. Seo Moon, standing in a bowing position with his eyes down, replied that the rumors were greatly exaggerated, and he would say that he was just lucky in that battle. The bearded gentleman laughed out loud and said that his interlocutor was very shy because he knew that the Bloodbow group could not be destroyed so easily. The young man began to smile, and then said that if they continued to praise him, he would think that he was a really good shot. Sang-in was very amused by his answer, and he even threw his head back a little with laughter, adding that he didn't need to say that because he was already a master of his craft. Dan Moon, lifting the cup of drink to his mouth, decided to intervene in this conversation and asked the newcomer what part of Korea he came from. Seo Moon calmed down and began to raise his cup, seriously answering that he had come here from the lands near Mount Pektu. The next question was about what his parents do, and the boy first paused for a moment and then said that they died when he was young. The bearded man immediately began to apologize, emphasizing that he should not have asked about it, to which the young man replied that it was nothing to worry about. The next question was quite logical, because everyone present was interested in who was raising this young man after his parents died. Seo Moon looked up at the interlocutor, and his face changed, and he seemed to be happy. So he calmly replied that his grandfather had been with him all his life. Then the men began to ask why the young man came to China, and suddenly one of the attendees added that Perhaps he wanted to become famous as a marksman. The guy was a little confused by this question because he had no idea that he could be thought of in this way, so he answered that he had not come for that. The gentleman with the long beard clarified that it turns out that the young man got to the war while traveling, and Seo Moon could not immediately answer this question. The bearded gentleman, taking another sip of tea, realized that something was wrong, so he said that if the boy was not comfortable, he could not answer. But the young man realized that he could still tell the truth, so he raised his head and proudly said that he had come to the Dan clan because he had one thing to do. After that, there was an awkward pause in the room as everyone tried to think about everything that had been said before and possibly say something about it. And then it became clear why everyone fell silent, because the bearded man said that everyone in the room except him and his son belonged to the Dan clan. Then Dan Chong-ho joined the conversation and said that he was one of the family members, so he was ready to hear from the boy why he needed them. Seo Moon did not hide the reason for his visit, so he immediately said that his grandfather had sent him to them to fetch a bride. One of those present spat out the tea he had in his mouth, because he had not expected to hear such information, and therefore could not restrain himself from the suddenness of it. It was Dan Chong-ho's son, and when he saw his father's reaction to his act, he began to cover his mouth with his hand while apologizing for it. Then the man decided to clarify everything and asked questions to find out why his grandfather sent him to the Dan clan to get a bride. A bearded gentleman joined in and said that this family had very high standards for future sons-in-law, and that one condition was that he had to stay with them. Seo Moon said that he had heard about all this, but added that he knew that his father had agreed with the father of his fiancée about their union before his death. And then Dan Chong-ho began to think about when this could have happened, but he remembered that in his youth, one of his sons drank a lot and could make a promise in such a state. While everyone was silent, the man carefully examined the new guy and weighed all the advantages of him becoming his son-in-law. At this time, the bearded man was sad because he would like to offer to marry one of his granddaughters, but he thinks that such a trick will not work here. So, the gentleman turned to his friend and told him to rejoice that such a talented and skillful archer would come to the Dan family. Dan Chong-ho guessed that the bearded gentleman would like to take the boy for himself and told him not to even dream about it because he was promised to his family. Immediately afterwards, the man turned to Seo Moon and greeted him with a sweet smile and told him that he was the grandfather of his future wife. When the guy heard this information, he immediately jumped to his feet because he did not expect that today he would be able to find the people he needed. Then he knelt down on a circle and began to bow to the man, who smilingly began to wave his hand and say that such gestures were unnecessary so the young man could get up. Then Dan Chong-ho, when the boy came up, asked him a question to find out how many full years he would be turning this year. Seo Moon looked up at his interlocutor and smiled slightly, saying that this year he would turn 22. After receiving this answer, the gentleman said that his granddaughter, named Moi So-hee, would soon turn 20 and could become a worthy wife for the boy. The young man was a little shy, but was able to repeat the girl's name and smiling sweetly emphasized that it sounded very beautiful. The other young men present began to rejoice that this young man would soon become a member of their family because they saw what a skilled warrior he was. Then they began to call him brother-in-law because they are brothers of this girl, and this kind of language began to embarrass Seo Moon a little bit because he does not like such attention. One of the girls joined the conversation, covering her mouth with her hands and saying that she could now call the boy her son-in-law and emphasized that her sister was lucky. Dan Chong-ho laughed and said that his granddaughter, Seo Mi, also wants to get married and assured him that he would find a worthy husband for her in 40 years. After that, one of the grandchildren turned to his grandfather and asked if they could go celebrate the news. The man smilingly said that they could certainly do it, but warned them not to get too drunk because no one knows when the enemy will attack. When the young people left the room, the elders began to discuss what this young man was like, because perhaps someone saw some flaws. Everyone began to praise the boy, and the grandfather began to smile with satisfaction, because only now he realized that it was a gift of fate to have such a young and strong son-in-law. The bearded man smiled slightly and said that he was very sorry that such a gift was going to the Dan family, and not to them. The son of the bearded gentleman said that he did not think that this Seo Moon was as described by everyone here, because he did not look like a skilled marksman at all. Dan Chong-ho called the man blind because he could not see that this guy's skill was as good as theirs, and perhaps even better. Those who remained in the room were shocked by this assumption because no one here has ever reached such a level, because not everyone can do it. The bearded gentleman said that for the first time in a long time he was so upset because this young man could have been a ray of hope for the salvation of their family, which is now in decline. But others still had their doubts about Seo Moon, and they began to believe that he could use a bow well, but questioned his knowledge of martial arts. Older people put their hands behind their backs and said that these young men would not understand what they could see with the naked eye during the conversation. And then they began to explain that when the newcomer was in the room, no one could feel his energy, and this is impossible when he is really strong. Then they explained that when a warrior can block the internal energy he has, it means that his skill has reached the highest level. When the young people heard this explanation, they opened their mouths wide in surprise because they had no idea that this was possible. When the men came to their senses, they began to say among themselves that such respected people could not be mistaken, so they should believe it. At this time, all the young people of the palace gathered in one place to celebrate Seo Moon becoming a member of their large family. A few hours later, the hero of the occasion finally joined them, and everyone was tired of waiting for him because they were not going to start without him. When the newcomer entered the room, one of the girls began to look at him closely because he did not look like the boys from their area. When he came in, he also noticed that there were a lot of beautiful girls in this place, and he couldn't take his eyes off them. The new comrades sitting at the table began to call Seo Moon over to them because they had been sitting in this place for a long time waiting for him. Then one of the Dan family members decided to introduce the newcomer to everyone and said that he was a master of the bow and sword and that he was also his fiancé. Kwak Gam froze with his mouth wide open in surprise, but was able to ask a question about the young man's coming to Sichuan to get married. Then the friend pointed to Namgun Jin and said that he knew the guy and he was lying on the transportation because he had not yet recovered from his injury. The victim raised his hand in greeting and smiled slightly as it was all he could do now. Then the interlocutor pointed to the girls standing next to Jin and said that they were his sisters who were now taking care of him. The young ladies lined up in a row and called out their names one by one. Seo Moon bowed low in respect and said that he was very pleased to meet them. After that, they moved to the table where the Dan family members were sitting, and a friend took turns introducing each of them and telling them who they were. The girl who was standing next to me said that she would soon become a member of the Ping family, and only then did she say her name was Huang Bon. Smiling sincerely, Seo Moon said that he was very happy to hear such news, so he congratulated the girl on her future new status in society. Suddenly, a large young man appeared behind the newcomer and said in a serious tone that the young lady was still a member of his family. Then he introduced himself as Huang Bo Quan and began to apologize for his sister, emphasizing that she had only wind in her head and not intelligent thoughts. The newcomer looked down and said that he was pleased to meet so many people. After these words, Hyunjo sat down next to Seo Moon and, hiding behind a fan, said that Namgun Hiji was looking at him with a steady gaze and asked how he liked. But Seo Moon was more interested in how her friend got here, but then he said that she didn't need to look at him like that because he was entrusted to someone else. The comrade sadly said that the newcomer was very fast, and now the nickname of the stealer of women's hearts would belong to him. Dan Seo, who was standing nearby, also joined his partner and said that this girl is known for her arrogant attitude towards everyone, and now she is looking at Seo Moon. The guy did not know how to react to such statements, so he confusedly asked the interlocutors to be quiet, but at the same time he saw that she was looking at him. After a small meal, everyone surrounded the young man and began to ask him about the fact that if you shoot an arrow into the sky, the speed of the arrow will decrease significantly when it falls. The young man leaning against one of the columns said that if you charge the arrow with internal energy, its speed will be maintained until it hits the target. Huang Bo Quan gritted his teeth and said that it was just incredible, but then asked if the guy checked the wind direction before he shot. Seo Moon said that he does, but where he grew up there were terrible winds and the weather changed frequently, so he was used to shooting in any situation. The next question was asked by the same girl who was constantly looking at him, and asked him to tell her about the homeland where he grew up. After hearing this question, the guy began to look in front of him, saying that Mount Pictou is a place where there are no such things as wars and betrayals, and based on this, all the people there seem to be a match made in heaven, or, to be more precise, good honest people, and therefore they do not envy anyone and do not force anything. Then he began to recall the small house where he lived with his grandfather, who often liked to take a nap in a hammock outdoors. After that, he mentioned his falcon friend who often flew in the sky while he was hunting for food, and finally added that in the spring, beautiful flowers bloomed in the field. Everyone who listened to this story was very enthusiastic, and even some said that they would like to visit that holy place. Another guy said, smiling, that he liked not his homeland, but the way Seo Moon could talk about it. Huang Bo Quan said that the boy tells everything so vividly that if you close your eyes, you can see his homeland in reality. The young lady who did not like the newcomer very much said that she tried to ignore it, but was ready to admit that his skills were something impossible. Then the girl who asked the question spoke up and said that she felt as if she had been there, and at that time tears began to appear in her eyes. When Hyunjo saw this reaction, he put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that now the position of the stealer of women's hearts belongs to him. Then he began to laugh out loud, emphasizing that it was the highest level to bring girls to tears by talking about nature. Seo Moon realized that after his story, he had influenced a bad situation, so he went to the forest near the palace and climbed a tree. He felt calmer because such places reminded him of his life with his grandfather. But suddenly his peace was disturbed by a falcon that flew to him, and by the sound of the animal, he realized that someone was approaching him and began to ask how many people were there. And when he realized that there were so many of them, he quickly jumped down from the tree and, once inside the palace, began to run quickly to the leader to report the news. But on the way, he changed his mind. So he took his arrows and climbed to the highest room and realized that this was the best place to shoot. Lying on the roof, Seo Moon said to himself that now the whole clan should be informed of the attack, and he would wait until everyone started moving. And then everything happened exactly as the young man said. Namely, the men who were guarding the riverbank noticed that someone was coming towards them. And as soon as they realized that the enemy was attacking them, they reported this, and everyone had to take their weapons and take their positions as they had prepared earlier. The attackers, who were coming from the other side, noticed from a distance that the main gate of the Namgun clan was wide open, so they could freely enter. However, during the movement, some people began to say that there might be a passage inside, but the commander-in-chief said that they were not afraid of it. Therefore, in a matter of minutes, everyone gathered in the main square and lined up opposite each other to talk first and then fight. Seo Moon, who was standing on the roof of the highest building, folded his arms across his chest and watched what was happening below, and realized that there were twice as many opponents. A bearded man named Namgun San, addressing the uninvited guests, said that he had been informed that they had returned the firstborn son of the Hwangbo clan this morning. The man on the other side said that they had only done what they had promised, so there was no need to think that they could pardon anyone this time. The interlocutor was quite surprised by the fact that the man said that they had done what they had promised, but he had never met them before. Gunsa began to explain that the exchange of Mok Hobob for Hwangbo Chang was not a bad deal for them, and based on the result, it was a good deal for their opponents as well. Kwok Mu only now realized that Seo Moon had won the battle on the cliff, and therefore let Mok Hobob go, thus saving his life. However, Namgun San did not believe in these words, and therefore began to say that it was not some kind of nonsense, but an explanation, for who could equate the master himself with a common servant? The commander-in-chief of the opposing army said that he had no desire to fight the Namgun clan, and therefore offered them to surrender and ride away on horseback. The bearded gentleman, rubbing his chin, thanked us for the offer, but then said that they would not do it because they did not know the word surrender. The main attacker said that it was their choice, and he could not influence it anymore, but simply accept it and continue with his plans. So, he immediately raised his right hand up and shouted to his men that they should all go on the attack to destroy the Namgun clan. Namgun San then also raised his right hand up and held a sword in it, saying that he would not let the attackers win even at the cost of his own life. And as soon as he finished speaking, the two enemy armies began to move toward each other, displaying their weapons in order to immediately begin to destroy their opponents. The military advisor to the attackers, watching the battle, told Mijin that, as they expected, the Namgong clan could not be defeated by numbers alone. The interlocutor emphasized that the Black Sect's army was assembled too quickly, so it was useless to expect that it would be able to win. But since they had no other option, a military advisor named Kai Kok said that right now they needed the Blood Meadows to take their position. And as soon as the archers lined up in a row, they immediately received an order to shoot at the opponents, which they did not take long to execute, and the arrows flew in a second. When people from the Namgun clan noticed that some of their colleagues were pierced by red arrows, they immediately realized that the Bloodbow group was involved in the battle. However, this did not frighten them in any way. On the contrary, they began to move towards the shooters to show that they were not afraid of them at all. Seo Moon, who had been watching, began to prepare his bow to shoot because he didn't like the arrows flying. So, pulling the string, the young man began to take aim, saying to himself that it looked like these attackers had not learned their lesson from the previous battle. In a matter of seconds, he managed to shoot a considerable number of arrows, and as the shooters began to fall, their leader noticed this, but did not understand where they were shooting from. In order to find out, he began to look around, and on the highest floor, he noticed Seo Moon and realized that he had destroyed a group of his men. And pointing his finger at the roof of the building, he began to shout loudly to his shooters to aim and kill the young man without giving him any mercy. The archers immediately gathered in a small group to shoot arrows at the same time, because in this way, there is a great chance of destroying the enemy. While the red arrows were flying at Seo Moon, he just stood in the same place and hardly moved, because he knew for sure that he could escape from them. The bearded gentleman asked his colleague when the newcomer had managed to get there, and the latter told him that the young man was good because he had drawn all the attention of the bloodbow to himself. As soon as the arrows began to reach their target, Seo Moon began to quickly change his location, dodging the weapons that were flying at him. During each jump or movement, the young man mockingly asked who taught these shooters how to aim, and then added that it might have been his grandfather. Suddenly, he managed to catch several arrows with one hand above his head, and then he said that he was wrong because his grandfather would be better than them. The leader of the group, seeing what one man could do to his men, simply froze in place, unconscious of the rage that enveloped his entire body. The attacker's military advisor was also surprised, but not so much, and said that if things continue like this, they will lose the bloody bow for the second time. Therefore, the man decided to tell the leaders what he saw based on the situation and said that the boy could defeat them. That is why the masters should not just stand there, but also go into battle to protect the archers, because if they die, they will never win. The mustachioed man, who listened to all this explanation, did not say anything in opposition, but replied in a serious tone that he understood everything. The advisor then approached the commander-in-chief, who said that although Seo Moon was their rival, he admired his skills for the first time in his life. The grandfather who had arranged for his granddaughter to marry the newcomer smiled broadly and rejoiced at the fact that he would soon become a member of his family. At that time, the leader of the attackers addressed the fighters of the martial arts school called Black Air and said that it was their turn to attack. The owner of this school, when he heard this order, raised his right hand up, and in it was a sword to signal his students to fight. When Kwok Mu and the soldiers of the White Sect saw that a group of rivals was moving in their direction, they did not wait in their places, but began to move toward them. And then a new front unfolded, where no one spared anyone. But on the contrary, everyone tried so ruthlessly to destroy their opponent that they spared no effort. At some point, a jade hand named Ha Huye Ming joined the battle. She was a girl with red hair and had to take on several opponents. In order to destroy those who interfere with her, the young lady used her energy, which she could release simply by opening her palm in the right direction. And then small explosions began to occur, which scattered people in different directions, and those who were closer were lying without signs of life, and those who were further away were wounded. The bearded man with a wide-open mouth asked the interlocutor when he had seen Hahu's daughter practice such a legendary martial art. All the friend could say was that it was not a girl, but an angel who would come down from heaven, and the older man began to laugh, saying that the Black Air was already beginning to fear her. At this time, Seo Moon's new friends gathered in one group to fight the attacker as well, because they were too numerous in comparison. A young man who likes to drink because he has a hard time working without it suddenly realized that he was out of booze, and it upset him. At that very moment, Kwak Gom, holding his sword forward, turned to In Si Chun and shouted that he wanted to challenge him to a duel. And as soon as they faced each other, the man realized that the rumors were true, and that it would not be easy to defeat the disciple of the Hwasan clan in a sword fight. Suddenly, Hyunjo began to push his comrades back, because he noticed that one of his opponents was preparing to throw daggers. And at the moment when he was protecting the others, Kwak Gom was hit, because he was standing for the first few seconds and did nothing when the weapon was flying at him. However, in the last seconds, he came to his senses and managed to dodge. Only the last dagger managed to hit one of his arms, but it was more of a scratch than a wound. Leaders among the attackers began to position themselves among the riflemen to protect them from Seo Moon's attacks, because without them, they would all die here. When the guy saw that his rivals would now be protected from arrows by arrows, he got a little angry because it was a bad development for him. Taking this opportunity, the leader of the Bloodbow group turned to his subordinates and ordered some to continue shooting at the roof, while others were to attack the ground front. While Seo Moon had a few minutes to rest, he began to think about how he could break through the defense that had just been created for the shooters. And after thinking about it, he began to pull the string on the bow, although he could not fully master this technique. But now he simply has no other choice. The mustachioed leader, who noticed that the boy had run out of arrows, asked out loud why he did not give up, and continued to pull the string as if he were shooting. Moksa, who was standing nearby and heard this question, answered that in this way, the young man shoots energy arrows using inner strength. During the first such attack, the two of them managed to survive, because they swung their swords in different directions, but the people behind them were injured. When the men heard the screams, they turned their heads and saw a picture that was not pleasant and could not believe that such a thing could be done. The young man looked down and gritted his teeth because he had done almost perfectly, but suddenly he realized that he was very tired and assumed that it could be because of the energy arrows. However, he did not allow his body to relax, and so he sat down and began to prepare the next issue of the Invisible Arrow, saying that now was not the time to rest. However, he was unable to carry out his plan because he heard words he did not expect to hear, which symbolized that the attackers had decided to retreat. The leader of the blood demons rode in on a horse and turned to his men with a serious expression and said that this battle was enough for today. Then he looked at the roof of the highest room and said that the next time the boy would fight him, and his glorious squad personally. And after that, all the uninvited guests began to leave the main courtyard of Namgung Palace at a rapid pace. They ran so fast that they did not even look back. A grandfather who proposed to his granddaughter. So Muna, standing among the dead, emphasized that today they survived, but the question is whether they will be able to do it tomorrow. A bearded colleague with a sad expression said that if the Blood Demon squad advances, it will definitely be their last battle. Another leader emphasized that they have a lot of losses, and if they fight with this famous squad, they will definitely not be able to stand up with dignity. The only thing they understand for sure is that evil must be fought to the last, so they have no choice but to defend their dignity and honor. As soon as the attackers were in the forest, the commander-in-chief stopped and asked the advisor a question to understand why he recommended retreating. A man sitting on a horse with a serious expression on his face first said that the army of the White Sect could not possibly come to the place where they were now. Then he turned his gaze to the other side and said that while they were here fighting the Namgun clan, all the attention of the assistants would be focused on this area. The leader of the soldiers interrupted his assistant and said that this was really their mission, to simply divert attention. When asked to give a clear answer, he said that they had coped with this task perfectly so far, and could praise themselves. The commander-in-chief could not calm down, so he continued to ask questions about the fact that they did not come here to defeat the Namgun clan. The interlocutor replied that he personally would not mind defeating this clan, but then their lord's plan would be destroyed, and this is not a good development. The man was not satisfied with this answer, and said that he could not understand who I had them for, and suggested that perhaps they were puppets who would fulfill all his whims. Seeing the abrupt change in the military advisor's mood, the chief warrior asked, when did the Paeon Palace start keeping secrets that were hidden even from him? The man began to worry about this guess, so he quickly began to apologize, saying that the supreme warrior must know everything. So he immediately went up to the master and leaned over to his right ear and began to tell him everything that he and the master had invented for this fight. After hearing all this, the commander-in-chief said with a serious expression that it turned out that they had to leave the road on which the enemy would retreat. The advisor confirmed these words and then added that as soon as they started to leave their territory, they would simply start attacking them from different sides. The interlocutor said that he understood everything, so he didn't have to worry about his people. He would explain everything to them, and they would do a great job. At this time, in the manor where the battle took place, all the main people gathered in one room to discuss what had happened and figure out what to do next. The leader of the Namgun clan said with a sad expression that about 20 people survived among his clan, and now they need to think 100 times before fighting. Huang Bocheon leaned his hands on the table and emphasized that there were many losses throughout the clan, so they needed to immediately draw up a plan of action for the future. Namgun Gam said that winning the battle does not mean winning the big fight for the land, and added a second later that they will have to fight many more times. Next, a gentleman who agreed to give his granddaughter in marriage to So Moon spoke up and put his hands on his feet and said that it was almost impossible for them to defeat the attackers. After that, he told them that they had two options. In the first one, they all had to fight to the last, and in the second one, they had to retreat and try their luck in the future. Everyone was sitting and silent. No one wanted to say anything, so the grandfather added that he had come here to help the Namgun clan and would obey any will of its leader. Namgun Ho turned to his brother and offered to back down, saying that although it was humiliating, as long as they were alive, they would have a chance to make things right. After that, no one could say anything because no one knew which way would be best for them, so the meeting ended with this uncertain. Namgun Gom and his friend were among the first to leave the room because he was so upset by what had happened that he could not sit still. Suddenly, the man stopped halfway and without turning to the interlocutor, said that he did not think that such grief would happen during his reign. Then they were caught up by a grandfather who gave his granddaughter to So Moon as his wife and put his hands behind his back and asked the leader to give him a few minutes. The gentleman folded his arms as if in prayer, bowed low, and began to find out what his uncle wanted to talk to him about and whether it would take much time. After receiving an answer that satisfied home, they moved to the lake, where his uncle said that few of his colleagues would want to make the decision to retreat, and the spirit of the sword would be the one who would oppose this most. So the men began to think about how they could convince this man to be saved. At this time, So Moon was sitting under a tree and thinking about whether one should be strong in a fight or in life, because those who are not good at martial arts died in this battle. Suddenly, this calmness was interrupted by Kwak Gom, who approached his new friend and asked him questions to find out what he was thinking about so intently. When the guy saw who was approaching him, he immediately raised his head and started asking questions about how he was feeling and how he was injured. The interlocutor replied that everything was fine, because it was just a battle wound during which he was able to catch the owner of the martial arts school. Then they were joined by Hyunjo, who said that his friend found something to brag about because he couldn't even notice the dagger that was flying at him. So Moon asked the boys to stop arguing because he wanted to be quiet, and then he started looking around, asking where their drunkard had gone. His comrades said with sad expressions that many people from Kiban's family had died in this battle, so he went to comfort his relatives. After that, the guys added that thanks to So Moon's skills, they had much less losses than they had expected during the preparation. And in between all these words, Hyunjo gently said that Nam Gun-hai asked them about the new guy, and she was almost crying because she was worried about him. The young man folded his arms across his chest, turned his head to the other side, and angrily told them not to joke about him anymore because he didn't like it. The friends began to quarrel with each other again, because there would be trouble, because this girl was obviously in love with So Moon, but he was going to marry someone else. Hyunjo decided to reproach Kwak Gom and said that this young lady was not the only one so in love with their new friend, and hinted that there were several other options. And when Ham asked who else had feelings for So Moon, the interlocutor replied that it was his sister, Kwak Yeon, who also asked about the newcomer. When the young man heard all this talk, he jumped to his feet and angrily began to shout that they should stop saying such things, because it was no longer funny. He went on to emphasize that Anne was doing everything possible and impossible to show that she wanted to destroy him, so he did not believe that she liked him. Then he folded his arms across his chest and said angrily that if his friends told him that she had cursed him, it would sound more believable. Kwak Gom asked him to be more careful with his language because she was not his sister, and So Moon said that he had the right to do so, because she was constantly nitpicking his every word. After that, the guys attacked each other, laughing loudly, saying that they would really stop all this talk about girls. At this time, a bearded man in his room was shouting angrily that he was not going to run away because he had lived in the Namgun clan all his life. Therefore, he will stay here and fight to the end, just like a pirate who sailed on a ship all his life and did not leave it when it went down. Then the gentleman turned to his interlocutor and asked how he could ask him to leave the place if even the pirate had not left his ship. Namgun Gom knelt and said that in order to procreate, he could overcome the shame and humiliation that would fall on them after their escape. The older man replied that this was the reason why his son might leave, but he would definitely stay here because he had nothing to lose and nothing to continue. Suddenly, the grandson, who had already managed to get back on his feet after being wounded, burst into the room and came to talk to his grandfather about his decision. The boy begged the man to overcome this humiliation in order to gain a great victory in the future, so in the end, he asked him to make the right decision. The bearded man looked away and said that he had made his decision long ago and was not going to change it now. The grandson angrily threw away the stick he had come here with and shouted loudly that in that case, he would also stay here with his grandfather. The older gentleman began to say in a calm tone that his grandson had one great mission, to continue their family line, so he should definitely leave this place. Namgun Gom said that the symbol of the Namgun clan is the Lord of the Sword, so their clan is where it is and cannot be separated. Jin began to explain with tears in his eyes that the destroyed buildings could be rebuilt over time, but if his grandfather died, their clan would be finished. Kneeling down, he asked if the older gentleman really thought that his son would be able to leave him, and for this very reason, he would not leave this place. Not receiving any response to his words, the young man continued to put pressure on his grandfather, saying that because of him, their clan could disappear forever. With his head down, Namgun sadly begged his father to change his mind so that more people could survive. The grandson continued to say that he needed his grandfather to live on because he had to teach him a special sword technique. And finally, the boy put his head down and added that if his elder master passed away, no one else would be able to teach him this. The bearded man looked up, took a deep breath, and exhaled, and said that only now he realized that he really had no other choice. He then turned his eyes to his relatives and asked them to promise him that they would both make the attackers regret the shame they were putting him through. The father and son unanimously gave an affirmative answer because they were ready to agree to anything, if only the grandfather would agree to run away to save himself. After that, a man from the Dan clan came into the room and smilingly said that we could have a cup of tea and go on our way. It was only when the bearded man saw his colleague that he realized it was his idea to send Jean to convince him to flee. The interlocutor, folding his arms on his stomach and smiling, said that no one could have done this task better than the grandson of such a stubborn grandfather. Then the friend came closer and said that if the gentleman did not listen to the young people, he would leave this world alone at some point. At that time, the three friends were joined by a rescued man, and he addressed Seo Moon, saying that he lacked knowledge of the basics of martial arts. And then he said that although he could not compare with the great master, he could definitely teach him something, so he wanted to get the young man's consent first. Kwak Gom, sitting on the ground, agreed with everything that was said, because although Seo Moon is a perfect archer, he is not completely unable to use the Cheonim. The newcomer, with his head held high, replied that this knowledge was not necessary, and that he was sure he could win without it because he had enough skills. The rescued gentleman said that these were wrong thoughts because before you can master any technique, you must first know its basics. It was only now that the guy really realized that the other man was telling the truth, because he would not be able to shoot a bow and use several skills with a sword forever. He then recalled how he fought in Shaolin with Mumu, and how he was superior in sword skills and quick steps, but lagged behind in hand-to-hand combat. After that, Seo Moon suggested that if he knew a few hand-to-hand combat techniques, he could have defeated Muma without any problems. The rescued gentleman stood in front of his adopted relative and asked him questions to find out what the young man needed most at the moment. There was a pause for a few minutes because the guy needed to think, and as soon as he had a decision, he said he wanted to learn the basics of sword control. The man immediately asked if the young man had ever studied sword arts, because before starting to learn, you need to know what the student already knows how to do. Seo Moon said that he had been training, and then the gentleman asked him if he could put internal energy into a sword, and he said that he could do it too. After receiving these answers, the man said that in fact, the young man had already learned all the basics of swordplay. The only thing he was a bad student because he did not know what the basics were. So then the rescuer showed 3 fingers on his right hand and said that he would teach the young man 3 easy techniques that he could quickly learn. When Hyunjo heard this, he asked how strong Seo Moon's energy was, since he only needed to know 3 sword techniques to win. The man turned his head to the boys and asked them in surprise that they hadn't realized this yet, having spent so much time with the newcomer. Without waiting for an answer, he began to say that during the last battle, Seo Moon, after running out of arrows, managed to destroy the blood bow literally without arrows. One of my comrades recalled that indeed back then, every shot was filled with inner strength, and it hit the enemy even harder than an arrow. Kwak Gom said that he always thought that the new guy was only slightly better than the others, so he didn't attach much importance to his capabilities. The rescued man decided to start training, and the first technique allows him to defend and attack at the same time, but only in a horizontal position. The next technique is called the bungee jump, and it allows you to attack from the top down, and the last technique will allow you to attack without any spatial boundaries. When Seo Moon heard each name and what to do in each technique, he was a little shocked that he would have to remember so much. The man added in a serious tone that if the young man learned all 3 techniques, there would not be a person on earth who could defeat him. The friends who were listening to all this began to talk among themselves and question the competence of this old man, because everyone knows such techniques from the time they were little. However, they did not dare to say anything out loud. Instead, the rescued gentleman took the stick in his hands and told Seo Moon to watch him closely, and having taken the pose, he began to wave it from side to side, saying that this is the first technique called the 1,000 warriors of the horizontal position. The friends who continued to sit on the ground and watch everything made strange grimaces on their faces because they could not understand what those hands were. After that, the man jumped high up and landing on the ground said that he had used the second technique called the bungee jump. Then the rescued gentleman stopped and waited for his new student to repeat what he had shown him, and Seo Moon began to do everything as he had memorized it. When the mentor saw how well the young man was doing, he began to praise him because he had not yet seen any flaws in the first technique. Hyunjo and Kwak Gom started pulling each other's clothes and saying angrily that they didn't have to watch these stupid movements. Seo Moon did not notice their reaction. He was so engrossed in performing the next move called the bungee jump that he did not see anything around him. When the newcomer began to practice the last move, the guys started to think about whether they could leave the place now to avoid seeing what was happening. Suddenly, the student stopped because he noticed another comrade who had lost many members of his family during the last battle approaching them. Seo Moon smiled sweetly and greeted him because although he knew his situation, he wanted him to be present with them because it was sad without him. Two of those who had been at the training all along began to say that the newcomer was doing well, and therefore suggested that he rest a bit after the exercises. The young man approached his friends and said that he felt a little uncomfortable training in front of them because he constantly felt their eyes on him. Dan Geng took another sip from the bottle and asked why the young man was practicing with a sword, since he thought he was an archery master. Seo Moon smiled sweetly and said that he does it just for fun because it makes him feel good and he forgets about everything around him while training. On the same day, late in the evening, everyone from the Namgung Palace set off on a journey through the mountainous terrain to escape another attack by their rivals. While they were walking along the forest paths, Jin said to his father that he hoped they would succeed and that there would be no trap. Namgung Gom, looking carefully in front of him, told his son that he was afraid that his rivals had already learned that they had left their home and might follow them. In this case, Jin offered to send back the best warriors to defend them in case of an attack. But the man did not support this idea because in his opinion, they should be right next to them, and emphasized that they would soon reach Mount Julin. And after a short pause, he added that this mountain could be used as a good place for a trap because there is a place to easily destroy opponents. With a surprised expression on his face, the young man asked a question to find out if his father really wanted to use him and him as bait. Namgun Gam said that this was his decision, and added that he would definitely take revenge for the shame and humiliation they had to endure when they left their lands. At this time, all the main people in Peihio Palace gathered in one room, where a scout told them that the Namgun clan had left their domain and was moving east. The commander-in-chief put his hands on the table and said that everything was happening as the advisor had said, and their rivals had chosen the mountain over life by the river. Then they all began to look at the map and mark the point where the fugitives could be, and then figure out where they could catch up with them. After that, the chief said that the reconnaissance unit was ordered to continue to monitor the Namgun clan, but not to attack. One of the members of the meeting asked what they would do if the fugitive clan managed to get away from them and lost their trail. The commander-in-chief, folding his arms across his chest, began to laugh out loud after this question, and then said that the fugitives did not have long to live anyway. Seconds later, he added that even without a fight, their defeat was inevitable. Other members of the meeting did not really understand what the gentleman meant by these words. The chief did not explain everything to them, but instead he looked down at the map and said that if the Namgong clan was moving on horseback now, they would soon reach Mount Julun. He emphasized that they most likely want to ambush them for having been forced to leave their land in such a shameful way. After hearing all this, one of the men present said that they should immediately change their tactics in order not to fall into the trap. And then, looking at the chief, he said that the observation of these people could end badly, so if possible, it should be stopped. The commander-in-chief said, loudly smiling, that there was nothing to worry about, because the advisor with the Blood Demon Squad was already on Mount Jiulong. When the men heard the news, they were shocked that no one had told them about it before, and that everything was done without their consent and at their own discretion. However, the chief was able to convince everyone, so he said that their main task now was to follow the fugitives and not to make hasty decisions. At this time, everyone in Namgung Palace was on horseback and had been moving through different areas for most of the night to save themselves. A few hours later, one of Namgun Gom's assistants approached him and said that they were already approaching the mountain they needed. And then he added that as soon as everyone arrived at the place, they would start organizing an ambush in which they would have to catch the opponents who would definitely attack. The chief looked in front of him and said that he hoped that the intelligence officers were still following them and would report everything to their superior. At the same time, the leader of the Blood Demon group and his men were also moving up the mountain to intercept the fugitives and kill them. At some point, an assistant came up to the chief and said that some of their men had already reached the mountain and had even taken up their positions for the attack. So, as soon as the people from the Namgun clan arrive at the site, they will immediately open fire on them and will not stop until everyone there is dead. The leader of the group, still looking in front of him, said all the great news, so the scouts should continue to follow the fugitives. And after that, the man began to recall the image of Seo Moon shooting at his people yesterday, and at the same time, he was on top, and now he will not have such a privilege. Then the gentleman began to hope in his mind that the owner of the palace, Paweon, had died, because no one with such a serious injury could recover. But he still had some doubts about this, so he said to himself that if he survived, no one would know about it. Therefore, he decided that it was necessary to immediately turn Mount Kurin into the grave of the white sect, and then he would have no reason to worry. At this time, Kwak Gom, who was walking behind everyone else, looked back and said that he had a strange feeling. When his friend asked him what happened, the guy explained that it looked very strange that they were running away from the attackers, and they were following them for some reason. Hyunjo couldn't figure out what his friend meant, so he asked a question to clarify, and the young man did not know how to explain it. But then he said that he did not feel that the people who were following them wanted to catch up with them and destroy them. The interlocutor was not alarmed by this, so he said that this group probably thought that they had no hurry. Kwak Gom then turned his gaze forward and turned to Seo Moon and asked him what he had been thinking about so intently for the past few hours. With a calm expression on his face, the young man said that all this time he had been thinking about Chen and the techniques he had recently learned using the sword. The friend began to rejoice at the fact that the newcomer had learned to speak Chenim and offered to convey something in this way. And in a few minutes, he did just fine. But Kwak Gom grabbed his head and started shouting for the newcomer to stop immediately. When he finally managed to stop everything, he asked what happened, and the interlocutor clarified whether the young man called this action Chenim, and the man said that he had been taught to do so. The friend went on to explain that if the young man continues to send messages to others with such force, people's eardrums will burst. Hyunjo began to laugh out loud, saying that he now understood why his friend was screaming loudly because he was already worried about him. But Kwak Gom did not pay attention to Hyun's words. Instead, he continued to emphasize that when using Chenim, one needs to control his strength. After these instructions, Seo Mu decided to try again, and at first it was like the last time, but then everything became as it should be. It was only after practicing that he realized that he also needed to control his inner strength when using this technique. Then the newcomer asked if there was a martial art that uses Chenim to blow up an opponent's brain without a fight. Hearing this question, Kwak Gom changed dramatically in his face, and Seo Moon, seeing his reaction, said that there was no need to answer. He understood everything himself. Then Dan Gyun joined the conversation, who had been riding a horse nearby and watching all this time, and said that Seo Moon was not joking when he asked this question. The newcomer asked what had happened with an open-mouthed look of surprise, and then clarified whether he had asked something strange or not. Kwak Gom seriously told Seo Moon not to play the fool, because there is no such martial art, and even if you fight like that, it will be a shameful victory. A second later, the guy added that even if he ever tried to use it, the opponent could block his sound wave. The newcomer made a strange face and said that it didn't matter whether it was fair or not. The main thing was to win. Hyunjo said that there is no martial art that uses Chen, but there is one that uses a sound wave. He explained that if you put your energy into the sound wave, the opponent will have a continuous noise in his head, during which he will not be able to use his strength. After that, Heng said that the owner of the Pa-Haeon estate, whose name is Ku Yang Fu, is famous for this skill, and it was he who once tried to use this sound. And then he added that the white sect often uses the voice of the lion to defend themselves, and Sun Myung Moon said that he wanted them to teach him this voice. While the boys were talking to each other, the girl who liked Seo Moon kept turning her head back to look at him. Suddenly, one of the sisters turned to the girl and asked if she really fell in love with this newcomer. Without waiting for an answer, my sister said she didn't know what kind of a guy the master was, but as a man, he sucked, and his looks were not very good. Even after that, the young woman heard nothing from the interlocutor, and continued to name the flaws in her appearance that she had noticed. And after that, the lady received only silence in response. So, Namgun Su, we asked the question more specifically to find out that the rumors that were circulating were not true. Then Namgun's third sister, Su Yeon, intervened in this conversation, or rather monologue, and asked not to pester the girl because she could tell that she did not want to talk about it. Sumi took one last look at her sister, and wondered how people could even think that there could be something between her sister and this newcomer. Su-yan again asked him to stop talking about it, because Seo Moon has a fiancé whom he will marry in the near future and live in peace. As soon as the Namgun clan arrived at the mountain, the leader stopped a few meters away and realized that the attackers had already organized an ambush ahead. Hwanbo Cheon gritted his teeth and could not believe what was happening, because he thought the people who had been following them would be here now and would destroy them. The chief did not start a panic. Instead, he turned to his assistant, named Jagal, and asked if there was a chance they could break through. The man replied that they had no other way, but that the road was very narrow and it would take them longer than usual to get through the gorge. He went on to add that in no case should they break formation, because their opponents know the area better than they do, and therefore they are not in the best position now. Because of this, they cannot afford to delay, because the attackers who are going to spare them will catch up with them, and so they will find themselves surrounded and will not get out alive. Everyone was listening attentively to the assistant leader's instructions, and the only one who was not happy about what was to be done was a bearded old man who wanted to stay in the palace. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the King of Stones and the Lord of the Sword, Jengal approached them and bowed to apologize for being trapped, and at the same time he began to explain that if they did not manage to get through here in the near future, those who were following them behind would catch up and block the road for retreat. Then the man was able to look up to add that there was no way to pass on the right and left sides because the slopes were very steep, so he had to move only forward. The bearded gentleman did not let him finish because he understood everything, but clarified with the interlocutor that he and his friend had to clear the way for others. And then the two comrades looked at each other and decided that there was no time to think about it because they had to go and do the job. And after that, they immediately began to step forward at the same time, in order to use their strength and skills to destroy their opponents and allow others to pass. At this time, the Blood Demon leader was approached by an assistant who said that two gentlemen who were considered very powerful masters were approaching them. The main one already felt it, and in my head I was already thinking that there was a lot of power coming from these two, and it was clear that it would not be easy with them. The King of Stones and the Lord of the Sword walked quite confidently, because they had already seen many battles in their lives, and this one was definitely not scary. But during his journey, the bearded man turned to his friend and asked him when the last time they played such games together. At first, the man smiled loudly, and only then replied that such games had been present in their lives a long time ago, back in their youth. And as soon as they approached the cave, people in black clothes, holding their weapons in their hands, ran out and ordered the gentleman to stop where they were. The bearded gentleman said, with his eyebrows drawn together, that he was not going to stop personally, but they could try to force him to do so. And the answer was not long in coming. Two young men accelerated high, jumped up, and pointed their weapons at the gentleman and began to fly at him. Another group of attackers surrounded the other older gentleman, so that the two could not join forces with each other and could not help each other. After a few minutes of fighting, the men managed to cope well with those who attacked them, so at some point the leader of the Blood Demons raised his hand in the air, and he did this in order to order the others to attack the Namgun clan and destroy them. At this time, Seo Moon was already preparing to show the new techniques he had learned. Therefore, when several opponents approached him at the same time, he began to use the first technique called the 1,000 Warriors of the Horizontal Position. After that, he applied the following two techniques to the others, and the comrades who had been standing aside could not believe that this was possible at all. Even after that, the attackers did not lose their cool. They continued to run to attack, confident that the Namgun clan was very small and they would defeat it. Everyone was so dedicated to this battle that no one spared anyone and destroyed everyone who got in their way. The bearded gentleman just stood there, waving his sword, addressing the attackers, calling them fools, and asking why they were going to certain death. Suddenly, his friend appeared in front of the grandfather and said that they did not have time, so he had to leave so that he could use the technique of the sky full of fire rain. And after saying these words, the gentleman began to spin quickly on the spot, and energy balls began to fly out of his different parts of the body in different directions. When the opponents saw this, they decided that they needed to go for cover immediately, but some of them did not have time to run, because they were caught by the weapon. People from the Namgun clan, as soon as they saw that the road through the rocks was open, quickly started heading for it in order to cross this dangerous part. At this time, Seo Moon continued to fight several more attackers, and he noticed that those who were following them had already arrived. The opponents were moving at such a speed that it would be be impossible to stop them, because their goal was to destroy every single member of the Namgun clan today. The newcomer to the Namgun clan opened his mouth wide and said that it looked like it would be difficult for them to get out of here alive, because there were so many rivals. And those who had just arrived at the battlefield saw that Seo Moon was in front of them, and concluded that he was here by himself, and decided to attack him. But they did not expect him to be so focused on fighting back. So the young man jumped up and shot several arrows at once. Even the leader of the attackers had to fend off these attacks because, despite the large number of subordinates, they did not protect him at all. Therefore, at some point, the man raised his right hand up and, addressing his men, ordered them to immediately stop and cease all actions. In this silence, Hyunjong's voice was heard addressing Seo Moon from the gorge and asking him to retreat, because everyone had already passed the dangerous road. When the guy heard that he was alone, he was a little confused because he felt more confident when he thought there were other people fighting with him. The enemies also heard that the young man was alone, so they immediately rushed to attack to kill him, and thus avenge their colleagues. Seo Moon turned sharply to face the gorge and, walking quickly, shouted that the attackers should not even dream of taking his life. After that, the rivals realized that they would not be able to catch up with this guy, so they took up positions to shoot arrows to kill him. But even here they failed, because Seo Moon folded his arms across his chest and began to bounce in different directions, and thus he was able to avoid the arrows. Namgun Gam and his assistant went to the edge of the gorge and for the first few minutes watched the new member of their group try to escape. As soon as the young man managed to break away, the men emphasized that he had to move faster in order to join those who had passed earlier. Seo Moon listened to everything carefully and began to prepare again to move to the other people, and at the same time he told the leader and assistant that they could go. But they both remained standing in their places, and Jagal did not turn around and said that they were staying here to protect the rear. At first he wanted to slow down, but then he started to speed up, saying to himself that what was happening was wrong. As soon as the young man disappeared into the distance, Namgun Gom turned to his assistant and asked him why he stayed in such a dangerous place. And the man said that he could not imagine how a gentleman should fight alone against an entire army, so he stayed because he would be honored to die on the field of such a great battle. The chief, hearing this answer, began to laugh out loud because he could not restrain himself, and then told his comrade to make sure that he did not take all the glory for himself. In a matter of seconds, Seo Moon managed to catch up with Kwak Gom and tell him that they were doing the wrong thing when they left two against the entire army. Seeing the lack of understanding in his friend's eyes, the guy explained that no matter how scary it was, he could not leave those two men as bait for the enemy. The interlocutor was seriously angry at the word bait, so he asked not to call the two men that, because they had volunteered to do the work. The newcomer didn't like the way his new friend spoke, so he said that when you live, everyone has to do it together, and so does dying. And as soon as he finished the last word, he abruptly stopped on the spot and said in a serious tone that he could not run away, knowing that those two were standing there. After that, he turned around and told Kwak Gom that he would soon catch up with them, so they could continue on their way. At this time, the enemy army had already approached the two defenders, and the commander-in-chief came forward and asked the opponents their real name. The men did not hide it or prepare anything, so the clan leader was the first to introduce himself and say that his real name was Nagan Gom. Next, Jagal took over the introduction baton and said his name with a serious expression, not yet understanding why the opponents needed it. The head of the enemy army listened attentively and then said his name, after which he immediately said that he asked these two to let him through the gorge. The men responded to this request by saying that the enemy would only be able to get through them if they took their lives, because that way there would be no obstacles. Suddenly, an advisor came up to the commander-in-chief and said, bowing, that if they lost time here, they would not be able to catch up with those who managed to escape. The gentleman told his assistant not to rush, because there is a time for everything, and because of this, one should not make hasty decisions because they may be wrong. The military advisor could barely contain his anger, but still tried to speak calmly, emphasizing that every minute was important to them. Only after these words did the chief agree with the words of the interlocutor, and then, turning to his two colleagues, told them to clear the way to the gorge. Mok Sa and Hong Won folded their arms as if in prayer, and said they would start the task immediately and promised to do their best. Therefore, in a minute they took out their weapons and were already in front of the enemy. Taking up confident postures, they began to call their names one by one. After that, Mok Sa began waving his sword in the different directions, apologizing and explaining that they just needed to clear the way. Namgun Gam and his comrade replied that they would be honored to fight such respected and skilled opponents. At this time, the advisor was almost going crazy with rage, because in his opinion, all these tendernesses were useless when every minute could destroy their plan. A few minutes into the battle, Namgun Gom said to his partner that he was being attacked so quickly that he could not go on the offensive. The opponent had the same opinion about Gom, and began to think that if the son was so strong, it was hard to imagine how much energy his father kept in him. The other group of soldiers also fought very hard, and each of them did their best to win the fight. The commander-in-chief, watching the battle, said that Mok Sa could defeat his opponent without any problem, but that nothing was clear about the other two. But in a matter of minutes, the course of the battle changed dramatically, and one of the defenders was killed by a single blow, while Ham was wounded so badly that he was still conscious for several minutes. The man knelt down and began to speak to himself with tears in his eyes, asking his son and father to protect the clan he grew up in. And as soon as the enemy was about to deliver the last fatal blow, something stood in his way, and this something was so strong that he could barely stand on his feet. And as it turned out later, the one who did it was Seo Moon, who confidently walked toward them from the gorge holding his legendary sword. The attacker, holding his wounded comrade under his arm, looked at the young man and said that the moment had come when they met again. Seo Moon replied with a serious expression that he had missed them since they hadn't seen each other, so now he was ready to say hello. But before that, the young man approached Namgun Gom and asked him how he was feeling, and the man did not answer and asked why the boy had come here. The young man realized that the morale of this gentleman was at its lowest point, so he said that he would help him move around to make it faster. Then he placed the leader on his back and picked up his sword, and said that with his permission, he would stay with him for a while to defend himself. But when they were about to go to the gorge, they were surrounded by enemies on all sides, and Mok Sa asked if the boy could pass through without obstacles this time. Seo Moon said, loudly smiling, that if they moved out of the way, he would not mind at all, but if they did not, he would fight. At this time, Namgun Gom was thinking that his savior was behaving so bravely before his death that no one in the world could match his courage. The enemy said with a serious expression that, unfortunately, they would not be able to let them through, and that if they wanted to pass, they would have to fight. The guy smilingly said that in that case he would make them do it, and his behavior did not show that he was worried about the course of the match. Mok Sa raised his sword and shouted loudly to his subordinates that they should fight these insolent people without any regrets. Seo Moon, continuing to hold the wounded leader, decided to be the first to use the Thousand Warriors' horizontal position. Those who watched this battle from the outside immediately noticed and realized that the young man was using a sword in which he had put his inner energy for strength. After a short pause, the young man decided to use the same technique again, in order to destroy as many opponents as possible who were attacking him at the same time. The enemy commander-in-chief said that it was just incredible, because every child knows such techniques, but this guy puts a lot of his energy into them. Next, Seo Moon jumped high up the mountain in order to apply the second technique he had recently been taught, called the bungee jump. And as soon as he landed and struck the ground with his sword, everyone who was nearby began to fly in different directions from the resulting blast wave. The leader of the Blood Demon group began to shout furiously to his men, ordering them to prevent the enemy from attacking and to attack him at the same time. The attackers immediately began to carry out their master's order, so they began to move towards Seo Moon from different directions with their weapons raised high to kill him. However, they did not manage to do anything bad because the young man used the last trick called Wind and Rain, which scattered the enemies in different directions. The leader of the Blood Demon squad could not believe that such a large group of his men could not cope with just one young man. So he decided that this was a disgrace to his people. So he started to accelerate and started to move towards the boy, saying that he would now be his rival. At this time, those who had managed to pass through the gorge stopped to rest, and Kwak Gom looked at the rock and said that he hoped that Seo Moon was okay. Dan Geng, sitting under a tree with a sad expression on his face, turned to his friend and said that he had been wrong not to stop the young man when he was about to return. Hyunjo decided to defend his friend a bit, saying that no matter how much Ham wanted to stop the newcomer, he would have failed anyway. Looking into the distance, Kwak Gom added that Seo Moon was right when he told him that it was better to die in battle than to run away with your tail between your legs. Dan Gen was still in a depressed state, so he quietly said that there was no point in getting yourself worked up now, because you can't turn back the clock and change anything. Hei Jong agreed with this idea, but a second later, he added that there was nothing they could do, so they could only wait for the result. At this time, Seo Moon had to fight off two strong attackers who simultaneously attacked him and at the same time hold the wounded leader. In the moment he had to catch his breath, The guy said out loud that fighting masters was really not as easy as it might seem at first glance. During a break, Moxa wondered what was wrong with this guy, since he had been fighting for so long with a wounded man on his back, and his face showed no signs of fatigue. The other attacker was thinking that this guy was some kind of monster, not a human being, because his capabilities were too great. After resting, the guy decided to use the cockroach jump again to scatter some of the attackers and reduce the number of attacks on himself. And when two masters began to approach him, he used the first technique called the 1,000 warriors of the horizontal position to push them away. The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth and said out loud that he refused to believe in such talent because he could barely accept that this young man was a skilled shot. At this time, an advisor came up to him and angrily clenched his hands into fists and said that because of his slowness, they would not be able to catch up with the Namgun army. He emphasized that they had to catch this guy, but the chief said he was not sure that they would succeed because he still did not have a drop of sweat on him. After that, there was a short pause between them, after which the man said in a serious tone that the earth bears people like this guy with difficulty. At that moment, Seo Moon began to think that this fight should be over, because the longer it lasts, the worse it can end for him. Therefore, he decided that he should not fight these masters, but immediately attack the commander-in-chief to show everyone who he was and what he was capable of. Moxa guessed from the young man's movements what he was going to do and began to move toward him in order to wound him and prevent him from accomplishing his plan. However, everything did not happen as he imagined, namely, he was wounded, not the guy, and therefore he slowly began to kneel down because the wound was bleeding. And while he was still able to speak, he asked Seo Moon what the name of this technique was, and the young man replied that it was a family technique that belonged to the triple sword technique. The man was surprised by this answer because he did not even feel the blow, and finally he said that he was glad that he died at his hands on the battlefield. After the incident, the commander-in-chief could not stand still, so he pulled out his sword and began to run quickly to Seo Moon in order to take revenge. However, the young man was able to react in time and launched an energy ball that fell between them and allowed him to bounce back a few meters. The leader of the Blood Demon group watched this and was sure that the end would soon come, because the head of the warriors himself had already joined the battle. The man who was attacking Seo Moon stopped and shouted angrily that now everyone would see how long his strength would last. The guy began to think that running away would not help him now, but he needed to come up with something, because his spiritual strength was already beginning to run out. So he stopped and put his sword in front of him, and the opponent confidently stepped up to him and began to clarify whether the guy really wanted to fight for real. And while the commander-in-chief was walking, he decided to immediately use the explosion of the sword, and for this purpose, he pointed his weapon in the direction where the force should move. Seeing this, the young man realized that this technique could only be resisted by the triple sword technique, but he no longer had the strength to do so. But still, he decided to try, and for this purpose, he used a second technique called the sword without love. And to make it work, the young man closed his eyes tightly. The attacker, under the influence of this technique, made every effort to at least stay on his feet and not fly away with the flow somewhere far away. And when the storm began to calm down a little bit, he thought he had already used his special technique, and at that very moment, the gentleman noticed Seo Moon flying at him. And instinctively, the man raised his sword up in order to at least wound the young man and prevent him from attacking so suddenly again. After this trick, the commander-in-chief was wounded, but so was the boy, so he began to head for the gorge because he could no longer fight. As soon as the advisor saw his opponent running away, he ordered the remaining soldiers to chase the fugitive and bring him to the palace. The other members of the enemy group began to run to the leader of the soldiers, and he knelt down and said that he had never thought that he would ever be destroyed like this. The counselor stopped not far away and said that it was necessary to carefully examine the elder's wounds because timely assistance could save his life. At this time, Seo Moon managed to run several kilometers, but stopped near a tree because he was very tired and had already lost a lot of blood due to his wounds. However, he did not have time to rest and recuperate, as the attackers in black had already appeared ahead of him and immediately began to move directly toward him. The guy realized that he had no energy left, but he said out loud that even in this situation, he would not give up without a fight. After making only one move, the young man stopped and said that he could no longer feel the sword he was holding because he had lost a lot of blood. The attackers, who immediately noticed that Seo Moon was barely standing on his feet, began to rejoice at the fact that they would be able to catch him without any problems. However, the young man did not intend to give up so easily, even in such a bad condition. He continued to swing his sword in different directions. He went on to say that he was not afraid of death at all, but he was more upset by the fact that he had never been with a woman and that he had not seen his fiancée. Suddenly, when he went into the shadows, he began to laugh loudly, and this laughter did not stop for a minute. It sounded so terrible that it simply scared everyone. But in a few minutes, the opponents got used to it and began to assume that the guy was so afraid of dying that he was already going crazy. Then Seo Moon raised his head up and began to slowly emerge from the shadows, continuing to laugh loudly throughout the clearing, in the middle of the dense forest. The attackers pointed their guns at him, agreed with their assumption that he had gone mad, and threatened him with a beheading. Suddenly, at that moment, a rescued gray-haired old man came out of the bushes with a very confident expression on his face, and his head held high. The opponents who were already standing in position to attack Seo Moon froze in their tracks, because they did not know who this gentleman was and whether he posed a threat. The young man turned his head to his friend and asked him angrily why he had come here, since it was very dangerous on this meadow now. The older gentleman drew his eyebrows together and said that the boy had been gone for a long time, and he was worried that something might have happened, so he came here. The young man asked the man to leave the place, but the man said that he did not need to worry about him, because these people would not attack the old man. Seo Moon raised his eyebrows and said that the rescuer overestimated these people because they were ready to destroy everyone in their path to get what they wanted. Looking at the attackers, the man said that it made no sense for someone to kill old people, and finally emphasized that he would not do such a thing. The young man, not understanding anything, asked his friend to take care of the wounded leader of the Namgoon clan, and his grandfather replied that he was not fit to do so. Seo Moon said, with a weary expression, that he personally was also badly injured and could not even stand normally, let alone walk. However, even this did not convince the man, who said that if the young man could get here, he could deliver the leader to the hideout, and finally added that he would deal with these people himself. The attackers listened to all this conversation and said that it was complete nonsense, so they decided to kill them all, pointing their fingers at the three of them. The rescued gray-haired gentleman only smiled with a sneering smile, for he knew better than anyone that these rivals would never win a battle with. At this time, the fugitives stopped near the Yangtze River to rest and recuperate, as even horseback riding requires a lot of effort. Huangbo Cheon, sitting on one of the big ones, sadly said that he had come here with 100 followers, but now there is none of them with him. Then he bowed his head down and said that there were too many people in the White Sex army who one day went to help the Namgong clan. Huangbo Chan said that it's still not that bad, because in other situations it's worse. For example, Kabang only had an assistant and Dan Gen left, and all their people were killed. The bad counts did not end there, because only a couple of young disciples survived among the Shaolin monks, and the rest were all killed in bloody battles. After that, Huangbo Chan began to look into the forest and said that it was not yet known what happened to Seo Moon, and the other man said that no matter how good he was, he did not survive. At this time, one of the main gentlemen emphasized that they were still in danger and that they should immediately cross the river, because only then could they breathe a sigh of relief when the other chief gentleman said that in order to carry out this plan, they had to find the ship. The only one who didn't want to rush was a man from the Dan clan who was worried about his future son-in-law, so he asked if they could wait a little longer. Kwak Gam and his friends continued to sit on the lawn, and suddenly he said that he hadn't seen Grandpa Seo Moon for a long time, and asked the others where he was. Hyunjo replied that in his opinion, the man went to his grandson because they are family, and therefore should help each other in such circumstances. Gam looked at the rocks and said that he understood everything, but he wanted them to return to them alive because he was so used to them both. Suddenly, Hyunjo said with a sad expression that he couldn't leave now because he would be waiting for Seo Moon and his grandfather to return. After hearing this, my friend was silent for a few seconds and then began to express his dissatisfaction with the fact that this was a very life-threatening decision. But the guy didn't want to change his mind. He just said how they would feel if those they fought so hard for just left them to their fate. Dan Geng wiped his nose with his palm and said that these words really had a certain meaning, so he decided to stay and wait for the newcomer. Gam put his hands to his sides and realized that he had to stay here too, because his two best comrades had made this decision, and he could not be a coward. Hyunjo was not very happy about his friend's decision, because they could all die here, so he told them that they should go because he alone would be enough. And then an argument broke out between the three comrades, with one trying to say that they would wait and the other assuring them to save their lives. Suddenly, at some point, Dan Geng first fell silent and then began to laugh loudly, which attracted everyone's attention because it was too loud. Even his friends stopped talking and started asking him what had happened to him, and if he felt well because his mood had changed so quickly. Dan could not say anything at first because he could not stop laughing, but then he pointed forward with his index finger and asked everyone to look there. And when everyone began to look into the distance, they noticed two figures. My grandfather was walking first, and behind him was So-moon, who was also carrying someone. During this walk, the guy called the gentleman he rescued a disgusting old man who did not care that he could barely stand on his feet and could not move normally. At the moment when pain and fatigue overwhelmed the young man, he stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly to his friend to help him with something because he could not stand it. The man said that the young man was whining in vain because his injury was just a scratch, and emphasized that a real master does not care about such a trifle. So-moon, gritting his teeth in anger, thanked them for their help, and said a second later that he was even relieved by it, so he could continue walking. The grandfather went on to say that he had already helped the boy in many ways, because he had saved him from death, which could have happened in that clearing in the middle of the forest. The young man said that the man probably didn't want to fight the attackers at all, because they used to be people of his clan. The old man said that this was nonsense, because he had been helping the guy from the very beginning, and to stab the other man, he asked how he helped him when he was just running away. The rescued man opened his mouth because it hurt him a bit and irritated him, but he explained that he was not just running away but was also teasing the attackers. Then the man paused for a moment and proudly raised his head up, and said that a couple of guys had definitely ended their lives out of anger. So-moon, gritting his teeth in pain and sweating from fatigue, asked if it was possible to die of anger, or if it was some kind of nonsense. The gray-haired man stopped and said that the boy had to see for himself how angry the attackers were, because it was hard not to notice during the meeting. The young man looked down and said that he certainly saw a lot of anger, because it was with this anger that all the rivals began to move at him at the same time. The man came up to So-moon and said that he was thinking wrong, because when enemies were angry, they showed their weaknesses, and that's how he was able to defeat them. After all this, the rescued gentleman stopped on the spot and proudly raised his head up and said that one should not underestimate his help. The young man did not intend to remain silent, so he said that this was no help at all, because all these clashes started from the Faeheon Palace, where the interlocutor used to live. The gray-haired man said that he had been betrayed by his own subordinates, so he was not to blame. He was also a victim. So-moon drooled and did not believe what his new friend was telling him, because he was always using him for his comfort. Seeing such an attitude, the gentleman stopped again and said that the boy should make him happy and not speak so shamefully about him. The guy made a strange grimace on his face in anger and said that the man could not properly lead his men, so they betrayed him. However, the gentleman was not at all offended by these words and therefore concluded that thanks to him, So-moon survived today and was even able to escape to a place where he could feel safe. The young man emphasized that he had once saved his life as well, and the older man smilingly said that now they had settled the score. And after the last word, the men heard familiar voices happily calling their names, sounding closer and closer with each passing second. The bearded man also began to smile broadly with joy, for he could not have imagined that they would both return to them. So-moon said that the leader was seriously wounded, but not fatally, but his assistant could not be saved because when he arrived, he was already lying without signs of life. And as soon as he finished his sentence, he fainted, so his head hung on the shoulder of a friend who had been supporting him since they arrived. A few hours later, the guy came to his in-bed and looked around and saw a small, skinny girl sitting next to his bed. Suddenly, the front door opened, and two of the boy's friends, who at first had serious expressions on their faces, walked inside. And when they saw that the young man had regained consciousness, they began to smile broadly and ask him how he was feeling, because they were very worried about his condition. So-moon, wearing a cape with his mouth wide open, replied that everything seemed to be fine. Now and then, asked questions to find out where they were now. Dan Geng replied that this was the estate of the Jagal clan, and they had stopped here to rest for a few days to recuperate from the strength they had lost during the journey. The wounded guy hung in the position he was in because he needed to remember everything and analyze what had happened to him over the past few days. Suddenly, the girl's head, which was sleeping peacefully on the edge of the bed, began to rise because many different voices were heard in the room. When she got up to leave, the guys who were standing in her way thanked her for her concern, and she said without raising her head that she did not need to do this. But before she left, the young lady wanted to see So-moon, so she came up to him and asked him with a sweet look if he was okay. Upon receiving the answer, the girl bowed and thanked him for saving her father, and then wished him a speedy recovery. Then the girl went to the door and opened it wide and quickly left the room without saying anything else. Two friends who were in the room during this conversation started laughing out loud as soon as the lady left, because such situations look quite strange from the outside. So-moon sat down on the bed with a serious expression on his face and began to look at his friends, asking questions to find out what exactly made them laugh so much. Hyunjo continued to smile and said that Nam Gun-hae stayed by the bedside of the wounded man the entire time he was unconscious and took care of him. Another friend added that she treated Seo Moon as if he were her boyfriend, which made him angry, and he began to shout at his friends not to spread such rumors. Hen sat on the edge of the bed and asked the newcomer why he was pushing away the young lady, who was clearly more than attracted to him. After a short pause, the friend added that the young man should take a closer look at Hen, because she hadn't just been sitting by his bed all this time. Seo Moon pulled his hair into a ponytail and said that if these two said something like that again, he would not let them attend his own wedding. The next day, the boy came to the house where the grandfather lived and asked him to marry his granddaughter. Upon entering the room, the young man said that he would like to go to Sichuan, and his future relative asked why if his future wife would soon arrive here. The young man explained that in his homeland of Korea, it is customary for a man to come to his bride, not the other way around. Another member of this family said with a smile that this was the only reason the boy wanted to go on the road. Seo Moon says with a serious expression that this is exactly what he wants to do, and that's why he came to get permission, because the road will be long. There was a pause in the room, which was broken by a young man who said that he had heard that he could cover this stretch of road faster with a ship. The men confirmed this because the shortest way is through the river, and it can only be crossed by boat. On the day he went to the leaders to say goodbye before leaving on his way, he met a young lady who had been taking care of him when he was wounded. Given this opportunity, Seo Moon said that it had been a year since he had been able to meet his fiancée, so he wanted to take her to his homeland as soon as possible. Then he put his head down and smiled broadly, saying that he was very happy to think that they would soon meet and be together. The girl listened to the whole story with her head down, and tears of sadness began to appear in her eyes. After telling me all this, the guy said that it was time for him to leave because he was going on a trip today. And as soon as he finished the last word, he quickly turned in the opposite direction and began to walk confidently forward. The girl could not say anything to him. She just looked away and wiped her tears and said that it was a terrible humiliation for her. Seo Moon walked without turning around in order not to see the sadness in the girl's eyes, and he wanted her to forget about him as soon as possible. After that, the guy came to the river where the ships were standing, because today he was going to set off to meet his bride. The gray-haired old man, who had been with him recently, took him to the pier and told him that this is where they would say goodbye to him, because he would not go any further. The young man did not understand why such a decision was made, so the gentleman began to explain that his savior had gotten into very serious matters and was now the target of all black sects. And that's why even more people will appear on the boy's path who will want to take his life, all in order to become famous for it all over the world. The man went on to say that the young man should be careful because he had destroyed the leader of the palace, Pahaeon, so he would be the #1 target for his subordinates. Seo Moon said, smiling, that there was no need to worry about it, because as soon as he met his bride, he would take them to his homeland and no one would find him there. However, the interlocutor said that he should not hope for this, because angry martial artists would be ready to follow him, even to hell. At the same time, two people were meeting in the Paeon Palace, one of whom emphasized that they did not know that such a strong opponent existed. The military advisor shook his head and said that this guy uses a technique that involves his inner energy that none of their people can resist. When the Lord heard that this master of the bow and sword could destroy a group of bloodthirsty archers and demons by himself, he opened his mouth and eyes wide in amazement. The counselor said with an angry expression that this guy had to be killed immediately, so he had already ordered the Blood Shadows group to go in search of him. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows to each other and asked a question to find out how these people were going to take the life of such a skilled craftsman. And the man replied that since they could not take him by force and skill, they would use poison, which was almost ready at the moment. So Moon and his old friend kept talking, and the young man wanted to know where the gentleman was going, and he immediately replied that he would soon go to Shaolin. The boy asked why he would do this, and the older man said that he wanted to talk to the senior monk about the fact that he had fought with his men before. And with that, the gentleman turned around and, holding on to his cane, began to walk back to the settlement, where he would spend a few more days before heading out. The young man looked at the trail of the interlocutor for the first few seconds and was silent, but then shouted loudly that the man should always be careful. After a minute, Seo Moon made a sad face and said to his bird perched on his shoulder that he never thought he would be sad to leave this gentleman. Then the young man approached the ship where people were gathering and asked which one was going to Sichuan. The bearded man holding the rope said that the boy was a little late because the last ship that sailed there today had already left an hour ago. Seeing the confusion on the young man's face, The worker told him that he could go to the port of Dongtin because there are more ships sailing to Sichuan. Seo Moon began to rub his head and look in different directions with excitement because he was worried that he was going to have a very difficult time getting to his fiancée. Suddenly, the ship's worker spoke to the boy again and said that this ship was a cargo ship, and he was also going to Sichuan, and perhaps the captain would allow him to go with them. He was very happy to receive this offer, so he immediately bowed low in gratitude and stood there for several minutes because he wanted to express his gratitude as long as possible. After a few hours on the ship, Seo Moon vomited heavily and leaned over the side of the ship and began to spit out the contents of his stomach into the water. The worker who approached the young man said that the first time is always bad, but for him, it was strange that it happened at all because they were sailing on a river, not on the sea. The guy leaned against the wall, tilted his head down, and sadly asked the other man if he knew when it would all end because he was tired. The gentleman was silent at first, and then said that it is different for everyone. Some people go through it very quickly, and some suffer until they set foot on the ground. The other men sitting on the deck began to smile, and one of them said that he knew the feeling quite well because he had wanted to jump into the water. The second gentleman turned to his colleague with a serious expression and asked if he was mocking the boy or if he was showing sympathy. The man smiled sweetly and said that it wasn't that, because he only said that because he remembered how bad he felt the first time he traveled by ship. The worker who took Seo Moon to the ship sat down next to him and said that he was very sorry that it happened and thanked him for his concern. A few minutes later, Ajo Jun approached the young man and sat down, introduced himself, and then said that he had come to help him. So then he began to tell me that when a young man feels sick, he becomes hot. His whole body is covered. Then his head starts, and then vomiting occurs. Seo Moon confirmed that he really felt that way, and the interlocutor said that the guy was already on the home stretch and needed to be patient for a couple more minutes. The guy was quite angry with these words, so he began to think with an angry expression that he had found an advisor who had not advised him anything. And as soon as he thought about it, he started to feel sick again and barely managed to lean over the deck in time to avoid vomiting all over the floor. After a few hours of traveling to Seo Moon, one of the workers came to the room and asked him how he was feeling and if he needed anything. Holding his stomach with a tired expression, the young man said that he was more or less fine, but still could not get to his feet. The interlocutor was happy to see that the boy was feeling a little better, so he sat down opposite him and asked what the young man needed in Sichuan. The young man sadly drew his eyebrows together and said that he was going to the Dan family because he had a certain agreement with them that he wanted to finalize. The worker said that he immediately thought that the guy was not an ordinary person, and then added that now it was clear that he was connected to the Dan family. Smiling, Seo Moon began to explain that he did not belong to that family, but that he was going to them only because he had a certain business with them. The interlocutor said that the Dan family lives in Chengdu, Sichuan, and that this ship is going to a port closer to Guizhou. The young man straightened his back and asked how far these cities were from each other, and the man answered slowly that it was not very far, but that it would take 200 kilometers to get there. This information was very upsetting for Seo Moon, because he expected to get there much faster, and now new problems are emerging. Then the boy went out on deck late at night and looked at the stars and began to recall the conversation he and his rescued grandfather had before setting sail. Then the elder gentleman told him that the time would soon come when they would find out whose martial art was stronger than his or the Shaolin monks. The man went on to say that he had taught one word to a student all the arts he knew, but that he was now in a group that was attacking everyone. His grandfather said that this young man would not be able to live in peace when he knew that someone was superior to him in skill, so he would definitely come to fight. Seo Moon didn't really understand why the man was going to go to Shaolin, because there are many people who once betrayed him. And while they were talking, the gentleman said that he could teach the rescuer his martial art, and then he would become his young student. The interlocutor continued to stand there without saying anything, because he needed to think things through carefully, since he had come to these parts for a different purpose. After a few minutes of silence, the older man asked why the boy was silent, and when he got no answer, he said that he didn't want to. The boy finally answered that he asked the man to teach him techniques so that he could have an idea of how to fight with swords, and that what he already knew would be enough for him. The gray-haired gentleman, smiling loudly, said that he had not expected to hear such a response, because he had not even considered the idea that the young man might refuse. Continuing to lie there and look at the stars, Seo Moon smiled sweetly, thinking that if the older man had known about his capabilities then, he would have gone crazy. Suddenly, the worker who took him to the ship interrupted his thoughts and said to the young man that the captain of the ship had come to see him. The guy gathered all his strength and quickly got to his feet and bowed, first introducing himself and then apologizing for not doing so earlier. The young man then said that there were too few guards on the ship for such a large amount of goods, and added that the captain needed to increase the number of couriers. The chief replied that he didn't see any problem with couriers here now, because they are easy to find, but traveling can cause problems with pirates. Smiling, the young man said he understood because it was his first time delivering parcels by ship. Hearing this, the interlocutor asked where he had worked before. Looking down, Seo Moon replied that he had recently worked at Cheongri Palace and that they had transported goods using carts and horses. The captain laughed out loud because he realized from these words that the young man was applying for a job as a courier to get to Sichuan, not to make money. After that, the workers who were preparing dinner started talking to the men, and one of them showed them a bottle and suggested that they all sit down and have a drink to relax. After sitting at the table for several hours, Seo Moon got to his feet and apologized, saying that he still felt bad and asked for permission to leave. At this time, the man who took him to the ship was watching him and thinking that he was sent to destroy this young man. Then the worker recalled how the young man was sick and said that he did not look like a master, and therefore he would not use poison to fight him. Finally, the man said to himself that he had been worried about this young man in vain, but now he would fight him without fear for his health. At this time, No Jock Sam was approached by his pirate men and told that a ship would be passing by and began to clarify what they should do to capture or miss. The leader rubbed his face and said that, of course, they would capture him, and then began to ask where the ship was and what kind of ship it was. The assistant said with a serious expression that a merchant ship was approaching them and that it was carrying many boxes of goods. But Joka, when he heard that it was a merchant ship, froze in place with a shocked expression on his face, because it had been a long time since they had passed them. The chief pirate jumped to his feet and said with a broad smile that all his subordinates should immediately prepare to seize the ship. Kei-gu, a man who was a personal assistant to the leader, was a little upset by this news because he realized that innocent people would start dying again. And No Jock, picking up the sword, continued to rejoice at what they would do, because they were just running out of food and needed to replenish it. The interlocutor decided to remind him that there was a peace agreement signed with them and the boat's swimmers, so that they could pay money to move freely on the river. The leader said that he would simply take all the goods and not touch the people, and that no one would come to the showdown after that, because everyone was afraid of them. So finally the man asked the assistant to calm down, because they would not do anything bad for others. At this time, the ship continued to move along the river. Seo Moon was sitting on the floor yawning widely, and one of the workers told him that if he continued to do so, his mouth would explode. The boy replied that he was very sad, and then the man leaned on the side of the deck and said that many people come to see the beauty of the river they were sailing along. The young man did not get up and said sadly that he did not care about beauty because he wanted to arrive at the appointed place as soon as possible, because the ship was not his vehicle for transportation. The ship's worker said that it was impossible not to admire such beauty because it is rare to see such landscapes. But in 1 second, the man's tone of voice and expression changed dramatically, because what he saw next alarmed and frightened him. Then the captain came out on deck and, observing the ships approaching them, said that they were people of a group called Dragon Bone. Seo Moon, who did not understand any of this, immediately asked questions to find out who these people were and why everyone was so nervous when they saw these ships. The leader said that this group was part of a community of pirates who had captured the Yangtze River, and then added that there was no need to worry because he could negotiate with them. Then the man ordered all the workers to gather and line up on the deck so that he could give them instructions before meeting with these people. Seo Moon was very interested in how much his new friends paid the pirates not to touch them, and one worker said that they had enough money for food and drink. At this time, the pirate leader stood in front of everyone on his ship and, with his sword slung over his shoulder, carefully looked at the ship they were slowly approaching. Suddenly, he turned to his subordinates and said that none of them would touch the people because their task was to take everything valuable on that ship. The employees listened attentively and, smiling, broadly said that they understood everything, so the leader need not worry because everything will be done in the best possible way. The personal assistant of the chief pirate said that he thought that this ship belonged to some kind of courier delivery because there were so many different boxes. But Jock put his hand to his forehead and began to look at the ship again, and after a short pause said that there were not enough people there for a merchant ship. Then the man added that he didn't care who it might belong to, because he knew from his own experience that such ships are the easiest to rob. The assistant clarified that by the word easier, he meant gentlemen, because such couriers are usually very dedicated to their work and will chase the robbers to the last. So, the man said that if this ship really turned out to be a cargo ship, There was no need to rob it, because they had to pay them generously for free passage. In a few minutes, they finally reached the ship, and the pirates began to cross to the deck, where one of the workers emphasized that there were much more of them than usual. After everyone else, the last to step on the ship was the leader of the Dragonbone group, No Jock, who said all this with a wide smile, holding a sword on his shoulder. The captain greeted the guests with folded hands as if in prayer, and said that he was Son M, who works for a courier delivery company called Inma. When the pirate leader heard this information, he thought to himself that it was really a cargo ship of one of the houses that deliver goods. While the man was thinking about all this, the captain had already taken out coins and said that he wanted to give them to the guests, and although there were not many of them, there should be enough for drinks and food. The men who were going to rob the ship did not like the fact that there were very few coins offered for such a huge ship. But Jock laughed out loud and thanked them for their concern, and then added that winter was coming and there were a lot of people under his care. The captain said that the interlocutor was trying to say that this money was not enough, because this time they had twice as much as they had given them last time. But then the gentleman offered to name the amount they wanted to receive at that time. Seo Moon watched all this and realized that one could not expect an adequate amount. The pirate leader began to scratch behind his ear slowly and carefully, and began to say with hints that, as he had been saying lately, they were having difficulty making ends meet. The captain was getting angry at all these hints and interrupted to ask if the attackers were planning to take all the cargo on the ship. The head of the pirate group, looking at his index finger again, slowly but with a hint, said that this was not entirely true, but there was some truth in the words. The interlocutor angrily said that he did not expect the deal to be destroyed, and therefore warned that although they could not defend themselves today, the management would take revenge on them. But Jock, smiling sarcastically, said that they were not afraid of these threats because they are not afraid of such pathetic couriers who cannot defend themselves. The captain raised his eyebrows in a serious tone and asked if the pirates had come not only to rob the ship, but also to take the lives of everyone present. The attacker replied that they didn't care about the lives of the workers, but if it could save them further worries, the idea looked very attractive. The chief could not contain his anger any longer, so he quickly drew his sword and said that since this was the case, they were ready to go to battle in order not to lose their dignity. The other couriers, right behind the main one, drew their swords to defend themselves, because it became clear that no one would leave their ship without a fight. Seo Moon threw his hands to the side in confusion, because he could not understand why, in the places he went, there were always clashes in which he had to participate. Then he looked down and began to think about why things were happening the way they were, and suggested that maybe he was just a loser in life who brought problems. The chief among the pirates, addressing his rivals, told them to throw their weapons on the floor, because those who did not do so would immediately go to the fish for food. One of the couriers, still holding the sword in front of him, said that the man really thought they could be afraid of their deaths. Suddenly, Seo Moon asked his new comrades to let him go forward, and as soon as he did, he emphasized that such attackers did not need a sword. However, as soon as he took a few more steps, he felt a sharp object slam into his upper body, and he still does not understand what it could have been. In a confused state, the guy still tried to understand what had happened and watched out of the corner of his eye who was passing by at the time. And as it turned out, such a vile act was done by an employee who offered him to sail on this ship, and smilingly said that it was revenge for what he had done in the past. And then Seo Moon remembered the words of his old friend, that the best assassins from Pekion would hunt him down, because the young man had killed their leader. The attacker said with a sneering smile that his superiors were so afraid of Seo Moon, but in fact he noticed that the young man was a weakling who was easy to defeat. Then he lifted his head up and opened his mouth wide and began to laugh loudly, saying that all the rumors about the Lord of the Bow and Blade were lies. At this time, the young man was no longer listening to what the man was saying, as he was concentrating on pulling out the knife that was still inside him. The pirates who were already preparing to attack died on the spot, because they could not understand what was happening there and why those people started fighting with each other. After the incident, the man who attacked Seo Moon said that he was a member of the Pehian Palace Group, and his comrades had already captured half of China's territory. Looking at everyone with a confident look, the attacker added that in the near future they would rule this country and would not allow anyone to humiliate them. Then he turned his attention to the pirates and said that sooner or later they would also obey the orders of this palace, so he advised them to treat him properly. Finally, pointing a finger at Seo Moon, he said that his task was to destroy this guy, so the two groups could continue their showdown. As soon as he finished the last sentence, he heard the wounded young man behind him emphasize that he had taken him by surprise, but he was still not dead. The attacker turned to face the guy and smiled lightly and said that he was really holding up well, but that he needed to wait a minute longer, and then it would be over. After that, the attacker again turned to the two groups of people who were about to fight and told them not to delay and to continue what they were supposed to do. The pirate leader did not care about the words he had just heard, so he raised his sword and said that he would deal with the couriers. Suddenly, the wounded Seo Moon intervened in this fight again, rising to his feet and telling everyone to stay in their places because he would destroy anyone who made even a single step. At that very moment, the young man felt a hand on his shoulder and turned his head to see the captain, who emphasized that the guy was badly wounded and should step aside. Then the man walked forward with slow steps and angrily turned to Nojok, asking if the man was going to be a member of Paekjeon Palace. Not allowing to answer, the gentleman continued to say that people living on the banks of the Yangtze River have never obeyed anyone, and this should continue. The leader of the pirates, with his sword already forward, angrily asked his men why they were standing there, since they should have already gone and brought him the head of this impudent man. The pirates were already preparing their weapons to launch an attack, but they were in no hurry to do so because everything was still being clarified. At this time, the captain turned to the fake courier with his eyebrows raised and asked if he knew what might have happened to his brother, Du Chil. When the man heard this name, he laughed out loud and then, after a short pause, said that the fool had just lent him his face, and that's why he started reaching for his neck. And in a few seconds, the gentleman took off his human skin mask and showed it to me, saying that he had to work a little to get this result. The captain changed his expression very much because he was so angry about what he had learned, and said that he would never forgive the man for that. After that, the captain of the cargo ship turned to Nojok and asked if he really thought he was the most important person on the entire Yangtze River. Not being allowed to answer, the gentleman then turned to the pirate leader's personal assistant and emphasized that he believed he was not like his boss. It was only after these words that the assistant realized that this was not a captain, but the chief inspector of the pirate community, who sometimes appeared for secret inspections. But Jock, not understanding what was happening, turned to his subordinate and asked who the chief inspector was and why he was so afraid of him. But without saying anything, he quickly fell to his knees in front of the captain and said his name in full and said that he was ready to follow all his orders. And the pirate leader only now realized who this inspector was, so he began to repeat everything after his subordinate and quickly knelt down. After that, everyone began to repeat after their boss and, falling to the floor, said that the Dragonbone group was ready to fulfill the master's orders. The man went on to say that 5 years ago, he left his post to travel with his brother, but he did not think that the pirate community would weaken so quickly. So, he asked when this group began to serve the Palace of Paeon. The leader did not answer at first, but instead apologized. The inspector, of course, didn't care about any apologies and said in a serious tone that he was very disappointed with the way things had changed since he left. Suddenly, an imposter joined the conversation and said that the Palace of Paeon would soon rule everywhere and that the entire community of pirates would someday work for them. The captain said with an angry expression that he didn't think Paeon would be able to do it because he knew all the pirates and it would not be easy. The interlocutor began to smile sarcastically at the inspector, emphasizing that he would show them all the power of his group. But he was unable to say anything further because the leader of the pirate group approached him and told him to shut up because he had no right to talk to the inspector like that. After that, Nojok turned to the captain and asked for permission to take the life of this impudent man because he allowed himself too much. A man who was a member of the Palace of Paeon said that no one should make fun of him here because no one can match his power, so he has no worthy rivals here. But Jock could not contain his anger any longer, and so he began to move quickly toward the insolent man with his sword drawn forward to strike at once. The inspector stopped all this by shouting because he did not want to give this man to someone else, as he intended to take revenge for his brother personally. Then Seo Moon intervened and told the captain that he could destroy this gentleman much faster than all of them here together. The interlocutor said that the young man was wounded and therefore would not be able to do what he had planned, and that he should step aside and just not interfere. As soon as the young man took out the knife, the inspector used a little of his power to make the wound begin to heal, and Seo Moon said he had to thank him for it. Therefore, holding the same knife, he began to move toward the one who had the courage to wound him and continued to speak in public without fear of consequences. The imposter was not afraid of his new rival at all. Instead, he smiled lightly and said that the guy had not asked for what was about to happen. Seo Moon did not respond to these threats. He only said that the man could survive only on one condition, and it was that he should see his movements. The attacker, taking a pose for attack or defense, mentally called the boy a fool because, in his opinion, fast attacks are inherent in people only in Paeon. At the same time, the inspector was thinking that it was very dangerous to fight a professional fighter at such a short distance, so the young man needed to be more careful. As soon as the attacker finished his last word, he immediately began to move quickly towards Seo Moon to take his life once and for all. However, as soon as he approached him, he went right through him, and for the first few seconds, he did not understand whether he had wounded the young man or whether he imagined it. Moving to the side, the young man said that the man was so slow and that even a turtle would be faster than him, so he needed to try harder. It was only after these words that the imposter felt a sharp pain in his chest on the right side, and looking at that spot, he saw that his opponent had managed to stab him. After that, he fell face first to the floor, and the captain looked at him and said, "How come a professional killer couldn't hit him in the heart?" Seo Moon took out and showed a green stone, saying that this object saved his life because the attacker could not get the knife where he wanted it. Then all those present turned to the inspector and apologized for what he had to see here, and said that they were very ashamed of their actions and behavior. The next day, Seo Moon sat on the deck and admired the scenery around him because he finally felt normal and did not feel sick. Looking at the green stone, he reflected on what was still on his side and why there were no fatalities after the impact yesterday. Then he turned his gaze in the other direction and smiling sweetly said that there was not much time left before he met his future wife. As soon as they arrived at the port on the outskirts of Sichuan, the young man and his bird set off to get to the place he needed as soon as possible. He had been walking for several hours and there was no one around, so he asked the falcon to see where the nearest settlement with people was. After sending the bird away, the young man continued to move forward on the same road, afraid that he might get lost and run into trouble again. After walking a few more kilometers, Seo Moon came to a mountain and saw smoke wafting in the distance right in front of him, which meant that there were definitely people there. So he began to run, not walk. And as soon as he was at the door, he gasped a little and began to knock in order not to break into someone else's building. A few minutes later, the door opened slightly and the old man looked at the guest and immediately wanted to find out who he was and what he wanted. The young man said he was passing by, and when he saw the smoke, he decided to come up to find out if he could stay here for a while to rest. The man opened the door wider and said that of course the young man could do it, because this place was created specifically for people to relax here. When the young man entered the restaurant, he sat down at one of the tables and began to look around, because he had never been in such a place before in his life. Grandpa went away for a few minutes and then returned with a kettle and offered to drink hot tea to quench his thirst. When Seo Moon was taking his first sips, the gentleman said that the road around this place is very bad, so you can rarely meet any travelers here. The young man began to tell me that he was on his way to the capital of Sichuan province, but at some point, he got lost and ended up here. The man suggested that the boy might not be a local because the capital is very easy to find because it is the largest city here. The young man, taking another sip of tea, confirmed that he had been off the ship for a few days and may have taken the wrong road, and that's why everything happened. The old man leaned over to the boy and told him not to be upset because he was almost there, and Seo Moon began to clarify how much further it was. The interlocutor rubbed his head and said that it was about 40 kilometers away, and this information amused the young man because, in his opinion, it was a very short distance. After that, the guy said that he hadn't met anyone while walking and asked why it was so empty. The old man said that only merchants come here. After all, they are constantly transporting their goods along these roads and constantly come to this establishment to rest and have a bite to eat. Then the older gentleman sat down at the table and began to tell me that usually ordinary people do not walk these roads because you can meet very dangerous groups here. But at the same time, there are traders here. And that is why his grandfather once built an establishment in this place, so that people could stop. After listening carefully, the young man asked questions to find out why there was no one else here but him. The old man said that the merchants come here twice a month, and the last visit was a few days ago, but with couriers it is difficult to predict everything in advance because they do not have a schedule. Seo Moon took a sip of tea and said that finally everything became clear to him, because he was already worried that he would never find anyone again. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door, asking if anyone was inside, and the two men began to look at the entrance closely because no one knew who could be there. The owner of the establishment got up and started walking to the door to open it and see who had arrived at that hour. When the gentleman opened the door, he froze with his mouth wide open because he had never seen so many people outside his establishment. One of the men named Kal Tae-ak said they needed to spend one night here, so he asked if there were any rooms available. My grandfather began to worry, but he was able to say that there were rooms, but they were only enough for 30 people. A gray-haired gentleman named Doc Ma said with a serious expression that this would be enough because those who did not fit could sleep in the yard. Then the owner of the establishment invited everyone into the room, saying that he was here alone, and that he would not be able to serve in the rooms, and therefore asked to have dinner here. Doc Ma said that the gentleman didn't have to worry about the food, because they would be eating in the yard, cooking it themselves, but they would definitely have tea. When all the guests began to sit at the tables, the grandfather approached Seo Moon and said with a roll of his eyes that there had never been so many people here at one time. The young man got up and offered to help the gentleman with the service, but at first he did not want to agree because he was also a guest. The guy said that he didn't see anything wrong with it and said that as a reward, the gentleman could give him some drinks at the end of the day. Grandpa had to accept this help because he could not cope with serving so many visitors on his own. Seo Moon quickly got to work and managed to distribute the drink to everyone who didn't have it or ran out. Having passed almost all of them, the guy emphasized to himself that these people did not look like merchants at all, so he assumed that they could be guards. Late in the evening, when everyone had gone to their rooms, Seo Moon also got to the bed and lay down on it and began to cover himself with a white blanket. But he couldn't fall asleep quickly because the walls were very thin, and he could hear the other guests discussing how they were going to get to the Dan family. This forced the young man to get up and sitting down. He began to think that these people were somehow connected to the family he was going to visit. Then the young man put his ear to the wall and heard them talking about how they wanted to destroy the Dan family in order to be the most powerful clan. The men were so angry because of the situations that had happened before that they said they wanted to shut the mouths of all those who dared to mock them. Seo Moon, hearing these words, could not understand what was going on and whether a group of these people really wanted to destroy the Dan family he was going to visit. After thinking about the situation for a few minutes, the young man realized that he would not let them do what they had planned. In the morning, the boy met his grandfather and happily told him that he had slept very well, and the latter told him that it was a pity that the merchants had already left because he could have gone with them. Seo Moon continued to smile happily and said that he didn't see anything wrong with it because he was used to traveling alone. So, after drinking 1 cup of tea, the young man said he was going to go on his way, and when he came out into the yard, he bowed low to his grandfather and thanked him for the hospitality. At this time, a group of travelers who were vacationing in the same establishment as Seo Moon was already moving along narrow forest path. Kal Tae Ak, addressing his friend, said that if they destroyed the Dan clan, they would have no equal in this area, and the latter emphasized that their rivals were very strong. The young man with a serious expression said that he knew about it, but they had a lot of them, so there was no need to worry about it. Then Jin Kwan said that even if there are more of them, they still need to worry about the poison that their rivals have. Kal Tae began to ask questions to find out if they had anything that could make sure that these weapons would not harm them in any way. In a few hours, Seo Moon managed to catch up with this group and, watching them from afar, decided to shoot at them and escape. So, he did not hesitate to do so, but quickly raised the bow to chest level and pulled the string and fired the first energy arrow. She got to the man in a matter of minutes and destroyed him. One of the main men saw this and assumed that they were trapped. Cal didn't understand, but agreed that it could indeed be a bait made especially for them. Quan Mu went on to say that they had lost about 20 people at one point and had not yet realized what kind of weapon had been used. So, to find out, they approached one of the victims and began to examine his body, where they noticed that he had a hole in his chest. And after that, they realized that this attack on them was committed by the same person who for some reason decided to attack them. After examining the wound in detail, Kal Tae said that it was completely clean without any poison, so he could say with certainty that internal energy was used here. The interlocutor said that then the attacker must be very close, but he did not notice any people he did not know. Then Cal came up with the idea that they might be shot from a bow, using internal energy instead of arrows. Quan turned his gaze in front of him and told his colleague not to talk nonsense, because it didn't look plausible at all. But my friend stood his ground anyway, adding that perhaps higher masters could shoot like that. The interlocutor said that these are just theories, and that in practice there is no such person who can use his energy in this way. However, as soon as they continued to move again, another energy arrow pierced one of the subordinates who was walking behind them. So the chief then said that they had to find out who was hunting them, and at that time Seo Moon was standing on a tall tree watching them. Watching the men run deep into the woods, the young man said to himself that they should not even think about harming the Dan family. And pulling the thread, he said that he would destroy one more and complete his task, so that no one would notice him and he would not get into trouble. As soon as he fired, he quickly changed his location to make it impossible to track where the arrow was launched from. Hiding behind large stones, the boy thought that he would destroy one more, and then maybe the others would start running away in fear. Guangmu stopped on the spot and addressed his men, saying that he forbade them to be afraid and that they should look in different directions to prevent an attack. He further emphasized that the energy of the bow and sword is almost identical, so they can safely fight the evil that decided to attack them. And as soon as the man finished his words, Kal-Tay noticed that another energy arrow was approaching them, and I stepped forward and began to deflect it. And when he managed to defend himself, he bent down and began to think about the fact that a lot of force was used here, and he did not even count on it. The other members of the group saw that the team leader had managed to repel the attack and began to shout loudly about it, raising their swords high in the air with joy. Doc Ma, addressing them loudly, asked if everyone had seen it, and then added that these arrows were very strong but could be easily handled. The subordinates began to believe in their leaders and their capabilities so much that they forgot that a few minutes ago they were worried about their lives. Then Kwok Tae began to speak, and he said that when they descended from the mountain to the valley, the enemy would simply not be able to physically shoot arrows at them. Doc Ma said that the rear was ready to take over, so everyone else had to run forward with all their might to get to a place where they would not be in danger. Seo Moon, who had been watching the group but not hearing what they were talking about, was a little surprised that they continued to move forward instead of returning home. Therefore, he had no other option but to continue attacking them from above. But for this, he needed to prepare arrows. And in a few minutes he did it and changed his position, raised his bow up, and shot several arrows into the sky at the same time. At the same time, the group of people continued to run fast forward, and they were so focused on the movement that they did not even notice that arrows were flying at them from the mountain. When several young men were killed again, Doma raised his head to the sky and shouted to his subordinates to be careful, because arrows were now coming from above. But then a better idea came to him, and so the man ordered everyone to hide behind the trees because there was a high chance that the arrow would miss its target. However, even this did not save the lives of a few more guys, so the chief said that everyone should go in search of the person who was shooting at them. However, no one had found anyone yet, and when they stopped, they began to discuss whether there were many shooters, or whether it was just one person. Then the three main men gathered in a circle and began to figure out how they could reduce losses. And then the idea came that they would be the ones to go ahead. And as soon as they decided, another arrow was already flying at their group, and their subordinates stopped and tried to find out from which point it came. The leaders were able to track it down, and heading in that direction, shouted that as soon as they caught the attacker, he might not even think about being pardoned. Seo Moon, seeing the persistence of these people, began to prepare the bow for shooting again, but at the same time began to move away a little to change the location. So, running in the other direction, he began to reproach himself for being so naive as to believe that these people might be afraid of his energy arrows. And all this time, he was running away from the people who were chasing him. And suddenly, he ran out into the clearing and saw that he had come to the place he had left in the morning. And he did not understand how it could happen, that he did not realize at all that he was approaching this place. But then he did not have the opportunity to do so, because the door of the room suddenly opened, and a group of young men ran out and began to quickly surround him from different sides to prevent him from escaping. After that, the leaders of the group approached Seo Moon, saying that they were waiting for him, and the boy was thinking about what he should do. The grandfather heard the noise in the yard, and came out and saw the boy smiling, and asked why he had come back, and suggested that something might have happened. In order not to worry the man unnecessarily, the boy began to smile lightly in response, and at the same time thought of something he could say to avoid involving him in these matters. However, he was unable to justify himself. As soon as he started to speak, a spiked bullet hit the older man in the head, causing him to quickly fall to the ground. When Seo Moon saw this, he was seriously angry, and said angrily through gritted teeth that it was not necessary to do this because this gentleman was not guilty of anything. Duma did not pay attention to this reproach, because he was already asking questions to find out who this guy was and why he decided to attack them in broad daylight. The young man continued to stand with the same expression on his face, and as soon as the questions to him were over, he asked if the gentleman really wanted to know everything. The man quickly replied that he was 100% ready to hear the truth, but only after he had deprived his opponent of both legs and arms. Doc Ma, addressing his colleague, decided to calm him down a bit and said that their subordinates could do all the dirty work for him. Then the soldiers who had surrounded Seo Moon spoke up and asked the leaders for permission to take revenge on this impudent man for their comrades. After listening to this explanation, Doc realized that these people really needed to release their anger for what had happened, so he let them fight. The warriors thanked him and began to take turns approaching the enemy to inflict pain on him, but again, things did not go as they had imagined. Therefore, as soon as the first one was killed, the others were not in such a hurry to leave, but one of the leaders began to order them not to stand still, but to kill this guy. So, The subordinates had no choice but to obey their boss's will, and decided that this time they would attack several people at once. Seo Moon, who was able to repel these attacks quite easily, was quite surprised by the fact that his opponents were very weak in comparison to him, and because of this, he did not exert his maximum strength, but simply did everything in a normal rhythm. This battle was like a normal training for him, and so he decided that he would not even use the triple unity of the sword here, because in his opinion, the usual techniques he knew would suffice in this fight. He was the first to use a horizontal strike on his opponents, and the next was a bungee jump to scatter them in different directions. As soon as he landed after the jump, he wondered how these people were going to attack the Dan clan if they were so weak in battle. Watching what was happening, Doc Ma could not believe his eyes, because he was so confident in his people, and now he sees them letting him down. Therefore, turning to his colleague, the man asked why this guy was still jumping after they had used their trademark poison against him. And so, all three leaders gathered together to discuss why the poison was not working. And one of the reasons could be that this young man was working for the Dan family. But this was immediately rejected because then he would have died, for sure. But because he continues to fight, we can assume that he can convert poison into energy. Doc Ma said, with wide open eyes, that he had never heard of a person in this family who could be taught to be so skilled with a bow and sword. After the man said that, he turned to his men and asked them all to leave, because it was already clear that they were all here and would die if this continued. So, taking off his hat before the battle, the gentleman said that Seo Moon fights quite well, but today his life will end here, and he will be the reason. The young man listened carefully and said that he was not a child at all, as it might seem at first glance, and he could offer to taste his power. The interlocutor laughed out loud when he heard these words, because in his opinion, this guy exaggerates his abilities and is too confident. As soon as he pulled himself together, the man threw himself at Seo Moon, and in an instant, his hand turned into fingers with long claws. But it did nothing because the young man was able to fight back. This did not stop the opponent, and he continued to wave his arms in front of the young man, who barely had time to dodge because he was shocked by what he saw. But he didn't want to give up either, because then he would have to admit that he was not able to defeat this man, who was only seemingly fearless. So, for these reasons, he didn't want to do anything he would regret later, and he started to fight back first to understand his opponent's technique and speed. After a few minutes of fighting, Doc Ma figured out his opponent's plan and said that even if he kept his distance, it wouldn't save him. And after saying that, the gentleman put both hands forward and shouted that he was using dark smoke that could poison a young man's soul within seconds of entering the body. Seo Moon put his sword forward and began to think that this man's energy could not be compared to the real master's. But there was something in it that alarmed him, and that is why he began to use his strength to charge the sword, with which he would either fight back or simply start attacking the man. And for the first few minutes, he really fought off the opponent's attacks. And all this continued until he got tired and took a break to catch his breath. Therefore, as soon as Seo Moon had the opportunity to attack, he immediately took advantage of it by raising his sword up and using the technique of wind and rain that would spread in all directions. The opponent put his hands forward and tried his best to resist, but after a few seconds of attack, he realized that he would not last long. As soon as the other main man of the group saw this, he jumped high and began to jump on the enemy in order to stop the effect of his technique. When the guy saw that they were coming at him, he just moved to the side and said that if they decided to join forces, they could do it right away. When everyone on the battlefield stopped, Doc Ma said out loud that this young man really had a body that could not be hit by a poison because it transformed it into energy. The friend was surprised by this conclusion, and so, turning to his colleague, he asked him if he was sure about the words he had just said in front of everyone. The gentleman replied that he was 100% sure of this, because he could not explain otherwise how this guy could still be standing after so much poison. Next, Doc Ma addressed his opponent and recognized his skill in front of everyone, but emphasized that they were also strong warriors. Seo Moon was very interested in the words about not perceiving poison because he had never heard of it before and knew nothing about it, but he did not show everyone else that he did not understand. So, taking a confident pose, the guy ordered in a serious tone not to waste time and insisted that they attack either one by one or all together. After saying that, the young man turned his head to the side and said quietly to himself that he had to stop the enemies who wanted to attack his fiancée's family. The three main men decided among themselves that they would use their signature technique, because if things went the other way, they would be seriously injured. Doc Ma emphasized that he was very ashamed of what was happening now, because such a young man thinks they are weak and incapable of doing anything. At this time, the rivals again discussed among themselves that they would now use what they wanted to use in the Dan family, but they really needed it. And when Seo Moon saw his subordinates carrying the enemy, he froze in place with his mouth open in shock because he had never seen anything like this in his life. And as it turned out, the enemies began to bring the coffins to the lawn, but they did it silently without any explanation of why they were there and what was in them. When these boxes were put on the ground, the young man still could not believe that they were real coffins, so he did nothing but wait for something to become clear. In an instant, the lids flew off and mummies with red eyes began to emerge, all of them aimed at the young bow and sword master. Dak Ma put his hand to his mouth and began to whistle loudly so that the creatures would pay attention to him, because he is the one who gives them the order that they must obey. The monsters immediately reacted to this sound, so they turned their heads in the direction of the whistler, and Seo Moon looked at them carefully and realized who they were. When the opponent heard the guy's assumption, he said that it would be a plus for him, because he should know how cruel these creatures can be in some situations. The young man said to himself that it was impossible to destroy these creatures because they were already dead, but the only drawback is that all their movements are very slow. And as soon as he finished his reasoning, Dak Ma whistled, and the mummies began to run straight for the guy, though they were slow and very intimidating in appearance. During the first collision, Seo Moon barely had time to dodge, so as soon as he bounced back, he said to himself that maybe he had made a mistake about their speed. However, after the next attack, all his guesses were confirmed, because he managed to evade the attackers without making any extra effort. At some point, he had an opportunity to strike, so he took it and drew his sword, but after the blow, there was not even a trace of the opponent. After that, the young man again confirmed the rumors that these mummies have bodies like steel that simply cannot be pierced with a sword. And so, he decided that he would use his weapon to release a stream of internal energy into them, to see if he could somehow break their steadfastness. And this gave a certain result, namely, the attackers could not stand on their feet and flew back a few meters, and Seo Moon was very happy with this result. However, within a minute, they began to rise to their feet again and move as if they had not just been lying on the ground in such a state that they could not get up. And as they walked slowly toward the young man, he thought about all the words he had been told before, about these creatures who could not be defeated so easily. Then he remembered a meeting with a friend who told him that such creatures do not succumb to martial arts, so he should not even try to do it. But a minute later, my friend said that there was only one way to defeat them, and that was to cut off their heads or tear their bodies into small pieces so that they could not be put back together. As soon as the guy remembered all this, he went to the attackers to try to deprive several of their heads to find out whether this method was effective or not. However, at some point he realized that something was wrong with him, because for some reason he was not able to use his strength to the fullest, and it was slowing him down a bit. After examining his body, Seo Moon realized that he was not wounded, but there was still a reason for that, and assumed that perhaps the poison was taking effect right now. Therefore, in order to immediately save time, the guy began to swing his sword in different directions, destroying the attackers in order to do it while he still had enough strength. When Dak Ma saw what was happening on the battlefield, he could not believe his eyes, because such powerful monsters are powerless against such a young man. When Seo Moon used the technique of wind and rain in different directions, the man still stood in the same position because he still could not believe what he was seeing. The other main men were also shocked, but still knew that these creatures had no brains at all, and that was why they could not choose a strategy for the battle. Dak Ma said that it's not about mummies who are not as fast as they should be, it's about the fact that this guy is a very strong young opponent, and he has so much energy that he continues to move freely in the fog, which contains poison, which means that no weapon with such a composition can destroy him. When colleagues saw what was happening to their monsters, they began to worry about them, and said that they could not sacrifice them like that for the sake of victory. Then the other two main men decided that they would go to the aid of their subordinates, because they felt sorry for them to see them trying to fight a very strong opponent. Before the attack, Dak Ma warned his comrades to be careful with the mummies, because they have no brains and cannot distinguish between enemy and friend. Seo Moon immediately noticed that two more men had joined the battle, so he began to watch them to find out how they would conduct the attack. And not in vain, because small stars with very sharp ends began to fly in his direction, but the boy managed to deflect them. After that, the young man immediately had to fight off the attack of the mummy, and this made him think that he needed to solve something immediately. And during another attack by the monsters, the guy saw a wound on his arm with a small smoke spreading from it, but it was not yet clear whether the wound was serious. Therefore, the first thing that came to his mind was that he would cauterize the wound with his split sword in order to stop the bleeding and continue the fight. Then he took a position in which he could both defend and attack, because he had to concentrate now, because one wrong step and he could pay with his life. And once he repelled the attack of several monsters again, Doc Ma could not believe how such a young boy could achieve such a high level of skill, because in his entire life he had never met such people. He had never even heard a story that they existed anywhere in the world, so it all seemed incredible. At this time, Seo Moon had already had to fight with men who went to help their subordinates, and he had some difficulties with the battle. His strength was almost gone, and on top of that, his wound was still making itself felt, so he knelt down and began to cough. Then, to distract his opponents, he began to laugh out loud, emphasizing that they had fought him very well all this time. The main men expressed their respect for him for having such skills, and then offered him to accept with dignity the fact that he would now lose his life here. However, Seo Moon got to his feet, using his inner energy, illuminated his eyes, and asked if they really thought he could be broken by such an attack. Then he began to smile sarcastically, saying that they were definitely not the people who could take his life, because they were very weak compared to him. One of the rivals was looking at the young man and thinking that he had never felt so terrified of destroying someone in an instant. Then the guy raised his sword in the air and shouted that they should not complain about what would happen to them, because they had forced him to act in this way and not in any other way. After a short pause, he said that he would now use against them the sword of triple unity called the Triple Blade, which is difficult to resist. And in a matter of seconds, a wave of energy began to form around So Man, lifting stones and sand up and spreading around. The enemies immediately felt the effect of this power on themselves, and therefore could barely stand on their feet. And in a few minutes, Doc Ma turned to the survivors and said that they had to flee immediately. And everyone immediately obeyed this order, and went behind small hills of sand to wait out the storm that was coming at them again. At that time, Seo Moon was a little upset that he didn't do this technique properly, even though he had been practicing it for several years. Then he got up and began to scroll through different thoughts in his head about how to complete what he had started. One idea was to run away, and another was to fight, despite the fact that he had no strength. However, out of nowhere, he felt a surge of energy again, and his eyes shone again with a bright blue light, and he realized that he would not die here so easily. However, he began to examine every part of his body to figure out what to do next, and so he decided that he needed to escape immediately while he could. But now it's not so easy to make money, so looking at his opponents, he decided that he had to calm down first in order not to miss the attack. During this pause in the battle, the three main men of the group were thinking about the fact that the opponent had a level of sword skills that even exceeded theirs. Then Doc Ma, addressing Seo Moon, carefully asked him questions to find out what kind of art he had that allowed him to wield the sword so skillfully. With a serious expression on his face, the young man replied that this technique was called Triple Unity, and that it allowed him to destroy his enemies in this way. The man paused for a moment and said that he had never heard or seen such a technique, and that's why they were so interested in it. Seo Moon wiped the blood that was in the corner of his mouth, and said that of course they could not see it, because he was not from China, but from another glorious place. After that, the young man said that he and the Dan family had a certain agreement, and that is why he attacked them. But now he no longer wants to kill anyone, so he asks to settle everything calmly. One of the main men angrily told the boy to shut his mouth because they were Doc Moon's men and would fight to the last man. Another had a different opinion on this, and he asked if they were too quick to reject the proposal because it was already clear that they would not win. Doc Moo listened to both sides of his assistants and decided to stop at what is now because they could not continue. He explained his decision by saying that he did not want to see his clan fall and all his subordinates and friends suffer. And a second later, he added that even if the opponent's strength is also running out, he can still use a new technique that will destroy them. In his mind, Doc Moo thought about how they had to become stronger so that there would be no more situations where his people were humiliated like this. Then the man turned to his opponent again and said that since everything was happening like this, he wanted to know his name, or at least his nickname. The young man drew his eyebrows together and spoke his full name because he had nothing to lose, so he decided to call himself as he was. The interlocutor made an angry expression on his face and said to himself that he should never forget this name in his life and would constantly remind his subordinates of it. At this time, in the provincial towns of the capital Sichuan, strong clans were attacked and unable to defend themselves adequately, so all were killed in the battle. After all that happened, the Omni faction held a meeting to determine their fate and build a plan that could save them. However, uninvited guests came to their palace, whom they did not name and had never even seen before, so the main woman immediately asked who they were. The young man who stood on top of all the guests folded his hands as if in prayer and said that he was Huang and added that he was glad to meet such a leader in person. With a serious expression on her face, the young lady asked the boy what his purpose was for coming here and bringing so many soldiers with him. The guy smilingly replied that he had come to hold a service in honor of the Buddhas, and then explained that he did not know that this palace was so small. After that, the young man was allowed inside the building so that he could do what he came for, because no one expels parishioners here. After praying, Huang went outside and read the sign in front of the entrance and assumed that he could easily be struck by lightning because of the concentration of energy. Then he slowly began to walk down to his soldiers and the people who had met him during his visit to this palace. As soon as he made eye contact with the woman, he said that he had one request for her, and it was that they seal their gate for 5 years. The young lady didn't like it and put a stick in front of Huang and said, "Has he forgotten where he is? Because his proposal looks like a complete absurdity." But in a few minutes, she pulled herself together and, looking at all those who came to them, suggested that they might be people from Pacheon. The young man did not hide this fact, so he confidently confirmed this guess because sooner or later, they would have found out the truth about them anyway. After that, the woman said that they shouldn't be underestimated so much, so she told the guests to leave immediately and she would forget what they asked for. Huang didn't want to leave so quickly, so he asked the lady if she thought the ions would be able to resist them, and the lady replied that everything is the will of the Buddha. Then the guy said that he did not want to see unnecessary bloodshed between all the participants, so he offered to send one soldier at a time to make the battle happen. The woman did not like this course of events either, because she wanted all these people to leave their palace without any fights or losses on either side. The young man began to explain that after this battle, the losing side would have to fulfill the demands of the winning side, and added that they wanted the palace gates to be closed for 5 years. After hearing this demand, the lady made her own, and said that all the guests would leave this place of bases of any war and never return to them. Huang agreed with a serious expression, adding that if he did not keep his word, he would not be fit to bear the honorary title of soldier. As the preparations for the battle began, the woman thought that they had to win because they had never been defeated in their history. A few minutes of the battle had passed, and the young lady realized that her opponent's steps were so quiet that she simply could not notice which way he was moving. However, she still used all her skills to win and continue a quiet life in the palace in which she was born. That same day, late in the evening, Seo Moon sat in a clearing in the middle of the forest, lighting a fire and thinking about how to quickly heal his injury. Then he began to blame himself for spending all his energy on each sieve, and thus not worrying about his health and the condition he was in afterward. Looking at the fire, the guy said angrily to himself that because of this injury, he would have to walk very slowly, even though he could have covered the distance in a few hours. He then closed his eyes and decided that he must learn to be grateful that the aura of visualizing the Heart Sutra was healing all his internal wounds. After that, he raised his head up and began to breathe deeply, and came to the conclusion that, thanks to the power of nature, he could heal himself. Then he opened his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that as his wounds began to heal a little bit, his internal energy gradually began to recover. In the morning, a pigeon flew to the Pameo Palace and delivered the letter to the military advisor, who immediately picked it up and began to study the contents. It said that several other clans, along with their palaces, had been captured and that only the Dan family remained, which had to be defeated in the near future. So, the man decided to ask his personal assistant why they had not yet received any information from Doc Ma about the attack on the Dan family. The subordinate held out the letter he was carrying to the gentleman and said that it had just arrived and he had not yet had time to give it to him. When the military advisor opened the letter and began to read what was written there, he became very angry because he could not believe all those words and thought it was a joke. When Guang Fei, the ruler of the Pahean Palace, saw his assistant, he immediately asked why he was so excited, because it was obvious even to the naked eye. At first, the man began to tell us that they were making good progress in Sichuan, but one of the groups was defeated before even entering the Dan family. The chief immediately asked who could have killed his men, and the interlocutor cautiously looked up and said that a man named LG So Moon was behind it. As soon as he heard this name, he froze in place with wide eyes, and then began to clarify whether this was the one who had broken up the Bloody Bow group. The advisor confirmed these guesses, and then the ruler began to ask if Doc Mu had a secret weapon that could destroy anyone on this earth. The man said with a frown that the letter said that this secret weapon could not stop the attacks of this young master. Guang Fei thought about what he had just heard for a few minutes, and then said that there was a possibility that this Seo Moon could harm their palace. Then the ruler began to ask how the battle went, and the aide told him about every detail he had read in the letters from the survivors. Only after that did the man assume that it was impossible to kill this young man, because he had ruined so many of their plans. At this time, Seo Moon had already reached the city of Chengdu, which is considered the most magnificent city in Sichuan. Walking down the main street, The guy could not believe that he had finally reached the place he wanted to go, but there were obstacles on the road. Looking around, the young man said to his bird that Peking, where they had recently been, was beautiful, but this city was even better. When he went to the restaurant to have a bite to eat, Seo Moon asked the employee who served him how to get to the Dan family's house. Walking the way he was told, the boy began to hold his heart because he was so excited that it was flying out of his chest and could not calm down. And when he told his falcon about it, the falcon began to look closely into its owner's eyes because it was a little worried about his condition. At that time, the leader of the Dan family, Moon Chong, was riding with his younger brother on horseback and was angry about what they had been through. He was so upset because of this and said that one day he would take revenge on all those who made him go through this humiliation. A younger brother named Moon Young said he was worried about what might happen in the future and suggested that there would be a big clash between white and black groups. The older man said, with his eyebrows drawn together, that anything could happen, so we cannot rule out the possibility that there will indeed be chaos on the entire continent. After all, 3 of the 9 factions have already fallen in one day, but they will not give up so easily because they will never kneel before darkness. In a few hours, Seo Moon had already reached the mansion where the family lived, and at the very entrance he stopped to tune in. In my head, I was simultaneously happy that he had finally made it here after 2 years, and wondering what to say to him to get inside. Looking away, he assumed that it would be strange if he told the guards that he was a guy who had come here to get his fiancée. Then he began to blame himself for not thinking about it earlier, because he could have asked his friends to help him with his first speech. At some point, the young man decided that he needed to end these thoughts and worries and try his luck and pass without explanation. But he didn't succeed because the guards at the entrance first told him to stop and say who he was and who he came to see. Seo Moon began to smile and greet nervously, and the thought crossed his mind that everything was not going as he had imagined, and now there was no going back. So he decided that he would answer the questions he was asked and first gave his full name and then stopped talking, because he did not want to disclose the purpose of the visit. However, one of the guards still repeated the question to find out why the young man had come, and he did not even know what to say. But suddenly an idea came to mind, and he said that his father was a friend of the owner of this estate, so he came here to say hello to him. With serious expressions on their faces, the workers began to clarify whether the boy really wanted to meet with the leader of the Dan family. And after receiving a positive answer, the guard said that the main gentleman was absent at the moment, and therefore suggested that the young man come back in the afternoon. Seo Moon tried to explain that he had been trying to get here for 2 years, but the workers didn't even want to hear anything, because all the main men were outside the palace. The boy still had hope, and asked if they had a guest room where he could wait until all the family members returned. But the guards were not easily fooled, because Seo Moon is not the first and not the last person who pretends to be a guest and wants to get inside. The young man could no longer contain his emotions and began to shout loudly that he was not received well in this estate as a representative of his family. He went on to blame the employees for their terrible communication and treatment of guests, taking advantage of the fact that the leaders were not at home. The 2 men were also tense, so they told the young man to keep his head down and leave the place in good faith. Seo Moon drew his eyebrows together and thought that he had come here after having rested and taken a bath, and here his guards dared to call him a fool. While the young man was thinking about what had happened, the guards began to mock him, thus provoking him to start a fight. The guy, who was already angry, did not have to be asked for a long time, so in a second he began to swing his right hand. He punched the employee who annoyed him the most in the face, and the man fell to the ground. The one who remained standing quickly drew his sword and began to threaten the guest with the fact that he would take his life. Seo Moon successfully dodged every attack, but at some point he felt that after being wounded, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to do so every minute. And so, in a matter of seconds, a young lady appeared next to them who heard the noise and came out to find out what had happened. When the guest saw the girl, he was shocked by her beauty because she had a very graceful figure, long black hair and brown eyes. For the first few minutes, he stood there with his mouth open because he could not take his eyes off this beauty. Suddenly, this reaction was interrupted by a young lady who asked a question to find out why there was such a noise. First of all, she began to talk to the guard, asking him how he behaved when the leader was not there. She then turned her gaze to Seo Moon and bowed to apologize for the poor reception. After that, She wanted to know why the guest had come to their estate and who he was. The guy began to slowly explain that he had come to this place to fulfill the condition of the agreement that their elders had made about 20 years ago. The young lady did not understand what the guest was talking about, so she asked a question to find out the truth. Seo Moon was a bit shy about sharing all the details of this deal, so he started very slowly and carefully from the very beginning. While the guy was telling everything so slowly, the girl began to think of other things because she could not wait for the end. So, without listening, she invited the young man to the estate because she thought that he might be an enemy who had been specially sent as a guest. The guy bowed low and apologized for making so much noise when he arrived, and only then did he follow the girl who led him inside while the guards were recovering from the fight. The girl brought Seo Moon to the guest room and told him that he could wait here until the main man came home. Then she turned to the maid and told her to prepare food and drink for the guest, since he had traveled a long way to get there. And after that, the young lady remembered that she had forgotten to introduce herself, so she bowed and said her name, Dan So-hee. Hearing this name, the guy began to look at her again with admiration because he realized that this was his soulmate. As soon as she gave everyone their orders, she told the guest that she would leave the place now so that he could have a good rest. But he did not say anything to her in response, because he was dreaming that the girl was as beautiful as her name. It was only when So-hee was already at the door that the guy realized he hadn't said anything to her. So he turned around and apologized and told her to stop. The young lady immediately stopped in her tracks and began to slowly turn her head back to find out what else this guest wanted from her that she did not know. But when she saw the confusion on the young man's face, she asked him if he was satisfied with everything, and he did not answer, but asked if her name was Dan So-hee. After receiving a positive answer, Seo Moon smiled slightly and said that since she was Lady Seo-hee, it means that she was the reason he came here. The girl came closer and tried to find out what the guy meant, but he fell silent again because he realized that he could not tell her in person. But in a few minutes, he gathered all his courage and closed his eyes and said that he wanted to be honest with her. So he told her that they were going to have an arranged marriage. When Seo-hee heard these words, she froze in place with her eyes wide open because she could not believe that there was any agreement about her marriage. Standing in the same pose, the girl asked with a confused expression if this meant that her father had already decided whom she would marry. Looking down, Seo Moon blushed a little on his cheeks, saying that these were the terms of the agreement that was made many years ago. With a sad expression on her face, the young lady said that she did not deny that this could have happened, but suggested that we continue the conversation when her father returned. And at that moment, Seo-hee's mind was thinking about why her dad never said anything to her about this, since it was such an important issue that affected her life. Then she remembered a memory in which her father promised his daughter that her future husband would be the best in the whole world, and so she assumed that this could be true. While the girl was absorbed in her thoughts, standing in one place, Seo Moon watched her closely because he immediately liked her very much. Turning her gaze to the guest, So-hee looked him up and down and came to the conclusion that he looked like a nice guy, but for some reason he was very shy. Then she bowed and thanked the young man for telling her about the arrangement at least now, because she would have liked to know about it a little earlier. Smiling sweetly, the young man said that it would not be fair if she was the last to know about their parents' arrangement, because it was not right. Bowing again, Seo-hee agreed that it would not have looked good, so she thanked him for knowing about it in advance. At that very moment, Seo Moon also wanted to bow to the other person, and it so happened that they bumped foreheads and screamed at the same time from the suddenness. When they straightened up, the guy was seriously scared about what had happened, so he quickly began to apologize and ask if the girl was okay. The lady assured me that she felt fine, but continued to hold her forehead, thinking that he was also very unrestrained, in addition to all her observation. After a short pause, Seo-hee said that she would leave the room and they would meet when her father returned home and explained everything to them. When the girl left the room, Seo Moon looked at his bird with an oblique glance and told it not to look at him so pitifully because he didn't like it. Then the guy grabbed her by the hair and began to call her names and blame himself for being so clumsy, and now he can't look her in the eye properly. A few hours later, the family leader, Dan, returned home and immediately went to his office to continue his work and have a cup of tea. His daughter immediately came to him and told him that a guest had arrived, who said he was the son of his friend, and added that she had taken him to the guest room. The man immediately began to say that he did not understand who exactly we were talking about, so he asked whose son it was, and the girl looked down and did not hurry to say anything. The gentleman was a bit alarmed by this and raised his eyebrows, asking if his daughter did not want to tell him, and asked why she was behaving like this. Seo-hee dared to say that her fiancé had arrived here by appointment when her father heard these words and began to laugh out loud throughout the office. At some point, The leader made a serious expression on his face as he began to carefully consider the words he had just heard from his daughter about getting married. But a minute later, he started laughing out loud again, because what he had said was just a joke, but he still wanted to look at the young man. However, Seo-hee had another question, which she immediately asked, and it concerned why her father did not tell her that he had made the deal when she was little. The leader smilingly said that he did not understand what she was asking him about now, because many years ago, he had just made a joke, and it turns out that the other side took it seriously. And then the man switched the topic to the fact that, if you look at it from the other side, his daughter is already so grown up that it's time to look for her future husband. Seo-hee saw by the expression on her father's face that he was still joking, so she said with a serious expression that things were much more serious than he realized. Only after these words did the gentleman gather all his emotions, and, with a gloomy expression, asked the girl to tell him everything in the smallest detail. It took her daughter about 20 minutes to tell everything in the detail, and she ended her monologue by leading the guest to the restroom. The head of the Dan clan began to rub his beard, saying that he had no friends who lived near Mount Pektu, but he did not rule out the possibility that someone might have moved there. As Seo-hee continued to speak, she expressed her opinion about the guest and said that she felt that there was no lie in the words and actions of this young man. Then the father got to his feet and walked around the table and asked the woman when the young man came, and she told him that it was around 2 in the afternoon. The man was surprised that he had been silent all this time, and his daughter said that she had asked her servants to keep an eye on this guest, but carefully so as not to arouse suspicion. The leader said that the girl had done everything right, and then added that he thought that this guy had not come here for good intentions, like a wedding. The young lady asked for an explanation, and then the gentleman said that he had never made any promises to anyone about her wedding, so this young man got here by lying. But the man was not so categorical about the guest, and suggested that he could have simply confused them with another famous and large family. However, in a second, the leader denied these assumptions because it is simply not possible because their family is very famous, and the time of arrival of the guest is suspicious. Then the father asked Seo-hee if she didn't think it was strange that this guy appeared, when all the other clans around were destroyed, and only they remained. And after these words of her father, the girl began to think that this guy could really be a person sent by the enemy to find out everything. Immediately after a short pause, the leader said that in his opinion, this young man was a spy sent here by the palace of Pahaeon to learn all their secrets. The young lady was a bit surprised that there was such an idiot in the world who was willing to enter their estate so easily with such an obvious lie that could be quickly refuted. The head of the Dan clan said that the guest came here at a time when he was away, and it was done specifically to gain everyone's trust. Seo-hee drew her eyebrows together, angry that she had personally shown hospitality to this young man, and he turned out to be a liar. So in 1 second, she turned sharply toward the exit and called the young man an ugly word out loud. The man, seeing his daughter in such a state, stopped her for a moment. However, the young lady did not want to stop for a minute, because she was furious that this imposter had made her look like a complete fool at the moment when she believed him. The leader said that they should wait a little while to kill this guy, because they could learn valuable information about their enemies from him. Looking down, Seo-hee began to think about how she could ask this young man everything without him realizing that she knew everything about him. Seeing his daughter's confusion, her father suggested that she should show him the horror of their family, and only then would he get scared and tell everything himself. The girl listened to everything carefully, and told her father that she understood how to act now in order to get what they needed from Seo-moon. That's why in a few hours the guy regained consciousness in the dark basement, although he did not understand where he was and why his head hurt so much. Looking around, the boy could not understand how he ended up in this place, because he had recently visited the Dan family estate and was also interested in what kind of pain was piercing his body. At some point, he put his head down on the floor to find out what condition his legs were in, and in front of him he saw a bird lying still. This caused Seo-moon to scream loudly, and a second later, a torch held by a man and a silhouette of a woman next to him lit up on his right side. The young man raised his eyebrows and angrily asked questions to find out who these people were and how they managed to move him here from the estate. However, instead of receiving answers to his questions, the young man received a kick in the face from the gentleman standing in front of him. When Seo-moon slowly opened his eyes, he saw a girl with a bat standing in front of him, who introduced herself as the daughter of the leader of the Dan family. She asked him a question to find out if he remembered who she was, and without thinking for a long time, he He quietly said the name she had told him when they met. After receiving the correct answer, the young lady agreed with it and then added that, according to what he had told her, she was still an arranged marriage. The young man sincerely did not understand what was happening now, so he asked questions in order to understand why the girl was doing all this to him. And as soon as the question was finished, So-hee came a little closer to the young man and began to beat him with the bat all over his body to get the truth out of him. At one point, she stopped and said that she was not an arranged bride, and then asked how the young man was going to leave here, telling this lie to her family. However, Seo-moon still couldn't understand how he deserved to be treated this way. But despite this, he still stood by his claim that he was her future husband. Hearing these words, the young lady picked up the bat again to beat the imposter, but was stopped by an assistant who said that she had had enough and that he would continue. So, coming closer to the young man, he said that he just needed to tell them why he had come here without any given reason. Although Seo-moon tried to listen to everything in order to have a constructive conversation, he was most interested in why they were doing all this to him now. Then the assistant said that he had never thought that someone who dared to deceive the Dan family would suffer from such a light poison in the form of steam. The man went on to emphasize that they had only wasted some of their supplies to cope with this imposter, and he had so little. After hearing all the facts, Seo-moon immediately began to think about what he could have been drugged with, and suggested that it could be banned substances in the food. It was during a lunchtime snack that he began to feel differently than before, first starting to feel dizzy, and then wanting to sleep. After a few hours of pause, Seo-hee's assistant said that the bird lying on the ground was alive because they decided to keep it alive. This news comforted the guy, but he continued to ask questions about why all this was happening to him and assumed that they wanted to break up his marriage in this way. With his head down and his eyes looking down, Seo-moon said that if this is the reason why he is being abused so much, he doesn't want to become a member of this family anymore. The young lady who was still in the room put a bat to the imposter's head and said angrily that he clearly wanted to lose his life here. Instead, the subordinate began to laugh out loud and then told him not to talk nonsense, but rather to think about how to get out of here alive. Seo-moon clarified what they meant by the word nonsense, because he had traveled several thousand kilometers to get here, not to lie to everyone. The young man went on to say that the Dan family probably did not want a son-in-law like him, so he was ready to leave the place after he was released immediately. Suddenly, the leader, who is So-hee's father, entered the interrogation room and asked him with a serious expression what he meant by marriage. The daughter and her assistant did not expect to see the main man here, so they were a little confused when they first heard his voice and then met his eyes. The man continued to insist that he had never made such promises, so he asked if the boy had any evidence that could confirm the agreement. However, Seo-moon did not want anything after being treated this way, so he said that he would not explain anything, and the only thing he wanted was to be released immediately. The leader warned the boy that he should speak properly because his life now depends on it, and then asked questions to clarify the agreement. The young man said that he had an object in his pocket that belonged to the Dan family, and that it proved that there was an agreement between his father and the gentleman from this family. The head came over and took out a green stone, examined it carefully, and asked if the young man really thought that because of this, he could belong to such a famous family. The man went on to say that he had never been near Mount Paektu in his life, so the agreement that Seo-moon is talking about simply cannot exist, which means that he is lying. The only thing that came to the boy's mind was that his grandfather had simply lied to him when he told him about his future bride. After that, the young man began to laugh out loud because he had spent 2 whole years traveling across the mainland to find out that there was no bride. The leader, who was standing near the boy at the time, asked him what made him laugh so much, and, not receiving an answer, assumed that he had not yet left the herb. So, the gentleman decided that he would not wait here for the situation to improve, and therefore ordered his subordinate to find out everything and then report back to him. After the main gentleman left the room, the assistant approached the imposter and asked him where he had come from, and gave him a variant answer, the Palace of Paeon. Seo-moon did not answer. He just stood there with his head down, and so the offender put a black bag on him and began to beat him in the face with both hands. Seo-hee watched everything that was happening here because she wanted to take revenge for sincerely believing the words that this young man had said to her. When the sack was removed, it became clear that the young man had lost consciousness, so a bucket of cold water was poured on his face to bring him to life. As soon as Seo-moon opened his eyes a little, his abuser asked him if he wanted to finally say something, or if he decided to keep silent. With his head bowed down, the young man asked what answer they wanted to hear from him, since he had already told the whole truth, and they still did not believe him. Co Hee's assistant said that they wanted to find out who the guest really was because they hadn't heard anything to make them trust him. And the young man again began to say his full name and the place where he had come from to meet his fiancée by appointment, and finally added that he was not a spy. The girl was furious with the imposter's words, in which he hinted that they were mistaken about him, so she told him to shut up, swinging the bat. Immediately after the words were spoken, the young lady began to beat the guy so that in a few minutes he had to be poured with water again to bring him to his senses. When the young man opened his eyes, the man standing in front of him told him to tell him only the truth, and Seo Moon, with his last strength, said his real name again. The guy was upset that the people who are interrogating him now cannot verify that he is telling the truth, because then all this torture would end in an instant. A gentleman standing nearby decided that it was time to resort to radical methods in order to get the truth out of this uninvited guest. So, the man took the pinches and began to strip So Moon's nails one by one, and the latter writhed in pain and screamed loudly because he could not contain it. Since the young man did not say anything, So Hee's assistant showed him a bowl with water and salt in it, and he put his injured arm into it. This caused the young man even more pain than he had felt before, so he raised his head high and began to scream in a voice that was not his own. Then he gritted his teeth and turned to God and asked why he had created such trials for him, since he had done almost nothing wrong in his life. After that, Seo Moon put his head down and resigned himself to his fate, saying that he was ready for anything, so his offenders could do whatever they wanted. Suddenly, in this monologue, the girl mentioned her grandfather's name, so she came closer to the boy and asked him how he knew him. The young man, still in the position with his head down, said that he had once risked his life to fight on the side of this man. The girl didn't believe all these words, because the facts that Seo Moon was saying were questionable, so Seo Hee told him not to involve her grandfather. The young lady's assistant emphasized that this guy was very stubborn, so he had only one last trick left to use on him today. A minute later, he took out a jar with a spider in it, and showing it to the imposter, the man asked if he knew what it was and how it could harm him. When Seo Hee saw this creature, she was a little shocked herself, because it is a very serious weapon that can be used during interrogations to obtain information. When he received no answer, the man said that he was going to place the spider in the young man's mouth, and then he would put his children there to destroy it from the inside. The girl raised her eyebrows and added that if this animal was in his body, it would be impossible to get it out, so he had to speak up before it was too late. Seo Moon looked up at his offenders and replied that he had already told the whole truth, and therefore had nothing more to say to them. After hearing these words, the assistant began to put on gloves, saying that the guy left him no choice but to use this spider. Then the offender approached the young man and grabbed him by the head and began to prepare to shove the creature into the young man's mouth to take his life. But as soon as he was about to do so, a bird flew up from the floor, and with its wings knocked the spider out of his hands, which fell down. Seo Hee couldn't stand it, so she used her power to shoot a stream of fire at the falcon, as it was already annoying her with its behavior. The animal was unable to stay in the air, so it first flew away and hit one of the walls, and then fell to the ground and began to look in different directions. And he did not do it in vain, because the man he attacked quickly came up to him, and, putting his foot on his throat, began to step heavily with his whole body. When Seo Moon saw his friend being bullied, he began to tearfully beg them not to do this to him, because he was completely innocent in this situation. The man had no intention of stopping, so the young man said that he was ready to do whatever they wanted, but they had to let his bird go. The offender smilingly said that he was very glad that the guy had come to his senses and decided to go to the meeting, but he should have done so from the very beginning. Then they both stood over the victim and told him that he had to tell them everything, and he told them to ask him questions and he would answer. With a serious expression on his face, Seo Hee's assistant asked a question to find out whether the young man came from Pikyeon Palace or another clan. Seo Moon decided to confess to something that did not happen and said that he had come from Pikyeon. Then he was asked why the young man wanted to infiltrate the Dan family. The young man replied that he probably did it to attack them, and the interrogator was pleased that he was able to get this information. After that, he said that their leader would decide the guy's fate, and they would let him go for a while so that he could relax and rest. When the young man fell to the floor, Seo Hee approached the bird and stepped on its head, saying that she would never have let it live after it had injured her. At first, the young man screamed loudly, and then, having calmed down a bit, he begged to take the leg away from his animal, because what he did was not intentional. The young lady made a haughty face and said that if such a young man asked her to do this, she would certainly do his bidding. And she raised her leg, but that was not the end of it. She did it to swing and throw the limb at the animal so that it hit the wall. Seo Moon was quite shocked by what happened, because he could not even imagine that he would get into such a situation just by coming to the bride by appointment. And Seo-hee said, with some mockery, that she had no intention of listening to an imposter who had deceitfully gained her trust and wanted to use her. After that, the girl turned to her assistant and asked him to cut off the bird's claws because they were sharp enough and might still be useful. In a matter of minutes, the man did everything the lady asked him to do, and then said that they needed to return to the leader because it was already late. As soon as the two left the room, Seo Moon sat down next to his friend and began to scroll through all the memories he had with this bird. At some point, he began to blame the falcon for interfering in this fight, and it was because of his stubbornness that he paid with his life in this place. Then he began to cry bitterly, asking the animal why it did not leave this place, because in this case, it could have been saved from the hands of these offenders. Then the young man began to mutter under his breath that he could not afford to die, because then he would not be able to avenge what was done to him and his friend. Therefore, Seo Moon began to use his last strength to at least slightly heal the wounds that are all over his body and internal organs. And from that moment on, the only task for him will be to get out of this place. But the problem is that he cannot use both of his arms. And when he fell backwards on the floor, he realized that he needed to gather some internal energy in order to move around at least somehow. After a few minutes, he began to slowly get up because there was no time to recover longer, as he had to get away from this place. But in order to escape, he needed to open a wooden door, so he came up with a brilliant idea to use a chain. However, in order to fulfill his plans, Seo Moon had to make every effort because he could not use his hands after being bullied. Therefore, the young man had to do everything with his mouth, and as soon as he succeeded, he began to appeal to the guards, threatening to take his own life. The men opened a small window in the door and began to find out why this guy was screaming so loudly, since he was going to die soon. As he tied the chain around his neck, the young man continued to say that if he died here, he would become a ghost that would eventually make each of them suffer. At first, the guards did not take these words seriously, but then when they saw with their own eyes how he pushed away the log on which he was standing and hung, they were seriously frightened. The men gritted their teeth and said to each other that they could not let him die now because Mrs. Seo-hee would not be happy with what had happened. That is why they began to open the door quickly to save a fool who decided to commit suicide during their shift. So, as soon as the guards ran inside, one decided that he would hold the young man, while the other set up a log for him to stand on. However, things didn't go as they had planned, because as soon as one of the men approached him, Seo Moon grabbed him by the throat with his feet. And after that, a fight broke out between all those present, in which the young man won. Although he was very badly injured and exhausted, he did manage to escape. But the rest of the people from the Dan Palace quickly caught on and went out in search of the fugitive with torches in the middle of the night. Seo-hee was also with her men, and she said that she would give a generous reward to the person who found the imposter who managed to escape from them. At this time, a young man was sitting on a tall tree and assumed that this young lady was a witch, and if he had even a quarter of the power, he would have repaid her for what she had done. The girl's assistant, addressing his subordinates, said that they should look under every stone because this guy could not go far because he was heavily wounded. At the end of the instruction, Seo-hee added that the soldiers should attack the spy so that there would be no living place left on him. And then she warned them that they had to leave him alive because the person who would take his life would be her and no one else. Sitting on a tree, Seo Moon could not understand what he should do now in order to survive. Just hide, or try to escape. A few minutes later, he said to himself that he needed to immediately put aside his doubts and be sure that he would be able to escape from this family. And as soon as he jumped down from the tree, he began to run in the opposite direction. But one of the soldiers noticed a silhouette in the darkness that was running fast. So, he began to shout loudly to his colleagues that he had seen the fugitive and, pointing his finger in the right direction, began to run after Seo Moon. After running a few meters, the young man felt an unrelenting pain piercing his entire body, and then his legs stopped obeying him, and he could not continue running. However, with the last of his strength, he continued to move, and suddenly Seo-hee appeared behind everyone and ordered them to disperse so that she could run forward. Hearing these words, Seo Moon began to try even harder to move faster in order not to fall into the hands of this cruel man again. When the girl saw where the boy was headed, she began to smile sarcastically, because he did not know that this road led to a high slope near the river. And in a matter of seconds, the young man stopped and looked ahead and began to feel sorry for himself, because he had done so much to prevent himself from being saved. Seo-hee had already stopped and began to walk, holding her sword in her hands and saying that the young man could continue to run if he really wanted to get away from her. Seo Moon slowly turned his head to look at the other person and remained silent. and with a joyful expression, she asked him why he was standing if he was ordered to run. The young man looked down at the water and wondered whether he would survive if he jumped in from such a height. So, having made his decision, the young man turned to the girl and said that now he could not stand up for himself, but the day would come when he would wipe that smirk off her face. The lady, walking slowly forward, emphasized that the boy was too frisky for someone who would soon die, and finally added that he could take revenge on her whenever he wanted. Then she accelerated her steps and thrust her sword forward, shouting that he would not leave her easily, for she would take his life herself. However, things didn't go as she had planned, because Seo Moon turned sharply to face the cliff and jumped right into the water, not even allowing him to be injured. Seo Hee angrily began to reproach him for not being able to do what he had planned so he could say goodbye to his life. And while he was flying down, the girl threw her sword at his back and it hit the target, piercing the young man who could not dodge. When she saw that she had succeeded, the young lady shouted that he should die for deceiving her and trying to gain the trust of the Dan family. At that time, a small meeting was held at the Zhug family estate, attended by people who made key decisions about the future. At some point, a maid came into the room and addressed Master Gomajong, saying that he had received a message from Ami. When the man began to read the contents, he was shocked to learn that the Ami leader had lost in a duel with the attackers and was therefore forced to close his gates for 5 years. It was very upsetting for them, and some of the participants shed a few tears because it had never happened in their lifetime, and they only knew about it from their parents' stories. Some of the participants of the meeting expressed their dissatisfaction with what they heard, but they continued to hold on bravely without giving away all their emotions. Master Gom sat with his hands folded as if in prayer, his eyes closed, and said that many factions that had been friends with them had lost their people to the attacks. Therefore, he now wants to hold a prayer to honor the memory of those who laid down their lives defending their lands from invaders. Suddenly, one of the men jumped to his feet and excitedly asked if there was any news from Dan's family, because they were left there all alone. The red-haired Huang Chong, with a serious expression on his face, said that there were rumors that the people from Pikyon wanted to deceive everyone and attack the family. When everyone present heard this with their own ears, they froze in shock, as their allies and comrades suffered from Pachen's insolence. The grandfather who had promised Seo Moon his granddaughter asked his wife with a wide-open mouth what had happened there, because it was his family. Huang turned his face to the gentleman and said that according to the message he received today, the person who tried to commit the attack was dead, and now they are not in danger. Upon hearing this news, my grandfather was a little surprised, and then asked if the Dan family could defeat such strong enemies in just one battle. The red-haired gentleman replied that everything did not happen as they had already started to imagine, because a young martial arts master had dealt with the attackers himself. When the leaders heard the words "young man," they did not immediately guess who it could be, because they could see on their faces that they wanted to know the name. Huang immediately said that he did not know who he was, but he did know another fact, and it said that this young man was able to destroy all the poisonous mummies. One of the men was just shocked because these mummies are the main weapon of Doc Mu's people, and he was already wondering who this guy was who was able to destroy them. Suddenly, the grandfather of the Dan family leaned on the table and began to clarify whether there were any rumors that this all-powerful young man used a bow. It was only after this question that the red-haired man remembered that the report did indeed say that the attacker was skilled in archery. Then the interlocutor raised his head high up and began to laugh loudly throughout the room, saying that he now knew who had saved his family. Huang Bo Cheon said with a serious expression that he also realized who it could be, and named Seo Moon, adding that he had gone to the Dan family. Everyone was a little happy that a guy they knew well helped people who are their allies and to some extent relatives again. At that time, in the Peon Palace, the military advisor was approached by his assistant, who brought news about the factions against which their men were attacking. However, the main man was more interested in what happened to Seo Moon, and then he was told that he was interrogated. Then he was wounded by Seo Hee and fell off a cliff into the river. Upon hearing this news, the man began to laugh out loud, because his joy was overwhelming, because their family, the Dan family, had saved them from a big problem. Then the counselor calmed down and said that he was sorry that they could not defeat this family, but that what happened was good for them. At that time, the famous Dan family arrived from Sichuan, and they went to their brother, who immediately came out to the courtyard to meet them personally. However, Dan Moon did not respond politely to this cordiality. He quickly jumped down from his horse and asked where their father was now. The older gentleman also came out on the porch and looked at the people from his family and said that they had finally arrived. At first, the son approached his father and bowed low with folded hands as if in prayer, expressing his words of regret for the lost people. The man said with a serious expression that it was good that at least he and a few of his assistants had survived such a difficult battle. Suddenly, a bearded gentleman joined the conversation and, after looking around, asked where their new son-in-law was, and then clarified whether he had gone to his homeland. Dan Moon, with a confused look on his face, began to find out what exactly they were talking about when they talked about their new son-in-law. Then the father began to explain that a few days ago, Seo Moon had set out from this place to meet them in person. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the granddaughter ran up to her grandfather and immediately threw her arms around his neck, saying that she missed him very much. Then she showed her wounded arm, and the older gentleman, with a surprised expression, immediately began to ask what happened to it. He continued to show off her limb, and said that a bird of the palace spy, Paekyeon, whom they managed to catch, had done this to her. A minute later, the young lady showed her other hand, saying that she had killed the animal and made a bracelet out of its claws. Grandpa was too worried, and when he found out that everything was fine, he calmed down a bit, smiling sweetly and happy about it. Suddenly, the granddaughter looked back at the elder gentleman and slowly walked away to her men and ordered them to bring some items. The soldiers quickly followed the order, and so the two carefully brought a large bundle to the front and began to carefully place it on the ground. The head of the family, Dan, asked Sohee a question to find out what it was, and she told him that it was the weapon of the spy. Then she smiled sweetly and said that she had heard that there was an arrow maker here, so they brought this weapon as a gift for him. As soon as the package was opened and everyone looked inside, they froze in their seats in shock because they knew exactly what kind of bow it was. Suddenly, a girl who was in love with Seo Moon joined the conversation and asked if they were sure that the weapon belonged to a spy from Paekyeon. Smiling happily, Sohee said that it was from this man that they had taken him, and then the interlocutor asked what happened to the boy. The granddaughter, raising her eyebrows, began to tell me that at first this young man said that he was in no way connected with Paekyeon, but eventually he confessed to spying. Nam Hai was both angry and confused, because she still couldn't understand how things could have gotten so out of hand. Despite the young lady's reaction, Seo said that at first they interrogated him, and when he ran away they caught up with him and stabbed him in the back with a sword, after which he ended up in the river. And finally, she added that there was not even the slightest chance that he could have survived, because he was very badly injured and therefore could have drowned for sure. As soon as the girl finished the last sentence, a sword was immediately placed near her neck by Nam Hai. When Dan Moon saw that his daughter was being threatened, he opened his mouth wide and began to ask angrily what the girl was doing. When he lowered her weapon, the same man began to tell her that she should immediately apologize for what she had done. Then a bearded gentleman intervened and told everyone near the bow to immediately move away from it. After that, all the leaders began to figure out among themselves whether this duke could definitely belong to someone they all knew well. And then one of them said that it was definitely a weapon that belonged to Seo Moon, and the claws that Seo showed everyone belonged to a bird that was always with him. The other main men reacted differently to this information. Some did not know what to do with the bow, while others could not believe that the young man had been killed by the Dan family. At one point, the grandfather turned sharply to face his son and granddaughter and angrily asked them what had really happened. The son began to tell me in a frightened voice that they thought this guy was a spy because he did not know about any agreement regarding Sohee's marriage. After listening to everything, my grandfather took a deep breath and exhaled, saying that they had confused the savior of the world with an ordinary spy. Huang Bo-chan could not stand all this tension and began to shout that, didn't these people hear how Seo Moon participated in the battle and saved their lives with this bow? After that, the man raised his head up and began to shout loudly and then directed all his anger at the tree, which was simply uprooted. Then the father and daughter were approached by the head of their family and asked if they even realized what they had done and how it would turn out for them. A minute later, the gentleman added that even if they had managed to confuse the guy with a spy, how could the leader of the faction not recognize such a famous and renowned person? Then my grandfather looked up and began to say that their family was so weak that they could not find the information they needed and just immediately called the person a spy. With a sad expression on her face, Seo decided to speak up to defend herself and emphasized that the young man's inner energy was very weak. The older man could not stand it and began to shout that he was so exhausted because he was holding back a group of attackers who were about to attack the Dan palace. The father and daughter, with their mouths wide open in surprise, asked questions because they could not believe that they were mocking the man who had protected them. And my grandfather kept shouting that Seo Moon risked his life for his bride because no one would voluntarily fight immortal mummies. Then there was a short pause in the yard, which was broken again by the head of the family, Dan, who said that it was because of that defense that he was injured and took away his strength. A second later, he added that even in this state, the young man was able to get to the palace he needed because he was eager to finally meet his betrothed. Then my grandfather began to point the finger at his relatives and said that they were just freaks who, instead of understanding Seo Moon, began to mock. After that, the man began to cry, explaining that he could not contain the emotions that overwhelmed him because he felt as if he was experiencing all the pain on himself. The bearded gentleman slowly approached his friend behind him and advised him to calm down a bit because they would not bring back the man who had died. But the friend's anger did not end there. He stepped toward his son and snatched a sword sharply from his belt to do what he had to do. So he put a gun to his son's chest and said that he had to pay for the fact that Seo Moon had saved Namgun and Dan's family, but had died in torture himself. The bearded man began to gently say that there was no need to get so hot, because their actions could also be understood, but the old man could not accept it yet. Then the head of the family, Dan, addressed his granddaughter and her father, and said that they should sacrifice their lives for what they had done to the innocent boy. And he threw his sword in front of them, and the two named culprits simultaneously fell to their knees to beg for forgiveness and understanding of what had happened. After that, a bearded gentleman came up to my grandfather and said that they would not bring Seo Moon back to life in this way, but that together they could destroy Pekion Palace. However, the man continued to cry, saying that the hero, who had been sent to him by heaven, had been killed by the Dan family, and he now did not know how to look at the gods after that. Although he failed to execute these fools, the Lord turned to them and said that he did not want to see them ever in his life, and they should leave the palace immediately. The father and daughter were very upset by this decision, but did not object because they knew that they were being expelled for a reason and that they had made a big mistake. At this time, Namgun Hai knelt down on a circle near the canvas on which the famous bow was lying and did not rush to touch it for fear of damaging something. However, a few minutes later, she was holding the weapon in her hands, hugging it tightly and reasoning that Seo Moon had died for no fault of his own, so he would definitely return. At that very moment, one of his assistants came to the leader of the Hell faction and said that those they were following had already passed the land of the Black Mountain. The chief elder who was present immediately asked questions to find out the size of the army of those they were tracking. The subordinate lowered his head and said that all the elite troops of the Pohyang Palace had started gathering in that place several days ago. A faction leader named Bong Wu jumped to his feet in anger because he had always wanted to form an alliance with Black Mountain, but could not do so because he did not like Paheon. When the commander-in-chief, along with his colleagues and their soldiers, arrived at the right place, they saw that the leader of the Hell faction had begun to gather troops. The men did not expect these people to oppose them, and the warriors from Hell began to raise their weapons and shout that they were ready for battle. That's why the Dark Forces faction didn't wait long to attack, because they came here to show who is the most important and strongest here. The leader of the Blood Fighters group took a left turn and began addressing his subordinates, emphasizing that they should all attack from that side. The people from the Hell faction did a pretty good job of destroying their rivals one by one, and it didn't require any extra effort. At that time, Seo Moon's body washed up on the riverbank, half lying on the sand, but his feet were still in the water because the waves could not completely push him out. However, in a few hours the guy opened his eyes and began to think that he had survived and now he needed to heal himself. But there was a downside. He could not feel his hands at all. As soon as he got to his feet, he began to walk forward, and while doing so, he realized that his upper limbs were badly damaged, but he did not want to believe that he might lose them. After walking only a few meters, Seo Moon began to sink lower and lower with each step, because he felt dizzy. At that time, a young girl was passing by, and she put a handkerchief over her head and tried to understand who was trying to move in such a thick fog. When the young man began to approach her to ask for help, his appearance scared her, and she stepped back a little. A minute later, the guy fell face first into the ground, and it became noticeable that a sword was still sticking out of his back. The girl began to run away quickly because she was very scared. After running a few meters without looking ahead, the young lady ran into a young man whom she did not notice in the fog because she was looking back. Observing the girl's reaction, the guy began to worry about her and asked what could have scared her so much that she was shaking. The interlocutor, sitting on the ground, pointed in the direction of Seo Moon and said that there was a strange man who frightened her with his movements and appearance. The two strangers decided to help the young man and brought him to a folk doctor who immediately began to examine every wound on the victim's body. After the examination, the man said that it was the first time he had seen a person with so many such deep wounds and still alive. After a short pause, the doctor added that he was thinking that he would be able to save this young man, but that he would have scars after these injuries. One of the rescuers, smiling broadly with joy, said that the main goal now was that he would survive, and he would deal with the scars later. When the girl saw everything with her own eyes, she was shocked, to put it mildly, and therefore asked where this guy could have been in the bat that beat him so badly. The new comrade emphasized that it was more like a beating than a battle, as evidenced by the absence of several nails on one of his hands. Turning her gaze to her wounded arm, the young lady began to cover her wide-open mouth with her hand, because she could not understand who could do such a thing to a living person. At that time, So-moon's grandfather was visited by his friend, who had not visited him for a long time, because he had some business and lived a little far away from his friend. It turns out that the grandfather harvests herbs and gives them to this gentleman to sell and distribute the proceeds among the needy in the settlement. After all the formalities were sorted out, the men sat down at a small table and began to enjoy freshly brewed herbal tea. After drinking one cup, the guest asked for a refill because he really liked this drink and was a little thirsty after a long journey. At one point, a friend wished for Seo-moon and asked if he had heard from him, to which my grandfather replied that he had not written anything since he left home. And then the man smiled and said that he did not know what fate had in store for his grandson, but he hoped that he would find a beautiful and worthy wife. When he heard the word wife, the interlocutor froze for a few seconds with his mouth wide open, and then asked if he had heard correctly or if he had imagined it. Taking another sip of herbal tea, the grandfather said that his friend had heard him correctly, and he wanted it because he wanted his grandson to be happy. At this time, Seo-moon, on the other side of the mainland, opened his eyes abruptly and remembered his grandfather, but he saw an unfamiliar face in front of him again. The man who was standing next to him at the time of his awakening raised his hands and began to loudly express his joy that the boy had regained consciousness. Then the gentleman turned to the exit and quickly opened the door, and began to loudly call someone from the street so that the others would come and look at him. Seo-moon was lying on a large bed on his back with his entire body fully bandaged, and looking up at the ceiling, he realized that since he was here, someone had saved him. The next thought that appeared in his head was that he was able to escape, and after that, there were thoughts that he just could not lie still. However, he was saved from the onslaught of too many thoughts by a young man who approached him, smiling sincerely and happy to be awake. Looking at the guest, the young man thought that he did not know who this guy was yet, but he looked handsome. Gathering all his strength into a fist, Seo-moon was able to ask questions in order to understand who this guest was and how their paths crossed. The interlocutor began to answer the question quickly and said that his name was Hua Ya and he had seen the wounded man on the riverbank. Raising his head a little, Seo-moon said his full name and then said that he would consider the young man his savior and would be indebted to him. The guest said that the victim did not need to strain so much and could put his head down, and then added that in fact, a girl who was already standing nearby found him. The young lady began to wave her hand, saying that if this guy hadn't come across her path, she would have just run away from the shore because she was so scared. Seo-moon said that they were both his rescuers, and blushing, the young lady decided that it was probably time to introduce herself, and said that her name was Chun-ha. Then a doctor joined the conversation and asked how the victim was feeling, because he didn't even have time to find out, because he ran to call the two. The guy said that his consciousness had almost cleared up, but he was most interested in the condition of his arms and whether he would be able to use them. The interlocutor replied that it was too early to say anything about this because the guy's aura seemed to protect him, and there was a feeling that his body was recovering by itself. After a short pause, the doctor added that, of course, he could not promise anything, but it seemed to him that the aura that was over the guy could cure him on his own. Then Seo-moon asked him if he would ever be able to practice martial arts. The man said he couldn't say for sure because his veins were very damaged. The victim himself concluded that the condition of his hands was due to the condition of his arms, and therefore said that he could say goodbye to martial arts after such injuries. Even after that, the gentleman who was treating me did not give a specific answer, only saying that anything can happen, but no one knows for sure how it will happen. Looking at the reactions of the rescued man, I began to feel sad and think that for a fighter who cannot use his hands, this is just death. The doctor decided that it was time for him to leave the place, so as he walked to the door, he said that Seo-moon should rest now, because it was the only thing that could help him. When the man left the room, the guy turned to his rescuers and said that he did not understand how they could help a person they did not know at all. Hua Ya, holding his beard, said that all fighters should help each other because he once had to survive with his wounds on his own. Then the guy paused for a moment, smiled slightly, and said that their meeting reminded him of his past, which had both good and bad. Then he began to smile louder, saying that he would consider this salvation as forgiveness for the sins he had once committed against his soul. Chun-hua started to speak as soon as her partner finished, and said that her father taught her that she should help those in need, because life is the greatest value. After listening carefully, Seo Moon again thanked them for their help and explained that because of what had happened to him, he had become more cautious about all people. The new acquaintances continued to laugh and emphasized that helping others is a common thing that can be done without harming oneself. Several months have passed since then, and the victim is now back on his feet and can move freely around the area near his home. However, he still had his hands completely bandaged, and this has recently become quite annoying for him because he cannot use his limbs properly. Since the rescue, the three friends have been living in the same house, and Chunhua has been feeding Seo Moon at every meal because he was unable to do it himself. Hua, I joked that I wouldn't mind if someone else fed him like that, but the wounded man said that the guy could break both his arms and then someone else would do it for him. The man holding the bowl said that he didn't need to do all this to get such a service, because he just needed to find a wife. Seo Moon began to wonder aloud if there was at least one person in the world who was stupid enough to marry Hua Ya just to feed him. The young man said that this would not be the case, but that girls would be willing to give anything to be with him. Hua Ya began to look for support from Chun Hua, and the girl sincerely smiled and said that feeding a loved one was no trouble at all. After a month in bandages, a doctor came to the three friends and told them that they could remove the bandages and see the condition of their hand. In a few minutes, everything was filmed, and when Seo Moon saw his hands, he could not believe that they belonged to him because they were too thin, like two dried sticks. Then the gentleman who was in charge of the treatment told everyone that the guy is now in good condition because his arms have fused up exactly as they should. When I heard these words, I was sincerely happy for my friend because at last he will be able to continue recovering without bandaging both arms. Chunhua then expressed her congratulations, but they never heard from their friend as he sat with his head bowed and a sad expression on his face. In a few minutes, he explained why he was in this condition. The fact that his arms had fused up was great, but he still could not move them normally, or even make a fist. The doctor began to encourage me, saying that the muscles and veins had become a bit stiff during the treatment, which is why it would be difficult to move them and do anything at all at first. The next day, Seo Moon decided that he would start training to develop his limbs and train them, so he went to the stack and began to climb up it. After crawling a few meters, he could not hold on and began to fall down. Although it was his first attempt, he was still very upset that he did not succeed. Climbing out of the water where he had landed, the young man stopped in front of the rock and held his head up and looked at it as his strong enemy. After a minute of this, Seo Moon began to shout loudly with his mouth wide open, and a minute later, his mood quickly changed and he was laughing out loud. His comrades watched him from behind large stones and discussed among themselves that they could see improvements in the young man's condition. The only thing that worried them was that the guy was not training for recovery, but was trying to fight the anger that overwhelmed him because of his helplessness. Chunhua was very upset that Seo Moon was torturing herself so much because she was demanding things from her body that she simply could not do at the moment. The rescued young man had long ago noticed that his comrades were following him and wondered how long they would hide behind the stone. And as soon as he thought about it, Hua Ya abruptly got to his feet and, smiling broadly, asked how Seo Moon knew they were here. The young man said that he had noticed them from the very beginning, and then said that his hands were still not in the right condition, but he had already managed to restore his inner energy. As Hua Ya approached, he said with a confused expression that they thought he didn't know they were watching him, and that they did it every day. After a short pause, the friend emphasized that if the young man knew about all this, why did he say it only now, and not from the very beginning, or a little earlier? Seo Moon did not want to answer this question. Instead, he showed both of his hands and said that he could now make fists with them, and this happened today. When his friends saw this, they froze on the spot with their mouths wide open, because they were sincerely happy that their friend was finally making progress. The guy himself began to smile broadly, expressing his joy, because he himself was waiting to get at least some result after a long break. Seo Moon said that this skill was very, very difficult for him, because every time he tried to make fists, he screamed from the pain that pierced his hand. Hua Ya abruptly made a sad expression on his face, saying that he was now feeling sad because they had been watching him every day but did not know about it. The rescued friend emphasized that it was only because of them that he was able to cope with this pain, because if it were not for their support, he would never have achieved such a result. Hua Ya, hugging his companion, said that they should definitely drink to such a victory today, and Chunhua cried and thanked God for everything. After dinner, Chunhua, seeing Seo Moon out, asked him if he was going to train all night again, and he said that he would reach the level he had before. The young lady emphasized that it was a rather chilly night, so she asked the young man to be careful what he was going to do, and not to stay long. At some point, The girl began to smile loudly, saying that she was constantly watching him and felt that she would miss something important if she did not go with him. That's why he had to bring her with him, because it makes both Chunhua feel calmer and he feels better to have her around, and she recharges him with her calmness. Sitting on the bank of the river, the young man was running through various thoughts in his head, and one of them was that he would definitely take revenge on So-hee for what she had done to him and the falcon. Suddenly, I thought that maybe he was too emotional when they met, and if he hadn't been, everything could have turned out completely differently. However, Seo Moon went on to dismiss these thoughts, saying that even with all this, she had taken the bird's life, and as soon as he regained his strength, he would find her to take revenge. As soon as he finished his meditation, he heard a cough behind him, and immediately began to turn his head in the direction of the sound in order to understand the seriousness of the matter. A second later, he was standing next to Chunhua, and leaning down to her face, he asked her how she was feeling. The coughing lady replied that she was fine. After observing the girl's condition for a few minutes, the guy said that it could not go on like this, and informed them that they had to return home immediately. The girl didn't really want Seo Moon to interrupt his training because of her, so she covered her mouth with her hands and said that she felt fine, so she didn't have to go home. Without listening to her, the young man put his hand to his forehead and felt that it was burning, so he was seriously afraid for the condition of Chunhua, who was sitting here in such a cold place. Then he got down on one knee and told the girl to quickly jump on his back because that way they could get to the building faster. As they moved quickly, Seo Moon began to blame himself for the girl's illness because she had come here to watch him. The young lady, hugging the boy's neck, thought that his back was so warm and assumed that his heart might be the same. They arrived at the building at dawn because Hua Ya had already gone out into the yard and started warming up for his morning workout before his workday. Suddenly, from the forest, he saw a black silhouette moving very fast towards him, and the guy emphasized that it was just incredible speed. Hua Ya did not immediately realize who it was and began to reach for his sword, but when the silhouette approached, he saw that it was Seo Moon, who had become so skilled so quickly. When the young man approached his friend, he began to address him loudly because he was very worried about the condition of the young lady he was carrying on his back. He immediately informed me that Chunhua was very sick, so while he was bringing her into the house, his friend had to go get a doctor to examine her. Therefore, in a matter of minutes, everyone began to do the things that were assigned to them, because in a short period of time, they became like a family. For the first few minutes, as soon as Hua-ya started running, Seo Moon watched him because he was curious to see what this boy was capable of and what strength he had. And when he saw how fast he was moving, the young man realized that everything was actually as he expected. Namely, the guy's fighting skills were very unusual. And at some point, the young man felt sad that they had been living together for so long, but still didn't know everything about each other that they should have known long ago. When the doctor arrived at the scene, the girl was already lying in bed covered with warm blankets, and the man examined her and asked how they could have let her get so sick. Seo Moon was still worried, so he asked the gentleman how the girl was doing, and he told him with a serious expression that she was in critical condition. So then the boys began to find out whether Chunhua could be cured at all, and there was an awkward pause because the doctor was in no hurry to give any specific answer. Without hearing a word, Hua-ya said that the man had pulled Seo Moon almost from the dead, so there must be some way to save their friend. Turning his head to the boys, the gentleman emphasized that frostbite is very dangerous for people with such weak bodies. Seo Moon said that he was annoyed when the doctor used such words, so he clarified whether he could not help them in the current situation. The man replied that at the moment he could only maintain her condition, but that everything else was not up to him, but to the lady's ability to fight. And a second later, he added that he had come to such conclusions because, feeling her pulse, he could not understand how Chunhua was still alive. Then he began to examine the girl again to see if her condition had worsened, and at some point, the doctor said that she looked like she hadn't slept for several nights. After this remark, Seo Moon became very angry with himself for not noticing that this girl was not resting at all during her training. And yet, the guy who sits with him at every training session in such a cold weather does not like to see other innocent people suffer because of him. So he began to beat himself on the head, continuing to blame himself for the fact that Chunhua was in this state because of him and his selfishness. And the doctor continued to escalate the situation by giving out new facts every time. And this time he said that if the body is weak, the disease will not retreat so easily. Hearing these words, one of the comrades asked a question to clarify whether the lady could get even worse because she already looked bad. The man said that the boys should take wet towels and control the fever, and they should also undress her so that the clothes do not block the discharge from her skin. Then the doctor said that while Chunhua was resting, he would go and make her medicine and then give it to Seo Moon to administer. Suddenly, the gentleman turned his head sharply to the rescuer and rudely asked him why he was still standing there doing nothing, since he had been told to undress the girl. The guy was confused because he had never done this before in his life, so he was in no hurry because she was a girl, and he was a guy who was not yet married. As soon as Seo Moon approached the bed and was about to start the task, a friend stopped him and asked if it would be better if the girls did it. And he began to explain that even though everything that had happened to them, he still needed to respect the boundaries of what was permissible because Chunhua was a girl. After listening to everything, my friend said that it didn't matter who would do it, as long as they got a good result and finally saw a healthy young lady. Seo Moon went on to say that all this time she had been taking care of him, so he should do the same to her, so they could forget about any imaginary boundaries. And finally, with a serious expression on his face, he said that if something happened to him, he would take responsibility for it and would be punished himself. Hua still didn't like this decision and asked if his friend would marry the girl if she wanted to, and he said that he saw no reason not to. Then he raised his eyebrows and made a serious expression and said that he also wanted to marry her because he liked her and saw her as his wife. After these words, the comrade fell silent and just waited for Seo Moon to say something else, because he had nothing else to say in this case, and the interlocutor did indeed reveal in a minute, with tears in his eyes, that it was painful for him to see Chunhua suffering, and that is why he assumed that he had fallen in love with her. Hua Yabui was not ready to hear such a confession, and his friend, continuing to wipe his tears, said that he wanted to share the pain with the girl. The friend realized that it was time for him to leave the room, and turned to me, and wished me good luck, and then added that he was going to prepare the medicine. Seo Moon sat crying for the first few minutes, because he realized that what he had to do now was nothing compared to how much she cared about him. But before he started working, the guy started talking to the girl, explaining to her that he would take off her clothes only to cure her. Of course, Chunhua was unconscious and could not answer anything, so she just lay there with red cheeks, unmoving on the big bed. And finally, the guy said that he hoped that when she found out about it, she would understand his feelings and not be angry that it happened this way. In fact, the girl heard everything perfectly well, but could not move, so she mentally thanked the young man for his concern and also confessed her feelings for him. As soon as Seo Moon took off his shirt and saw his almost naked upper body, he slapped himself on the right cheek to stop thinking about shameful things. Then he turned away for a few minutes and began to reproach himself for the fact that instead of treating her, he almost lost control of his mind. So, when he took off his pants, he turned his head to the left so that he would not be tempted to look at other parts of his body when they were not covered by clothes. At that moment, he wondered whether he could love such a gorgeous girl at all, and whether he would ever be able to reciprocate her feeling. Later, he decided that he definitely had no chance of a great sincere love, but it upset him that he could not accept his feeling. As he began to wipe Chunhua's body with the towel, the boy was either cold or hot, because he was too nervous to touch her body. After about 2 weeks, she was almost cured, and when she went outside in the morning, she saw Hua Ya, who told her that she should not be out in the cold yet. Smiling broadly, the young lady happily replied that she was fine, and that the doctor himself told her not to stay at home all the time, and to go out for a little bit of fresh air. Then the friend began to demonstrate the fish that he and Seo Moon had caught to cook breakfast and have a good meal. Hua Ya was so happy that he had caught a bigger fish than his friend that he continued to brag to his friend, insinuating that the rescued man was a loser. Seo Moon finally joined them, and he was not so cheerful because he was angry at the way his friend was behaving, who had set up a trap on purpose. The interlocutor did not understand what he was being accused of, so his friend explained that he had scared away all the fish and grabbed the remaining ones himself and began to brag about it. After hearing this reproach, the young man said that there was nothing he could do about it, because any way of getting fish in the river is called fishing. To end this conversation, Seo Moon approached Zhang Hua and asked her a few questions to find out how she was feeling and if she was cold outside. Smiling, the girl said that she was fine, and then the interlocutor asked if she could then answer the question he had asked a few days earlier. The young lady looked down shyly and blushed a little because she was a little embarrassed to talk about such topics at all. When I saw that my friend was flushed and her face changed a little, I asked her what they were talking about. Without waiting for an answer, the guy said that he saw the sadness on Chunhua's face, so he wondered what topic could have upset her so much. Seo Moon was not shy at all, so he immediately told his friend that he had asked the girl for her hand in marriage and now wanted to hear the answer to the proposal. My friend asked me, smiling sweetly, why a young man would want a young lady's heart, because he had not yet fully understood the meaning of this expression. But when he realized what he had heard a minute later, Hua Ya began to ask if he had understood correctly that they were talking about a wedding. After receiving the confirmation, the guy said why it happened so quickly and then supported his girlfriend because she might be surprised by such a suddenness. The girl finally mustered the courage to say her answer, but she failed to do so the first time because she was too nervous. Seo Moon concluded that the young lady wanted to reject him, so he immediately began to ask why and assumed that she might not love him. Chunhua began to quickly say that things were not as he might have thought, so he was curious to know why she was refusing. Crying, the young lady said that she could not marry him simply for love, because she had no right to become his wife, who had been by his side all her life. The young man did not understand what Chunhua was saying, and began to clarify what right she did not have, and what was the point of a wedding, money, or respect. The girl began to cry bitterly with her head down, because she was ashamed of her past, and so decided that the young man who wanted to marry her should know it too. Seo Moon said that this was not an obstacle for him, because 4 months had passed since their meeting and he did not say anything. Not because he did not know, but because he did not care. He went on to say that he did not intend to criticize the young lady at all, because he was worried about her because she had such a difficult past. After a short pause, the guy said that he was still wondering what exactly made her go down the wrong path and how long she had to work like. Without hearing a word from his future chosen one, Seo Moon continued to say that he had been in pain all his life and could not find a soulmate. That's why he is now very grateful to heaven for having met such a bright and beautiful soul with whom he feels calm and uplifted. And finally, the young man added that being a courtesan is not a crime and not a reason not to get married and be happy with your loved one. Only after these words did Chunhua dare to speak. And at first she said that she was forced to take this job due to certain family circumstances. She then covered her face with her hands and said that she wanted to marry Seo Moon, but was afraid that he might fall out of love with her after the marriage. A minute later, the young lady repeated that she really wanted to marry the boy, but there were many things in her head that prevented her from doing so. In order to support the girl, Seo Moon came up to her and put his hand on her shoulder, and they stood there for several minutes. Only then did the young man muster the courage to hug his future bride to make it clear that he cared about her feeling. While hugging, the guy emphasized that the past is in the past, but the present and the future are what is important to them both now. And he promised that he would do everything to ensure that Chunhwan would never suffer or experience such terrible events in her future life. And in a minute, the couple kissed each other because they realized that they would move on with their lives as husband and wife. At that time, Hua Ya was sitting on a hill next to the house and playing with 2 dogs that had recently come into their family and therefore needed care and attention. During the evening meal, the 3 friends gathered at the table where Seo Moon told Hua Young that he wanted him to be his witness at the wedding. The friend turned his head to the side and said angrily that he had no reason to agree because he could not agree to it from the beginning. Seo Moon was upset that his friend was behaving like this, so he asked him if it was so hard for him to agree to do it for them. The interlocutor said that he did not want to stand and listen to the entire ceremony, and his friend interrupted him and began to emphasize that everything would go very quickly. However, the boyfriend still said he didn't want Seo Moon, which was very upsetting, and he asked why he didn't want to bless them with marriage. And then, out of anger, Hua Ya admitted that he was very lonely here, and, looking at their feelings, he envied how good they were with each other. The young man sitting across from him asked why his friend wouldn't find a girl to start a family with and live happily ever after. The guy said angrily that it was easy enough to say that, but in reality, everything is quite complicated and cannot be done overnight. Chunhwan turned to her friend and, saying his name, began to smile sweetly, begging for his consent. At first, he didn't understand anything, so he just stared at the girl with an irritated expression. Therefore, in order to melt this ice, the young lady had to smile even wider and use a joyful look. Only then did Hua Ya blush and shout that he agreed to their proposal, but that the girl should stop looking at him like that. When Seo Moon heard the words of agreement, he began to smile broadly with joy that they had finally managed to convince his friend to bless them. The next morning, the 3 went out into the yard and stopped at a wooden table to perform the marriage ritual. And literally 5 minutes later, Hua Ya said that he, as a witness to this action, was declaring his friend and girlfriend to be husband and wife from that day on. Then Seo Moon turned to his wife and thanked her for marrying him and now spending the rest of her life with him. She also expressed gratitude for his acceptance of her as she was and for not judging her for her difficult past. After the ceremony, Hua moved to a hill and leaned against a tree trunk while drinking and reflected on the fact that he hadn't even tried his luck with Chun Huan. But he promised himself that today he was going through all his feelings, and tomorrow he would pull himself together and behave like a true friend of the family. The next morning, Seo Moon went out for his morning workout, and today he spends it in the river trying to control the flow of water. Hua saw this training with his own eyes and was shocked by what his friend could do with water. At some point, the young man plunged underwater with his sword and held his breath for several minutes, feeling free. After that, he came to the surface and began to swing his sword in different directions, cutting through the water. The comrade who had been standing on the shore all this time opened his mouth wide because what he was seeing was beyond their world. Seo Moon did not pay attention to the shore because he was very focused on practicing all the techniques of the triple sword. Hua said to himself that his friend has a very strong aura, and he doesn't even know if there is a person in the world who can withstand it. When he finished training and started to go ashore, he asked his friend what he was doing here. The young man said that he was fond of martial arts, but that he had never seen what he saw today. A second later, he added that he knew that Seo Moon's shooting skills were at a high level, but the way he wielded the sword was something incredible. The interlocutor was quite surprised that his cook knew that he was good with a bow, because he did not show his skills here and did not even hold such a weapon. Hua was frightened to say that he had heard it from Seo Moon himself, because he had once told him how he had learned to be good with a bow and arrow. The rescued man turned his head to the other side and said that he did not remember telling such a story, and his friend was already getting angry because of what was happening now. Seo Moon noticed this, so he decided not to push any further, and scratched his head with a sad expression, and said that in the first days after the rescue, it was difficult for him to get himself together. In order to defuse the situation, Hua asked if the young man could tell him a little about the martial arts he knows. The young man immediately replied that what he was doing today is called the Endless Battle, and it is the only sword art of his family that has survived to this day. After a short pause, he added that he hadn't been able to use it before because of his weakness, but now he could do it several times. Smiling sweetly, the friend said that any martial art improves with experience and finally congratulated Seo Moon on reaching this level. When the boys were about to return to their home, Hua said that his friend had recovered his strength, and he was curious what he was going to do next. Looking in front of him, the young man said with a serious expression that he needed to visit one place to prove himself. A few days later, a group of 3 friends got ready to leave, and before they left, they stopped and looked at the house they were leaving with sadness. Hua asked Seo Moon if they were going to go to the Dan family in vain, because enough time had passed and they could have joined the righteous coalition. The friend said with raised eyebrows that he knew all this, but he still needed to appear there so that everyone would know that he had survived and was feeling well. The interlocutor did not really understand why he was doing all this after what had happened, but he did not want to deny anything, so he agreed to go along. Chunhua was very sad to leave a place where she felt safe and secure, and no one judged her for what she had done in the past. A few days later, the 3 travelers arrived at the Dan estate, and of course they entered without any obstacles because no one had been there for a long time. Seo Moon stopped in his tracks and looked around, thinking that he had come back to this place to make sure that his anger had not gone away. For his fellow travelers, the young man said that he first came to this place very excited, and now he feels heavy in his soul. Then the young man approached the room where he was tortured and stopped just before the entrance and asked his wife and friend to wait for him outside. As soon as Seo Moon entered the room, he went to the wall to which he was chained and leaned against it and began to recall all the horrific moments that had happened here. Then he remembered his bird, and tears began to flow from his eyes, and the thought flashed through his mind that, although this animal is not here now, it will always be in his memory. A few minutes later, the guy came out wiping his tears and said that now they could leave the place and continue on their way. Hua got to his feet and asked where they were going to go, now because his friend had not told them about the route. With his eyebrows drawn together, Seo Moon paused for a moment and then said in a serious tone that they would join the righteous coalition. The wife and the friend did not object or express their disagreement, because they had decided that they would go all the way with this guy. At this time, a large military meeting was held on Mount Hua to find out how ready the army was for any attack on them from different sides. The bearded man first gathered all the young members of his family and told them with a serious expression that from that day on, he would teach her the art of the sword. It was more about her grandson, but Namgun. He bowed to her grandfather and asked him to teach her the imperial art of the sword as well, because she wanted to know it so badly. When Namgungam heard that his daughter wanted to do this, he opened his mouth wide and said that he understood her completely, but emphasized that it would be difficult. On the contrary, it made my grandfather laugh, so When he calmed down, he told the girl that you can't just start practicing martial arts in one day. However, the young lady did not react to her father's words or the words of the older gentleman. Instead, she drew her sword and stood in front of her brother. For the first minute, he just stood there because he did not understand what was happening. And then he asked his sister a question to find out why she had pulled a sword on him. Yi-he said that the elders should first watch her fight with her brother and then decide whether she can practice martial arts. The father rudely ordered his daughter to put the sword back because she did not know what responsibility she would have to bear for it. The bearded grandfather, smiling again, said that he was ready to see what his granddaughter was capable of, and added that they could start the battle. A minute later, his brother drew his sword to fight back if Ha really did attack it. Looking confidently at her opponent, the young lady said to herself that she didn't want to show what she really could do, but today she had no choice. And as soon as she said these words, each of the participants in the fight began to assume a pose in order to quickly move towards the opponent in order to win. In a matter of minutes, the brother and sister faced off in their first attack, each doing their best not to be defeated and fall face first into the mud. When my grandfather and father saw it with their own eyes, they were shocked because they had no idea that he had such skillful skills. After a few minutes of fighting, my brother suddenly put his hand forward and, shaking his head, admitted that he had lost, and my sister, bowing, asked him to forgive her for it. A bearded gentleman came over and praised his granddaughter for her abilities, but then emphasized that her inner energy was too low to learn the imperial art of the sword. Suddenly, a messenger intervened in this conversation, approaching the group of people very quickly and addressing the grandfather in an excited tone. Everyone turned their attention to the one who was making so much noise, and only the grandson, curious, asked what could have happened. When the young man approached them, he bowed his head and sadly informed them that the palace had fallen. And after saying that, he continued to stand in the same position. Namgun Gom raised his eyebrows and asked what this meant, because he had not yet understood what had happened and what the consequences would be for them personally. The messenger said that one of the palaces was destroyed by the attackers from Powerless, and that the people who were going to retreat and escape could not do so because they were overtaken. The older bearded gentleman looked up and was saddened by the news, but after collecting himself, he said that sooner or later it had to happen. When she heard this information, she was in a stupor for the first few minutes because most of her relatives and good old friends were in that palace. At that time, Gom and his best friend were sitting in the woods watching pigeons flying overhead, and it became clear that they were carrying news. Therefore, the young man, addressing the interlocutor, folded his arms across his chest and suggested that it seemed that their return home was simply not possible at the moment. Hyunjo sat under a tree with a tired expression on his face and asked why his friend had suddenly decided to do this, and asked if he knew anything more. Gom, continuing to watch the pigeons, said that if we take into account their number, we can conclude that something big is coming. Then he raised his eyebrows and angrily emphasized that the entire top management had already gathered together to hold a big meeting about the future. Hing put his hand to his forehead and tried to see something in the distance, asking if they really wanted to cause excitement among the rest of the people. Suddenly, a rather familiar voice came from the right side, addressing the boys as boys, and happily saying that it must have already started. One of his friends asked him what he meant when he said it had all started, and the young man explained that a war was breaking out between the Dark and Light clan. Although he knew this was going to happen, Hen was still surprised and said that he still needed to check whether things were as bad as they might seem at first glance. After his friend finished his sentence, Gom asked his question, and he was primarily interested in what the management had to say about this. Taking a few sips of his drink, Dan Geng said that Military Commander Jug would lead the forces of light to the banks of the Yangtze River to escape there. While the other two guys began to pour themselves into the drink because no one was happy about this news, Ham looked in the opposite direction and said that an order was coming soon. At this time, the Buddhist master gathered all his men and folded his arms as if in prayer, saying that the future of China rested on their shoulders, so he would pray for them. After such instructions and faith in them, the soldiers all simultaneously raised their weapons and began to shout that they were ready to defend their homeland to the last. Guak Mu, along with his colleagues and warriors, moved confidently along the narrow paths of the forest to engage in battle and retake what was theirs. At one point, Guak turned to his friends and said that he wondered how many of them would be able to return home and whether they would even be able to win. Kvabo, his eyes wide with anger, emphasized that it would be a very difficult battle, so it was not known who would win and who would die. At the same time, people from the Paheo Palace set off from another part of the mainland because they were the ones who started all this chaos around everyone. Guang Fei was riding a horse alongside a military advisor and asked how much longer they had to travel, and the man immediately answered that they would arrive in half a day. And a second later, he added that Yuga's troops might soon catch up with them. And based on these words, Guangfei realized that the Bright Path was already fully prepared to attack. And then he added whether they would have enough strength to concentrate on them, since they had to defend Mount Hua and Mount Shaolin from various attackers at the same time. Looking ahead with a serious tone, the advisor emphasized that the opponents cannot defend both mountains at the same time, so they will lose this battle. Guangfei began to smile happily, because he knew for sure that these people would definitely need to retreat in order to save their land. The interlocutor began to say that if they could find those among their rivals with whom they could come to an agreement, they would be able to take over the territory near the river even faster. The main gentleman began to think about it, because he wants to take away the path of the light as much as possible to show them his power and strength. At this time, Juji Yeon received and read the letter that the pigeon brought, and began to clutch the sheet angrily for a minute because she did not like what was written there. The girl was upset because since yesterday evening, she had received many reports of enemy groups moving around, and these people were elite troops of Pei Hyun. That's why she also joined the morning meeting, where all the top people of the Light Path gathered to discuss their further action. Yong U, a master Buddhist, addressed the lieutenant's girlfriend and said that she could start telling everything she knew about possible threats to them. After this permission, Jege began to say that elite Pahian troops were heading west and that they were going to seize the territory near Mount Hua. Then the young lady began to walk in the center of the room, concentrating on telling how and in what time the rivals would get to the place where the battle would be fought. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly and emphasized that she expected elite troops to be used, but she was thinking about 30%. Not 50. After listening carefully, Namgun Wu asked if it would be appropriate to gather all his best forces and attack the enemy's main base. Jagan quickly replied that they would not have a chance to win because while they were practicing there, Pei Heon's men would take all the important points from them. The man was seriously angry when he received this answer, so he angrily asked what she thought they should do to avoid losing China. The lieutenant was quite confident and emphasized that everyone here knew her answer, namely that they had to sacrifice something. Mok-In from the John Nam faction was the first to ask what they had to sacrifice to stay in the areas where they are now. Jeej again gave a very clear and reasoned answer, saying that they could not give up the mountain, so they would have to sacrifice the Yangtze River. The man was quite shocked when he heard the answer, and asked if they were going to leave their Mudan faction to fend for themselves. The girl realized that not everyone might like this decision, so she added that they should also give away the Yug Palace, which is located next to the river. After that, no one argued, because everyone sat silently and thought about everything they had heard. The only one who asked what they should do next was the Buddhist master, Yong-O. Dashege said that the troops who had gone to the river should now move to the mountain, and those who remained in the palace should do the same. After receiving this order, everyone quickly rose to their feet and bowed to Yong-O, who emphasized that they had no right to delay now. At this time, a dove flew to the Shaolin Palace with a message that said that the main lords should gather some of their soldiers and send them to Mount Hua. One of the Buddhists was not happy that they were given such an order, because if Mount Hua could not be held, their palace would be the next to be attacked. In the afternoon, one of the craftsmen and the man, So Moon, rescued gathered in the recreation room and spent time playing checkers against each other. 10 minutes had passed since the start of the game, and the bald gentleman said that he was starting to lose because his opponent was getting better and better at the game. The new comrade could not answer anything, because one of the servants entered the room and addressed the master, saying that a letter from the Righteous Coalition had arrived. As the boy walked to the man, he began to think that something had happened, that they had received a letter from the main coalition to which they belonged. When the master read the contents of the message, he first turned to Moo Moo, who was constantly watching the game, and asked him to come over to him. And as soon as the young man approached him, he told him that his time as the heir to the defenders had come to an end, so he wanted to leave his post in the near future. The gentleman went on to explain that the Peihian Palace was going to attack Mount Hao, and that's why they were asking for help, so Moo Moo had to stay here and protect their home. The young man bowed low as if in prayer, and said that as a student of Shaolin, he could only follow the teachings of Buddha, and therefore had no opinion on the matter. The master realized that he had to simply pass on all his acquired knowledge to his follower through this, and asked the young man to kneel down in front of him. After that, the bald gentleman came closer to his student and put his right hand where the heart is, and began to apply his transmission skills. Then the older gentleman said that Moo Moo should receive the key of his predecessor, because he is the next heir to the defenders, and therefore should just relax and accept everything. As soon as it was over, the young man sat on the floor in the lotus position, and the master told his friend that now this boy would go to the mountain to fight the people of Paishan. A minute later, The bald gentleman added that he had reached the end of his long life, so he would be leaving with the young man, and the new friend should also go with. And finally, the master said that in this battle, they both cannot just stand aside. So if there is at least one way to stop evil, they must try to do it. Once it was late at night and all the guards were at their positions, So-hee was sound asleep in her tent until she was hit in the face. She opened her eyes wide to see who had dared to do this to her, and within a minute she saw Seo-moon in front of her. The girl was confused and frightened, and the young man sneeringly said that the king of hell had sent him here to take the girl with him. Then the guy grabbed the young lady by the throat with one hand and said that he could take her life right then and there, but that would not be enough for what she did to the falcon. After that, an angry Seo-moon punched So-hee in the different parts of her body, saying that he begged her not to do anything to the animal, but she did not listen to him. Then he hit the girl again and smilingly asked her if she was in pain, and then emphasized that this pain was nothing compared to what he felt. The young lady was very scared, so they just asked to destroy it so that she wouldn't suffer. But the boy said he wouldn't do it because it was too light a punishment. A second later, he added that she could not even dream of an easy death because he wanted to repay her for everything she had done to him in her home. Next, Seo-moon took out a small knife and licked it, saying that he was ready to take out all her insides just like she did with his best friend, the bird. When the young man, smiling slyly, put the knife to the young lady, she frighteningly begged him not to do this to her, because it was very cruel. The attacker did not immediately comply with the request of someone who had once hurt and mocked him very badly, not believing a word she said. At some point, Seo-moon changed his face to a horrified expression, with his mouth wide open and his eyes glowing bright red. At the same time, So-hee screamed as if she had been attacked, so the guards were seriously frightened and began to move toward the tent. Dan Seo-gi was the first to enter the room and began to carefully call out the name of the young lady, who was still screaming loudly because of what had happened to her. But a minute later, she opened her eyes and saw a familiar face in front of her, and realized that what she had just experienced was just a dream. After she realized that she was okay, she began to stare silently at the ceiling because it was very difficult and scary to experience such emotions in a dream. Duso's friend, who was sitting next to the young lady, suggested that she might have been very tired from the trip to Manhwa, and that she might have had a nightmare. Sitting down on the bed, Seo-hee bent her head down and began to hold onto it because she had so many different thoughts, and this image of Seo-moon appeared. Then the young lady drew her eyebrows together and said angrily to herself that it had been 6 months since they last saw each other, and he was still bothering her. From her sadness, she realized that it was very difficult for her to be close to the families who loved the man she had destroyed so much, and that is why Dan's family cannot live fully. At this time, the commander-in-chief named Gong-sa and his 2 best comrades came to the palace where everyone had long since left, and it was empty. And the men assumed that since there was no one here, they had all retreated to Mount Hua, and they didn't like it because they didn't even try to defend their own. For some reason, they were thought to be fighting to the last, but when they appeared from the group of the Light Path, they forgot about their pride, completely forgot. Gong-sa said that retreat is very frightening for everyone, especially for those who have to do it, and realizing their humiliation, people still endure it. Suddenly, one of the assistants interrupted the conversation of the 3 men and bowed low to inform them that the Shaolin disciples were now heading to Mount Hua. At first, the chief gentleman was a little surprised to hear the news, but then asked what time they would be able to reach their destination. The assistant began to tell me where each group was located and who were their enemies, and finally said that I could reach the 2 strongest groups in one day. Gong-sa was silent at first, and his expression showed that he was thinking carefully about something, and after a minute he ordered Dan to come. The right man immediately got the news that the main gentleman wanted to see him, so he was able to come to them very quickly for a conversation. As soon as he arrived, he was told that he had to kill the leaders of all the factions, because they set the pace for their army and give certain instructions. At first, Dan had some doubts about this, but after a few minutes he said that he was ready to handle this task, no matter what it took. Therefore, on the same evening, the Mount Hua faction was attacked by unknown people dressed in black, with only burgundy masks covering their faces. As it turned out later, Dan was behind it all, and he came here with his men to fulfill the task set before him by the Allies. The leader of this faction was able to successfully repel the first attack, and said that since the man was targeting him at once, such confidence was worthy of the highest praise. However, the attacker had no intention of talking to him. He was only interested in taking the man's life and going on his way to achieve his goal. However, he was unable to attack the leader again, because the military of this faction appeared on the right side and quickly caught up with him to kill him. At that time, the lieutenant came to the Buddhist master and told him what was happening around him, and he was shocked to say the least. However, the girl continued to list those who had already said goodbye to their lives, but in the end, she emphasized that her people were pursuing the attackers. The bald man began to worry about his life and the lives of the people around him, so he told the soldiers not to stray far from their palace. That night, all the dark forces were activated, and so, the commander-in-chief, together with his closest allies, went to the place where they were to attack. One of the men said that he would not be in a hurry to rush into this fight because his strength was almost gone, and he could say the same about his men. Jesu said, with a slight smile, that their opponents were in the same exhausted state, so now was the best time to attack. The commander-in-chief decided not to rush to make any decision on his own, and therefore wanted to listen to the opinions of all the important people around him. And Dan, with a rewound arm after the last battle, said that his spirit is very difficult to break, so he is ready for any order, including battle. Only after that did the commander tell the Shadow Fighter Company to take up a position in front, because they had to attack unnoticed and return quickly. The man who was the leader of this group folded his hands as if in prayer and said that they were immediately going to fulfill the task and promised to do everything properly. As he walked to the edge of the forest, he wondered if the time had really come for a great battle between everyone on the mainland, which would determine the fate of all of China. At this time, Gom and another friend were sitting on the branches of tall trees and watching the soldiers of the Pahian Palace move toward them from 3 different directions. So, the guys did not hesitate to go down to the ground and, standing in front of a group of rivals, displayed their swords and said that they were already waiting for them. The attackers froze in their tracks because they did not expect such a development, and therefore, the first thing they did was to look at the young men who stood in their way. And only after that a battle took place in which each of the 3 comrades tried to give their best, because they simply could not lose this fight. Hyunjo was so engrossed in destroying the opponents ahead of him that he realized that now behind him was someone who would take his life. However, Gom came to the rescue in time and destroyed the enemy, but he emphasized that a comrade has no right to relax during a battle because he might die. As soon as the boy finished his last word, Hyunjo pointed his sword at him and shouted loudly for him to bend over, or he would become a victim himself. After they had saved each other's lives, the guys leaned on each other's backs and began to say that in this battle, they did not have even a second to rest. Their other partner, joyfully fighting off his attackers, loudly addressed his comrades and said that in his opinion, the light path was still winning. The guys were amused by this fact, so they entered the battle as if with renewed vigor, because they had no intention of losing to these impudent men. The leader of the attackers, who was standing behind his soldiers and was supposed to take over what was left, began to look around because something strange was happening. Still not understanding anything, he turned to his assistant and asked what was going on, and the latter quickly and clearly replied that the opponents were using poison against them. When the man heard this information, he ran into the crowd, and his allies asked him to be careful because it was very dangerous there. However, he didn't hear anything because he pushed off the ground and began to fly at one of the skeletons who was standing in his way, doing nothing. As soon as he approached his opponent and touched his sword to his shoulder, he simply jumped away, and the man was shocked that this creature had an indestructible body. Suddenly, in an instant, the man's arm was wounded, and that's why he dropped his sword to the ground and began to hold his wound. Later, it turned out that he could not move this limb because it was infected with poison that prevented him from using his internal energy. And because of this, he turned to his soldiers, and when he was next to them, he said that now they would retreat because the enemy was too strong. When the news of this battle reached the Buddhist master Yong-o, he was quite surprised that those who could have won simply retreated. Huang Chun said that this time, Meng Dok used the art of poison, and 2 experts came with him, which turned the tide of the battle. The bald gentleman still could not understand why this happened, because the leader of Guak and the rulers of the 5 great families were supposed to fight these people. The interlocutor said that these people were unable to withstand such an onslaught, so they were forced to retreat in order to save their lives, and those who still survived. At the meeting, no one could believe how it could happen that some rivals could defeat the leader Guak, who was the most powerful among them. A minute later, the door to the room where the meeting was taking place opened abruptly, and the man who had been wounded in the arm during the last battle entered. Everyone was shocked by what they saw in front of them, because no one had ever known that such a warrior had been wounded and that poison had been used. When everyone was silent and could finally listen to Mu-un, he began to tell what he thought about the poisonous zombies that the elder Wan had told him about. The grandfather who had once promised to marry off his granddaughter was surprised to hear that, as there were rumors that Seo Moon had destroyed the unit when he met with them. The man who came, grimacing in pain, said that these creatures were spewing poison and could not be destroyed with a sword, so they were definitely the same poisonous zombies. The interlocutor angrily drew his eyebrows together, nervously wondering what they could do with such rivals, since they had no weapons to defeat them. Then the bearded gentleman turned to his old friend and said that they would both have to go on stage and fight these creatures personally. A minute later, they decided to take the poison out of his wounded hand to make an antidote in case someone else gets hurt again. At this time, 3 travelers were walking along a path that ran through a green field, and suddenly Hua Ya turned to his friend, asking if he really wanted to climb Mount Ha. Co Moon said that a righteous coalition is to gather there, so he is going there because he wants to meet with them personally, to clarify everything. Then the guy stopped in his tracks and smiled sweetly, saying that it was clear that the place of their arrival was already known and would not change. My friend wanted to express his opinion that before this trip, he was not very happy about the fact that they would have to meet such horrible people. But Seo Moon didn't let him say that, because he said that Mount Hua was not as far as it might seem, so they had to speed up their march a little. Then Hua Ya turned to his friend's wife and asked her to stop her husband because the place where they were going was very dangerous. The young lady replied that she would not be able to do this because Seo Moon is a very proud gentleman who cannot be easily persuaded to change his plans. Suddenly, Chun Huan stopped, smiled sweetly, and said that she was not worried about her safety because she knew that they would both protect her and not let her be harmed. Therefore, everyone continued to move toward Mount Hua because no one wanted to leave Seo Moon alone, for he could do many terrible things in a fit of anger. At this time, one of the groups led by 3 comrades went to the battlefield and saw zombies and were a little shocked that they looked so scary. Gom drew his eyebrows together and began to think about how they could defeat these creatures without losing most of the people who had come with them. Deng Yong rubbed his chin and said that there were rumors that Seo Moon had destroyed these monsters because they could still attack them. Another young man said that their friend was really powerful because after fighting these creatures, he was able to get to the Dan estate and was so easily destroyed there. Only now it becomes clear why the young man allowed himself to be mocked in such a way. After the fight with these zombies, he was exhausted and therefore could not resist. Then the guys realized that if the strongest men could not destroy these rivals, they would all be finished because no one else could do it. Then everyone began to watch the zombies gather in one group and just wait for someone to give them an order to attack. The last 2 creatures were followed by 2 men, one of them named Doc Wang, and he was happy that they were able to create poisonous zombies on their own again. Another man named Su Gom looked ahead and said that these would be even stronger than those destroyed by Seo Moon, so victory was guaranteed. The Allies were so happy to have such soldiers, because they had seen with their own eyes how their strongest opponents simply retreated for fear of being killed. Su Gong could not get enough of it, because as long as they can control these zombies, no enemies are scary to them, and even the Peihian Palace will not be able to defeat them. The ally asked not to disclose their plans in front of everyone, and then ordered his zombies to destroy all the factions currently on Mount Hua. The people who lived in the estate that was about to be attacked were ready to fight back, so they came forward and lined up so that they could fight back. The commander-in-chief of the enemy side told his soldiers that it was time to start the battle for which they had all gathered. The poisonous zombies can do what they want, but the rest of the army must attack from the flank they were told about earlier, and everyone must give their best. As soon as the man finished speaking, he shouted that it was time to run to the attack so that all his people could hear, even those who were farthest from him. When the opponents began to move, the warriors of the light path raised their swords up and began to shout loudly and then began to attack to win. At this time, the bearded leader said that he could take on one of the 2 poisonous zombies and then asked who was ready to deal with the other one. And then there was a small misunderstanding between the 2 comrades because each wanted to take on this monster and pay for what they had done to their people. The grandfather who offered his granddaughter to So Moon's wife stepped back and let his ally perform the task, and he stayed put for the time being. As the older gentlemen moved to the battlefield, they carefully watched the men and tried to find out how many of their men were left. The enemy commander-in-chief saw that such important people would also take part in the battle, and was a bit surprised that it was unfolding like this. A few seconds later, the gentleman arrived at the scene and, addressing those fighting there, ordered them to move aside so that they could go a little further. Then 2 zombies appeared through the dust, moving toward the main men who wanted to teach these creatures a lesson and at the same time wanted to see what these creatures were capable of. Therefore, in order to accept the attack with dignity, the partners adopted the most comfortable positions for working and raised their weapons to keep the enemy away. The first clash took place at a distance because the men initially decided that they would attack with the energy they had accumulated in order to test the ground. The bearded gentleman rubbed his sword and said that the rumors about the place of the body of these zombies were true, because they are really very powerful enemies. Preparing for the next attack, he thought that they simply could not drag out this battle because they would not last long, so they needed to end it as soon as possible. And because of this, in a minute, the man began to apply the art that he knows best, and which gives the greatest result during each fight. After applying several techniques, the creature, which had been lying on the ground for several minutes, began to rise to its feet again, as if nothing had happened to it. Everyone was a little shocked that such a strong and experienced warrior could not even wound a zombie, let alone destroy it, using so much force. At that moment, the enemy commander-in-chief was approached by his colleague and informed that the Righteous Coalition and experts of the Light Path had arrived at Mount Hua. Having received this information, the man said that all his allies should come together to repel the attack of this group at the same time. And he was not saying this in vain, because the people who had just arrived had already put their weapons forward and began to move toward the enemies to deal with. Everyone was ready to fight until their last breath, because such big battles go down in the history of the country, and then everyone will know about their brave deeds. The commander-in-chief took on a Buddhist master who, as soon as he got closer, emphasized that he was old and afraid to disappoint the enemy. However, the man said that he would be honored to fight such a legend, so he put his sword in front of him and warned that he would attack. The bald man put his stick forward and began to use his inner strength as it began to glow with a bright orange light. At this time, those who continued to fight with each other froze in their places because they saw the newly arrived Shaolin monks flying overhead. As soon as these guys landed on the ground, it became clear that there were a lot of them, as many as 108 of them, and this is a very strong support at the moment. 3 of the Oxen's comrades saw a group of these monks and were surprised that they had come, because usually such people do not participate in any clashes. But within a minute, they simultaneously began to attack their enemies in order to prevent them from destroying and mocking their allies. Moo was so confident in his abilities that he asked his partners to step aside so that he could attack one of the poisonous zombies. And in a matter of minutes, he managed to decapitate the creature, because this is the only way to destroy this creature once and for all. He had already destroyed another monster, so when the commander-in-chief saw this, he immediately raised his hand in the air and told his men to retreat. On the battlefield, everyone stopped at the same time, because no one understood the reason for this decision, and therefore waited to hear what the man who said to retreat would say next. And her explanation was not long in coming. He folded his hands as if in prayer, and said that today they are programs and they admit defeat and return. The bald opponent accepted these words because although he was going to fight to the last, he still had a great desire to live a little longer in this world. However, the rivals did not immediately go home, the chief among them saying that he had not even thought that such a powerful and respected warrior would come here. Master Buddhist Yang proudly raised his head and said that this young man was the only one who used a sword in a sword fight among them all. The interlocutor was very interested in why everything had changed so much, and the bald gentleman explained to him that Moo had recently become the main guardian of Shaolin knowledge. The commander-in-chief, with his eyebrows drawn together, said that he had thought so, but he wanted to hear whether his guesses were accurate. The 3 comrades standing next to each other looked at Moo with admiration, because they had only heard about such people in legends and had never seen them with their own eyes. After a few minutes of silence, those who were on the same side as this strong young man raised their weapons up and began to shout his name as a sign of respect. A few hours later, everyone returned to their homes. And at the first gathering, Jugji Yeon reported how many losses those who tried to destroy them had suffered. And after her report, the girl summarized that if you count the total amount, about 1,000 soldiers died, and this is not so little. The Buddhist monk folded his arms as if in prayer and closed his eyes, saying that it was really a lot of victims, and that there had never been such a big battle in his lifetime. The lieutenant did not say anything to these words, because in her opinion, it was supposed to be that way, because they are not the ones who deploy such chaos on the mainland where they have lived for many years. The bald gentleman went on to emphasize that the attackers did not have their main forces, so there will definitely be another battle to prepare for. At this time, a meeting was also held at the military base of Faiqian Palace, where the leader of Guangfei heard about the battle and who participated in it. The military advisor said angrily that if the 108 monks had not come to the aid of the rivals, they would have definitely won Mount Hua for themselves. The head said that he was worried that the whole world would gather there, but it was enough that the elders showed what they were capable. The interlocutor was still not happy that it happened this way, but he called the poisonous zombies who did their job well A+ in the battle. Even the leader himself did not know that the two creatures were there, because he thought that they had been destroyed by Seo Moon, and no one else had any more of them. However, the military advisor said that they had made new ones to order, so he warned the chief that he wanted to order more of them to be made. The next morning, one of the men who was developing the antidote to the zombies was very angry that he was being asked to do more than he could actually do. It turns out that he and his men went to the forest to gather as many medicinal herbs as possible to make a potion against poison. Suddenly, the man turned to a guard standing nearby and said that he needed to watch very carefully because there could be spies in the area, to which he replied that they had gone very far, but that they were also far from Poyan's palace, so they did not need to worry about being attacked. At some point, however, the guard heard a noise coming from the right side of the room and began to slowly turn his head there in order not to scare the guest. But then, he turned his head sharply and pulled out his sword and began to loudly call out to the hiding man, telling him to come forward and introduce himself. A man hiding behind a tree and wearing a black cloak said loudly, laughing, that he was very scared of being addressed by such a warrior. At first, when the gentleman came out with his men to a small clearing, no one realized who it was, but in a few minutes it was clear that it was a pillar of dark energy. People who were picking herbs here were worried because there were very few of them, but the leader of the group in black said that if they decided to surrender, they would save their lives. The guard had no intention of surrendering, so he put his sword in front of him and told the enemy to shut up because they had no desire to surrender. The gentleman in black, smiling slyly, emphasized that if this guy wanted to get rid of his life, they would be happy to help him with it now. The guard turned his head to the three farmers who had come with him and said that they should never split up because they had to stay together all the time. However, the gentleman who was developing the antidote did not want to do this and suggested that we just surrender because he knew what these people were capable of when they got angry. The man who came as their guard said that they could not do this even without trying to protect their interests. Then the interlocutor emphasized that their lives may not be so important, but they should be concerned about the lives of the farmers who came with them. Only after this fact did the guard agree to surrender, although deep down he had no desire to do so. But he had to in order to save the lives of ordinary people. When the attackers in black saw how their opponents were behaving, they began to laugh out loud, asking where all the courage of these men had gone. Without waiting for an answer, the leader wanted to say that if they wanted to live, they had to kneel down. But he did not have time to do so because an arrow hit him. The subordinates who were nearby at that moment were shocked at first, and then began to look around, searching for someone who could shoot. A minute later, a man with a bow appeared, and those who saw him first were quite shocked and did not know what to do, whether to run or fight. As soon as everyone saw the offender who had dealt with the attackers so quickly, they were shocked to see this guy again. The men in black did not know this guy at all, so they asked him who he was, and Seo Moon said that if they wanted to live, they had to run away. However, the main gentleman of this group had no intention of giving up, so he stood up in front of everyone and loudly asked if the young man really thought he was the strongest. And then he used his power, but the opponent not only managed to jump away, but also managed to launch several of his own energy arrows. While they were flying to their targets, Seo Moon was thinking that these arrows could destroy the bow because it was made of wood, not steel. Only after the incident did the other attackers suggest that this guy might be the legendary shooter, but according to rumors, he had recently died. The young man, pulling the thread in a serious tone, confirmed that he had died, but had been resurrected, and reminded the men that he had given them the opportunity to escape, but they had not taken it. But the young man could not shoot another batch of arrows because his friend came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was enough to shoot. Then he turned his serious gaze to the men in black and said affirmatively that they had already lost the will to continue fighting. Seo Moon listened to his friend and put his bow down and said that he was giving the last warning, after which all the survivors would have to leave the clearing. As soon as the men exhaled and were about to run away, they were suddenly addressed by another voice, which angrily asked where the group was going. And it turns out that it was a guard who ran at the opponents with his sword, saying that he was not going to let them go as easily as Seo Moon did. The man managed to get to one of the attackers and even took his life, but then he was also stopped by the same guy who told him not to continue this chaos. The guard was too angry to stop so easily, so he argued that these people should be destroyed because they belonged to the palace of Peihyun. I asked my interlocutor if he really thought these people were cruel because they simply had different standards that did not match his. The man emphasized that if the young man defended them, he would be in big trouble because people from Pachon are enemies for the entire mainland. Then the young man said that since the man considered himself good and others evil, he should destroy him as well because he once lived in the palace of Peihyun. After Hua Ya said this, I lowered my head in front of the guard and said that he could try to do what he wanted, because he had the right to do so. Without hesitation, the gentleman raised his sword and said that if the boy was really from that place, he would be happy to take his life right then and there. But when the sword came down to the ground and didn't hit anyone, the attacker was shocked that the young man managed to move to the right side of him. In a matter of seconds, he was floating in the air, unable to move, and in a couple of minutes, he flew a few meters away and landed roughly on the ground. After that, Huaya looked at the guard and asked him how he could talk about justice if he had such limited capabilities and abilities. As soon as he finished the last word, he began to pull out the sword that was on his belt, but Seo Moon intervened and told his friend that he should stop now. The guy stopped and said that the man was lucky, and then emphasized that there was no need to talk nonsense about the Paeon Palace being a mean and evil group of people. After a short pause, the young man added that the Bright Path and the Palace of Paheon are fighting because they have different paths, so it is not as bad as everyone thinks. As soon as this monologue was over, Seo Moon asked if his new friend was from that place, and the young man apologized and said that he had not yet had time to tell him about it. At first, the shooter was a little angry, but he said that it was to be expected, because he was a very capable fighter and had to learn from the masters. The interlocutor looked down and began to cough and apologize again for not telling his story a little earlier, because it had to be done long ago. However, Seo Moon said that it was not important to him now, and he was not going to pay any attention to it after what they had been through together. Then the guy turned his evil gaze to the man who was gathering herbs to make an elixir against the poison that could be obtained from the new zombies. When the gentleman noticed this look on him, he opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth, because after their last meeting, he was very afraid of this young man. Seo Moon, illuminating his eyes with blue light, asked if the man was not happy to see him, and therefore stood in one place and just kept silent without blinking. The first thing the man said after these words was that the boy should not touch the rest of the people who were ordinary farmers, and that people came only to earn money. The guy drew his eyebrows together and said angrily that the other person should think about himself first, because he was the one he was talking to. The gentleman said quite confidently that it was he who had injured and harmed Seo Moon, so he could take his life on the spot without any hesitation. Without thinking twice, the guy raised his right hand up and hit the man with such force that he just flew back a few meters like a ball. After landing, Seo Moon came to the victim and sat down next to him and told him not to talk nonsense because it made him even angrier. Trying to get up, the man continued to emphasize that he was the only one to blame, so he asked the others not to touch him and to let him go home if possible. The young man angrily said that the interlocutor had given him a good reason why he should do it, and only then would he consider the offer. Then the man began to say that these people had not harmed Seo Moon, and the young man told him that his bird had not done anything bad to them either, and they had destroyed it. The victim continued to give facts, and the next one was that these farmers are ordinary people who do not know any martial arts to fight. The boy, again illuminating his eyes with blue light, said that his falcon was also an ordinary animal, and it also did not know how to fight for its life. The last thing the man decided to try was that these people have families and children who need them to ensure a normal future. It was only after these words that Seo Moon agreed to release the farmers, but he still had one condition to fulfill. The victim got to his feet, bowed his head, and asked about the condition, and the young man said that he had to close his eyes and stay conscious until he was done. After a moment's pause, the young man added that if the man opened his eyes or even lost consciousness, all these people on the lawn would die in an instant. And immediately after that, the guy started hitting her in the face, saying that he felt uncomfortable when she was beaten with a bag over her head. While delivering more blows, Seo Moon shouted that the gentleman should feel what he felt when he was chained to the wall and abused for several hours. The young man did not stop for a minute because he wanted the victim to feel the methods he used against him and know what it was like for him. The three farmers standing in the clearing were very scared because their lives depended on their husband, who was now being kicked by the boy. At some point, the gentleman lost his footing and fell down, and Seo Moon stopped in front of him and ordered him to get up because he hadn't done what he had planned yet. The man was on his knees and had no strength to get up, because the blows were so strong that his entire face was smeared with blood and he had many wounds. At that time, the young man took a stick and said that he had been beaten until all the bones in his arms were broken. So now he would do the same to the gentleman. And immediately after that, the guy began to beat the man with that stick, taking out all the anger that had accumulated for what had been done to him. Seo Moon's wife, covering her mouth with her hands, was seriously frightened by what was happening because she did not expect to see such cruelty. So She turned to her friend, but he said that they should understand Seo Moon's feelings because he had to go through such hardships. That's why they didn't try to intervene in these showdowns, because their friend needed to do everything himself to calm his anger a little bit. As soon as the guy finished beating him with a stick, he began to take out his sword to deal with the offender, who had been abusing him once and for all. Suddenly, the farmers could not stand it any longer and shouted that maybe enough of this fighting was enough, because the man had already fulfilled the promise that Seo Moon had asked him to. Putting his sword to the victim, the young man asked what kind of promise they were talking about, or if they hadn't heard that he had asked for his life on this lawn. The security guard, who was also shocked by what was happening, also turned to Seo Moon and asked if what he had already done was not enough. However, the young man did not want to listen to anyone, because no one really knows what he had to go through as a prisoner of this man who is now being asked to be pardoned. It took the guard a few minutes to appreciate what was happening around him, just standing there silently, almost without blinking. And after thinking about it, the man said that he didn't know what the boy had gone through, but in his opinion, he had already done everything to take revenge. After hearing these words, Seo Moon denied that this was enough, because he did not let the man feel even a third of what he felt during the interrogation. The interlocutor, with a serious expression on his face, tried to understand what could have happened to this boy and the Dan family to make him so angry with them. Then the guard said that the young man should not take this man's life and should not take on the sin of such a terrible crime. And Seo Moon said that he was not going to do that, because he wanted to pull out his nails and put his fingers in salt, just like they did to him when he was held hostage. All those present were shocked to hear this fact, and the shooter was upset because he did not have the gun to carry out his plan to the end. And suddenly, at that moment, his wife ran up behind him and hugged him by the back with tears in her eyes and begged him to stop and not to do such terrible things. Seo Moon just stood there for a few minutes and then turned his head slowly and asked his wife to move aside as far as possible, because she knows better than anyone what he went through after the interrogations of this gentleman and how long he recovered from the injuries he received in captivity. The girl agreed that she did know everything, but a second later, she added that the guy now did not look like the one she had fallen in love with and the one she had married. It was these words that made the young man calm down a bit and realize that the young lady who had gone through such a difficult period of his life with him was now standing behind him and crying. So he took a deep breath and exhaled, and after calming his emotions, he calmly said that he really got carried away with his revenge and it went a little too far. And after saying that, the guy turned to his wife and hugged her tightly, and she thanked him for stopping. A few minutes later, Seo Moon turned to the victim and said that he was very lucky and that he should not be seen again. The man was lying on the ground thanking him, and at that time farmers were already running to him to provide first aid and take him home. While everyone was fussing, his friend came up to Seo Moon and said that his aura scared everyone so much, but his wife was able to stop it all. The guy looked at his interlocutor and said that he was ready to obey the one who was really important to him. So that's how it ended today. Hua Ya said that he was very inspired by this, and a minute later, he said that perhaps now was the time for them to go their separate ways. Seo Moon and his companion were shocked by this statement, so they began to find out with wide open mouths why the guy made such a decision and where he would go. The young man started laughing out loud, because the expressions on his friends' faces made him laugh so hard that he couldn't help but laugh for several minutes. And when he calmed down, he said that he himself did not want to leave his comrade, but they had no other choice after what happened on the lawn. He also explained that he might have problems when he appeared before the light in the company of Seo Moon, because he came from Pekion Palace. After a short pause, Hua Ya smiled sweetly and said that they would definitely meet again in the future to have a good time. The comrade did not want to leave so suddenly, but Hua Ya assured him that as soon as the right opportunity came, he would look for them himself, wherever they were on the mainland. All this time, Seo Moon's wife stood and cried bitterly, so his friend came closer and asked her not to do so, because it was as if she was seeing him off to his death. A second later, he leaned over and said that she should remind her husband that she needed help, just like all the other people around her. My friend was a little surprised at first and then angry, but Hua Ya looked at him and emphasized that he had just told the truth. After that, he smiled sweetly and asked questions to find out where the couple would go after visiting Mount Hua. A little more cheerful, Seo Moon said that he wanted to return to his hometown with his wife because he had been traveling for a long time and had become bored. For the first few minutes, the interlocutor thought about these words and then tried to say something, but he interrupted himself in the middle of a sentence and did not finish. He just smiled and told his friends to be careful because the situation around them is difficult now, so you can get into very unpleasant situations. Then Hua Ya turned to a group of people in black and, walking in the opposite direction, said that they should all follow him without saying anything. At that time, one of his allies burst into the Paheo Palace Commander-in-Chief's office and angrily informed him that they had a new and unexpected problem. There were 2 other men in the room discussing future plans, so everyone stood still and remained silent in their seats, waiting for the sequel. Without waiting for an explanation, the gentleman in charge asked what kind of problem we were talking about and why the man looked so worried and anxious. After a few minutes of silence, the gentleman said that he had heard rumors that Seo Moon was still alive and was now in a place not far from them. The commander-in-chief could not believe what he heard, because everyone was sure that he had been killed in the Dan estate when he visited them. The interlocutor said, with his head down, that it was probably false information, and that it was spread to make the dark sect relax a little. Suddenly, one of the men present, laughing loudly, asked if the gentlemen were not too worried about just one man. The ally asked the commander-in-chief if he also thought that he was panicking in vain because of the information about Seo Moon. The head gentleman paused for a moment, drew his eyebrows together, and said that if this young man was really alive, they should immediately step back. Jiangsu, who was not at all worried about the information he had received, asked what exactly was meant by the statement that they should retreat. The interlocutor looked at the man and said that if he ever met Seo Moon face to face, he should run away and not resist. However, the man still could not understand why such respectable and strong people were talking about a young man and why they were afraid of him. The commander-in-chief explained that this guy is a very strong opponent, so you don't need to be very brave to prove something to someone. At that time, Namgun Hee, who was madly in love with Seo Moon, was visited by her brother and a friend and told that the masterful archer was alive. The girl was just training, and when she heard this information, she dropped her sword and could not believe what she heard, so she was shocked for a few minutes. Zhou Yang explained that members of the Dan family who were collecting herbs for medicine were saved by him from an attack by a group of people belonging to the Peiqian Palace. Namgun Hee was still standing still and hardly moving, but tears began to flow from her eyes from the joy that the person she loved so much was alive. In order to calm his sister down a bit, his brother said that everyone thought that Seo Moon was dead, but they both sincerely believed that it would not end so easily and quickly. After regaining control of herself, the girl asked where he was now, and Zhu replied that according to the information he had received, he had now reached the entrance to Mount Hua. After that, the girl looked down and emphasized that this guy would be here soon, and she was starting to get a little worried about it. Namgun Hee was a little surprised by these words, so she said that everyone should be happy that Seo Moon is alive, so she clarified why her friend had completely different feeling. The interlocutor didn't know whether she should tell this, but while she was thinking, her brother said that their friend had beaten the person who had been bullying him very badly. However, the young lady could not understand what they saw as a problem here, because he had every right to do this to the person who held him captive and abused him. Then Zhu Yaon explained that the Dan family is very influential in the Righteous Coalition, and that one of their members returned home after nearly dying at the hands of Seo Moon. Only then did the girl realize that the situation was not going well, so she asked what condition the beaten man was in. Zhu Yong said that the victim is now in such a condition that it is not known whether he will survive or not, but if he does, he will still be disabled. Namgun Hee raised her eyebrows in anger and said that the man should be happy that he was alive and not killed on that lawn. The brother who heard all this was quite surprised because he did not expect his sister to react so violently to a situation where a person was beaten. And the girl added that if it were her, it would not have ended there, because she would have come and destroyed the entire Dan family for what they did to him. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked the young lady not to say such words anymore, because what happened was a mistake, and the Dan family were not their enemies. Namgun Hee raised her sword and said that if the Dan family pursued Seo Moon, she would not hold back and would go against them without hesitation. The brother told her not to worry so much, because Namgun's family is very grateful to the skilled shooter, and they will definitely protect him. Stepping aside, Zhu Young told the young man that everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance, because the problem is much deeper. And she began to explain that the wounded member of the Dan family was just a flower compared to the fact that Bak Ma's group was also wounded by Seo Moon. The guy said that it was probably a misunderstanding, but the interlocutor emphasized that the one who wounded the group in black was from the Paeon Palace. As soon as he heard the name of the estate, the young man stopped abruptly and, with his mouth open in shock, asked what it could mean and what problems it could cause. The girl said that Seo Moon's comrade had wounded one of the members of Bak Ma's group, and that after he did so, he said he was from Palace. When the young man heard this, he became a little angry and also worried because he finally began to understand how dangerous this could be for the Light Path. Ju Young dared to say out loud what could happen to them if Seo Moon is now on Paekhyun's side and fights for their idea. However, the interlocutor interrupted her in mid-sentence, saying that this was simply not possible because a guy like Seo Moon would definitely not join such evil. The girl agreed with this statement herself, but emphasized that they did not know what state the boy was in and whether he was still angry. The young man looked in front of him and said that even if this is the case, it will not change the fact that the young shooter is a hero for the Namgun family. A minute later, he added that they would do everything to help Seo Moon, and even if he turned away from the bright path, they would still help him. After hearing all that, Ju Young said that she had not yet seen this legendary young man with her own eyes because she had only heard good things from everyone around her. The interlocutor said that if this guy does not return to China and stays in Murim, their history will definitely be rewritten and changed for the better. At this time, the two men of the Dan family met to discuss what to do next after the news they had recently received from the intelligence service. Dan Moon was very upset and didn't know what to do next, because after what his daughter did to Seo Moon, no one respects them or takes them seriously. The brother sitting across from him emphasized that one of their family members was wounded when he went to the forest to collect herbs to make medicine. The man continued to sit there with a serious expression on his face, saying that everyone who would go through something like this would want to take revenge on their offenders. The interlocutor emphasized that if Seo Moon decided to take revenge on the entire Dan family, then what happened a few hours ago was only the beginning of a big trouble. Dan Moon looked down and said sadly that there was nothing anyone could do if the boy decided to go against him and his daughter. And after that, my brother suggested that we should send a person to this guy to take his life before he thinks of harming them. The interlocutor was a little surprised to hear this proposal, so he asked what exactly was meant by sending a person to Seo Moon. But without waiting for an answer, the man said that what happened was retribution for their actions, so he did not even want to think about harming the young man again. The brother continued to insist that this young man should be poisoned with what they had, because he was a very dangerous person for their family. Dan Moon emphasized that they could not do this to the boy again, because this time, no one would forgive them and they would simply destroy him without listening to him. The interlocutor said that when Seo Moon comes to this place, no one even knows what they will face because no one knows what condition the young man is in. And the man said that since they are now fighting against the palace of Paeon, the leader of the righteous coalition will allow their family to avoid the worst scenario. After that, the father asked about his daughter. So he and the brother replied that the girl was at home and spent all her time in a room she hardly ever left. Leaning on the table, Dan Moon closed his eyes and began to say that the young lady was probably worried about Seo Moon's appearance in this place more than anyone else. At that time, the skilled marksman and his wife went to one of the hills where the guy said that they had almost reached Mount Hua. However, after walking a few more meters, the young man suggested that the girl rest a bit before they continued on their way because they had already been walking for a long time. As soon as the girl sat down, it was immediately obvious that she was very tired, so Seo Moon offered to buy a horse to move around on. The wife said with a sweet smile that she felt very well, and then added that she was happy to watch the scenery with her husband. And while she was saying all this, the guy heard the bushes behind him move, so he slowly turned his head in that direction to see what was going on. However, at first he did not see anything, so he continued to watch in case he missed anything and missed the attack on them. Unable to bear this weight, the young man turned to those hiding and asked who they were and why they were afraid to show themselves to him. However, he did not hear an answer, so he began to analyze and realized that one opponent was on the left and two on the right, so there were 3 in total. Taking out his bow and preparing an arrow, Seo Moon again turned to the strangers and said that they really thought he would not notice them, even if they were hidden. So at first he decided to shoot to the left, and then noticed that the man sitting in the tree had dodged his arrow quite cleverly. Not expecting such an outcome, the shooter decided to shoot another arrow to at least wound the stranger, but the latter dodged again. When the so-called attacker realized that he might die, he raised his hands and began to address Seo Moon as his brother, emphasizing that they knew each other. However, the guy did not hear these words because he was just launching a new arrow, which his opponent had to dodge by falling sharply to the ground. Only then did Seo Moon realize who was in front of him, so he warned his friend to be careful, because this arrow is guided by ki energy. The young man quickly got up and began to run away, so he managed to hide behind the trunk where an arrow hit in a matter of seconds and left a large hole. Smiling broadly and loudly, Seo Moon said that the young man himself dared to make such a cruel joke when he did not immediately say who he really was. After a short pause, the shooter said that he immediately realized who the stranger in the tree was, because he could smell the acrid odor of alcohol from 100 miles away. Then 2 more comrades appeared on the right side, sincerely rejoicing to see an old friend who was rumored to have died in the river. Seo Moon also saw them all together and could not contain his joy, but for the first few minutes he stood still and did not move because he did not dare to approach. However, in a matter of seconds, everything changed dramatically, and all the guys began to approach each other to share their impressions and emotions from the meeting. As soon as they were near each other, they began to hug each other and laugh out loud, thanking Seo Moon for surviving the difficult condition. The guys were so focused on their company that they didn't pay any attention to the fact that there was someone else around them because they missed each other so much. However, in an instant, Hyunjo turned his head in the direction of the girl and still asked questions to find out who exactly this young lady was and what she was doing next to his friend. Seo Moon decided not to hide such good news from his friends, so he immediately announced that this beautiful and sweet girl was his official wife. When the guys heard this, they were very surprised, and it could be seen in the expressions on their faces, and the lady who was bowing down decided to introduce herself, Chun Hua. And after that, she said that she had heard a lot of stories about them from her husband, and the guys blushed and began to bow in confusion. Seo Moon approached the young lady and gently hugged her waist and told her that she had saved him after he was wounded, and after a while, they got married. The comrades, huddled together, did not know how to behave in such a situation, so one simply kept silent, another smiled broadly, and the third congratulated them on their marriage. And then something happened that no one in the room expected, because Dan Gyeong, who had been standing there in silence, suddenly remembered Namgun and asked Seo Moon about her. The one who stood closest to the young man began to speak angrily to him, emphasizing that his wife was now standing next to their friend. And of course, after this awkward situation, everyone changed the topic of conversation, and in a few minutes, they were back on the road to get to the place they needed. Walking along the road, Kwak Gom said that he was very surprised when he received the news of his comrade's death, and wanted to attack the Dan family immediately, but was talked out of it. Listening to all these stories, Seo Moon emphasized that he did not want to cause so much suffering to innocent people because he did not want anyone to be upset with him. Hyunjo said that he shouldn't blame himself for what happened because he was the only one who really suffered and went through a very difficult period. And Kwak Gom said that according to rumors that had spread, Seo Moon had already severely punished a member of the Dan family, so he wondered what he was going to do next. With a serious expression on his face, the young man said that debt was created to be repaid, so he was doing what he was doing to pay for what had been done to him. However, he did not give a clear answer as to whether he was going to fight the entire Dan family or whether he was not ready to go to such a big battle for revenge. Dan Gang emphasized that it is a very difficult time because the light path does not want to lose an entire family to the battle with rivals from the dark path. After that, Hyunjo asked questions to clarify what exactly Seo Moon wanted from the Dan family and what plan he had already made to make it happen. The guy immediately answered that one life must pay for another, and then there was a short pause after which the young men asked whose life was going to end. Seo Moon abruptly stopped, illuminated his eyes with a blue light, and angrily said that he wanted to take the life of only Dan So-hee who had abused him. The comrades emphasized that the leader of the Dan Palace would not stand by and just calmly watch his daughter being taken away. And a second later, Hyunjo added that if the elders get scared, a fierce battle could break out in the middle of the brightest path between the allies. After walking a few more meters, one of the young men said that although he understood his situation, he would still take the side of the Dan family in the battle. Then Hyunjo looked in front of him and said that although Seo Moon had done a lot of good and helped him in this fierce battle, no one would save him. The surviving friend said that even if this is the case, he will not avoid the battle because he is not ready to show his weakness to such people. Then my friend asked if the young man really thought he could cope with the righteous coalition on his own, and then clarified that even if he did, what would he get in return? Seo Moon looked in front of him with a serious expression and said that he didn't need anything at all because he only wanted them to feel what he felt. Hyunjo asked whether the battle in which the young man will have to destroy many masters who are not related to the Dan family will bring peace of mind. Without waiting for an answer, the guy added that he would be with people who are very worried about him, but will be forced to be on the side that is against him. When he did not receive an answer, the comrade began to emphasize that Seo Moon would have to fight them as well, since they were now on the side side of the light path. And then the survivor turned his head in the opposite direction and began to think about something intently without saying anything. Then Hyunjo decided to clarify and asked whether Seo Moon would be able to take the lives of his comrades with whom he had gone through so much in a short period of time. Then the guy asked if the young man had thought about his wife and who she would stay with and how she would live if he was killed. The masterful marksman did not answer any of the questions asked. He just looked seriously in front of him and remained silent. Therefore, in the end, Hyunjo said that they understand perfectly well what he had to live through, but what he is about to do will bring him even more suffering. Then Kwak Gom joined the conversation and said that the Dan family has not been in the best position lately because they have all been accused, and because of this, the family leader Dan and his daughter So-hee suffered psychologically, and added that the girl had various nightmares and could not sleep normally at night, and all because their grandfather told these two to take their own lives because they had abused the man who saved his life so cruelly. Even after that, Seo Moon said nothing, his mind interested in the words that two of the Dan family had been offered to kill themselves. Hyunjo added that the man even wanted to punish his son and granddaughter, but was stopped by one of the elders who said that he should not do something he would regret. The rescued young man was pleasantly surprised by the fact that there are still people who clearly understand that what was done to him is unacceptable even for his relatives. But remembering all the words that this adult Mr. Sao Moon had said to him, he was angry because he had spoken so well of the people who had held him captive. Only after that did the young man dare to speak and asked what he should do in this case. Should he just return in peace and pretend that nothing had happened? However, without waiting for an answer, the young man said that he wanted to meet all these people first and then decide what he would do. After that, Hyunjo changed the subject so abruptly that Seo Moon didn't know what to do with himself after asking how his first wedding night after marriage went. Seeing the confusion on his friend's face, the young man continued to say that there was no need to be ashamed of it because everyone already knew what it was about. Dongjung decided to change the subject, so he looked at Seo Moon's back and asked what kind of bow he was carrying, since the last time they saw him, he was carrying a different one. The guy said that he bought it in a gun shop, and it looked pretty good before they started launching energy arrows. After this story, Dan Gang smiled slightly and said that Dan's family had sold the metal bow that their friend had used. This information made Seo Moon very angry, and his eyes glowed red with rage that took over his body and mind. Only after this reaction did my friend realize that he had said something unnecessary, so he abruptly began to cover his mouth with his hands, demonstrating that he had done it completely unintentionally. This time, no one scolded the young man for what he said, only Hyunjo, smiling sincerely, emphasized that the Namgun family now owns the bow. And then the young man began to tell how people from the Namgun family tried to replace the thread, which looked very worn, and they did not succeed. Seo Moon began to worry, so he asked him not to joke with him anymore, because this bow was very old and ready to last as long as he was. That's why it's hard for him to believe that a weapon that had been bent for several thousand years could straighten into a metal straight stick in an instant. The group of travelers stopped abruptly, and Kwak Gom said that they were not joking when they told about it, because the bow really became a straight stick. Seo Moon angrily began to loudly tell the boys to stop, because every joke has its limit, and he was already starting to feel heartbreak from this information. Dan Gang began to smile broadly, saying that his friend might not believe what they told him, but it would not change the fact that it was true. The survivor made a strange grimace and began to say that he would no longer believe a word they said to him after such bad jokes. Hyunjo said, with a serious expression, that he also did not believe it at first, and the whole righteous coalition was shocked, and they believed that the spirit of Seo Moon had entered the weapon. And even a famous man who had been making guns all his life could not explain how this could happen. The only thing he said was that it was a rare type of metal. A day later, he said that such a metal does not exist even in China. So Moon was quite surprised to hear this, so he asked if it was really true. Kwak Gom said with a bewildered expression that it was so strange because when the string was put back in place, the bow curved back to the way it had been before. Then the group continued walking to the palace, discussing all the news that had happened during the period of time when Seo Moon was not with them. In a few hours, they reached the Manhwa faction, where all the people came out to meet such an important and honored guest. It was the first time Hwang Bo-young had seen Seo Moon with his own eyes, so he looked at him with wide eyes as if he were a legend he had only heard about in stories. One of the family leaders, hugging the young man, smiled broadly with joy and said that he was very happy to see him here because he had thought that they would never meet. Namgun Jin, who was standing next to him, folded his hands as if in prayer and greeted the guest with joy, because he also believed very strongly that he had not died and would definitely return. Inviting Sao Moon inside, the leader asked him how he was feeling, and he replied that he had fully recovered and could even walk on his own. Hearing this answer, the man began to smile sweetly again, emphasizing that he was glad to hear this and pleased that he had decided to return to them. Next, Sao Moon met another group of people on his way, who were frozen in place and silently looking at him, looking him up and down with curiosity. The young man realized that they were a little confused, so he smiled slightly and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other in person and talked. Don Seogi felt some guilt towards Sao Moon because of his family, and you could see it in his expression and the way he could not say anything. The guest decided not to put pressure on the young man right now, so he said in a more serious tone that they would talk a little later, when the time was right. And after that, Sao Moon began to move on, greeting people who were sincerely happy to see him back, and even exchanging a few words with some of them. A few meters away, Nam Gun-hai stood with her brother, looking at the guest as if mesmerized, because she still could not believe that he was really alive. At that time, a whole bunch of thoughts were raging in her head, that she was very grateful to God that the person she loved so much had returned. But suddenly these thoughts stopped, because Nam Gun-hai noticed a young lady with Sao Moon, whom she did not know and did not even remember that the young man had a sister. And while they were thinking about it, the surviving boy approached her and looked him straight in the eye, and she no longer noticed anyone around her. Sao Moon, addressing her by her first name, said that he was told that it was she who had saved his metal bow, and therefore he expressed his gratitude to her. Hugging the large bundle she was holding, the girl was a little confused and did not immediately understand what the interlocutor had said to her and what she needed to do. However, in a few minutes, she gathered herself and handed over the bow wrapped in a wrapper, saying that finally the weapon was returning to its true owner. Taking the package in his hands, the young man smiled lightly and once again thanked Nam Gun-hae for protecting him all this time and not forgetting about its value. Looking directly into Sao Moon's eyes, the young lady said with confidence that she was very happy that he had returned to a place where they would be together again. Suddenly, the leader interrupted the conversation and invited the guest to go inside the room because there were many more people who wanted to see him in person. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately bowed low and said that it had been a long time since they had seen this distinguished group of people. The long-bearded gentleman began to shake the boy's hand, smiling loudly with joy, and sincerely welcomed him back, for they had been waiting for him. Then the Buddhist master, Yong-oh, greeted him, because he was impressed by the skills demonstrated by the young man and was very happy to learn that he was alive. After everyone greeted each other, they sat down at the table to have a good lunch and discuss what had happened and what they would do next. A man named Mok raised his eyebrows and said that since everyone was done with greetings, it would be better if they told Sao Moon what they had discussed today. The young man looked at everyone and said that if they really wanted to tell him something, he would be happy to listen and possibly help them in some way. The Buddhist master began to tell him that members of the Dan family were collecting herbs to create an antidote, and during the last gathering, one of the men returned beaten, and the farmers who brought him home said that Sao Moon himself had had a hand in it. After listening to everything, the boy confirmed the truth of the story. Suddenly, Master Hae Jong-poon interrupted the conversation and said that he wanted to put this problem aside for a moment because he had another question to ask. The guest looked at the interlocutor with a confident look and said that he could ask whatever he wanted, and that he was ready to answer honestly and sincerely. Then the gentleman said that in order to protect Judge Dan and the others, that day a soldier, John Doe, went with them to pick herbs and was also seriously wounded. Then the man paused, after which he said that they were sitting here, wondering who it could be, because it became known that it was a man from Paihyeon Palace who came with Sao Moon. After listening carefully to the question, the young man replied that he had also just found out that the guy he was traveling with was from Paihyeon. However, Hae Jong-poon did not believe this answer, so he began to shout in anger and demanded an explanation of how he was connected to the dark path of Paikjeon Palace. But it was not the first time that Sao Moon had been at such a meeting, so he said in a serious tone that the interlocutor had no right to raise his voice and speak in such a tone. The man continued to express himself loudly, and first he said his name, then the name of the faction to which he belonged, and then he said that the wounded young man was his student. The guest put his head down and calmly said that if everyone present wanted to hear the truth, they should believe his words, because he would tell everything now. However, the angry gentleman pointed his finger at the boy and said that he did not need any explanations. He only wanted to know what his relationship was with that guy from Paihyeon. Sao Moon did not hesitate to tell the whole truth in one sentence, and said that he and the boy he was traveling with were brothers. When Haijong-pung heard this answer, he could no longer sit still, and so he jumped to his feet, loudly leaning on the table in front of him with both hands. Suddenly, a bearded gentleman finally intervened in this conversation, slamming his fist loudly on the table and ordering his allies to stop this chaos at the table. Only after these words was the man finally able to control his anger, and, after a few minutes of calming down, he sat down in his seat and just kept quiet so as not to say too much. Then the Buddhist master Yong-o asked him to explain how Seo Moon was related to a guy who came from Paekyeon Palace and injured one of their men. The guest replied that he himself had recently learned that his brother was a member of the Paekyeon Palace, and that it was when he wounded the soldier, Jong-do. This answer again did not satisfy the gentleman who started it all, so he said that it was not an answer, but some kind of complete nonsense with a lot of lies. Then the bald man asked how these two young men could be brothers if they knew nothing about each other and hid certain facts about themselves. Seo Moon replied that when brotherly relations are formed, no one is interested in personalities, and a second later, the young man added that the guy saved his life. The Buddhist master said that since the guest had regained his strength, he should have helped the wounded soldier when he saw what happened to him. The rescued young man was already getting angry that they were starting to load him with such things, so he raised his eyebrows and said that, at that moment, he was busy with another person. After the last word, the door to the room opened abruptly, and the silhouette of the man who had once promised Seo Moon to marry his granddaughter to him appeared. The young man immediately felt the energy of the person who came in, but still began to slowly turn his head to look at the person he trusted so much. The older gentleman said with a joyful expression that he was very happy to see the young man, who, despite all the difficulties, was able to return to their palace. Rising to his feet, Seo Moon bowed low and asked his interlocutor a question to find out how he was feeling. The man could not say anything, and only lowered his head guiltily, and said that he was inviting the boy outside because Dan's family was waiting for him there. As soon as everyone went outside, the old man stood next to the boy and apologized for the mean and cruel way his family members had treated him. The bearded gentleman, addressing Seo Moon, told him to think carefully before making a decision, because this family had also gone through hard times. After that, the boy looked up at Seo-hee and his father, who stood in front of him with their heads down and were silent because they felt guilty. The young man was pleased to see them feel this way, so he smiled broadly and turned to the girl and said that he was very happy to see her again. The young lady was so scared that she could not say anything, and the guy added that he had been waiting for the moment when they could see each other again for 6 months. Finally, the father decided to say that they recognized their mistake and that they had not understood the person and had treated him so cruelly, so they apologized. When Seo Moon heard this clumsy explanation, he initially held back and calmly said that the situation could indeed be a misunderstanding. But then, he couldn't hold back and began to laugh out loud, saying that all people can make mistakes, but the Dan family made such a mistake that they almost destroyed a person. The man, who felt guilty for what had happened, put his head down and said that he had nothing more to say but to apologize. Then another member of Dan's family joined the conversation and said that all their relatives had already regretted what they had done to the young man 1,000 times. The gentleman added that they had suffered all day because they wanted to make amends to Seo Moon, so he hoped that the young man would forgive them. The shooter, illuminating his eyes with a red light, began to speak irritably about how such people, after brutal interrogations, could also suffer from them themselves. In a second, the guy began to tear his outerwear to show his wounds, which seemed to have healed, but the traces of them will remain with him for life. All the people who were in the yard at the time and watched what was happening were shocked to see the body of the young man. They saw that his entire upper body was covered with scars from wounds, and Seo Moon asked if he should be thankful that his face did not become like that. The guy went on to say that he was told that he would not be able to return to martial arts, and because of this, he fell asleep every night thinking about his ideal revenge. But the fact that he saw the image of Seo-hee smiling broadly and wearing a bracelet made of his friend's claws helped him to regain his strength. Then the boy began to tell about a bird whose life was taken away by the Dan family because it tried to stand up for its owner. Then Seo Moon looked each family member in the eye and said that he begged for his animal to be pardoned, but no one wanted to even listen to him. All this time, the young man's wife stood nearby and cried bitterly with her eyes closed because she understood the pain her husband had to endure to come here. Then Seo-hee's father fell to his knees and offered to take his life, and perhaps after that the Dan family would be forgiven and able to continue to exist. The daughter was unable to withstand this tension, so she ran up to her father to help him get to his feet and offer him another option for the development of events. And so, looking up at Seo Moon, the young lady said that he could destroy her, because what happened to him was her fault and no one else's. The young man shone a red light in his eyes and said seriously and menacingly that he would kill the girl without her permission because he believed she was responsible for his suffering. However, the father was not ready for what he would see with his own eyes, so he told the girl to step aside because it was not her business to deal with such cases. However, the girl clearly understood that only her death could save the rest of the family from paying the price for the big mistake she had once made. At that moment, Seo Moon's wife spoke up and asked him to stop because everyone present was sincerely repenting of what he had done, and not everyone could bear the death of a child. After a short pause, the girl said with tears in her eyes that it didn't matter how right he was, because she didn't want to see anyone die here. The young man did not respond to the words, so the lady continued to convince him that she did not even want to think about living without him. This did not work on Seo Moon either, so she took the last chance and said that she did not want to think that a child could grow up without a father. And only this phrase made the young man calm down a little bit. Then he turned his head to the young lady and asked what she meant. The girl could not say anything, only blushed slightly because she was still expecting to have to tell such news in front of so many people. Then the boyfriend began to recall that Chunhua had been looking very weak lately and suggested that the doctor they had visited might have told her about the baby. The three comrades immediately understood what the new young lady meant and began to smile with satisfaction, mentally congratulating Seo Moon on his fatherhood. At that time, the guy came up to his wife and put his hand on her shoulder and asked why she hadn't told him about the news right away, but only now did she tell him. The woman replied that she was not exactly sure, and then asked to end all this revenge right now, and suggested that we just leave the place in peace. Seo Moon began to think that they could leave here without any problems, but he didn't know what to do with the bird that had died protecting him. Suddenly, my grandfather fell to his knees behind me and said with his head down that it was only his fault for entrusting the Dan Palace to such negligent people. The young man quickly approached the elder and leaned over to him, took him by both shoulders, and tried to help him get back to his feet. However, the older gentleman was in no hurry to do so because tears appeared in his eyes, through which he asked Seo Moon to forgive him for what had happened. The guy said in a calm tone that the man had nothing to apologize for because he did not know that his relatives were capable of such cruel acts. So, then the young man asked that the elder be brought into the room so that he could rest, because he was already very nervous. And finally, Seo Moon said that he had thought about it and decided that it would be so, and he would leave here without hurting anyone or taking revenge. The elderly gentleman continued to shed tears and thanked for this decision, while those who were responsible for this development were standing next to him. Then the survivor was approached by his wife, who thanked him for doing the right thing, and the boy said he wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. Before setting off, Kwak Gom approached the couple and handed them a new shirt and offered to put it on since he had torn his own. After getting dressed, Seo Moon approached the leader of the Namgun family and bowed to apologize for his harshness and promised that he would control his emotions better in the future. A bearded elder with a serious expression asked the interlocutor a question to find out where he was going to go now. The guy raised his eyebrows and replied with concentration that he wanted to return to his homeland because it had already been a long enough journey. Suddenly, the three friends said that they were not ready to let the young man go so easily because it had been a long time since their last meeting and they wanted to talk to him. Kwak Gom said, smiling broadly, that if Seo Moon wanted to go, he could go alone because they wanted to talk to Miss Chun Hua. Smiling broadly in response, the survivor said that he had no intention of leaving this place without spending enough time with his friend. And after that, a group of people gathered around each other and began to walk to a place where they could talk calmly about everything they had experienced since they hadn't seen each other. Suddenly, Seo Moon noticed a bird in the sky that looked like his friend who had accompanied him all the way and helped him in any way he could. And then I remembered the expression on So-hee's face when she said during the interrogation that the falcon's claws should be torn out because they might need them later. After these memories, the young man abruptly stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head back to himself and began to get angry because he should have thought of it earlier. So, when he approached the family, Dan asked them if they still had the memorial stone he had heard about a long time ago. One of the men who stood closest and who dared to speak confirmed that they did indeed have a stone that was very important to their family. After that, Seo Moon turned to Seo-hee and said that when she killed his bird, she ordered him to keep the animal's claws because they might still be useful. All those present were quite surprised that the young man remembered this now, because they had already managed to relax, believing that any danger had already passed. When the girl heard these words, she was confused and, in order to cover her open mouth, raised her hand up, where her sleeve fell down and the claws became visible. When Seo Moon saw that she was still wearing them on her hand, he burst into a new wave of emotions that did not allow him to leave the place. At this time, the bald gentleman and the rescued man, Seo Moon, came to the same table to have fun and discuss what was happening. The monk said that he has been feeling very anxious lately because he has heard rumors that Seo Moon has returned alive and is now planning revenge. When he said this news, the man did not see any surprise on the other person's face, and it surprised him a bit, and he asked why there was no reaction. The gray-haired gentleman paused for a moment and said that he just believed in Seo Moon a little more than the rest of the people, so his return was not surprising. The monk agreed that this young man really did not look like someone who would die in his youth, although that was not the problem at the moment. Looking down, the interlocutor clarified that the Mon really wanted to say that the problem now was that Seo Moon had just returned to this place. The men then began to discuss the fact that the surviving young man would not be able to let everything go unpunished, and therefore he would definitely get even with the Dan family. Suddenly, the gray-haired gentleman said that even so, he still needed to find a young man with such a pure heart, and emphasized that he believed in his kindness. The monk was still a little worried because he realized that Somun's martial art was very unusual, and if he got angry, many people could get hurt. Then the interlocutor said that they should send a monk named Mumu to join the righteous coalition, because Seo Moon would not be able to defeat the guardian warrior himself. However, the bald gentleman said that we shouldn't forget that a guardian warrior is not an omnipotent person, so it may happen that he won't stop Seo Moon. As soon as the gentleman finished speaking, the gray-haired man began to laugh out loud, telling him not to fill his head with nonsense, and instead to follow the game they were playing. When the monk began to stare at the board, he was shocked to see how it happened that they currently had an equal number of losses and wins. Suddenly, in an instant, the two men felt something rather strange, and they were alarmed by the fact that they had never felt anything like this before in this place. The bald gentleman approached the railing and began to stare into the distance, saying that there was a disaster on Mount Hao, because there was a very powerful surge of energy. After a short pause, the older gentleman said that he had to go to that place and check for himself what could have happened there, that the energy had reached even them. At this time, Seo Moon began to smile slyly and looked at Seo Hee and began to accuse her of lying about her repentance for what she had done to him. Seeing this jewelry on his hand, Seo Moon said that the Dan family does not want him to leave this place in peace because Seo Hee still wears a claw bracelet. The guy then smiled and said that his bird was laughing at him now because he had backed down so quickly after receiving several apologies. The family leader was frightened, saying that it was some kind of misunderstanding, and therefore waited for the young man to calm down and leave the place. However, the young man did not intend to leave, but wanted to find out why his bird's claws were still on the girl's hand, and why she did not take them off after such an apology. Without waiting for an answer, Seo Moon began to walk closer to his offenders, but suddenly his wife appeared on his way and intended to stop her husband. The guy highlighted his eyes with a red light and said that if the girl loved him, he should step aside because he did not want to lose her like a falcon. The young lady hesitated for the first few minutes, hoping that Seo Moon would calm down and they could leave the place without any fights. But then I realized that this would not happen, so I went to my three comrades and covered my face with my hands and began to cry bitterly in despair. Before he got to the girl and her father, Seo Moon dealt with a group of men who had once done him some harm. John Hamm began to shout angrily that it was complete nonsense if a young man wanted to destroy an entire family just to take revenge for an animal. So, the man then suggested that the boy should get out of here. But he did not pay any attention to these words because he was already focused on Seo Hee. John, pointing at the possible threat, turned to the soldiers behind him and told them not to stand still, but to detain the attacker. Jong Man, who appeared on Seo Moon's path, said that if he did not retreat now, they would not hear any more pleas for mercy. When the interlocutor realized that the boy was not going to retreat, he began to think that if he could destroy him, he would become famous throughout the continent. In addition, Seo Moon is known for his archery, but he is not so good at close combat with a sword, so he decided to fight first. The guy didn't really want to waste time dealing with this Jong Man, so he asked him to step aside as quickly as possible in a serious tone. But he was not going to do it, and only gritted his teeth and said that the guy should try to force him to leave because he would not do it himself. As soon as the man finished the last word, Seo Moon appeared in front of him in 1 second, with such a speed that it was hard to guess how he did it. Then the young man grabbed his opponent by the throat and lifted him up a little, asking if he really wanted to die now or if he would change his mind. When Jong Gam saw what was happening, he could not stand by, so he turned to Seo Moon in anger and told him to let his ally go in a commanding tone. Seeing no reaction to his words, the man sent his men to simultaneously attack the offender and free his ally from captivity. The skillful marksman, illuminating his eyes with a red light, said that John Hamm also wanted to fight him, so he was ready to accept the challenge. Immediately after that, the young man launched the man he was holding in front of him with such force that he simply flew away, unable to save himself from falling. After that, John Hamm began to think that Seo Moon is about 10 years younger than his ally, but his strength and abilities are clearly superior. Therefore, he realized that he had to be very careful, because if he was distracted, the reputation of his faction would collapse in an instant. During the first clash, everyone around was watching the battle and who was using what techniques to win. Suddenly, the battle stopped, and Seo Moon looked at his opponent and emphasized that he would not defeat him with the techniques he was using. And after saying that, he sharply raised his hands in the air, shone his eyes with a red light, and shouted that he was going to use his special skill of spreading the U of Mount Tai. When John Hamm saw small red lights flying at him from different directions, he quickly dodged and retreated back with slow steps. The only one who decided to intervene in all this chaos was a bearded elder who, with his mouth wide open, ordered everyone to stop quickly. However, Seo Moon did not comply with this order. He stopped only when he had killed his opponent, who was too confident in his abilities. When the bearded gentleman saw this, he froze in place in shock, because what Seo Moon did crossed a line that neither he nor anyone else should cross. Because it is when one of the factions is threatened that the other 9 unite to deal with the offender once and for all, without waiting for anything. And it was after this incident that 5 large families gathered in one bush to unite their forces against a common enemy who had already harmed them. Seo Moon's 3 comrades began to worry because the family leaders began to draw their swords as they realized that they were ready to fight. This did not frighten the shooting master, who turned to Sohee and her father with a smile and asked if they were telling the truth when they said they regretted everything. Suddenly, a young man named Guok Hua appeared in front of Seo Moon and told him that he would not be able to get to the Dan family because all 9 factions would not let him. When the survivor saw his opponent, he realized that he was the brother of one of his comrades, who was still in the same group behind him. Looking at his friend, the young man concluded that he did not want to fight with this guy, so he turned his head to the side and asked him to leave. However, Guok Hua was not prepared for this, so he decided to find out what happened to Seo Moon's mood, that he changed his plan so abruptly and now retreated. And everything changed because a friend communicated with Seo Moon in his mind and asked him not to destroy his brother, and he agreed not to upset his friend. However, while they were talking, the enemy had already prepared and even launched the first attack, but it missed the target because the survivor managed to jump away. People watching this battle could not understand how Seo Moon could be so skillful with a sword, because none of the people present knew about his skills. Guok Hua himself realized that he lacked speed in this battle, so, preparing for the next attack, he decided that he would try a new technique. As soon as the leaders realized what one of their allies was going to do, they were a little surprised that he would dare to do such a thing at his level. And then the real action began to take place on the battlefield, where Seo Moon stood still and watched his opponent try to destroy him. However, he was not even going to dodge or run away because he knew that he would definitely survive this clumsy attack against him. The elders quietly began to rejoice at the fact that their colleague was using the tactic of Seo Moon, blocking the road and not giving them a chance to escape. But the expression on the face of the skillful shooter did not show that he was worried about himself and his life, because he looked quite calm. And suddenly, he said that speed was his element, and after that the whole storm stopped abruptly, and the guys began to discuss fighting techniques at a distance. The only thing that people who did not hear anything did not understand was why these 2 simultaneously lowered their swords and did not continue the battle they had started. And while they were thinking about it, Seo Moon managed to quickly pick up a sword that was lying nearby and put it to his opponent's head. After that, he immediately said that he had lost, and the skilled archer emphasized that this battle showed a very good art of swordplay. Guok Hua agreed with this statement, and then added that if we mastered this art to the end, it would be better, and then asked what the name of the opponent's art was. And Seo Moon said, without hiding anything, that this is an unsurpassed sword of triple unity, where the first stance was used, the safe blade. The opponent repeated this great name and said that it suited the survivor, and then said that one day he would definitely surpass him in battle. Seo Moon said that if he manages to get out of this place alive today, he will wait for their next fight to decide the winner. So after that, the guy began to attack the group of soldiers who were closest to him, and he even managed to kill several of them with a single blow. As soon as the fight broke out, the rest of the soldiers began to run at the offender in order to protect their leaders from possible attacks. But since they attacked in small groups, Seo Moon was able to deal with them quite well, because then each attacker has a few seconds. The grandfather, who promised to marry his granddaughter to Seo Moon, was shocked to say the least, so he held his face and shouted loudly what all these people were doing. At this time, the Buddhist monk lined up his students to defend themselves in case the survivor decided to attack their group. Suddenly, Namgun Hai appeared behind him and destroyed one of the soldiers who was about to strike Seo Moon from behind, and she did it so that her family's hero would not die. This act made everyone around them stop, because no one expected anyone to stand up for the attacker while he was fighting their ally. Then the bearded gentleman and his family said that if something threatened the life of this child, they would definitely take part in the battle. The Buddhist monk had a slightly different opinion, because he was convinced that they all had to work together to fight the palaces of Bayon. However, other leaders were a little bit different, because they thought that they could not just stand by and watch what was unfolding here. So suddenly one of the men turned to Seo Moon and told him in a serious tone that he would not leave this place alive after what he had done. The young man did not want to answer anything, because he knew that after such an attack, no one would let him go and let him continue his life in peace. Of course, one of the main leader's students thought it was a kind of humiliation to fight with the young man, but he simply could not let his teacher down. Raising his sword to eye level, Ilgan Chenin said he was ready to support those who would fight Seo Moon to deal with. Immediately afterwards, 3 warriors simultaneously began to attack the skilled archer in order to prevent him from catching his breath and resting. Watching the incredible battle, Huang Chong turned to his men and told them to watch carefully, because this can be seen only once every hundreds of years. Immediately after that, the man shouted that he could no longer just stand there and watch. So he took out his weapon and began to move quickly to the epicenter of the battle. Seo Moon managed to repel the man's attack, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his right side, and from there, he took out a claw that Seo He had thrown at him. Turning his gaze back, he saw the girl there, and began to prepare his bow to shoot an arrow, and all the leaders became very worried. The guy did not pay attention to any words that were spoken in his direction. He was focused on his weapon and on the fact that he was preparing to shoot an arrow at his offender. As soon as a few energy arrows were fired, Seo He's father shouted loudly to her to beware and run away if possible. This is exactly what the young lady began to do, because no matter how brave she seemed at first glance, she was still very worried about her life. At some point, a father appeared on her path, and with his sword up, saved his daughter from an arrow that was flying at her at breakneck speed. Seo Moon was so passionate about his revenge that he raised his sword up in the air, used force, and shouted for everyone to get out of his way immediately. In a matter of seconds, the young man was enveloped in all his energy, which glowed with blue light and gave him a certain advantage over his rivals. Then he began to direct the flow of his energy forward and swept away everything that was in the way, so people began to hide behind stone structures. The gray-haired Buddhist master and Mumu watched the scene, and could not understand what kind of martial art of such powerful force it was. The bearded leader of the Namgun family, holding on to the tree trunk, emphasized that such power could not belong to a human being, so it was not for nothing that rumors about it were circulating. Seo Moon had only one target at the moment, Seo He, whom he immediately found among the destroyed buildings, and began to slowly fly towards her. As soon as he was a few meters away from the young lady, he smiled sarcastically and said that at the moment, there were no people who could stop it. Leaning against a wooden pole, the girl did not respond to these words because she saw that there were no people around to help her escape. For a few minutes, Seo Moon just stood there and watched Seo He's reaction, and he was able to conclude that he saw words in her eyes that asked for mercy. But he went on to say that he knows the feeling of begging for mercy with all your heart, but at the same time, knowing in your mind that this cannot happen. So, then he drew his eyebrows together and said that he was ready to break the girl's legs just like she had done to his best friend, the bird. And without thinking twice, he stepped on the girl's foot and began to press hard on it, which of course caused a lot of pain, and the young lady began to squirm. After that, Seo Moon hit Sohee in the face so that she turned around and fell to the ground because she was unable to stand on her feet after everything that had happened. Then the young man came up and stepped on the girl's wrist and angrily said that he was ready to break her upper limbs, just like they did with the falcon's wing. At that moment, a Buddhist monk approached the attacker and told him to stop because he was too obsessed with his revenge and they would be forced to stop him. After the words were spoken, several students of the monks flew closer to the young man and surrounded him from all sides, putting their sticks forward to defend themselves. However, this did not frighten Seo Moon. He looked around and began to smile broadly, demonstrating that he was not afraid of them all. A few minutes later, he became more serious, saying that he knew all his capabilities anyway, so he realized that he wouldn't even have to sweat here. However, for the first few minutes, he stood silently in his seat in order to develop a plan according to which he would destroy these monk students one by one. So, he then illuminated his eyes with blue light and mentally addressed himself, saying that he would now see how strong these guys were. And the first thing he did was to send a stream of energy in front of him to see if they could withstand it and if they needed to use something stronger. After the application, the dust settled a bit, and it became noticeable that the soldiers still continued to stand in their places, with their sticks forward for protection. At that time, the bald man Mumu and the gray-haired gentleman were hiding behind a stone structure and discussing who would win the battle. Gray-haired said that Seo Moon is not in the best shape right now, and because of this, he could die, so they have to figure out how to stop this fight altogether. After a few minutes of reflection, the monk turned to his best student, Mumu, and told him to go to the elders and ask them to stop the fight. At that very moment, the monk students had already come close to Seo Moon and were moving in a circle, waiting for the right opportunity to attack the young man. Suddenly, an old man appeared from a distance, promising to give his granddaughter to the masterful archer, and saying that he had something to say to So-hee. The survivor did not interfere with the elder. He simply stood still and began to follow the man as he slowly and carefully moved toward the girl. So-hee sat down near the column and waited for the grandfather to take pity on her and help her escape from the hands of the one who had already done so much harm to her. However, when he approached, the grandfather got down on one knee and with tears in his eyes began to ask the young lady to forgive him for what he was about to do. And in a matter of seconds, the grandfather used his strength to take the girl's life himself, because all this chaos around him could not go on. When Seo Moon saw what was happening, he was just as shocked as the rest of the people, because he did not expect anyone from the Dan family to do such a thing. When So-hee's father saw what had happened to his daughter, he opened his mouth wide and began to address his grandfather angrily. The elder picked up the body of his granddaughter and said that it all started because of their family, and since he was the eldest, he had to resolve the issue personally. The leader of the Namgun family turned a blind eye to the fact that everything ended so badly and was very sorry that there were still people killed in the fight. Then the eldest member of the family, Dan, slowly approached his son and emphasized that this is what can happen when you treat important issues negligently. Then the man added that this moment would be the end of all their quarrels with Seo Moon, because it was his decision to marry that caused such an unpleasant situation. Therefore, the elder emphasized to his son that he should not even think about any revenge, and the gentleman looked down and agreed with his father's word. Then the elder gentleman turned to Seo Moon and said that if everything had happened as it should have, his Dan family would have become the strongest of the 9 clans. After a short pause, the man looked at his granddaughter and said that he was so ashamed in front of his family's ancestors for missing such a good chance for a strong family. And because of this, he asked Seo Moon whether, after what happened, it was possible to forget about revenge, and consider that all the problems between them had been resolved once and for all. The young man looked down sadly and replied that he agreed that the problem between them could be considered resolved after the destruction of his offender. Suddenly, Jong Nam joined the conversation and said, with his eyebrows raised, that he did not agree with this decision at all, because he could not forget what had happened to his students. Everyone standing nearby slowly began to turn their gaze to the man who was expressing his opinion, and were clearly unhappy that he was saying it out loud. Seeing such a reaction from the allies, Jong Nam asked them a question to find out if they really wanted to turn a blind eye to the number of people who died today. The elder of the family, Dan, asked counter questions about whether the man had not had enough and wanted to start a battle so that there would be even more dead. And finally, the gentleman threatened that if Jong tried to make even one wrong move, the last second of his entire clan's existence would come at that very moment. The leader of the Namgun family further emphasized that if this vicious circle is not broken, many future generations will be involved in a feudal battle. Then the man paused for a moment and said that he hoped to understand that each subsequent death would not bring any benefit to anyone. Finally, after everyone had calmed down, Seo Moon's wife appeared on the horizon and addressed him to clarify whether everything was really over. The guy said he wanted to leave the place as soon as possible, and the girl agreed, saying she was glad that everything was finally cleared up and they could leave. Suddenly, Mumu appeared behind him, folded his hands as if in prayer, and greeted Seo Moon, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. When the survivor turned his head and saw who was talking to him, he was a little surprised because there were people like the monk in this place. Mumu then turned to the Buddhist monk and said that his teacher had ordered the elders to immediately stop the battle in which Seo Moon was participating. The master archer was shocked that the great monk was also here, but for some reason did not show himself, and suggested that it might be because of his behavior. Then the Buddhist monk said that even a divine guardian like Mumu would not be able to defeat Seo Moon, so it was decided to stop all this chaos. All those who were present and heard this fact with their own ears were surprised and could not believe that the divine guardian of Shaolin was weaker than Seo Moon. At this point, Mumu was told that his teacher, a great monk, wanted to meet a young man, so he should follow him now because he would guide him. Suddenly, after these words were spoken, Hyunjo joined the conversation, saying that he also wanted to go with his friend to greet the great monk. No one objected to this desire, so in a matter of seconds a group of people began to follow Mumu, who was walking confidently toward them. At the Dragon Temple, Seo Moon received first aid by bandaging the wound he received from Seo Hee when she threw a sharp claw at him. The great monk did not want to accept gratitude for the medicine he had used for the young man because he was sure that jars of herbs should be used on occasion. Suddenly, a gray-haired man who had once been saved by Seo Moon also expressed his opinion, saying that this medicine could quickly heal his wounds. Therefore, the guy does not have to worry about his ability to work, because in a few days, he will feel exactly the same as before. Everyone present was happy that it ended this way, because if it had continued, it would have had a very unpleasant end for everyone present. After listening to everything carefully, Seo Moon sincerely thanked for the treatment of his wounds and emphasized that after that, he began to feel a little better. Then the majestic monk turned his gaze to the girl standing next to the surviving young man and asked if she was really his wife. When the young lady heard that it was about her, she immediately bowed low, with her hands folded as if in prayer, and told us her name, Chun Hua. The two men, a monk and a gray-haired gentleman named Gong Yang, smiled sweetly in return, and complimented the girl saying that she was very beautiful. Then Hyunjo bowed low and smiled broadly, saying that he was very happy to meet the great monk of the mainland in person. The older gentleman began to smile so broadly that his eyes were almost invisible, and in response he said that he was glad to meet such a young man. After the greetings during the tea party, everyone was curious about the name of the martial art used by Seo Moon during the sword fight. The guy said that this martial art is called the Triple Unity of the Sword, and Gong Yang said that it was simply the greatest thing he had ever seen. Suddenly, the majestic monk remembered that there were rumors that his gray-haired friend Gong wanted to teach his art to a professional like Seo Moon. The friend did not like the fact that this topic came up during such a sincere conversation, so he emphasized that he was ready to pay back his offenders soon. However, the monk knew that this would not happen soon, so he said loudly, smiling, that Gun should not worry because he still believed him, no matter what he said. However, while taking another sip of tea, the monk mockingly said that his friend was overconfident in his abilities after being betrayed. Hyunjo, watching this conversation, began to smile broadly, asking if it was time to end all the disputes that had started. The monk began to laugh and loudly express his joyful emotions, and then said that this was not an argument, but rather he was telling the truth to his friend. Guyan could hardly contain his anger, so he angrily drew his eyebrows together and emphasized that he would soon show his full potential. Suddenly, Seo Moon's friend turned to him and asked if his grandfather was familiar with martial arts masters and if he was also a martial artist. The young man who survived began to smile loudly after the question, and when he was able to calm down, he asked if his grandfather knew the masters well. The interlocutor was a little surprised by this reaction, so he began to clarify what he had said that was so funny and whether there was anything wrong with his question. Then Seo Moon calmed down and said in a serious tone that it was not his grandfather because he had met this Mr. Changwon when he was on his way to pick up his bride. Hyunjo began to shake his head from side to side because he hadn't expected the truth to be so shocking that he wouldn't even know how to react to it. Seeing this surprise on his comrade's face, Seo Moon continued to surprise him and told him not to be so shocked because he knew the man himself. In such a panic, the comrade could not think of anything, so the survivor began to push the young man to tell him that the gray-haired gentleman had just told him his real name. And after all that was said, everyone at the table fell silent and waited for the young man to come to the right conclusion. As Hyunjo picked up his tea, he began to recall how the old man introduced himself, and in a few seconds, he managed to repeat the name of the gentleman sitting opposite him. Then the guy took a few sips and began to repeat the name out loud, saying that he had heard it somewhere before, but could not remember it so quickly. Suddenly, after about 5 minutes, the young man changed dramatically in his face and said with wide eyes that this old man was the leader of the Paeon Palace. Seo Moon finally waited for his friend to figure it out, and then when he heard the correct answer, he confirmed his companion's guess. Then the survivor emphasized that the rumors about the death of this leader were false because all those who have now seized the Paeon Palace do not know that this gentleman is alive. Then Seo Moon said that he saved this old man by taking care of him, and then looked at his wife and added that it was she who saved him. Hyunjo could not properly digest what he had just heard, and it was immediately obvious from his expression that he was still in a state of shock. Smiling sincerely, the friend said that such coincidences can happen quite often in life, so he emphasized that no one knows what the future may hold. After receiving this answer, his friend calmed down and asked Seo Moon what he was going to do next and what his plans were for the near future. The young man looked in front of him and said that his plans had not changed at all because he still wanted to return to his homeland to live there. However, the majestic monk interrupted the survivor and asked him to postpone these plans for a while because they would need his help in the near future. Seo Moon did not immediately understand what the older gentleman was referring to, so he asked again, and the man told him that the light path needed such a skilled marksman. As soon as he heard about this offer, he began to deny that he had the slightest desire to fight with anyone after what happened to him. However, the monk was not in the mood to receive a negative answer, so he emphasized that the boy had wounded their strongest warrior in the last battle. After that, the man said that he was not asking the young man to participate in the fight, but to stay in this place to protect him from possible attack. Seo Moon did not respond to this request, but instead turned to his friend who came with him and asked him how their two other friends were feeling. Hyunjo was confused because he did not know what to say to this question, because he had left the battlefield very early and did not know what condition the two were in. But a minute later, he added that the masters and leaders of these guys were slightly injured during the battle, so they will most likely choose their side. When Seo Moon received this information, he was a little upset and said that he was 100% sure that the two were angry with him for what he had done. Henjo agreed with this statement and then added that the guys might be grateful that the survivor did not go all the way to the end and stopped halfway. Suddenly, there was a short pause between all those present, which was broken by Seo Moon, who sadly said that he had caused so many people so much pain. So then he turned to his wife and apologized, telling her that their plans would change a bit and they would stay in this place for a while. At this time, a meeting between the military advisor and the leader was taking place in the headquarters of Paeon Palace, where they discussed the fact that Seo Moon had come to Mount Hua. Therefore, there is a high probability that their situation may worsen, so the counselor hopes that there are smart people in the bright path who will stop the fight. The leader agreed with this, and then said that they also had a trump card named Huang Ya, who had recently returned to the palace from his trip. The interlocutor confirmed that the young man had returned, and then added that he had heard rumors that the young man had tied himself to Seo Moon by the bond of brothers. When the older gentleman heard this information, he could not help but laugh out loud, because for him, such a relationship is a kind of nonsense, not a real relationship. The military advisor agreed that this was complete nonsense, because even if these two were to become friends, they would be on two different sides of the battlefield. And after a short pause, the advisor said that lately he had been worried about whether their warrior Huang Ya could be a worthy rival for Seo Moon himself. However, the leader was not satisfied that such a great warrior was being humiliated by such words, so he asked the interlocutor how well he knew the young man. And then, without waiting for an answer, he said that Huang Ya had been practicing the martial art of Wan Ro since he was a child and was now at a high level. That's why no one in the Paeon Palace knows how strong this guy is and what kind of capabilities he has to withstand any opponent. Then the leader paused for a moment and added that even he himself did not know this, so it could even be assumed that Huang Ya could surpass even him. The advisor listened carefully to all this information and made a strange expression on his face because he could not believe that this young man could be so strong. The leader got to his feet and saw the expression on the interlocutor's face and began to smile broadly, saying that it was really quite difficult to believe. And then he asked a question to find out if Elder Wanro. One had been informed that Huang Ya had already returned from his long trip to the mainland. The man replied that he immediately sent a message to all the people, so there is a high probability that they are already halfway to the palace to meet. But the leader said that the counselor was wrong, because this elder would immediately go to Mount Hua without even discussing the plan of action with the people in the palace. The military advisor was a little shocked by such self-confident action because they are usually used to drawing up a plan before doing something big. However, the interlocutor did not get upset at all. He just began to smile mysteriously, saying that he was interested to see what would happen next. And then he explained that this Elder One Ro made his name known because he was quite good at archery and the martial art of the sword. Although this elder has retired, he returns to fight another young master of the bow, despite a 20-year rest. Then the leader lifted his head high and said that he was ready to walk to Mount Hua in order to see what was going to happen. Then, putting his hands behind his back, the man emphasized that he was very upset that he would not be able to see this legendary battle with his own eyes because he would not have time to get there. The advisor listened carefully and began to think about the consequences of this battle and what they should prepare now for their safety. Suddenly, the chief said that he was sure that the elder would win, but for some reason he had a wild desire to help Seo Moon. My interlocutor was a little shocked by this statement, but then the boss said, smiling, that it was probably nature's way of worrying about losers. However, in his mind, the counselor disagreed that Seo Moon was a failure because he was able to destroy an entire Bloodbow squad on his own, so he should not be underestimated. At that time, Huang Ya was training in the backyard of the palace, and he was so focused on his techniques that he didn't notice anyone around him. And suddenly, at some point, he was approached by the commander-in-chief, who came over to greet him and ask him how he felt after the trip. Without waiting for the answer to the first question, the man immediately asked the next one about how they should understand the news that Huang Ya had linked himself to Seo Moon. The young man looked down and said that it happened because he had saved his life one day after seeing the state of Seo Moon. The interlocutor did not think he would receive such an answer, so he asked in surprise how fate could create such a bad joke that brought such consequences. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by one of the aides to the commander-in-chief, who said that a message had come from people watching Mount Hua. After reading the content of the message, the man suggested that Huang Ya read it as well, so that he could realize that this Seo Moon was indeed a very strong opponent. When the boy started reading, he said that he himself was wondering what would happen when his friend started a battle with a group of powerful monks. The commander-in-chief assumed that the great Shaolin monk knew that his disciples and Seo Moon were equal in strength and that none of them would win, so he did not allow the duel. Then the assistant emphasized that they can take advantage of the opportunity when many good soldiers of the light path are wounded and will not be able to fight back with dignity. The main gentleman was in no hurry to agree to this idea, so he first approached Huang Ya and asked him what he thought about the decision. The young man said in 1 second that he agreed with everything the chief warrior said, and was therefore ready to target this weak point of the opponents. At first, the interlocutor was a little surprised by the speed of the decision, but then he was happy to receive support from Huang Yi himself. At this point, the aide emphasized that this was a very good chance to achieve victory while minimizing their losses among the army of soldiers they had managed to assemble. Then the man said that if the commander-in-chief ordered him, he was ready to personally lead the soldiers who would be the first line of attack on the mountain. Huang Ya, smiling slightly, emphasized that if Seo Moon participated in this battle, their victory could not be guaranteed so easily. A minute later, he added that if he were to make the decision, he would attack only when this skilled marksman would set off on his way to return home. The main warrior agreed with this statement, so the assistant had no choice but to join the decision of these two respected people. At this time, a gray-haired old man dressed in white clothes and carrying a beautiful large bow with several arrows on his back was already walking along the forest paths. The man sitting in the ambush could not understand who this strange old man was, who did not look like a local and was going to hunt in such formal clothes. Suddenly, at the end of these reflections, the gray-haired old man turned his head to the person watching him and told him to come closer to him. However, when the young man heard these words, he quickly hid behind the bushes, and the older gentleman looked at that place and asked questions to find out why the man was trembling with fear. Then the observer abruptly got to his feet and shouted that he was not trembling at all, and that he had crouched down because something had fallen and he had to pick it up. Next, my grandfather asked questions to find out if Seo Moon was still on Mount Hua, or if he had already gone somewhere else. The interlocutor was a bit surprised by this question, so he replied with wide eyes that, according to his information, the shooter was still on Mount Hua. The gray-haired gentleman thanked me for the answer, and said in a serious tone that the man could go wherever he needed to go, because he was no longer needed. The observer remained in place and watched the old man heading towards the mountain, until the man realized who he was, and why he was asking about Seo Moon. The man had to spend the first few minutes processing the information, and then he quickly ran to his home to tell the elders about the meeting. After a few hours of traveling, my grandfather arrived at the place he needed to go, but security guards stopped him at the very entrance. In order to get the man to say his name and explain the purpose of his visit, the grandfather put his hands behind his back and said that he wanted to meet with the Supreme Elder. The older warrior asked how he could address the guest, but the old man had already passed him with a frantic speed because he was tired of answering questions. After that, all the guards began to rush to one place in order to search for an unknown man who managed to get inside the palace. The leader of the group, the Blood Demon, came out to the noise in the yard to find out what could have happened and why the noise was so loud. While they were telling him about the stranger, the old man showed up himself and addressed the leader of the group, as if he had known him for a long time. When the man heard the voice addressing him and turned his head to see the guest, he was quite surprised, but at the same time he addressed the gentleman as an elder. He then quickly knelt down on one knee, folded his hands as if in prayer, and greeted the older gentleman by saying his name, Sam Hu. The rumors of the arrival of the unknown man reached the commander-in-chief, who also came out to the yard to greet the guest. The grandfather slowly turned his head to another interlocutor and emphasized that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that he had changed a lot. Then all the main men gathered in a room to drink tea and discuss the pressing issues, including the grandfather who had recently arrived. Chen Su, smiling happily, began to clarify whether the gentleman had come to meet a young man rumored to be a skilled marksman. Another gentleman who was present at the meeting emphasized that very soon this young man wants to go on a trip to return to his homeland. Hu himself did not respond to all these words, but instead turned to the young man who had been enrolled in the same university as Seo Moon and asked him why he had done so. The young man decided that he would not lie to the elder, so he looked down and said that it was really true and that it was a coincidence. The elder did not condemn this act because he was interested in whether Seo Moon's abilities could match his during their fight. The young man smiled sweetly and said that if the gentleman remained at the same level as 20 years ago, the young shooter would definitely surpass him in skill. This answer surprised my grandfather, because he did not expect to hear such a thing, but without showing it, he said that according to the stories, this young man was a very interesting person. Suddenly, the interlocutor added that the elder could get into big trouble if he was not careful during a personal meeting with Seo Moon. A gray-haired man rubbing his long beard began to laugh loudly, saying that maybe this young man should be careful with him. At this time, a small meeting was also held in the palace on Mount Hao to discuss important issues related to their safety and protection measures. When Ju Young heard what the observer who came running from the forest said, she immediately began to think about who the man who was traveling near them could be. When the man heard that this gentleman had taken over his mind when he met him, he was shocked that he did not know a person with such abilities, and that this was the first time he had seen him. Then the leader of the Namgun family joined the conversation and began to clarify whether there was a bow with several arrows behind the stranger's back. The observer recalled everything for a few seconds and then said that the unknown gentleman did indeed have a red curly bow with arrows on his back. The bearded leader said that he could think of only one person who could capture someone else's mind and still wield a bow. The other members of the meeting, after summarizing, realized that this gentleman was the king of the bow, Sama Hu, but they did not understand why he appeared at that moment. At that time, Seo Moon, along with the majestic monk and the rescued man, sat at the table and discussed topics of interest while sipping tea. At some point, Hyunjo joined them and said that everyone on Mount Hua was worried about the rumors that Sama Hu himself had returned to his homeland. The majestic monk had never heard this name before, so he began to ask who this man was and why everyone was so worried because he had just returned home. An old friend of the man's was a little surprised that these people had never heard of such a famous gentleman as Sama Hu, and therefore spoke out about it. So, the first thing he did was to ask Seo Moon a question to find out if he even knew about the Onion King, or if he had never heard of him before. The young man replied that he was not from this place, so he could not know about the legends who once demonstrated their skills in various types of martial arts here. Then everyone turned to Hyunjo, asking about this king of the bow, and the guy said that this man made himself popular in China by demonstrating his archery. Then the conversation continued in the vein of the Murim masters, one of whom is a descendant of the Dan family, and the other was the leader of the Mokdok Moon. But among these two was one who was skilled with a bow, and did not use a sword or poison at all, but did not have time to gain much fame because he became known only at the age of 40. Seo Moon was very interested in this story, so he wanted to find out for himself who else was one of the legendary 5 who used to be famous in these places. The gray-haired gentleman said that there was another man who had mastered everything related to hand-to-hand combat, and was someone who was just perfectly skilled in various techniques with a sword. Then the rescued man turned his gaze to Mumu and asked him what he would say about Hom Son's skills, since he had the opportunity to meet him once. The young man, after a short pause, said that when he fought Zhang Shi, the sword art of this gentleman was truly perfect because no one could surpass him. The gray-haired man went on to emphasize that the name of Hom Son is not as well known as the others precisely because he was unable to surpass the master of the clique who was able to reach a high level. Later, the man began to tell how each of the 5 had achieved the fact that they were considered masters of their craft in the area. Suddenly, Hyunjo interrupted the story and said that as far as he knew, Gom Sung and the King of the Blade had never fought each other, so it was unknown who was stronger. The interlocutor said that this match took place about 10 years ago, but since Hamsan lost, the people who were present were very cold to the result. The young man was shocked by the fact that such great events were really happening, but only a small circle of people knew about them, and no one spoke about them in public. After a moment's pause, the rescuer said that all but the King of Stones and the King of Poison were elders of the palace called Pa Haeon, and so Hyunjo was surprised to find out that if this was true, then the powers of Paehyun must be much greater than what the Light Path currently has. After listening to the whole story and analyzing it, Seo Moon said that 2 of these masters have more power than the Poison King, and therefore he is the weakest. The gray-haired gentleman agreed with this assumption, but then emphasized that there are no people who can compete with these elders in their specialty. The man went on to say that no one still knows which of the 5 is the strongest, because each of them is trying to show that their specialty is the best. Finally, the survivor added that the battle between these people is simply useless because they know each other's weaknesses and therefore have no desire for a fight. But the talk about these people did not end there, because the gray-haired gentleman was so enthusiastic that he wanted to tell us why the Swordmaster had no title. And as soon as he saw the interest in the eyes of the young men, he said that it was because at that time, there was no one who was skilled in swordplay. Suddenly, Seo Moon intervened in this conversation because he was listening attentively and could not understand why the man did not talk about his past and his powers at all. And the man began to tell me that one day he had a duel with the King of the Bow, but he thinks he was able to defeat him only because he gave in to him. And finally, the gray-haired gentleman said that at the end of their meeting, they had tied themselves to fraternal ties that had not been broken for many years. Seo Moon wondered what his interlocutor thought in case he had to fight this man again, and whether he would be able to win. The rescued man looked at a single point and confidently said that he would not lose for sure, and that was because he was a few years younger than the King of the Bow. Then the skilled archer and his wife decided to set off on a journey to get to his homeland as soon as possible. But a few kilometers behind them was a gray-haired man who said that the boy would not be able to get away so easily because the King of the Bow would definitely find him. And all because this man will definitely want to measure his strength and skill, so he will look for the young man about whom everyone is talking. Suddenly, a few meters ahead, 2 young men came out from behind a tree and began waving and addressing Seo Moon, emphasizing that they had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as he approached the 2, he folded his hands as if in prayer and asked for forgiveness for behaving so badly with their leaders during the last meeting. Kwak Gom, smiling broadly, suggested that we leave everything in the past and not mention what happened anymore because it was the fault of many people. And Dan Jen, with a clap of his hands, offered to return to the settlement because he had booked tables there to sit down with his friend. The gray-haired gentleman who was still following Seo Moon smiled sweetly and agreed to this proposal, saying that it was necessary to have a farewell meal. When the boys saw this elder, they immediately began to bow, but he asked to be treated as an ordinary grandfather, smiling broadly. At that time, 2 men gathered in a small wooden hut in the middle of the forest to discuss the recent events. One of them was called McDock, and he was glad that some of their enemies would work together because there would still be some jealousy between them. He was also angry because many of his comrades and people had died at the hands of these allies, so he was preparing to follow a certain group. The other man's name was Bon Chon, and he was sitting at the table and agreed that such people should be killed, but he knew it would not be easy. The interlocutor could no longer keep his emotions in check, so he began to wave a sheet with clear instructions for destroying the opponent. The other gentleman was reluctant to agree to everything so quickly because he was older and more experienced, so he suggested that this instruction might be a trap. McDuck laughed out loud and crumpled the sheet and said that they shouldn't worry about it at all because if it was true, they should try anyway. The chief angrily said that they should not make hasty decisions because they could be very seriously harmed. However, the young man did not even want to hear anything about the risks, as he was sure that he could take Seo Moon's life. Bong Jong continued to sit and watch his friend's reaction, emphasizing that he still didn't know whether this idea was good or not. At that time, Seo Moon, his comrades and his wife had already walked several kilometers when the shooter abruptly stopped because he saw someone on the road. The gray-haired gentleman who had been walking with them all this time grabbed his head and closed his eyes. saying that this stranger had already appeared before the young man. Hearing these words, the guy turned an angry look at the rescuer and began to demand some explanation of what was happening. The older man said that he shouldn't look at him like that, because it wasn't his fault that this king of the bow had found Seo Moon, whom everyone knew. A familiar young man, Huang Ya, was walking next to my grandfather with a bow, and he immediately began to walk toward his friend with a wide smile and arms outstretched for a hug. After they greeted each other, Huang Ya said with a loud smile that he was doing well, and now it was even better because he had finally met his friends. Then it was the turn of the two older men to greet each other after many years of separation, and they began to ask each other how they were feeling. The rescued gentleman folded his hands as if in prayer and bowed slightly to express his respect for the interlocutor and interest in the conversation. The king of the bow said with a serious expression that when he heard the rumors that his foster brother had died, he just laughed all day. Then the old man started laughing again, saying that even the king of the blade, who never shows his emotions, bared his old teeth after this news. As soon as everyone calmed down on the lawn, the gray-haired gentleman pointed at Seo Moon and said that if it wasn't for this young man, he would have died for sure. The Onion King also became more serious when he said that Huang Ya had told him everything, so he was very happy that this was the case. The rescued man was a little angry with Huang Ya, because he could have kept some details to himself, but the young man emphasized that Sama Hu had already known everything before him. Then my grandfather said that it was Guang Pei who told him everything, and then suggested that no matter how ambitious this man was, he would not be able to destroy his master. The interlocutor said that all the elders did not know that their subordinates had so many complaints, but since Sama Hu knew about them, he could have solved them himself. The Bow King did not want to answer the accusations against him, but instead asked why he had to turn his student into the most evil warrior on the mainland. All the young men present froze in their seats with shock when they learned that Huang Ya was the native son of Huang Pai, who is now the enemy of all. And the gray-haired gentleman began to tell me that there was no longer a conflict between the light and the dark path about 40 years ago, so sooner or later it would have happened. But it all unfolded for a reason, and the Shaolin leader himself developed a plan in which his disciple would betray him because of dissatisfaction with the government and a desire to change something. The older gentleman went on to say that he wanted to simply disappear, but did not know that the realization of this plan would deprive him of his arm and two of his best personal assistants. Suddenly, Huang Yi turned to face Seo Moon and said that he might not have known him at all, but he personally had his eye on him when he first met him. The masterful shooter was a little outraged by the situation he was involved in, and did not know that it had long been planned by the people involved. Then the gray-haired rescued gentleman turned to Seo Moon's comrades and said that he told them all this because he trusted them, so they should keep quiet and not tell anyone. Hyunjo was the only one who dared to express his opinion first, and looking seriously in front of him, he emphasized that so many people had already died during this time. The older man said that no one could do anything about it now. Even if he personally intervened, nothing would change for the better. Then the gray-haired man looked up and added that this was bound to happen sooner or later because the palace of Paeon had become more powerful. Then the man turned his gaze to all those present and said that if the path of light were stronger, they would be the first to attack, because destroying evil is their main task. And so, it turns out that the party that is no longer able to control its power begins to attack first in order to somehow spend unbridled energy. Kwak Gom listened to the gray-haired gentleman and said that he had mentioned almost everything, but forgot to tell him one very important thing. The elder looked up and asked questions to understand what he might have forgotten to say during his story. So, the guy himself said that neither side really won because the path of darkness challenged the light path many times, but the light was able to survive. And after a short pause, the young man added that perhaps the Paeon Palace is really strong, as the gentleman says, but he personally believes that the light path will win again. Because in this bright group, there are also people who are not inferior in their skills to their rivals, and therefore can adequately repel all those who attack. The gray-haired man smiled lightly and said that this was exactly what they needed to wait for and see the legendary battle with their own eyes. Then the king of the bow turned to Seo Moon and asked if he was the one who was called the Phantom Archer, and the young man said his real name instead of agreeing. So the interlocutor went on to say that the guy had very good eyesight, so he asked to spend some time together, because he had come to these parts because of it. The young man decided that it was better to agree right away to get things over with, so he turned to his friends and said that he would be back soon. Then he took his wife's hands, looked her in the eyes, and asked her not to worry about him and to stay with his friends until he returned. After that, the 4 people in the group abruptly moved to a clearing in the middle of the forest that the king of the bow had chosen especially for this meeting. Seo Moon looked around and analyzed all the components and said seriously that this was the perfect place for archery, so we could start. However, the older gentleman was in no hurry because he wanted to tell me something, so he began to say that most warriors choose either blades or swords for their weapons. But personally, he did not like either weapon, so he chose the bow in order to be unlike anyone else in his environment. He also believes that there is nothing more useful on the battlefield than a bow, and some soldiers do not appreciate it at all, so he asked Seo Moon why this is so. The young man answered without hesitation, with a serious expression and his head held high, because the bow is considered a long-range weapon. Then the young man put his head down and concluded that a bow is just a bow, and therefore no one takes into account the fact that it can really do a lot of good. When the Onion King heard this conclusion, he first began to laugh out loud, saying that everything was right and that any other description was simply useless. A few minutes later, when everyone in the clearing had calmed down, the bearded man took out his arrows and approached Seo Moon, offering him a few. After that, the man asked how many arrows the boy could shoot at once, and he immediately replied that he was not that talented and therefore only shot 3 arrows. The interlocutor was pleased with this answer because he himself can release so much. But he had met people in his life who said they could do more, but did not actually demonstrate it. Then the older gentleman said that since they both already had a set of arrows, he suggested that they combine them with bows to show their abilities. Within a minute, they began to move in different directions to gain the necessary distance to make good shots with their weapons. Once they were in their seats, the archery king asked if the opponent knew what was most important for the archer when using his weapon. Seo Moon answered that, on the battlefield, a shooter should do everything quickly, but if you use martial arts, it should be movement and maneuverability. When the older gentleman received the answer, he began to laugh out loud, and then, when he calmed down, he said that he knew that the boy would say exactly those words. Then the elder turned to his old friend and said that after meeting this young man in person, he realized that he could be defeated today. And the friend added that the man would soon learn that his degree of maneuverability is 2 steps lower than Seo Moon's, and this would dull his movements. The old man looked at his young rival and said that he already felt that he had some advantages over him, so from that moment on, he started to get nervous. The only one who did not understand why the technique of maneuverability was so important was Huang Ya, because for some reason he believed that archery required good eyesight. The former Pei Heian leader then said that with this technique, the shooter does not allow his enemy to get closer to him and keeps a distance between them. It was only after this explanation that Huang Ya realized that in this way, the archers avoided danger to themselves and could simultaneously attack the enemy. Then the gray-haired gentleman reminded us that he had recently become a worldly man when Seo Moon defeated a group of blood archers standing high on a mountain on his own. And in that battle, no one could even approach the young master of shooting, and that's why the whole group of enemies was defeated and lost a lot of their men. While one of the elders was engrossed in the story, the other one had already taken a stand, pulled 1 arrow, and was preparing to launch the first attack using his strength. Seo Moon did the same, and so in a matter of seconds, 2 arrows flew in opposite directions, and observers focused their attention on the battlefield. The young opponent managed to determine the trajectory of the arrow, so to save himself, he had to turn his head to the side. The older gentleman was also able to calculate everything, so he was also able to escape. But for this he had to move his upper body to the side. The 2 men who watched the battle from a distance could not say anything, because they did not want to look away so as not to miss anything. A few minutes later, the next arrow was launched, and this time Seo Moon had to lean sharply forward because he was attacked from behind, and the older opponent had to do the same, because the arrow, which was illuminated in blue and belonged to Seo Moon, was also flying behind him. However, when the 2 arrows collided, there was a small explosion, after which there was a lot of dust, but it was still clear that the 2 shooters were alive. The young man was only now convinced that the title of this old man was exactly the same as his, and he was glad that he could have such fun today. So, as soon as the dust settled, my grandfather prepared 2 arrows, and a second later, launched them at his opponent to prevent him from escaping. However, Seo Moon is not one to give up so easily, so he managed to shoot 2 of his arrows to meet the older man's arrows, so that he would not relax either. The elder expected that it would not be so easy, but each time it became harder and harder to avoid the attacks because at that moment he had to jump up to save himself. But the young man did not have time to calculate where to deviate, so he decided to just stand and withstand these 2 streams of strong energy. And he surprisingly managed to do it quite well, so his grandfather, preparing a new batch of arrows, told Seo Moon that although he was a good shooter, he was running out of arrows. However, the boy did not want to answer these words. He was just preparing 3 arrows again to shoot down the attack that would be directed at him. And then, after the arrows were launched, the opponents began to move quickly across the lawn, fleeing from the attacks, and the observers were surprised that the battle could look like this. Seo Moon was quite good at dodging arrows that were flying in his direction to wound him, or even inflict a serious wound incompatible with life. The elder, who had also managed to escape, suddenly stopped and shouted that the young man in the battle was exactly as he had been described, so he was not at all disappointed in him. The boy stopped and thanked his grandfather for this praise, and then said that his field of vision had expanded a bit after this worthy battle, and only now they told each other that since none of them had any arrows left, they could now begin a real fight for survival. Observers standing a few meters away also realized that the final battle between the King of the Bow and the ghostly archer was about to begin in order to determine the winner. At this time, 3 of Seo Moon's friends and his wife were sitting on large rocks where the girl asked anxiously if everything would really end well. Dan Gang took a sip of his drink and said that their friend was a very good shot, so he was just not a rival, so he didn't have to worry. However, as soon as the guy finished the last word, Kwak Gam's fist flew into his face, wanting to remind his friend of the true information. But Dan Gin was angry that they did this to him, because he knew everything well enough without it, and he lied because the young lady was worried and wanted to calm her down. However, even after these words, he received another fist, this time from another comrade who was unhappy with the way Dan Gyong had mentioned the name of Seo Moon's wife. However, the injured young man sincerely did not understand why everyone was beating him up here, despite the fact that he had done nothing wrong to get beaten. Hyun Jo, mocking his friend, emphasized that his head sounded really good and said with a mocking tone that there was probably nothing in it at all. Dan Gang could no longer contain his emotions because he was being insulted and humiliated out of the blue by the guys he considered his friend. But the two did not pay any attention to this at all. They continued to discuss aloud what could make their friend even more angry. Suddenly, in an instant, the young man who was being insulted stood up in front of his offenders and, holding his weapon, said that he was challenging the two to a battle. However, Kwa Gom and Hyun Jo looked at each other and continued to discuss the sect their friend was in, paying no attention to him. Dan Gang was so angry that he smashed his sword with his own hands and clenched his teeth so tightly that it felt like they would soon fall out. Seo Moon's wife didn't pay attention to the whole quarrel because she was too worried about her husband, so she sat with her eyes down. At this time, on the battlefield, the young archer launched his trademark shapeless arrow, which was appreciated by his opponent as it flew straight at him. Then the older gentleman shot his arrow to destroy the one that threatened him, but it did not work, and in the last seconds he had to jump high up. However, as soon as he landed, he realized that he had chosen a very easy way to save himself, because he noticed that the arrow behind him began to turn back. When Seo Moon saw that he had a certain advantage over his opponent, he began to quickly shoot arrows to wear him down and force him to stop. The older man, running away from every arrow, realized that what was happening now was a problem for him and needed to be solved immediately while he still had the strength. Huang Ya was shocked to see that the Bow King himself had no way of avoiding the attack, which is surprising because it's just a legendary battle. My grandfather had no choice but to drop to the ground very sharply and in a group to try to at least pick up his bow and shoot. The onlookers watched with wide open eyes and mouths because they were not prepared for such a development. Then the elder gentleman began to use lazy donkey jumps, which warriors rarely use during battles because it is considered a very humiliating technique. Seo Moon suddenly stopped, thinking that he hadn't managed to land a single accurate hit, and it made him a little sad after such an attack. The elder smilingly praised the young man, emphasizing that he was his best opponent because no one had ever forced his grandfather to be in such a position. The young man did not want to accept these congratulations right away because he had some suspicions and said that his opponent was very soft on him. The older gentleman, pulling out an arrow behind him, was a little upset when he heard the young man say that he was too soft in battle. And then, having prepared the arrow for launching, the gentleman said that if everything ended like this, he would not be able to look Murim's people in the eye because they called him the King of the Bow. When Seo Moon saw a red arrow flying in his direction, he immediately raised his bow and shot his arrows to save himself. However, he didn't count on the fact that this time, the red arrow was much stronger and would be able to simply pass by without any obstacle. And then the guy began to move quickly from side to side, realizing that he did not have time to dodge the arrows that were flying right at him. So, he began to think about what he could do to keep from stopping for a second and turning into a sieve from which nothing could be done. That is why he decided that he would use the same technique of donkey jumping, because otherwise he would not be able to escape from this attack. The men who watched the battle were quite shocked that even the ghostly archer also used a lazy donkey's leap to save himself. However, it didn't stop there, because as soon as he was on the ground, the young man took out his bow and shot 2 energy arrows at the opponent. The collision produced such a bright light that observers were forced to cover their faces with their hands because they could not see properly. However, after it was over and the dust began to settle again, it became clear that even after that, the 2 shooters were still standing on the target's legs, unharmed. The elder looked at the young man and said that he could not contain his admiration and asked if they were finally even after he had repaid his debt. Co Moon replied in a serious tone that during the last fight, it became much more interesting to fight because the strength and techniques were not the same as at the beginning. The rescued man, who was standing nearby, could not believe that he had witnessed such an exciting and fierce battle between 2 powerful shooters. For the next few minutes, the boy and his grandfather just stood there looking at each other to rest and catch their breath. At this time, Huangya began to go through a whole bunch of thoughts in his head about what these 2 would do if they closed the distance between them so that it would be impossible to shoot. Suddenly, the silence was interrupted by an elder who said that he admired the shapeless arrows because he had not yet been able to master them because they took a lot of strength. That's why he decided that he would not even try to waste his energy. And that's why he found his own personal path that helps him in battles. And then the gentleman argued that his technique was more like a life-saving technique, not a technique to injure or destroy his opponent. Co Moon asked what kind of technique it was because he had never heard of it before, and his grandfather said that he had named it illusion shooting. The older gentleman went on to say that shooting with shapeless arrows takes away a lot of focus from the trajectory, which is why the young man almost lost sight of him. Then the man said that there had never been an art of shooting that was similar to the illusion blade, so he took this into account and created illusion shooting. The young master listened attentively to this story and said that he had a great desire to see what his opponent was talking about so interestingly. My grandfather said that it was already clear because there is no one else on the entire continent who can appreciate his own technique called illusion shooting. Suddenly, Seo Moon said that he also has a very good technique, but there is one drawback, and that is that he has not yet fully perfected it and therefore hardly uses it. The older gentleman smiled slightly and said that he was very happy to hear this, but that he was now struggling with curiosity and fear of what he might see. So then he reached back for 3 arrows and told the young man that he was ready to show his technique with just 3 arrows. While preparing his bow, Seo Moon also emphasized that he would show his reception with the same number, so we can assume that everything will be fair. Before releasing the arrows, the older gentleman emphasized that he had very high expectations and asked the boy to be a little careful. However, the young man was also confident in his abilities and therefore said that his grandfather also needed to closely monitor everything that would happen. The 2 observers became more serious because a very large and fierce battle is now unfolding on the battlefield, which could injure one of the participants. And when each of the warriors shot 3 arrows at the same time, the men watching opened their mouths in shock because this had never happened before in history. In just a few seconds, it became clear that several dozen arrows were flying at the young shooter at the same time, and not all of them were real. Then the boy began to focus on the arrow, but in order to get out of this trap, he decided to close his eyes and trust his feelings. That's why he managed to easily deflect the first few illusionary arrows, and a few flew past without harming him. However, at some point in the midst of this rapid flow, one of the arrows managed to get stuck in the boy's leg, and at the same moment, the grandfather was also wounded in the side. When observers saw what happened for the first few minutes, they just stood frozen in their seats because they did not expect it to come to this. So, they tried to find out what was happening among themselves, but then they heard that on the battlefield, the elder said that he had lost, and that Seo Moon had won. After a short pause, the older gentleman said in a serious tone that he had never thought in his life that he would be able to find a worthy opponent to whom he would ever lose. And then he began to tell me that he was just sure of his victory after he was able to dodge an arrow that was flying right at his head. And rejoicing at this, the man ignored 2 more arrows that were flying behind him and somehow changed their trajectory and turned around and began to fly at it. After hearing this, Seo Moon began to tell us that during the battle at Namgung Palace, even then, the shapeless arrows were completely blocked by the masters of Pikyon Palace. And that is why on that day he could distract their attention with only a few shots, where he was able to take the lives of about 10 men from the Bloodbow group. While the young man was telling all this, no one could understand what it was all about, so the rescued gentleman asked how that battle was different from the one here. And Seo Moon began to explain that all the arrows were aimed above the Masters and the Bloodbow group in order to divert their attention. It was only after the last sentence that the Bow King said in surprise that it turned out that the boy had used the arrows that were controlled by the power of Ki along with the shapeless ones. The gray-haired man was very pleased that this young man was able to do this, but he personally still found it hard to believe that this was possible. The young shooter emphasized that luck was on his side that day, as he shot a regular shapeless arrow and controlled the other two. Everyone present was silent for a few minutes, because in order to digest this information, they just needed to be silent and think about all the words they had heard. However, Seo Moon did not want them to stay here for long, so he bowed his head and said that his opponent's illusionary shooting was nothing compared to his. After some thought, the Bow King asked a question to find out the name of the equipment used by the young man in the battle, and he didn't drag his feet and immediately said that he hadn't come up with a name for this technique yet, as it hadn't been fully perfected yet, so he didn't have time to think about a name. Holding his wounded side, the old man said he wanted to thank the boy for having such a fight and was ready to invent a name for his technique. After thinking for a few minutes, the elder suggested calling the young man's new technique the unsurpassed art of shooting and asked Seo Moon's opinion. The guy laughed and said that it was an exaggeration, but the elder man said that he did not see any exaggeration because it really fits here. Then Huang Ya joined the conversation and said that it was a very good title, and it would fit the title, The Unrivaled Blade of Triple Unity. The guy began to scratch his head loudly, smiling, saying that his abilities were highly appreciated, but he was ready to accept this name for his technique. After that, the two men involved in the fight began to laugh out loud, because each of them had learned a certain step from their fight. The rescued elder said that he was happy that there were no deaths today, and his fellow elder emphasized that today his self-esteem was lower than hell. However, his friend did not want to console him, but rather emphasized that the man wanted this fight himself, so no one was to blame for this outcome. At this time, the three comrades and Seo Moon's wife were sitting on large stones, calming down after the recent skirmish, waiting for everyone to return. One of the guys asked whether it was necessary to stop the fight, and the others said that none of the participants would want to, so they just had to wait. Then Dan Gang emphasized that no king of the bow could match the power that Seo Moon showed on Mount Hua, so it became clear who would win. However, Hyunjo disagreed with this statement because, in his opinion, both men are very strong rivals, so he would not even speculate on who would win. Finally, Kwak Gom expressed his opinion and said that this fight was legendary and he was very sorry that he could not personally see it with his own eyes. Hyunjo also sadly agreed that he was sorry that they missed such an event, because they would only hear about it from the participants themselves. Suddenly, someone from the bushes started laughing loudly, telling the guys to stop with their useless nonsense and start worrying about their own lives. As soon as the three comrades heard this phrase, they immediately jumped to their feet and began to look in different directions to see who was near them. And in a matter of seconds, the uninvited guest showed up, and he was not alone, but with a group of his men, each standing at a distance from the other, holding a weapon. Dan Gang asked who these people were, and the chief laughed out loud and said that they could not forget them so quickly, so they had to remember them on their own. It took the guys a few minutes to recall everything, and only one of them began to vaguely recall the face of the man in charge. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the young men, the attacker said that they were Doc Moon's men, and that they had come here to escort their friends to hell. However, no one was going to give up easily and quickly, so Kwak Gom pulled out his sword and shouted that it was still necessary to see who would send whom to hell. But suddenly the conversation changed course as a man who came with a group of his men began to point his index finger at the girl, asking if she was Seo Moon's wife. And after that, the main attacker said that the guys had a sudden chance to leave the place unharmed, but they had to give the young lady away. When the guys heard this proposal, they were seriously angry because they could not even think of giving a girl into the hands of such people so easily. The attacker called his comrades idiots who were given a chance to be saved, and they so easily neglected it and were ready to die for some girl. So, the leader of the attackers turned to his men and told them to grab the girl and kill the rest of the guys right there on the lawn. The three comrades surrounded Seo Moon's wife from different sides and raised their weapons to protect her as best they could. Hyunjo mentally addressed his friends and told them to hold on as long as possible because Moon was coming back to them soon. Kwa Gom said that there is no need to worry so much because these people will not be defeated so easily, so they will be able to win some time to wait for help. Finally, the guy added that he was not going to die at the hands of such people, and as soon as he said that, he started fighting with two attackers at the same time. However, not everyone was happy that everything started so quickly, because if at least one of them stepped a few steps forward, the girl would be open to enemies. Dan Gang emphasized that these people are just using poison, so they do not have any good martial arts to carry out the attacks. Kwa Gom, preparing his sword to defend himself, smiled lightly and said that with the antidote that the Dan family was preparing, they should not be afraid of the poison at all. And immediately after saying these words, the guy rushed back into the fight, shouting to his rivals to come up first to those who want to die first and not suffer. And then a more serious battle unfolded, in which all the men present took part, while the girls stood aside and watched it all in fright. At this time, the four men who were discussing the fight did not even realize that a real horror was happening to their comrades not far from them. The elder was worried that others would find out that he had lost to So Moon, and then masters of other techniques would start hunting him down and consider him a weakling. But there was also the problem that these same people would also hunt a young man, because they would be interested in testing who was stronger, them or him. So Moon was a little upset because he did not want to bring such trouble on himself, especially when he was about to return to his homeland with his wife. Seeing the concern on Huang Ya's face, he told him not to worry because they were not stronger than the king of the bow, and that's why he personally wanted to take them out. Hearing these words, the grandfather told the young man not to talk nonsense, because the king of the fist and the king of the blade had long been stronger and more skillful than him. After that, the man told Huang Ya not to entertain his friend, with vain hopes that he would be able to defeat at least one of the remaining kings of weapon. However, the guy disagreed with the words of the interlocutor, smiling sarcastically, and asked him if he thought that So Moon would change his weapon, along with his opponent. My grandfather could not understand what this was about, and so his surviving friend told him that the young man's sword skills were much better than his archery skills. The elder was quite surprised when he heard this information, so in order to find out So Moon's level, he asked him what kind of warrior he was, compared to his gray-haired friend. After this question, the gentleman began to think that the art shown by the young man on Mount Hua was quite unusual for this area, and while the man was in his thoughts and did not say anything, the others stood and looked at him in silence, waiting for at least some answer to the question. A few minutes later, the man said that he had not experienced it himself, so he could not say anything, but his friend clarified by asking him to assess the level by eye. The interlocutor drew his eyebrows together and looked in front of him, saying that he could not guarantee his victory when he faced So Moon. And everyone present opened their eyes wide in surprise when they heard this answer, because they knew that the young man was a master, but they did not think that he was so strong. The grandfather didn't even believe him at first, so he asked if the man was serious or just making a joke, and the man just waved his head, confirming his rightness. After that, the elder turned to So Moon and said that he wanted to fight him again in order to experience his sword art and evaluate his techniques. The boy did not want to agree to it, but the older man could influence a person's mind, and that is what he did to get So Moon's consent to fight. That is why the young man agreed to this offer with a big smile and did not even suspect that he did not want to do it himself, but was simply pushed. The elder began to laugh loudly and joyfully because he got what he wanted, and so he immediately began to thank the boy for the opportunity to fight. So Moon squinted his eyes at the gentleman's reaction and tried to understand how much this man loved martial arts and was willing to fight so often. So then the older gentleman said that now he wanted to use an illusionary arrow, and the young man had to demonstrate how he would fight off this attack with his sword. The young man had no choice but to agree, so his friend Huang Ya approached him and handed him his sword so that he could fight back. So Moon thanked him and took the weapon in his hands and slowly drew it, for he had never held such a beautiful sword in his life, let alone used it in battle. After examining the weapon from different angles, the guy said it was a very good sword, and his friend emphasized that it was his friend who was always with him. Then the grandfather prepared 3 arrows and said that it was time to start the battle, so the boy moved away to wait for the attack. As soon as several dozen arrows started flying in his direction, for the first few seconds he just stood there and tried to figure out where the real ones were. Initially, So Moon, looking at the attack, emphasized that it was truly legendary because he had never heard of such a technique and was seeing it for the second time. And at the last moment, in order to protect himself, the young man channeled his energy into the sword and tried to create a barrier by holding it in front of him. And he did even better than expected, because the arrows that hit the barrier simply turned to ash and fell to the ground, surprising the old man. After that, So Moon directed some of his power at the elder, and in order to save himself, he dodged and prepared a new batch of arrows to shoot. However, the guy did not stop and put his sword in front of him, and moving in this way, he began to fly through the enemy arrows without injuring himself. When the older gentleman saw this, he was quite shocked, and with wide eyes he emphasized to himself that this young man was really very fast. And while the man was thinking about it, an opponent appeared in front of him and abruptly stopped any actions that could injure the old man. After a short pause, So Moon looked up at the elder and said that since he was injured, he had some advantages in this fight. Then the young man approached his friend and handed him the sword, saying that it was a legendary weapon that allowed him to feel the true gust of wind, which he had never felt before. Then a rescued man joined the conversation and said that this was not the same skill he had seen on Mount Hua, because they looked completely different. Seo Moon replied that of the 3 combinations of his family's sword art, he currently used only the combination of the first and second, without using the third. The older men simply could not believe what they were seeing with their own eyes, so they kept trying to ask the young man what the name of this shield of blades was. Without hesitation and without hiding anything, the guy replied with a serious expression that this technique is called the blade, which is devoid of true love.